Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku summon elf Mage Frieren? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku was shaking. Looking down at his charred notebook, marred by water and suckled on by koi fish, Izuku shuddered. Earlier, Bakugo told him to off himself and hope to get a quirk in the next life. He had gone too far this time. Too far, too much. Bullied for 10 years, all because he was quirkless and Bakugo had a powerful quirk that was just as explosive as his personality. Izuku was sick of it. The notebook floated there as Izuku stared at it. It was as though the thing mocked him, even if it was the one that got exploded on by Ka. No, not Kachin. Izuku wondered why the hell did he even care to still call him by that doting nickname when the blonde had been nothing but an a-hole that lorded his superiority over everyone else. Not just Izuku, but every other kid in this thrice-med middle school. They either followed him around like a retinue of cultists or slunk in the shadows. Either way, he was Aldera's star student. Izuku knew well that he couldn't be a hero, not like this, not like how he was right now. Not only did he have no quirk like literally every hero in existence, but he had no real skill for fighting and could be best described as a scrawny kid. He's always been short. Well, it's not like he could help being scrawny when the other kids kept stealing his lunch. He always felt tired, too. Of all the various conditions and syndromes he could have, he also had insomnia. It would be difficult to do anything that cost a lot of energy when he was just functioning enough to survive and not much else. He'll still apply to UA. He'd probably fail the practical entrance exam with about 0 points. He'd do well in the written. He'll apply for the general education course, as well as the heroics course, but he knew for a fact that he wouldn't be accepted into the latter. But in the end, he would have tried. Then, he could do something else entirely afterward. Maybe he could work on being a police officer instead. Or maybe eventually join the JSDF, just like his late dad. He heard that the military sometimes works alongside heroes on some missions. Maybe. Izuku picked up the notebook, patting it to remove at least some of the water that had matted it. He was in the process of walking back home in his mother's apartment when his phone rang. It ringing was a rare occasion, aside from his mother and Auntie Mitsuki, who still didn't know that her son liked to bully her best friend's son. Not a lot of people ever bothered to text or call him. He imagined that his father Hisashi would be calling a lot. If he was still alive. Well, he did have one bird-headed friend that he kept in touch with for years, even if he lived pretty far away. The usually aloof heteromorph had been a classmate long ago in kindergarten, up until they were 6 years old. Aside from Bakugo, Fumikage was the only other friend he had, though they had met only around 5 times in the last 9 or so years. Fumikage's family moved all the way up to Hokkaido because his father, Tokoyami Reito, who worked in some kind of bureaucratic position in the Hero Public Safety Commission, had a job promotion too good for him to pass up, and he attended a different school. Izuku's parents used to attend the same high school as Bakugo Mitsuki and Tokoyami Reito. The 4 of them were friends, and that was how Izuku got to know Katsuki and Fumikage, as well as Fumicage's sentient quirk, Dark Shadow. He really missed the latter too. And, just to his luck, Fumikage had sent a message. Prince of Shadows, greetings, Izuku. I will be visiting Muzutofo tomorrow. May I visit your domain? Also, Dark Shadow says he misses you very much. The broccoli, yes, of course Fumikage. Feel free to drop by any time. We have a lot to catch up with. What do you want to do? Prince of Shadows, I have acquired a new grimoire of the occult. I wish to try it out with you. The broccoli, what kind of spell is that? Prince of Shadows, a summoning spell. We will summon a demon into this world and consume every insect that stands in our way. Izuku actually snickered at that. The sudden change in mood meant that. Prince of Shadows, apologies, Dark Shadow stole my phone for a moment there. But yes, we will be conducting a summoning ritual. Do you agree to this arrangement? The broccoli, yeah, of course. I'd love to hang out with you and Dark Shadow again. Prince of Shadows, and so it shall be. The broccoli, right, oh, and before I forget, why are you here in Muzutofo? Is it because you're applying to UA? Prince of Shadows, yes. I wish to be a hero. Though I seek to be an underground hero. I do not like too much attention. The broccoli, that's great Fumikage. You and Dark Shadow will be excellent heroes one day. Prince of Shadows, thank you Izuku. Also, Dark Shadow says that he loves and misses you very much and wants you to pet him when we meet. Alas, I must go, for my mother calls for me. The broccoli, okay, see you tomorrow. Izuku closed his phone. Well, it was nice to know that 2 of his friends, the only 2 he had, really, wanted to be heroes. And they wanted to drop by. Fumikage and Dark Shadow will probably, no, they're sure to get accepted into the hero course. Dark Shadow is a powerful quirk, and Izuku could already imagine Fumikage apprehending villains with the help of his trusty quirk. Izuku is happy for them, of course, but he couldn't help but be green with envy. He so wanted to be a hero like All Might, but the world just really hated him. Another day passed. Izuku kept his head down, hoping that Bakugo would ignore him. Thankfully, he did just that. Maybe he was being extra careful not to do anything that might mess up his chances to go to UA. The teachers by some miracle didn't call on him even once except to record attendance. It was as though the entire staff had come together to ignore Izuku on the last day of school, which, if it really happened, Izuku would have thanked them for it. The last thing he needed was to be noticed, again. Quite honestly, he now wished that Bakugo would go on with his life and forget about him. Izuku will forget about him, too. Maybe he could move to another country so that the chances of them meeting again would dwindle to near zero. Perhaps he could go to New Zealand and herd sheep for the rest of his life. It would be peaceful. Izuku came home to the scent of Katsudon. His mother, Inko, had been informed beforehand that Fumikage would be dropping in tonight, so she went into overdrive to cook a hearty dinner for her son and his friends. She had, in fact, cooked so much that Izuku feared that even Fumikage's doubled calorie requirements wouldn't keep up. "Mom, it's just 2 friends that are coming over, you don't have to make so much." Izuku sauntered over to the kitchen and took an unwashed plate, bombarding it with water and soap. "And only one of them can eat." "Oh, Izuku, you know that Tokoyami-kun eats 4 times as much as someone else, right?" Inko laughed. "That quirk of his takes up a lot of energy, doesn't it?" "Yes, but this." Izuku scanned the 3 family-sized plates all filled with various types of food like katsudon and ramen. There was even a box of pizza that Inko ordered online. "It's like you cooked for his whole family." "Well," Inko put her hands on her hips and beamed at him. "If there are leftovers, then we'll just have those for the week. But it won't fit in the refrigerator. I'll work my magic. Don't you worry about it, Izu dear." That would be when the doorbell to their apartment rang, indicating that Fumikage and Dark Shadow had arrived. When Izuku opened the door, he was greeted by a most peculiar sight. Fumikage was holding at least 2 high-intensity flashlights in his hands, which he kept pointed at himself. Dark Shadow was tinier than Izuku remembered back then, wrapped around his host's neck like a scarf. "Hello, Izuku, Auntie Inko," the raven-headed boy greeted. "May we come in?" "Of course, dear." Inko smiled and motioned to a seat on the dining table. "Any friend of my son is welcome here." Izuku. Dark Shadow unwrapped himself from Fumikage's neck, growing slightly larger as Fumikage put away his flashlights now that they were well under the apartment's lighting. "I missed you." "Missed you too, Dark Shadow," Izuku chuckled as he petted the sentient quirk. Dark Shadow purred, almost like a cat but at a lower, distorted pitch. "It has been a year, hasn't it? I would never forget a fellow compatriot in the darkness." Fumikage bowed. Dark Shadow would wrap around the 2 of them, bringing them closer together. He had essentially forced them to hug, which neither of them minded. "Oh, Fumi, can I eat too?" Dark Shadow asked as he uncoiled and cast his glimmering eyes towards the food. The bird boy rolled his eyes. "Dark Shadow, you cannot eat. You do not possess a digestive system." "Yeah, you literally can't," Izuku deadpanned. Dark Shadow pouted. Izuku didn't know how it was possible given that the sentient quirk was a shadow of Fumikage and thus a bird-like shadow and a bird can't pout. But Dark Shadow did so anyway, morphing his beak into a pout. "When I eat, you are already eating as well," Fumikage added. "Now allow me to consume this banquet granted unto me by Izuku's mother in peace." "You do that. Izuku. Pet me again." Izuku could only indulge the sentient quirk, though it was harder and slower to eat with just one hand. He would only be free to eat with both hands when Dark Shadow requested Inko to pet him, which the woman graciously granted. The sentient quirk purred, again. "So, what's next?" "We begin to chant." Izuku was nervous. How, or why, was he nervous? This is just some fun with Fumikage's chosen mode of entertainment. Inko watched with a mix of amusement and curiosity. Hell, Izuku could swear he could hear her barely containing a chuckle. He predicted that she would laugh when they actually started chanting. Because of course, watching 2 teenagers make a magic circle on the floor with some sand and candles was the definition of funny. Either that or Dark Shadow would be the one laughing. Evidently, he was enjoying himself as he watched the 2 of them LBR on the magic circle. "Ready, Izuku?" "Ready." On the count of 3, 2, 1. "Wait." Fumikage, Inko, and Dark Shadow all looked at Izuku. "What is it?" the other boy asked. "Is there any intent or wish I should have in mind while we do this?" Fumikage considered this for a moment. While he liked playing with occult things, it was not like he believed in it. Mostly. Your deepest longing, I suppose. I longing to destroy all of my enemies. Dark Shadow loudly proclaimed. Fumikage glared at his quirk, causing him to pout yet again. I guess my greatest longing is to protect Fumi, then. Don't call me that. Fumi. Dark Shadow repeated in emphasis. Fumikage gave up on trying to persuade his quirk from calling him with an affectionate nickname, since Dark Shadow is just so stubborn. Okay, then, Izuku interrupted the spat between MSTR and Quirk, or were they more like brothers, come to think of it? Let's do this. And so the chanting began. Izuku wished to have power. He wished that someone could teach him. He wished that he can be a hero even without a quirk. He still wanted to be a hero. And so he chanted with all his heart. Somewhere else, in another world. Frieren was bored. But again, when you're a nigh-immortal, 1,000-year-old elf with perhaps the most extensive arsenal of magic spells in the entire world save for Siri and the Demon King, though the latter BSTRD was dead, courtesy to Frieren and friends, things just pass by for you. And, right now, you and your party are just going to be walking for a few miles and another bunch of miles after that without a single grimoire in sight. Fern and Stark were in disagreement, again. Apparently Stark did something, again. So, Fern had been angrily pouting for the last 3 hours. That would change when Frieren started glowing. She was glowing green, a pulse of color that just kept pulsing faster and faster at a steady rate. MSTRS Frieren? Fern questioned, summoning her staff. What is happening to you? Frieren looked down without much of an expression. She was, however, intrigued. While it was a completely new spell to experience, she had read of the existence of something like this long, long ago. She didn't think that it would be used on her while she was walking around with Fern and Stark, though. Oh. It's a summoning spell. What? Stark looked positively terrified. You're being summoned? Where? Who? Why? MSTRS Frieren please don't leave me with Fern alone, I'm Suresh going to kill me fear another dash. How interesting. I don't have a spell like this one, Frieren simply noted. Fern sighed, completely used to Frieren seemingly not caring when magic was being thrown at her, since she blocked quite literally anything anyone throws at her. But again, she was probably the third or fourth most powerful mage in the entire continent. There wasn't much that could faze her. MSTRS Frieren, Fern let out another sigh. You're just going to let it take you, aren't you? I want this spell, Frieren stated simply. There are probably a lot of other interesting grimoires in the place that I'm being summoned to, it's another world, I think. Another world? Another world? Frieren looked at her hand. The pulsing was easily going at 1/10 of a second now. I'll be back soon, Fern, Stark. I'm sensing that there's a space-time distortion component in the spell too. I could spend 100 years there and return to you hours after I go. MSTRS Frieren, Fern shook her head. Are you sure? Frieren nodded. Of course. What if you come back and we're already dead? Stark screamed. Please don't leave us. It will only be for a few hours, Stark. Make up with Fern while I'm gone. Now Fern was pouting again. Stark shuddered in fear at the sight. Okay, see you later, Frieren muttered, disappearing in a flash of green light. Back in Muzurafu? Yes. Yes. Pour your longing into the magic. Muhahahaha. Dark Shadow cackled as he watched Izuku and Fumikage chant in Latin. Inko watched on with amusement, seeing the whole thing as little more than 3 friends having fun. Then the circle started to glow. Inko was the first to react. Boys? The circle is glowing. It's not supposed to do that, is it? Dark Shadow was next. Wow, so cool. You guys actually did it. Fumikage was next, opening one of his eyes as he and Izuku finished the last verse of the chant. Oh, what? How? Izuku was the last to be made aware of the glowing circle. He stared at the magic circle as it glimmered with emerald light, the nearby candles blown away by a wind that was never there. What was even more amazing, however, was the fact that someone was standing in the circle. She was short, with white hair and pointed ears. She held an ornate staff in her hand, was clothed in a white tunic, and looked at everyone one by one with a blank expression. She was studying them, for sure. Hello? Izuku's voice trembled. She did come from the magic circle, and Fumikage said that it would summon a demon. Or was it Dark Shadow that texted that? The short lady spoke in a language no one knew, but Izuku, Inko, Fumikage, and Dark Shadow understood her anyway, somehow. Hello. You're the ones that summoned me? Izuku looked over at Inko. His poor mother was hiding behind the couch, mortified that the ritual that was supposedly just for fun actually worked. As for Fumikage, his beak was open, genuinely shocked that what he pegged as entertainment well suited for his Chunibu preferences was the real thing. As for Dark Shadow, the sentient Quirk simply watched the short lady with a bit of wariness, as his instinct had gone from cheering to protecting Fumikage. Yes, but we didn't think that it was an actual spell." Izuku shuddered at the thought. Wait, if spells were real, and he and Fumikage just made one work, could it be possible that he learned magic? Could he use magic to be a hero? And this elf lady, her whole getup just screamed mage all over. Children playing around with magic. "I expected some kind of mage trying to use a powerful pawn," Frieren said, sounding slightly disappointed. "I would have some fun blowing up that kind of summoner." "Excuse me," Inko emerged from behind the couch. "Who are you?" "I am Frieren, an elf mage," the elf lady answered simply. Izuku narrowed his eyes. "Frieren?" That sounded German. Now that he thought about it, it probably meant something like freezing, something. "And you all are?" Frieren asked with a monotone voice. "I'm Izuku Midoriya," Izuku began. "That's my mom, Inko Midoriya," he pointed at his mother, "and these two are my friends, Tokoyami Fumikage and Dark Shadow." "You are friends with a familiar?" Frieren suddenly had her interest piqued by Dark Shadow. She stepped out of the magic circle and looked at the living shadow, who stared back at her. Fumikage started sweating at the confrontation happening in front of him. "I'm not a familiar," Dark Shadow grumbled. "I'm Fumi's first and greatest friend." "He's my friend and Quirk," Fumikage managed, still clearly mortified that one of his occult books was somehow the real deal. "Greetings, Frieren-san." "Quirk," Frieren repeated with that same monotone. "No matter. I'll learn about that later. Where is the grimoire with which you summon me?" "It's this one, Frieren-san." Izuku walked over to Frieren with said book in his hands. "Now, to be clear, we thought it was all just a fun game and dash. A spell that can summon a creature across dimensions." Frieren didn't seem to care at all that she got thrown across dimensions by grimoire's contents. "Most fascinating. I bet Siri or the Demon King don't have anything like this. If the latter had it, the creature would have used it already." "Where did you get this? From a dungeon?" Izuku looked over to Fumikage. "From a bookstore? You sell grimoires with such enormous power in a public market?" Frieren questioned. "How interesting. And probably irresponsible." Izuku immediately protested. "Hey, it's not like it's ever worked before. Could you lead me to this bookstore?" Frieren asked. Huh? "I wish to seek for more grimoires with spells. It is my hobby," Frieren replied. "And this bookstore that you speak of has many of them, do they not?" Izuku looked over to Fumikage. The other boy gulped. I can lead you to the bookstore. Tomorrow, though. It's closed at this time." Frieren studied them for a moment before shrugging. "Okay. I can wait." Inko spoke again. "You're going to wait here? I suppose, if you're not going to force me to leave." "Oh. No. No way they're going to kick out the mage who probably has a lot of different spells she could throw out to destroy the place. Maybe she doesn't, but no one wants to take that chance. She got sent here from another world, for hell's sake. It was like a reverse Isekai, but it's the mundane world doing the magical summoning and intruding into the magical world. Well, as mundane as you can get when quirks are involved. Well, since it was you boys that brought her here," Inko looked at Izuku and Fumikage. She decided that the elf mage was amicable enough. Besides, she wasn't about to let someone like that wander about without knowing a thing about how society worked here. "Frieren-san, you can stay here for the night. This ritual of theirs is the reason you're here. I'm so sorry if you got pulled from something important." "Don't worry. I don't mind. I like seeing new things," Frieren nodded. "I will call my parents and tell them that my return will be delayed," Fumikage said with a shudder. Izuku groaned inside. This night just got so much more interesting, and complicated. When Inko got up the following morning, she was greeted by a surreal sight in her living room. First off, the pointy-eared lady who got summoned by Izuku and Fumikage's little ritual was still on the couch, snoring away as if she wasn't in an entirely alien world. In Inko's eyes, Frieren looked closer to a teenage girl who got hammered with a lot of bad booze at a late-night party, and Inko knows that she had her fair share of those back when she was still young and stupid. She wasn't even sleeping in a dignified pose. One of her legs dangled over the couch, her foot touching the floor. Her right arm, meanwhile, was splayed over her head. Her staff was leaning against the wall, somehow not sliding off and making a clattering sound all this time. Second, Izuku and Fumikage were on the other couch, also asleep. The two must have taken turns watching the elf lady in case anything happened. Eventually, though, one must have fallen asleep while on the job, followed by the other. Judging by how Fumikage had his hands folded together and Izuku sat beside him, his head on the other teen's shoulder, Fumikage would have been the one that got claimed by sleep earlier. Izuku must have gotten his turn, found his friend asleep, and then tried to soldier on throughout the rest of the night just to fall asleep himself. Which, of course, meant the only person still awake to watch Frieren had been Dark Shadow, who looked and waved at Inko as she approached. "Hello, Auntie." "Good morning, Dark Shadow," Inko yawned. Thankfully, today was a Saturday, which meant that there was no work at the office and she could spend the whole day here. But the boys will probably accompany Frieren to the bookstore from which that spell book came and teach her how things work here. If she really was a mage as her whole get-up suggested, then they couldn't have her cast spells with wanton abandon, though she didn't seem to be the type, yet. Can't have heroes coming towards her at terminal velocity for illegal public quirk use. "Can you wake Fumikage and Frieren up?" Inko continued. She checked the clock. It was already 8 a.m.? Well, that was pretty much late in her book. She should have woken up an hour earlier and prepared breakfast earlier for the 3-4. "Why not Izuku too?" Dark Shadow asked. Inko sighed. Her son was an insomniac, so he needed every bit of sleep he could get. Just let him sleep off for now. He needs it. The sentient quirk appeared to understand what she meant as he nodded. Dark Shadow floated towards his host, taking hold of and shaking Fumikage's beak. "Hey, bozo. Time to rise and shine." Fumikage groaned. "Dark Shadow, not now. We need you to cook breakfast, Fumi." This was when Fumikage's eyes shot open. He would have immediately bolted from the couch had he not noticed that Izuku was still leaning on him, and, all things considered, it was not that easy to notice, as he was quite light. Inko then shot Dark Shadow a stern look. "Dark Shadow, I wasn't going to ask him to do that." "Huh. It was worth trying," the sentient quirk shrugged. "Dark Shadow, move Izuku to the side of the couch. Don't wake him," Fumikage whispered. Dark Shadow complied, and soon enough, Izuku was alone on that couch, sleeping soundly. With that done, Fumikage looked over to Frieren, who was still sleeping like a child in a Victorian-era painting. His eyes lingered on the elf lady. He still had trouble processing that all that strange occult stuff that he liked to play with was somehow, actually, completely real. By the darkness. What if the voodoo spells were real, too? Did he accidentally use someone somewhere as a puppet, thinking it was just for fun? "Hey, pointy ears," Dark Shadow nudged Frieren, who then grumbled. She was already half awake, that was for sure, but she didn't want to get off. "Wake up and get up, you want to see more of Fumi's spellbooks, right?" The elf groaned. 2 more hours. Inko pinched her nose. Great. She now had 2 late risers in this house. "Frieren-san," Fumikage said to the elf. "You need to wake up." "No. Please. No." Fumikage groaned. This was hopeless. "Auntie Inko, I think I'll just help you prepare breakfast for today." Fumi, Dark Shadow looked at him and blinked, slowly. "You know you can't cook anything other than fried eggs, right?" "I still wish to assist Izuku's mother however I can," Fumikage insisted. He then looked over to Inko. "Will you allow me?" "Izuku is usually the one helping me," Inko replied. "But sure, you may. Poor old me might forget something, after all. It's going to be easier with 4 extra hands. Or 2 extra hands and 2 extra claws. As long as I get some, too." Dark Shadow, no. In the end, Izuku woke up an hour later. He felt a little better than on most mornings, as he managed to sleep faster. After all, it was easier to go to slumber when the only sound you could really hear was Dark Shadow's ambient purring. Izuku swore that the sentient quirk had also expanded in size as they slept, enveloping both him and Fumikage like a warm blanket. As he got up, the events of the previous night replayed in his head. He and Fumikage had met up again after a long time. They ate dinner, and then they made a magic circle as instructed by one of the bird-headed teen's many strange occult books. They chanted some words in Latin, and Izuku wished he could become a hero without a quirk. Then Frieren showed up, and she was apparently completely fine with being yanked across dimensions. Hell, Izuku could see the implication that she wanted to stick around for a bit. Well, Frieren was on the other couch, sleeping without so much as a care in the world, but there was one other thing that he forgot. He looked at the clock. It was already 9 a.m., which wouldn't be that important on a Saturday, but there was something else. "Oh, no. I have to help Mom with breakfast." Izuku shot out of the couch and ran to the kitchen. How could he have been so foolish, so lazy? It was his duty to help his mother with breakfast every single day. She was working as she was already. This was the one thing he wasn't useless in. "Ah, finally, you are awake," Fumikage's baritone voice greeted Izuku as he entered the kitchen. Already, Inko was sprinkling in the final finishing touches on the katsudon, which was Izuku's absolute favorite food, with some sesame seeds. Dark Shadow and I have aided your mother in preparing breakfast. By aiding he means going out and slaughtering the pig that would become the padash. Fumikage cut in, gently slapping the sentient Quirk in the face with his palm. Dark Shadow, no. We were merely sent out to the grocery to acquire the pork cutlets. Oh. Izuku looked down. He should try to wake up earlier no matter what. Frieren-san is still sleeping, isn't she? Fumikage asked. Still sleeping like a damsel in distress last I saw, Izuku replied. Fumikage actually snickered at that. He rarely laughed, it was usually Dark Shadow that laughed. Oh, but I doubt she is a damsel in distress. Did you see how nonchalant she was about everything? It's like she's used to getting sent to different places. Well, we'll ask her later, Izuku nodded. Meanwhile, Dark Shadow started setting the plates. His efforts were rewarded by a pat on the head by Inko. Where did you get that spell book, anyway? I hope it's not up at your place in Hokkaido? Oh no, Fumikage shook his head. It's close to Mizudafu, actually. I got it on the way here. It was very interesting to look at. What's the name of the bookstore? Izuku asked, curious. Maybe if those spell books were real then maybe he could study them. Sanctum Sanctorum Books of Sorcery. I heard from the shop owner that the books are copied from a library somewhere in Nepal, but apart from that I have no clue as to its specifics. Huh? Breakfast is ready. Inko called out. Can you wake up Frieren, again? It took their collective efforts about 30 whole minutes to finally get Frieren out of the couch. The elf mage was groggy and still wanted to sleep for yet another 2 hours, but Dark Shadow took matters into his own hands, claws, and quite literally picked her up and set her down. She did not seem to mind. As they began a rather quiet breakfast, Frieren looked at each of these individuals once again. With her mana detection, she could see that out of them, Izuku had the most mana. Inko had far less, and Fumikage's were even less. The green-haired boy had less than Fern when she first started out with Hyder, may the corrupt priest rest in peace, but he clearly had the best potential to be trained in the magic arts. Not that Frieren wanted to do so in particular, unless he asked, which he probably wouldn't, given his shyness. But she definitely would, if he asked. After all, he's the one that summoned her here, given that he had more mana than the other. What's a few years, after all? The near absence of mana in the others, however, was something a little more questionable for Frieren. In her world, humans who displayed no aptitude for magic still had at least some mana. But these people? They could probably learn the most basic of basic spells, and that was it. They probably wouldn't be able to learn even just Zoltraak and basic defense shields. Huh? Could it be that keeping the familiar air, Quirk called Dark Shadow consumed all of that bird-headed child's resources? Perhaps, it could be, but it certainly wasn't made out of mana. It was something else, and not even Frieren, with her great knowledge of magic, could decipher what it was beyond a sentient collection of living shadow. As for the mother? Frieren didn't know what she could do yet, nor the green-headed boy. So much to learn. So much to know. A whole world of new possibilities beyond even magic. Frieren could barely wait to begin to explore. She is going to have so much fun here. When she gets back, she'll make Siri green from envy and the Demon King will spin in his grave. That's for sure. So, Izuku's head snapped towards Frieren, who had just begun a line of questioning. There are many things that I must know of this world. First of all, what is a quirk? Oh. This was probably the best thing she could have asked first. Well, Izuku began, quirks are different superpowers that a lot of people here have. It's something that you inherit from your parents, and it varies in strength and usefulness. For example, Mom can pull small objects towards her. It's useful in the kitchen and office work, but not in fighting. Fumikage here has, well, Dark Shadow. You're well acquainted at this point. Izuku shuddered at the memory of Dark Shadow just deciding to drag Frieren out of bed. 80% of the population have them, but only a small percentage actively train their quirks. Most quirks aren't as strong as Dark Shadow, for example. The sentient quirk vibrated in place at Izuku's compliment. Why, yes, I am the best that there is. Dark Shadow? What is yours, then? Frieren asked. Oh, that? There was that. I don't have one, Izuku admitted. I'm quirkless. Frieren simply stared at him. Her expression didn't change at all. Hell, she barely had an expression to begin with. Alright, then. So most of this world's population has a single spell that they specialize in. You could say that, Izuku nodded. But some quirks are versatile. Like, Dark Shadow, again. He can do a lot of things. Endeavor is the best at pyrokinesis, Edgeshot can become as thin as a thread, Ryukyu turns into a dragon, and Yoroi Musha can summon any weapon he wants into his hands. Then there's All Might, a man so strong his punch can change the weather. Frieren kept listening. Such great variety in powers and abilities. How so fascinating. All Might is the best hero of our time, Izuku continued. He's my idol, my role model. When he arrives with a smile, everyone knows everything will be fine, because he is here. Ah. Just like how people back home think of Himmel the hero, Frieren nodded along. He has statues everywhere. Himmel the hero? Fumikage asked. I was part of his party of legendary adventurers that defeated the Demon King, whose demonic legions reduced the population of the northern regions by 40%. Frieren replied. Izuku nodded. Demon King sounded like a very unpleasant character. Himmel was the party leader. Though it has been years since his death. Humans just don't live as long as we elves do. But people still remember him very fondly. Izuku remembered that Frieren was indeed an elf, not just someone with a pointy ear mutation. How old are you? Frieren-san? More than 1,000 years. Oh my, Inko gasped. Izuku was less surprised. Elves in fantasy works were either immortal or lived a very, very long time, so Frieren being 1,000 years old wasn't so shocking. So you'd been collecting a lot of spells, then? I have many, Frieren replied simply. The process of acquiring and analyzing them is quite fun. Just as fun as actually casting them. To prove the point, she materialized several glowing orbs of light from her right hand, while creating a flower on her left. Magic. Izuku gulped. Frieren was, as Bakugo might put it, a massive nerd. Just like himself. Izuku loved analyzing quirks. Frieren loved analyzing spells, even if her voice didn't show it that much. Can you, yes? Can you teach me? Ah. So there it was. Frieren, for the first time that day, smiled. I suppose I can teach you basic, fundamental spells. After all, you already did cast a spell. But first, the elf leaned closer to Izuku, and Fumikage too, for good measure. You must bring me to the bookstore first. Everything else is contingent on that. Izuku beamed. Ah, yes, of course, Frieren-san. Mom, is it okay for me to go out with them? As she watched, Inko could swear she was going to cry. Her sweet baby boy looked happy. He was going to learn magic, of all things. Yes, Izuku, as long as Fumikage watches you. As for Fumikage, he simply patted Izuku on the shoulder, with Dark Shadow patting his back. You're a wizard, Izuku, Fumikage said, pulling an ancient reference from a pre-Quirk movie. Don't celebrate yet, Frieren smirked. Also, she pulled out a purse filled with silver coins, as well as some gold ones. What kind of currency does the bookstore accept? Oh. It looks like they'll have to pass by a pawnshop first, it seems. Frieren held the 5,000 yen note up in the air, letting the light of the sun pass through it. Just a few minutes ago, Izuku and Fumikage scooted her to the nearest pawnshop, where she exchanged a few silver coins for some of the currency of this world. Or rather, this particular country in this world. How strange, she commented. How do you exchange this as currency when paper has no intrinsic value? Izuku began, not sure how to respond to that. He knew something about money being backed by gold and silver, but what exactly that meant was lost to him. Did it have actual gold dust in the back? Or was it backed in the same way sidekicks back up heroes? We haven't studied that part of economics yet, or economics, for that matter, Fumikage commented. As for Dark Shadow, his concerns were most markedly different. Don't put up your money like that, lady. Someone might snatch it. Me, for instance. Please do not steal Frieren-san's money, Dark Shadow, Izuku pleaded. He remembered well how Dark Shadow used to snatch people's purses and Fumikage had to forcibly pry those from the sentient quirk's claws to return them to the owners. I wasn't going to. Dark Shadow retorted defensively. As they approached the train station, Frieren was, once again, curious about everything around her. She was used to walking for miles and miles, taking up entire days and weeks in journey time. Hell, the journey she got snatched from still had more than an entire year in it. But now, this world has the technology to transport people and goods across vast distances at speeds that none of her compatriots would have imagined. Not even with magic were these feats possible. But again, if Siri were to get off her butt and stop gatekeeping magic from humanity, maybe innovations would eventually bring about something like magic trains. Speaking of trains, Metalworm, Frieren dully commented as the train came into view. You ride these every day? Well, if you work or study in a different city and lack a car, then yes, Izuku replied. But if it's relatively close, one would walk or use a bike. He held the group's train tickets and had paid the fare. If Fumikage had the tickets, Dark Shadow would certainly pick them out the moment he wasn't looking. Neither of them wanted such a situation to happen, again. A car? Frieren asked. Those are cars. This time it was Fumikage who answered, pointing at the nearby road where many metal contraptions with 4 wheels and glass windows were speeding about. Private transportation. Interesting, Frieren commented. She paused as the three boarded the train along with a dozen or so other people. The train wasn't as congested as it would be on a weekday, as a lot of people were either staying at home or still asleep. I would like one of those. Those are pretty expensive, Frieren-san, Izuku said. You'll have to put a down payment down and then slowly pay it every quarter. So many differences, Frieren observed as she scanned the other passengers. There was a man with an elephant mutation, taking up 2 seats instead of 1, though he stood up and gave up his position when a fragile-looking elderly woman with a cane came into view. A nearby woman had a bird mutation, like Fumikage's, though hers was more akin to an eagle than a crow. A man had insectoid mandibles for a jaw, another had a pair of horns on his forehead, and someone else still was a straight-up cyclops. But all still unmistakably human. How do you know, Frieren-san? Izuku asked. She was probably using a spell of some kind to ascertain the species of all those around her. It was also probably the reason why she didn't question Fumikage's appearance too much. I have a passive spell called Soul Sight. Different species of sapient beings have different energy signatures, so to speak, Frieren answered. That is why I can tell that the man with horns is not an actual demon, but a human, albeit with a quirk. Do you have something against demons, Frieren-san? Izuku questioned. The elf leaned on her seat. I've fought and destroyed actual demons for some of my life. Most notably during my time as a member of the party of legendary heroes, though I also slew a few when they attacked and destroyed the village of my BRTH. I wasn't strong enough at the time, however, for I was young. I was the only survivor. Oh. I'm sorry about your village, Izuku said, wondering how that would sound when the event had been 1,000 years ago. There is no need. It has been a very long time. And those demons are long dead. Right. She's a demon slayer. Heroes don't kill, right? Well, they don't kill people. Demons are something else entirely. And when you fight the literal forces of evil, you'd have to not pull your punches. Izuku knows that even All Might killed a villain or two when the choice was either ending their lives or allowing mass civilian casualties. These demons of your world, what are they like? Fumikage asked. As one who dabbled with the occult, he had a slight interest in demons, if only the popular culture version of them. He knew well that actual demons, if they existed, would be reprehensible, monstrous creatures that only seek to destroy and consume. The difference between the two was akin to comparing fish and lizards. There's nothing they had in common. Well, other than laying eggs to reproduce. If you were to face them, they would greatly unnerve you, Frieren replied. They mimic emotion and take on more human characteristics to make it easier to consume their prey. By consume, you mean dash. Yes. Ah, I see. The rest of the train ride was pretty quiet, with Frieren occasionally asking questions about the various sites. But then, the entire train car erupted into gasps as a man dressed in a multicolored poncho started flying just beside the train. He waved at the passengers, who all waved back, except for Izuku, who began to practically vibrate on his seat. Oh my god, it's majestic. The magic hero. He's like number 39 in the rankings and his quirk allows him to creatoring sofanergi thate hianother scanfloten dash. Izuku. Fumikage put a hand on his shoulder, making him stop. Please, slow down. No, I understood everything he said, Frieren said. The magic hero? That is, amusing. I could see his mana, and he has almost none. I mean he's called the magic hero because what he does looks pretty magical. Izuku deflated. Man, how would Majestic react if he were to encounter someone who uses actual magic? Like Frieren, for instance? Or Izuku in the near future? Would he be forced to rebrand his name from the Magic Hero to something like Floating Ring Hero? The Ring Hero? What a big nerd, Dark Shadow commented from underneath Fumikage's hoodie. Unbeknownst to himself, Izuku had been voicing his thoughts out loud, just loud enough for his companions to hear him. Dark Shadow, don't say that. His host reprimanded. Dark Shadow pouted. But it's true, and I didn't say that it's a bad thing. Fumikage looked up as the name of the station they were heading to was announced to be the next one. Either way, we should get ready to get off. Within a few minutes, the Sanctum Sanctorum bookstore of sorcery was within view. At first glance, one wouldn't peg it as a source of occult books, what with the friendly, warm lighting, the brown wood veneers, and the general lack of overly dark aesthetics. The latter of which was something Fumikage might be thoroughly attracted to. However, as the three stepped into the bookstore, that didn't matter, as there were simply a lot of books on display. It didn't end with books, either. There were staves for mage wannabes, wands for wizard wannabes, and brooms for witch wannabes. There were also voodoo dolls, amulets that contained the bones of ancient witches, good luck charms, tarot cards, and crystal ball. There were quite a few other people in the store. Most of them were teenagers and young adults, though there was this old-looking guy that wore robes and had a long, gray beard. No one but Frieren would discern that said geriatric cosplayer was actually 20-something years old with a fake beard and makeup to make fake wrinkles. That customer demographic was expected, really. Most of them were looking into magic simply because it's cool as an aesthetic. After all, there's no actual magic. Quirks were as close as one might get. Frieren immediately walked towards the spellbook section. By the way she moved, Izuku could tell she was in no hurry at all. Someone like her has all the time they would ever need. Within about half a minute, Frieren was on her first book, looking at a page that supposedly told readers how to cast a spell for seeing the future. This one is just wrong, Frieren muttered. Huh? But what about the one we had? Izuku asked. Frieren didn't answer that question, instead continuing to read. The magic circles have incomplete sections. Some of the chants are simply illogical and wrong, and the preparations that include the liver of a chicken are completely unnecessary. The elf mage put the book back on the shelf and looked at another. This time, the spell was Fireball. Who could ever forget the Fireball spell? Frieren sighed. Another fake. It's just like Flam's notes being supposedly in every seemingly important place, only for those to all be fakes. Frieren was used to fake grimoires by now, though, so she simply carried on with looking. Within 10 minutes, Frieren had looked into each and every spellbook in the store. Almost every one of them either had the wrong chants, mismatched magic circles, strange ingredients, or were, in Frieren's words, nonsense even as magic. But most of them could be made into reality should Frieren fix them. Things are forgotten and lost after a few years, so she said. The operating word there, though, was almost. Fumikage stared at the book in question. This is the same one that contained the summoning spell that brought you here. How's that? The only real one is the one you already have, Dark Shadow cackled. Frieren turned towards the section with the staves. Izuku, as I am going to teach you basic magic, you will need a staff to focus your mana. Izuku jumped at that. Yes. Several heads turned towards him, and Izuku shrunk under the sudden onslaught of attention. I mean, yes, but are they real? Unlike the grimoires, staves are just staves. They're more for helping you focus and overcome mental blocks. Aiming and casting a spell with a staff aids with visualization as well, Frieren droned as she began examining the arrayed tools of magic. A good one for a beginner like you would have to be lightweight, not too ornate, that would just be too much. It took her about 10 minutes to choose, mostly because she wasn't sure what kind of staff Izuku would like and Izuku was too busy thinking about the spells that he might get taught to place his input. As for Fumikage, he simply watched. I would like this staff. Izuku placed the staff on the counter. The cashier, a teenage girl just about the same age as him and Fumikage and white hair that covered her left eye, looked at them with mild interest. Ah, the Obliviator. A fine staff for use in the darkness, the cashier said as she checked it in. She didn't sound like she had been made to memorize a script for each product. Rather, she sounded like she genuinely applauded the decision to buy the Obliviator. That will be 6,000 yen. You also dwell in the darkness? Fumikage asked. Izuku pinched his nose, while Frieren looked on like she had no idea what was going on between the bird-headed boy and the cashier. I commune with the shadows and speak to the dead, the cashier, whose name was apparently Yanagi according to her nameplate, nodded. But soon I will leave this place and become greater. May the darkness guide you. As do you. Izuku would have chuckled if Fumikage wasn't his friend. Chunis are so funny. As the three left the bookstore, Izuku held the staff, no, his staff. It was still wrapped in paper and tape. He was supposed to unwrap it only when Frieren started teaching him. Izuku, Frieren-san, Fumikage said as they arrived at the train station. I am afraid that we will have to part ways now. I have to return home. Oh, right, you'll be going all the way to Hokkaido, right? Izuku said, remembering where Fumikage actually lived. But when you go to UA, my parents will grant me the funds to rent an apartment close by if I am accepted. When, Fumikage, not if. The bird-headed boy laughed. Huh. Thank you for your faith, Izuku. Not a lot of people have faith in my ability to become a hero, what with being a heteromorph and a possessor of a rather dark and dangerous quirk. Dark Shadow was indignant as he popped out of Fumikage's chest. Hey! Who are you calling dark and dangerous? You, destroyer of worlds. The sentient quirk puffed up his chest and laughed. Yes, I am the destroyer of worlds. Bow down mortals and despair. Anyway, Fumikage continued, I will see you in class 10 months from now, Izuku. No. I meant what I said. Fumikage smirked as he fled to the northbound train, leaving Izuku and Frieren to come back to Mizurufu alone. After all, it was obvious what Izuku would do once he knew how to use magic. The train ride back to Mizurufu was rather quiet. Frieren had adamantly not given any specifics about the spells she'd teach Izuku other than its basic offensive and defensive magic. That description didn't really spark much in the imagination, so Izuku was busy coming up with his ideas of what it might be. As they walked back to the Midoriya's apartment, the sound of shouting, explosions, and cursing began to get louder and louder. There was also the smell of smoke, and the pillar of smoke rising to the sky wasn't all that subtle. That, and Mount Lady was there too. And that cursing? Izuku knew well who that was. How could he ever forget Bakugo's liberal use of expletives? Frieren-san. Something's happening. We should check it out. Frieren wordlessly nodded and followed the greenette. As they arrived, they would be greeted by a scene straight out of a disaster movie. Bakugo was in the middle of the street. He was also in the middle of a sentient pile of sludge, which was saying something about having a new host to play with. Several pro-heroes, including Kamui Woods, Backdraft, and Death Arms had cordoned the street, protecting the crowd of civilians. They could only watch as Bakugo unleashed explosion after explosion, only for all of them to be harmlessly absorbed by the sludge villain. Bak dash. Izuku, stay back. Izuku had been stopped from rushing into the situation by Frieren's staff. By now, people were probably thinking that they were just cosplayers or roleplayers passing by. But he's dash. I can see that, Frieren replied. It appears that the heroes present lack the spells necessary to defeat the villain. Frieren-san, if they see you using magic, they might think you're a vigilante and try to prosecute you for illegal quirk use. Who said that I would be seen? And don't worry, I know that the pile of sludge is still human. I will only knock him away from that other child, got it? Frieren gave Izuku a wry smirk before stepping into a nearby alleyway and disappearing into the shadows. Oh. Of course, she had an invisibility spell. How many spells would she have at this point, anyway? Izuku watched, and prayed, that Frieren would finish what several pros could not. It's just unfortunate that none of them have quirks suitable for dealing with a pile of sentient sludge. And then All Might showed up. Wait. All Might is here? Toshinori Yagi's timer was up. He already used up the 3 hours that he could safely use one for all for today. He probably would have been told to just let the other pros deal with it, but here he was, watching them do the exact opposite of dealing with a problem. They weren't dealing with it. They were just watching, waiting for someone with a more suitable quirk to come in. But Yagi knows that no villain will just wait for a hero with a better quirk to come in. Neither will he. And so he summoned the power of One for All, and confronted the sludge. Detroit SMA dash. Before he could actually throw that smash, however, the wind roared. It roared with such power that the sludge villain was actually blown off the blonde, cursing child, allowing Mount Lady to grab him in his entirety and shove him into a box of wood made by Kamui Woods, which would seal the villain tight. The crowd began to cheer. All Might. His punch changed the weather. Truly the greatest hero. He's so strong. Praise All Might. Yagi gently took hold of the surprised blonde, who seemed to be so awestruck that he could no longer speak. The number one hero turned to the cheering crowd, and smiled, as always. Kamui Woods, take care of him, all right? Yagi said to the other pro-hero. Kamui nodded, and Yagi fled from the scene to safely return to his true form. As the crowd cheered his name even in his absence, Yagi could only wonder. Who blew that wind? Izuku was seething. All Might was here. All Might of all heroes was here, right in front of him. Having the greatest hero in your general vicinity is one of the best things you can ever experience, and yet Izuku couldn't even get the man's autograph on his notebook. Oh well, there are several heroes here from whom he could get autographs instead. Mount Lady and Kamui Woods in particular had been living rent-free in his head ever since he saw them bring down a villain with a gigantification quirk, albeit Mount Lady was a bit of a capture-stealer, but oh my, Izuku found her to be so pretty. All he had to do was get past the crowds. What's next then? Izuku jumped. Frieren had, somehow, appeared out of nowhere behind him. Frieren-san, since when did you come back here? Just now, Frieren replied. She lazily gazed over at the cheering crowds and the heroes dragging the sludge villain inside a wooden box. It is fortunate that the one known as All Might arrived. Apparently they thought my wind blast spell was his doing. Now no one will ask questions. Izuku nodded. He hadn't been sure whether it was Frieren or All Might that produced the blast of wind. All Might certainly hadn't thrown that smash to the full, not to the point that it would actually made an impact strong enough to change the weather. It was like half a smash that was way too strong for what it was. Hearing it straight from Frieren had more or less confirmed that she timed it with All Might's attack, though. By the way, Frieren-san, Izuku pulled out his notebook and stepped towards the nearby heroes, who were busy chatting with the police. Can you wait here for a bit? I'm just going to ask the heroes to sign my notebook. Hopefully Bakugo is too busy sitting on that ambulance and giving his statement to the police to even notice that I'm there. Frieren simply nodded, prompting Izuku to fly off towards the heroes. Mount Lady had been the first one he asked, and she gave him the brightest of smiles, signed his notebook with glee, and had one of the nearby policemen take a picture of them together. Kamui Woods and Death Arms were more reserved in their reception of the green child that suddenly appeared in their midst, simply signing his notebook. Backdraft was already out of the place, apparently, so Izuku didn't get his autograph. Izuku soon skipped back to awaiting Frieren, who sat on a nearby bench watching a nearby stray cat with mild interest. Frieren-san, wow, you didn't say you liked cats. You do know what a cat is, right? They are very cute, Frieren simply commented. I like them. I wish to acquire one. Well, that one might have an owner, given how clean its fur is. Izuku replied. He also liked cats very much, and dogs too, but between him and his mother, neither of them had the time to take care for an animal in the apartment. As they walked home, the topic of magic came up again. Are there any secluded, open areas wherein we can practice spells? Frieren asked. Oh, there's this big forest with a bunch of clearings in it, Izuku replied. Bakugo and I used to march in those woods when we were kids. The angry child from earlier? Frieren asked. You were friends? Izuku winced. He and Bakugo really were friends. Then Bakugo got his explosion quirk, and Izuku got none at all. That was when things started going down, and down, and down. At first, it felt Bakugo was concerned that Izuku's incessant longing to be a hero despite being quirkless would get him killed. And then he was called a potential burden. And then an actual burden. And then, useless Deku. After that, Bakugo outright told him to go kill himself and hope for a good quirk in his next incarnation. A long time ago, yeah. But no longer. But you were so adamant to go save him, even to the point of risking yourself, Frieren reminded him. Why? Not that I oppose the concept in itself. Himmel always said that saving even those that you don't like or don't like you is a strength. Well, I agree with him, Izuku sighed. I mean, Bakugo's life is no less valuable than any other person here, even if he's a prick and a bully. I just hope that he gets, I don't know, anger management sessions and therapy to resolve whatever stupid issues he has. I miss the old days when we were still actual friends. Frieren nodded. Very well then. Lead us to this clearing, and then we will begin. Izuku beamed at that. The time has come. Yes, Frieren-sensei. At that moment, though, something else came up. But, also, you never asked why I wanted to learn magic from you. You just said yes. It's quite obvious, actually, Frieren replied. You practically worship the heroes of this world. You want to be like them, especially that All Might. Izuku practically vibrated in place as he heard All Might mentioned. And from what I have seen, they do not kill. They are like town guards, but if mages decided to be town guards, they apprehend criminals. Well, they do sometimes have to take the lives of villains. Izuku replied on a more somber note. But only if they really don't have any other choice. Like if the choice is between that or hundreds dying. Himmel will probably like some of them, then. Frieren thought. Later, the clearing in the woods. I will be teaching you basic offensive magic and basic defensive magic, Frieren began. Izuku tightly gripped the staff that they bought earlier. He was nervous. What if he miscasts? What if he hits the wrong target? What if? Calm down, will you? Frieren gently said. Now, magic is based on visualization. If you can imagine yourself doing it, then it will be so, as far as your mana and spell can carry you, anyway. Your mana is sufficient, so these first two will surely come to you easily. But first. Frieren raised her hands, casting a spell that muted every sound around them except for their voices. Now, we may practice without the entire city hearing the explosions. Izuku blinked at that. Explosions? What is basic offensive magic, anyway? Is it something like fireball? But wouldn't throwing fire in the middle of a forest dangerous? Frieren pointed her staff at a nearby boulder. I will now demonstrate the basic offensive spell, Zoltraak. A slowly rotating magic circle appeared on her staff. It was quite frankly, appealing and artistic in appearance. What came after was much more breathtaking, however. A beam of blue energy streamed out, slamming into the boulder and blowing a molten hole cleanly through it, and into the next 3 trees behind it. Zoltraak is essentially mana concentrated into a beam, Frieren continued as Izuku gaped at her handiwork. It was developed by a demon lord named Qual, tailoring it to kill humans. However Wait, what? Izuku was shocked by that tidbit of information. The most basic spell is one that's specialized for killing people? Oh no. No. He can't be a hero if the first thing he does is kill the criminal. Let me finish, Frieren said with a neutral tone. She didn't seem to care much about how Izuku had an outburst, or she was already used to outbursts like that. Zoltraak was later deconstructed by human mages, and defensive magic was built around protecting against it. So, in merely a century, Zoltraak went from the most powerful spell ever devised to being a basic spell. The Zoltraak my apprentice and I use, however, is modified to kill demons. For your purposes, since you apparently want to focus on incapacitating and capturing, you need only scale down the amount of energy you put into Zoltraak. Like this. She fired Zoltraak again, but this time, it was noticeably weaker, only lightly scalding the rock. She launched yet another beam of Zoltraak, chipping the boulder. Now you try it. Imagine yourself doing what I just did. Visualize yourself using a low-powered Zoltraak to strike that boulder. 2 agonizing minutes passed as Izuku couldn't summon his mana to cast Zoltraak. Him, a quirkless person wielding a power? That was just hard to imagine at the moment. You have mana, Izuku, Frieren continued. You can use magic, if you know of its existence and that it is actually possible. Visualize. Imagine. Cast. You're the only person I have seen so far who has the ability to use Zoltraak and all the other spells that I intend to teach you, after all. You are a pioneer, the first. Ah. That was it. He would be the first mage in this world, in a long time, maybe, since that summoning spell was real. He can do it. He can cast Zoltraak in a way that won't kill anyone, just knock them out. Izuku began to believe. He began to imagine and visualize. I imagined All Might cheering him on with his signature smile. Zoltraak, he repeated. Immediately, a magic circle appeared on his staff and out came a low-intensity beam of condensed mana. It slammed into the boulder, chipping off a small piece. I did it. Izuku looked down at his staff, holding it as though it was his greatest friend. The title still belonged to Fumikage, of course, but he was forgotten if only for a few seconds. I cast magic. I am a mage. I am a wizard. I can be a hero with magic. Good job, Izuku, Frieren congratulated him. Now let's continue. Next, fire Zoltraak at me. Wait. What? 10 months passed by in a blaze. Every day, Izuku trained his newfound powers of magic with Frieren in the woods. Frieren practically lived with the Midoriyas now, especially as Inko had stated that, since you summoned her here, she is your responsibility now. Thankfully, Frieren was every bit as helpful as she was curious. She used hydromancy spells to wash the dashes at least a few times, despite Izuku and Inko begging her to let them do it instead. But she wouldn't have it any other way. Now was the day, however, for Izuku to change his quirk status. Of course, there was no way he was just going to tell Yue, and Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu. After all, when applying for a school, you have to cover all your bases. Hey, so I don't have a quirk, but I learned magic from an elf from another dimension that I summoned here using an occult book that my friend bought from a bookstore over in Hosu, and I'm going to use magic to prove that I'm just as good as anyone with a quirk for hero work. That would spawn too many questions, and make life for Frieren a bit difficult. So, today, Izuku will be accompanied by Inko to the city hall to get his quirk status changed. He had discussed that little change with Fumikage and Frieren, the former participating via a video call. When he had first called, it had taken Frieren about 2 minutes to get used to, so, since it's all about imagination, I'll call it Magi. I concur, Izuku, Fumikage added. I believe that is sufficient. Also, Frieren-san, can I ask you something? Yes? The elf looked at his video on the computer rather than the camera, making it look like she wasn't looking at him, but she really was. Can you teach me an illumination spell? You have almost no mana, but I suppose that you can make a small orb of light. Why? If you can imagine yourself creating an orb of light to restrain your shadow, then yes, Frieren answered. Fumikage, not familiar with how Frieren's magic worked, was slightly confused, but he nodded nonetheless. Thank you, Frieren-san. Alright guys, it's bedtime, Inko called out. That would be all the signal Izuku needed to say goodbye to Fumikage and Dark Shadow and turn in for the night. Right now, Izuku, a few minutes after showing what he could do to a quirk counselor, watched as a visibly surprised bureaucrat of some kind began updating his quirk folder. Quirk status. Name, Midoriya Izuku. Age, 15. Gender, male. Quirk, none, misdiagnosed. Magi. allows the user to create a vast variety of effects, as long as they regard said effects to be realistic for themselves. If they can visualize it perfectly, then it is possible. Current abilities include energy beams, barriers, and restraints. Private addendum. Private assessment has concluded that Midoriya's quirk has great potential in hero work. Fortunately, Midoriya desires to enroll in a hero school. A recommendation will be sent to the Hero Public Safety Commission to give priority status should he enroll and be accepted in his chosen school. You're scared of me, Fumi. Dark Shadow floated around his host's bedroom, constantly looking for threats and hidden assailants. His very purpose, his prime directive, was to protect Fumikage. But at the same time, Fumikage has been fearful of Dark Shadow, even if he would never say it outright. After all, what kind of prospective hero student was afraid of his own quirk? Well, to be fair, there is quite the precedent for that quiet fear, that unspoken conflict between user and quirk. Fumikage had once been a little loose with Dark Shadow, who he gave a doting and unimaginative name back when he was just 4. Anyone with a quirk takes some time to discover how their abilities react and act in various situations. Those who actively train them find their limits and try their best to break those and go beyond, plus ultra. Of course, it had been obvious from the start that Dark Shadow becomes docile when under intense light. But that wasn't the whole picture. Dark Shadow also reacts to his host's emotions. Emotions that, when heightened, can turn the formidable dark entity into an even bigger monster. Unfortunately, the incident where the Tokoyamis discovered that the only child in their family could become so powerful and dangerous when driven by powerful emotion was also the reason for there being a red seal order in Fumikage's record. Being a heteromorph and the wielder of what others may see to be a dark quirk or even a yokai made of shadows, Fumikage didn't have the best interactions in school. Hey, the freak and his demon. Fumikage looked up from his seat. He was about 8 years old, a tiny dark shadow hidden in his jacket's hood. It had been 2 years since his family moved to Hokkaido. It was the end of the school day, and they'd be getting home in a few minutes from now. In front of him, about 6 different kids, the Alpha Gang with rather strong quirks, looked down at him. Dark Shadow is not a demon, Fumikage looked away. Don't make us laugh, you freak, one of the kids, their apparent leader, said, conjuring hot steam from his palm. You mutants are a pollution. You and your demon are some of the worst of you all. I am not a freak, Fumikage replied. You are stupid. Go away. The steam user's eyebrows twitched. Grab him. 2 members of his goon squad took hold of his shoulders and dragged him out of his desk. You mutant freaks, you should never talk back to your betters. We'll teach you a lesson. Learn your place, mutant trash. The bird-headed boy's heart began to pound. It pounded in his chest, louder, harder, and faster. He found himself forcibly dragged to the schoolyard, and one by one, the 6 began to kick and punch at him. Take that, you freak. It hurts. It hurts. It is painful. It is painful everywhere. Mutant scum. Why are they doing this? Because he looked different? Because he had a different kind of head on his shoulders? Because he looked like a bird? Do the world a favor and die. Hate. Hate. Hate, 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 hate. He hated them. So much. The hatred called. The anger turned into a beacon for darkness and even more hate. It was met by even more anger, one that was protective and familial. It screeched and roared, crying out for justice against prejudice. Dark Shadow grew. He was so much smaller than the titan he would eventually become, but the power of the sentient quirk was still overwhelming against the 6. Writhing with anger, his glowing yellow eyes turned to a malevolent red, Dark Shadow attacked. He sent every bully flying across the schoolyard, all in a bid to protect his host. They all landed on the ground with a thud, with one breaking his arm with a pathetic scream as it impacted against a rock. If you come after Fumikage again, I will hurt you far, far worse than I just did now. Dark Shadow roared. The kids ran away, fearful of the monstrous shadow. Now that the beating had stopped, and the taunts had ceased, Fumikage began to calm down. Dark Shadow shrunk, and his host painfully stood up, realizing that his quirk had driven off the bullies. He ran home as fast as he could. Welcome BA, oh my gods, what happened to you? Fumikage's mother, a black-haired woman with a small red dragon coiled on top of her head, almost screamed as she saw the bruises on her son's arms and legs. Fumikage, sit on the couch. She then looked and yelled. Rado. Medkit, now. Fumikage's father practically teleported. He was a rather short man, with black feathers covering his body. It was obvious from his own bird-headed nature that Fumikage got the mutant genes from him. Who did this to you? Rado asked as he delicately wrapped a bandage around his son's arm. His hands, being metallic prostheses, made small hissing noises with every movement of his fingers. Sasaki and his gang, Fumikage muttered. They called me a freak. Rado's eyes twitched. Kagaya, I'm going to make a call. Go ahead with treating our son. The woman nodded. Right. Fumikage watched as his father made the call. Rado had always been on the more casual side. But it was different this time. He was said. Hello, Rado spoke as soon as the line picked up. His voice was on edge, like he was about to explode at any moment. I need a favor. Apparently, the whole incident was captured by the school's surveillance cameras, but the tapes would be erased and the families of the beaten bullies presented with NDAs, threats, and bribes all at once within a day. A red seal order was placed on Fumikage's record, and no one was to speak of that event ever again. Everyone involved is to pretend that it never happened. And then, Fumikage would be put on homeschooling up until high school. Such are the perks of having a parent who works in the HPSC. Dark Shadow watched as his host slept peacefully. The sentient Quirk felt regret about that incident right until this day. Yes, he just can't help being himself. He is, after all, a Quirk, not a human being. If Fumi's emotions make Dark Shadow go berserk, then that is just how it is. But Dark Shadow sometimes wished that wasn't the case. He wished that the things about Fumi that affected him were different. He wished that he can't go berserk, that he would always be calm and collected, just like how Fumi always tries his best to be just that. Maybe then, his first and greatest friend wouldn't have such a deep, underlying fear of him. Maybe Fumi wouldn't feel the need to bring flashlights in his pockets or ask Frieren if he can learn a spell that creates light. But, at the very least, Fumi wants to be a hero, the hate he felt on that day never festering into something worse. Hell, he felt bad for it. Even up to this day, he still does. Even if Dark Shadow can never understand why his host would put himself in danger for other people, especially as amongst those people would be those that would be ready to kick him in the face for looking like a crow and an eagle chimera, he will support him in his dreams. After all, that is what friends are for. Sleep well, Fumi, Dark Shadow cooed. I'll always be here, no matter what. Izuku looked up at the gates of UA, and shook with excitement, though it was still a bummer that Fumikage got into the school way earlier than he did, so he wasn't there to share the excitement with him. 10 months ago, he thought that he would just take the exam, fail horribly, maybe get into general education, or fail that too. At the end of the day, he could still say, well, I tried, at least. But now? He had a real chance of getting in. The thought of entering All Might's alma mater was absolutely electrifying, to say the least. The practical exam is going to be all about scoring points against robots. If he can take down enough robots with Zoltraak, Skeldus, and mana tendrils, he'd have a good shot into the hero course. He'd have to be careful about his mana pool, though. While he'd be putting way less mana into each shot of Zoltraak due to not using it at full power, he still had far less mana than Frieren's previous apprentice, whose name is Fern. Apparently, the mana you had grows in proportion to the amount of time you've been training with magic, along with the years of your life at that point. Given that he had trained for just 10 months and was just shy of turning 16 years old, the amount of mana he had was simply, alright. Frieren had spoken of Fern very proudly. She said that she casts Zoltraak at its concentrated, demon-killing form with such speed that she may as well be a walking assault rifle. That is, if assault rifles fired laser beams made out of mana. And if Fern used the weaker Zoltraak that Izuku was currently most familiar with? She'd be a minigun, no, an entire squad, each member wielding a minigun that fired little Zoltraaks. Hell, she might even be like those close-in support weapons that Izuku saw when America's number 6 pro hero, the Lord of Iron, was seen using his technopathy to control the guns of several naval destroyers to shoot down a villain with a jet quirk. She would go BRRRT with all those Zoltraaks. Izuku started wondering why the world started going towards his face when it hit him. He tripped. On his own foot. Like an absolute idiot. 10 months of magic training, and he still forgets basic footwork when he's overthinking and analyzing. Before his face could strike UA's hallowed, holy concrete, Izuku found himself floating off the ground. He at first thought he had subconsciously activated the flight spell, but he hadn't used a drop of his mana yet. That was when a girl started talking to him. A girl was talking to him. Oh. Hi there, so I stopped you from falling with my quirk, hee, a girl about the same age as he began. She had rosy cheeks and brown hair. She had a round facial plan, and she's cute? Oh no. Izuku had no idea how to react. Thanks? Izuku replied. He quickly realized that he was still floating in a horizontal position. I can't stay like this, you know. Oh, sorry. The girl took hold of his shoulder and put him in an upright position before putting her hands together. Her fingers glowed a faint pink, and gravity took hold of Izuku again. Thank you, Izuku stammered, adjusting his jacket and feeling at the staff on his back, which he gained permission to use a support item, though Power Loader was a little confused until he explained the mechanics of his quirk. He could feel himself heating up. You have an awesome quirk, by the way. Nullifying gravity, that's got a lot of potential applications. Are you also here for the hero course? Thanks, and I am going for the hero course too. The girl smiled. My name's Uraraka Ochako, what's yours? Midoriya Izuku. Also gunning for the hero course. Cool. What's your quirk? Izuku paused for a second at that question. The first answer that came to mind was, I don't, but he remembered his cover story. He had a quirk now, one that needed a lot of imagination to work. What I can visualize as perfectly realistic, I can make bring into reality, Izuku replied. You'll see. The girl didn't seem to know how to react, but she still nodded excitedly. All right. I look forward to it, Midoriya. I look forward to seeing you in class, Uraraka. Of course, that wasn't a guarantee. One or both of them might not even get into UA to begin with. Neither was it guaranteed that they'd be in the same testing site. But, Izuku found it just right to say that. Fumikage, Uraraka, we're on the same testing site? Izuku had just encountered his friend and what's the right word, future classmate? The general orientation had been, something. Present Mike oriented everyone, but his attempts at riling up the examinees had utterly fallen flat. It was somewhat awkward and sad that the pro-hero teacher radio host, how the hell did he have time to juggle 3 jobs, anyway, with a voice quirk couldn't rouse a crowd. Then someone hollered at Izuku for muttering and being a distraction, which was, well, fair, but did Mr. Blue Hair Glasses really have to call him out in front of everyone? Not that just that, but him, specifically. Oh, no. Bakugo is applying to UA too, isn't he? Izuku hadn't seen him yet, but he was surely in that assembly. There were only so many people with green hair that anyone knew of, so Bakugo was probably thinking that useless little Deku was still trying his damnedest to get in. Well, he's in for a rude surprise soon enough. Either way, when Izuku found Fumikage and Uraraka, they were all heading to the same general direction to the loading bays where buses were waiting to bring the prospective students to the different testing sites for the practical exam. The written portion had been alright, at least, and Izuku is fairly confident that he would pass that one. The practical portion, however, the spells Frieren taught him had given him confidence and a real chance to enter the hero course, but it was just impossible not to feel nervous. Hello, Izuku, you seem to be heading to Area C as well, Fumikage greeted. Uraraka also turned around, walking towards the two of them and matched their pace as they walked. Hi, Midoriya. And, hi, Midoriya's friend. I am Tokoyami Fumikage, Fumikage greeted her. I was not aware that my friend had finally gained another friend. We just met today at the gates, Izuku said. I, tripped, but she stopped me from falling. Is that so? Fumikage looked at the two of them. Very well. I look forward to seeing both of you in class. Oh, you're too kind, Fumi. Izuku laughed. Fumi, Fumikage muttered. He knew well where that doting nickname came from. The buses are here. Uraraka pointed ahead, and sure enough, the buses were there, waiting. Present Mike was also there, shouting out instructions at the prospective students. Apparently, they were going to ride the buses to the testing areas, which they sort of already knew, but whatever. Let's go! Blasting robots with Zoltraak and smashing them together with Blau Kraken, the actual name of the mana tendril spell, has been, to sum it up, rather fun. The poor machines must be contemplating revolting against humanity again, because they were getting smashed apart at a vicious rate. Zoltraak pierced through 1-pointers, 3-pointers, and 5-pointers, while Blau Kraken restrained and slammed them together. Meanwhile, somewhere close by, Dark Shadow went ham, destroying one robot after another in gleeful mayhem. It must be immensely therapeutic for the sentient quirk to break things. And, to make things better, Izuku and Dark Shadow were shouting out the number of their kills. It was something they picked up from an ancient pre-quirk movie called The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, where the dwarf and the elf were basically competing on how many orcs each one of them could kill while defending a fortress. Fumikage, meanwhile, face-bombed in second-hand embarrassment as several other examinees, such as a redhead with sharp teeth and a rocky exterior, a frog girl, and a blonde boy with a lightning bolt on his hair, stopped and listened with bewilderment. Another kid, one with purple hair, was busy somehow stopping the robots on their tracks just by talking to them. Power Loader had calibrated the robots to respond to examinees with mentalist quirks as if they were being affected, as Present Mike stated earlier during the General Assembly. Oh hell, what if someone started complaining about show-offs? 16, 13, 17, 100. Don't even try to be funny. What incarnation? Are those magic circles? And a staff? Aizawa let out a sigh. He was trying his hardest to focus on watching the students as they took their practical exam, but Snipe was making it a little difficult. Snipe, read the kid's quirk folder. He imagines himself as a mage to help his quirk work properly. A moment of silence passed. Oh. That is weird. Weirder than the one with a glue stick for a head? Or the one with a manga page for a head? Aizawa asked. Just observe how he performs. Which, at the moment, appears to indicate that he has some actual promise. Aizawa then felt some shuffling on his shoulder. Oh, DMN his life. Nizu was here. How the hell he always manages to sneak into his capture weapon will always escape logical explanation. Well, what a powerful quirk at work, indeed. He's going to you, Aizawa. No, Aizawa grumbled. He had been watching and listening to that green-haired kid in particular for about a few seconds, and he was shouting out his kill count with, what is that, a sentient quirk coming out of a heteromorph? Well, that latter thing was just as weird as the whole pretending to be a mage to help focus his quirk thing. But, he just knew that Midoriya Izuku would be a problem child for him. He'd rather have Vlad deal with that. Oh no, Aizawa. You know all the dangerous and powerful quirks go your class because you can stop them if anything goes wrong, Nizu stated. And my decision is final. Aizawa returned his stare to the screen. I better not be getting the shadow monster, too. Oh, you will. Aizawa groaned. Just because he had erasure doesn't mean Nizu should be throwing all the insane cases at him. And now, for the final surprise of this exam, Nizu cackled and the other teachers shrunk on their seats from the sheer chaos emanating from the furry principal. Nizu kept cackling as he slammed his paw at a red button. And then, he laughed even more. Ho ho ho, how will they deal with the zero-pointer, I wonder? A mountain of steel and cold logic had appeared. It towered over the buildings, casting a shadow upon the examinees below. The machine looked down, as if it were a superior being gazing upon ants. This must be the zero-pointer present Mike mentioned during the General Assembly, Karo. One of the other examinees, the frog girl, said. We should just avoid it, Karo. Izuku was all too ready to agree to that. He had already blasted enough robots with Zoltraak and mana tendrils to get into the hero course. And, by this point, he was getting dangerously close to mana exhaustion. Let's get out of its way dash. Someone help me. I'm pinned. Izuku turned around. He saw Uraraka pinned beneath some rubble, the zero-pointer's shadow looming over her. Was the robot sensor array blind, or what? An examinee was in its path, and it's still going. CRP, it's going to crush her. It's surely going to step on her. And others too, probably. Either way, it's a nuisance and a danger. A very lethal danger, judging by its trajectory. Fumikage, get Dark Shadow to get Uraraka out of that rubble. Izuku shouted as he ran toward the zero-pointer. Examinees shouted in surprise as he saw him run toward danger. Why, oh why, was he going for something that wouldn't give any points? On it, Fumikage sent Dark Shadow forward toward Uraraka. The rubble was heavy, however, and even Dark Shadow was having a hard time lifting it. But he did his damnedest and his hardest, and the rubble began to budge. Izuku, meanwhile, stepped in front of the zero-pointer. He knew for sure that the form of Zoltraak that he favored wouldn't be able to destroy the mountain-sized robot. However, a bigger, stronger Zoltraak can for sure. He used one of those against a boulder when Frieren had been training him, turning it into molten slag. The mage in training visualized and imagined. He can't imagine himself killing anyone with Zoltraak. He couldn't visualize hitting a person with killing intent, not yet. But a big robot with no soul and going straight toward someone who was pinned down? Well, he could destroy that. He wants to destroy it. Izuku pulled at his mana, his strength beginning to leave him as mana exhaustion crept in with each ounce of energy he put into this Zoltraak spell. He pointed his staff at the zero-pointer's head, aiming to destroy it whole. Zoltraak. Zoltraak surged forth. The biggest magic circle that Izuku ever conjured appeared on his staff, firing a beam of energy that slammed into the zero-pointer's head and left an enormous, molten hole in its wake. A line of buildings behind the giant robot also found themselves destroyed, such was the power of the piercing magic. With its head gone, the zero-pointer sputtered to a complete halt. Izuku wouldn't hear present Mike announce that the exam was over, however, as he fell to the ground and his staff fell with a clatter. Mana exhaustion was a beach. Frieren had mentioned mana exhaustion a few times during the 10 months of spell training. Mages, save for veterans like the Imperial Mages, that used up all their mana tended to collapse to the ground, often falling unconscious. If they did remain conscious, then they wouldn't be able to stand up all that well. An apprentice mage hit with mana exhaustion would depend on the other members of their party to carry them to safety, so Frieren had stressed the importance of rationing one's own mana. As long as it can be helped, a good mage must never get into a situation that results in all their mana being used up. Izuku can already see Frieren's mildly disappointed stare as he wakes up in a hospital bed. Not getting mana exhaustion is like Magic Studies 101, and yet he did just that on his practical entrance exam. But, he did not regret it one bit, as he could see the reason he even fired that enhanced Zoltraak, to begin with, rushed to his side. Midoriya. Uraraka looked all over him as if to check for any abnormalities. You finally woke up. Recovery girl said you were just really exhausted and simply needed some rest, but I didn't think that you'd sleep for 4 hours straight dash. Wait, did you just say 4 hours? Izuku bolted upright. Oh no. I should get back home now. Not so fast, young man. A dainty little old voice came from an appropriately dainty old woman who was so unfathomably short for an adult. She had a giant syringe as a cane, and wore a doctor's lab coat. It took Izuku about 2 seconds to realize that this old lady was, in fact, the recovery girl, UA High School's resident doctor, and, unknown to him at the time, a simultaneously relieving and terrifying sight for UA students who happened to do something foolish. It was strange that she was so short now, given that she used to be taller, at like a normal height. Why did some people suddenly get shorter when they start getting gray hairs, anyway? Is that another mutation from quirks? Right, you need to clear me first, right? Yes, just one little checkup before I clear you to go home, recovery girl nodded. She took out her stethoscope and put it on Izuku's back, listening for a few seconds. She then looked at the screen of the monitoring device placed beside Izuku's assigned hospital bed. Breathing appears to be normal. Nothing abnormal on scans. Looks like just good old-fashioned quirk exhaustion. You can go home now, Midoriya. And you too, Uraraka. It is good that you stayed here until he woke up. Well, Uraraka fidgeted as she looked at Izuku. I just wanted to say thank you for blowing up the zero-pointer. It was really scary. I actually thought I was going to die. Your friend was having a hard time lifting the rock off me. Oh right, where is Fumikage now? Izuku asked. He said he needed to go back as soon as possible, Uraraka replied. Which did, make sense. He lives all the way in Hokkaido. Izuku nodded at that. So he hadn't gotten that apartment yet. Ah, okay. Well, it was nice to see you around, Uraraka. We'll see each other again soon. Oh, hee, I do hope for that, Uraraka chuckled. Since you're fine now and all? I suppose we should. That was when recovery girl's hands, surprisingly strong for her age, began to push the two teenagers out of her clinic. Come on now. Go home, kids. Chat elsewhere, not here. Alright. Izuku and Uraraka fled. Unfortunately, once they got to UA's gates, their way back to their respective homes were apparently on opposite directions, so Izuku would wave the first girl his age he'd ever spoken to in a normal manner in a long, long time. Oh my god. He talked to a girl. He interacted with a girl. Ah, if only All Might was here to see this. When Izuku got home, he found Frieren in front of his computer, browsing the internet. It started about 5 months ago when Frieren had fully adjusted to the concept of cellular devices, computers, and televisions, not to mention the internet. She had found it odd that people used the internet to spread strange things like memes and status updates, and when she first used a computer, it took her a whole minute to type a simple request on a search engine. However, Frieren eventually got used to it. And, the way she smiled when it was mentioned that the internet was basically the sum total of mankind's knowledge? It was absolutely smug and maniacal. It was like she was imagining herself gaining a glorious victory over an opponent she had fought and long hard against only to do them so very dirty. Frieren was actually thinking about Siri, who she thought to be childish despite her being the oldest being on the world. Siri found the idea of generalizing the knowledge of magic throughout all mankind to be ridiculous, that only special people should know magic. The very concept of the internet would probably make the old elf go ballistic. It wasn't long before Frieren was totally and utterly consumed with surfing the net. She used a hydromancy spell to prevent her eyes from drying out, so she was constantly looking up all kinds of topics. Aside from learning the locations of the various occult bookstores throughout the country, and indeed, the whole world, Frieren was also rather interested in medical topics. Izuku could swear that she intended to self-study a whole medical degree by herself. It was jarring, really. Izuku knew very well that she was this 1,000-year-old elf with powerful magic spells, but she spent a third of the day scrolling and reading without getting bored or sick of it at all. He supposed that being 1,000 years old means that your sense of time is a little warped. And, well, that little thought unnerved him somewhat. Was Frieren seeing her time here as a mere blink of an eye? That would explain so much about her demeanor? Frieren-san? Izuku croaked as he came in through the door. His mother hadn't come home yet, so it was just them in the apartment at the moment. Yes? Frieren looked over at him. Oh, right, this is your computer, is it? Is it your turn to use it now? No, just remember to turn it off and let it rest from time to time, please? Izuku asked. He'd said it a few times before, but she really does so absorbed with reading that it sometimes runs for 6 hours straight. It's fortunate that she hasn't been playing the video games he had in there. Otherwise, the thing might have become as hot as the surface of the sun. Ah, yes, of course. You finished your examination? Frieren asked. I did. It was fast. Izuku blinked. Fast? 7 hours was fast? But of course, she didn't see time the same as he did. 7 hours is a pretty lengthy amount of time for us humans, you know, Izuku frowned. But it was okay. I think I have a real shot of getting into UA. Congratulations, then, Frieren replied. I can see that you'll be a great mage and hero. I sure hope so. Izuku nodded excitedly. UA will send the acceptance letters in about 2 weeks. I don't know if I can sleep until then. I can cast a sleeping spell, then. A growing human child needs all the sleep they may require, Frieren offered. Inko told her about Izuku's sleeping problems, so Frieren had been helping the way she knew best, with magic. She had one that makes your dreams be about fighting a dragon, another that can make someone sleep for a century, and another that's tailored for humans to sleep for a full 8 hours. Frieren had described the last one as a mundane spell. Needless to say, Izuku picked the last. Oh. I also made a new friend. Izuku's eyes glittered with golden light. Her name's Uraraka Ochiko, and her gravity can nullify gravity. She was so nice, she stayed for 4 hours just to say thank you to me for keeping her from being stomped on by a robot. Now Frieren was surprised. She knew about robots, and she thought them to be golems, but made out of metal. An examination where an examinee can get stepped on by a metal golem sounds extremely hazardous, Frieren commented. I just have this feeling that we'll be great friends once we get into UA, you know? Izuku answered. Great friends. Frieren has those. Himmel, Heider, and Aizen, though she didn't realize it at the time. She really wasted her time not getting to know them better. It is good to have good friends, Frieren simply answered. Now, did you get mana exhaustion? I can sense when someone recently got it, you know. Izuku paled. I did, when I saved that girl from getting stomped. Frieren looked at him for a moment before smiling. Well, that is one acceptable scenario to get mana exhaustion. Oh, it was, indeed. 2 weeks later, the acceptance letter arrived. Inko had delivered it with barely contained excitement to Izuku's room. Frieren was already asleep at the time, surrounded by 10 of those fake grimoires she got from the Sanctum Sanctorum bookstore. And so Izuku opened it in the quietness of his room. Even now, doubt clawed at his mind. What if they thought he was too reckless when he went up and shot that zero-pointer to death? What if? Izuku hadn't even noticed it when the holographic projector fell out of the envelope, clattering on his desk. It then projected a video of All Might? Greetings, young Midoriya. The #1 hero smiled and posed, flexing his titanic muscles, which were still visible from underneath his pinstripe suit. You might be wondering why I am here. Why, I am to be the newest member of UA's faculty. Anyway, you are surely nervous about your result. Well, I am glad to tell you that you have been accepted into UA's hero course. You passed your written exam with, well, passable scores. However, your practical exam is where you truly shined. You gained the second most villain points in this year's exam with 54 points. However, that is not all. Izuku gulped. What else could there be? What kind of hero school would UA be, after all, if its hero course did not reward selflessness in the face of danger? All Might beamed. We all saw how you stood against the zero-pointer to save young Uraraka, along with young Tokoyami. You used your quirk one last time against the zero-pointer, ensuring that its threat is done and gone, even at the risk of yourself. As such, you have been rewarded 60 rescue points, bringing your score to a total of 116 points. All Might's smile somehow became even brighter. Welcome, young Midoriya, to your hero academia. A scoreboard then replaced All Might, showing the ranks and points of all those who passed the practical exam and got into the hero course. Izuku got first place. As he stared at the scoreboard being shown to him through the holographic acceptance letter, his eyes hovered over to the name in second place. Bakugo Katsuki. Ah. Izuku wondered how he must be feeling right now, being in second place. He must be so furious. Katsuki stared at the scoreboard in front of him. He was in second place. And in first place, was that Deku. How? This is impossible. How could that Quirkless loser score higher than him, Bakugo Katsuki, the future #1 hero? How? 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 What the fuck? Katsugo screamed. He barely resisted the urge to set off an explosion, as he was in front of his computer and would rather not destroy it. His mother Mitsuki shouted from downstairs, annoyed at his loud swearing. Shut your trap. You're accepted into the hero course, what else do you want? Katsuki didn't answer. Instead, he turned his attention back to the scoreboard that infuriated him so much. No, no, no. He was the best. He was the greatest. He will defeat all the villains so hard that crime rates will go down to 0. These were all basic facts of life, laws written into the very fabric of the universe. Why, oh why, then, was that Quirkless, useless, bstrd above him? No. Did he have a quirk all along? Was Deku laughing at him all this time? Was that bstrd looking down at him? Impossible. He must have cheated. Birdbrain's government dad must have helped him somehow. That was the only logical explanation. There was no way that Quirkless weakling could have gained a quirk out of nowhere. No, no. There was just no way. But, if Deku was coming to UA, then he can be taught his place again. Yes, yes. That's right. Katsuki will show him where he belongs. No1 upstages Bakugo Katsuki. No1 is better than Bakugo Katsuki. He'll show that weakling. He'll show all those extras. They will all see that he is the best. He is the best. He will have all the glory for himself. All the glory for one. Wow. The doors are really big. That was the first impression Izuku had when he arrived in front of the classroom for Class 1A. When he woke up this morning, he had a truly good night's sleep, the full 8 hours. The hot chocolate that his mother had prepared had tasted especially succulent, and Frieren, well, she was still spending most of her time reading either the books from the Midoriya home library or off the internet. However, as he made his way into the door, he heard him. He was abrasive and rude, as always. Izuku felt an incoming headache just from listening to him speak. And, by the 9 circles of hell, Bakugo was here. Bakugo was to be his classmate here in Class 1A. Get your feet off the desk this instant. Such behavior is unbecoming of a hero student of UA. Ah, it was Mr. Bluehair Glasses. He was the one who pointed at and called out Izuku for mumbling and talking during the practical exams general assembly. He didn't know what to feel about the taller boy as he lectured Bakugo of all people, that is like choosing death, about the ethical considerations of sitting on a desk in UA. On one hand, he seemed to be the strict, hard-ass type, but at the same time, seeing someone finally stand up to Bakugo and tell him off was quite the sight. Ew, you're from some elitist place, huh? Bakugo mouthed off. You're just an extra like everyone else here. Nah, come on, that ain't very manly to say, bro. Another student, a red-headed boy Izuku remembered from the practical exam, added fire to the flames. Like, that's just not proper talk for bros like us. Bakugo growled, which was the primary response he had to basically anyone who interacted with him. We are not bros. I don't even know who you are. Shitty hair. Izuku scanned the room. There were a few familiar faces from the practical exam. There was the frog girl, with oversized eyes and green hair, as well as the blonde guy with a lightning bolt on his hair. The others were completely new to Izuku. Of course, as he had predicted long ago, Fumikage was here too, along with Uraraka. The two of them were busy talking among themselves and hadn't actually noticed that he had arrived yet. Though it was really Dark Shadow and Uraraka who were talking while Fumikage idly drew doodles on his notebook. Deku? What are you doing here? Izuku rolled his eyes. Great. He had been found. He had been detected, seen, and locked on by the heat-seeking missile that was Bakugo. And, yet again, he was supposed to be classmates with this guy. And how else does he greet Izuku but by the nickname that means useless? Hello, Bakugo, Izuku deadpanned. I'm enrolled in this class so. I'm here in the classroom. Don't get sarcastic with me, Deku. Bakugo hissed. How did your Quirkless but get in here? Did Birdbrain's HSPC dad get you in? For the record, Fumikage said, my father had nothing to do with Midoriya's entrance into UA. And he was only misdiagnosed as Quirkless and only manifested it recently. Learn the difference. Oh really? Bakugo looked between the two of them. Uraraka watched the conversation unfold, unsure how to respond to it. The tall, blue-haired guy approached, chopping the air with his arms. You all must cease this pointless conversation at once. I saw Midoriya's quirk with my own eyes, and so did the others in testing area C. Why, he destroyed the zero-pointer with an enormous beam of light. He entered UA by merit, just like the rest of us. Yeah, saw it too. What he did was so manly. The redhead exclaimed. Izuku shrank into his assigned seat in second-hand embarrassment. Is manly the only adjective this guy knows? Frog Girl raised her hand. Same here, Karo. Fumikage and Uraraka simply nodded. Nothing more needed to be said for their part. As for the others, it was a mixed bag. A boy that looked like a walking mountain was visibly shocked, though he hid behind his backpack. Another kid with red and white hair simply stared at Izuku with a neutral expression, making him feel rather uneasy at his gaze. A dwarf with purple orbs for hair had his jaw fall to the floor at the revelation, while a really tall guy with 6 webbed arms was still obviously surprised despite the fact that he was wearing a mask. There was a pink-skinned girl with horns and black eyes, who looked intrigued in the same way a gossiper was. Then there was a floating school uniform? No, is that person invisible? So there you have it, Izuku shrugged at Bakugo. I'm not Quirkless, not anymore. I'm not Deku, either. Bakugo let out a huff. Well, if multiple people had seen him use a quirk, then there was no way to argue with that. The blonde returned to his assigned seat, this time refraining from sitting on the desk. As Bakugo left, Mr. Blue Hair Glasses came closer to Izuku, and bowed his head. I hope you can forgive me, Midoriya. I had severely misjudged you. Izuku took a few seconds to process that. Is this about the General Assembly? Yes. I put everyone's attention on you. I humiliated you in front of everyone. I thought less of you, but you saw through the exam's inner workings and took first place. Truly, you are a superior student. Izuku frantically waved his hands at the taller boy. What on earth was he talking about? No, don't be like that. I just did what I thought was right at the moment. I didn't see through anything, or whatever, either way, no hard feelings about the whole General Assembly thing. That's in the past, so, yeah. What's your name? Ida Tenya, he replied. It is good to meet you. Ida, as in Ingenium? Oh my. There was someone in his class who was part of a family of generational pro-heroes. Izuku was a big fan of Ingenium too, as he was the perfect mix of approachable and steadfast. Yes. Ida Tensei's older brother. I seek to become a great hero like him one day. Oh. Sometime, I should get his autograph. Ugh. So noisy. The entire class turned their attention to the caterpillar with a human head that just appeared on the front door. The human head in question had shabby black hair and a distinct lack of grooming in general. The caterpillar would metamorphosize into a man, one with black overalls and a strange coil of cloth around his neck, like a scarf. On his hips was a utility belt, while on the nook of his neck were a pair of goggles with grid islets. Who let a homeless guy into the school? Does he ever use a comb? Scary. I think he needs a full 8 hours of sleep. Well, they didn't know him, and for Aizawa, that was completely fine. After all, he's an underground hero. Barely anyone should be privy to his identity if he was doing his job right. How rude, calling me homeless. I am Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher. Put on your gym uniforms and meet me in the training grounds. Hurry up so that you'll get into the orientation on time. No one needed any more instructions after that as everyone rushed to get changed. They're all so slow. Aizawa watched as the students of Class 1A arrived on either alone or in groups. Still, how long does it take for them to put on a gym uniform? What do their mothers teach them? 10 minutes. That's how long it took you to get here. The gym uniforms aren't even that complicated to put on, Aizawa crowed. Anyway, we will be conducting a quirk assessment. I need to know where you are on your quirks, how much improvement you need, and where you need to improve. He then turned his attention to the loud and rude one. Bakugo. What is your record for throwing a ball? 75 meters, Bakugo replied. Aizawa held out a ball to him. It wasn't just any ordinary ball. It had a tracker inside it and was made of material strong enough to withstand even Endeavor's flames. Such is the glory of UA's insane budget. I need you to use your quirk however you see fit to throw this ball as far as you can. Remain in this circle, Aizawa pointed at said circle, when you make the throw. Aizawa watched as Bakugo geared up to throw the ball and then, he screamed, die, of all things. With a mighty explosion, the ball went flying to the sky, never to be seen again. Why? Why did he have to deal with someone who uses die for a simple ball throw? DMN Nizu and his machinations. 751.3 meters, Aizawa said, almost sounding bored. He shut out the sounds of excited students, except for the one who said that this was going to be so much fun. Fun, and hero work? Putting those two things together is a complete oxymoron. Fun? You do realize that you'll be risking your lives for the public's safety, yes? That's not even going into the worst enemy that you will be dealing with as pro-heroes. Aizawa broke into a manic smile, which made some of the students shift uneasily. Bureaucracy and paperwork. Do you even know how long it takes for the district attorney's office to even begin to see our requests? 2 weeks, at best. That's not even assuming that you're in a populous area like Tokyo where there are so many incident reports to sift through to the point that the bureaucrats are overwhelmed. And we heroes have to deal with their delays so much, it will drive you insane. You will be filling up so many forms every time someone questions a choice you made, like applying a little bit of force on a criminal, because, oh no my rights. Sometimes I wish we'd copy the Americans and let us have a bit more leeway in dealing with these idiots, but no, they want us to explore every possible avenue even as people are about to get shanked to death. The students stared at him. They were terrified. Good. Anyway, Aizawa straightened his jacket. As I said, you'll be risking your lives as heroes. Even the rescue heroes. Don't think that I don't know which of you are aiming to become those. I read through all of your files twice. You'll have to fight and incapacitate villains with one hand tied behind your back, while they can come at you with everything they got. So, I implore you to take this seriously. And if you don't? Well, I'll know, and that will reflect on your record and grades. Now, the teacher produced another ball. Your turn, Midoriya. The students watched with bated breath as the first-place examinee for this year approached the circle. Unlike the exam, he didn't have his staff with which to aim and fire those laser beams of death, so Aizawa wondered just what he'd do. Will he make those circles, but with his hands? Or will they appear around him? Will he even use magic circles? Midoriya held the ball in the palm of his hand. He was staring at it? Be quick, Midoriya, Aizawa droned. You will be late for your orientation if you don't finish your part in about 10 seconds. Ah, yes, sensei. Midoriya nodded. Now, he looked a little more sure about what to do. He held up his hand with the ball still in it. The entire class gasped as a rather sizable magic circle appeared in front of Midoriya. As for Aizawa, he was supremely intrigued by seeing this kid's quirk up close, even if his face would make everyone think he was bored of the whole thing. Zoltraak. Ha! Is that another part of pretending to be a mage? A beam of blue light blasted out of the magic circle, carrying the ball with it. The beam kept going until it had gone into the distance. As for the actual distance that the ball traveled, 5,000 meters. You just sent one of our ball 5 kilometers away. Aizawa is considering saying something about billing Midoriya and Bakugo for sending the ball into oblivion, but that would be a little too much. Aizawa then scanned the students again. They were amazed by the display of power that Izuku did. Uraraka high-fived with Tokoyami's sentient quirk. Ashido, Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari were clapping. Kyoka, well, she was still covering her ears. As for Bakugo? Aizawa could see that he was shivering in rage. He'll have to check the history between these two students. He knew they both came from Aldera Middle School, but beyond that, their files didn't say much other than praising Bakugo for his high grades and excellent qualities. It appeared that attitude wasn't included in those qualities, and that was something Aizawa had to stamp sooner than later. He had obvious anger issues, as well as intense jealousy and a superiority complex. After all, he did keep calling his classmates extras while waiting for Aizawa to come into the room. If he were a student in 1A, Aizawa would very much prefer to have a clingy, touchy-feely person around than that. But Midoriya was a whole other can of worms. For one thing, Aizawa's erasure quirk locked onto quirk factors and, well, locked them away. He can do it to anyone he's looking at. But as he looks at Midoriya, there is nothing to lock onto. It is as if he didn't even have a quirk factor to begin with, though what he has seen so far throws that notion out of the window. Maybe it has something to do with him awakening his quirk so late. Recovery girl might know. But this was concerning, to say the least. If he can't erase Midoriya's quirk should it ever go out of control, or if he turned to villainy, though that seemed unlikely, then they would need a full pro hero to stop him. Maybe even one of the top 20 would have to be sent. Either way, the assessment kept on going. The top 4 most promising students of Class 1A, at least in terms of the strengths of their quirks, were Midoriya Izuku, Bakugo Katsuki, Todoroki Shoto, and Tokoyami Fumikage. The others showed relatively good promise, but as far as power goes, these 4 were the strongest. There were just some issues. As the day dragged on, all the general education subjects blazed through. Math was taught by ectoplasm, a rather apt position for him given that he multiplied himself with his quirk. Present Mike, in turn, was the English teacher. Other than All Might, he was probably the only other person in the staff that spoke English well enough that he may as well have the red, white, and blue in his veins. Cementos taught literature, which was, well, there was nothing about being a walking cement block that controls cement that could connect to literature, so that was just that. History and art, however, were taught by Midnight. Midnight was a bit much. One of his classmates, the dwarf with purple ball for hair, was all but drooling at the admittedly appealing teacher, but she was a teacher, teaching underage kids. Why does she still use her DMNTRX-themed costume in class? Knowing that the principal was really a mouse bear rat whatever chimera with intelligence, he may have let it happen simply because he doesn't understand human thought that well. But if the hyper-intelligent rat couldn't understand human thought, how did he become principal? And if he did understand how humans worked, then why was Midnight teaching while dressed like that? Could it be that he allowed it because he thought it'd be funny? As morning dragged towards lunchtime, and then the afternoon classes, Izuku's mind started drifting elsewhere. He could still feel Bakugo's glare burn holes through his uniform and the very depths of his soul. The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. He had been too busy thinking about what to do if Bakugo ever tried to do his normal antics with him again to really focus in 13's physics subject. To be quite honest, running to the teachers the moment an explosion goes off wasn't the first thing he had in mind. Back in Aldera, all the teaching staff praised Bakugo. He was the star student, the paragon of all that is good and just. He had excellent grades and the most powerful quirk out of all the students of Aldera Middle School. Izuku's grades, meanwhile, were just marginally worse, mostly because he had trouble sleeping and often had his lunch stolen. It's difficult to think when you're hungry. Izuku chastised himself for almost drifting back to the old mentality of not trusting teachers. This place is UA, for hell's sake. Aldera Middle School is like the stain on the wall that wouldn't come off no matter how much you scrubbed it. That middle school was Izuku's personal hell, and he for sure was glad that Frieren came to his life and taught him magic. As for Frieren, she's probably still reading right now. She never gets bored. Izuku, are you alright? Izuku blinked. Fumikage was looking at him. While his bird head didn't really allow him to be physically expressive, he was quite obviously worried. Huh? What? You have been staring into empty space for the last 5 minutes, Izuku. Tell me, what's our class right now? Izuku shook his head, as if to shake the information out of his brain. Heroics. Good, you are correct. It appears that you are still lucid. Hey, it's not like I didn't sleep 8 hours last night. The sleeping pills have been helpful, yes? Sleeping pills were the codename for the sleep spell that Frieren had been using to put him to sleep. He was having a hard time learning it for himself because he couldn't imagine himself going to sleep on time. But Frieren very well could. They have been, I am entering? Like a normal person. When Izuku thought of who would the heroics class teacher for 1A, he had several theories. Ectoplasm was one, as his clones would be able to watch all the students spar and fight from different angles. Aizawa, meanwhile, had been talking about what it was like to be a hero quite a lot back in the homeroom this morning and the quirk assessment he carried out. If he spoke so much about the reality of heroism, then him being also the heroics class teacher wasn't that off the table. He also didn't have any other subject so far today, too. It just made some sense. The third and correct theory was that All Might, being the newest member of UA's faculty, would also be teaching heroics. Out of all the teaching staff, he probably had the most experience. All Might was, 50 plus? The symbol of peace was getting in the years, that's for sure. But again, it's All Might. All Might is his teacher. Oh, it's All Might. Is that a cape? Capes are impractical, That's his Silver Age costume. So manly. Good afternoon, All Might Sensei, Karo. He is so loud. Good afternoon, you zygotes. All Might began with his signature booming voice. Everyone watched and listened intently, for it wasn't every day that you'd have the number one hero in such close proximity, let alone talking to you. It was an even rarer occurrence for him to be a teacher. Come to think of it, Izuku pondered as he watched All Might pose, Sir Night-Eye was the first and only sidekick he ever had. Why did he never take on any afterwards, I wonder? You all know who I am, so let us not waste any more time. All Might's apparent excitement and high energy was very infectious, so half the class were springed and primed to jump from their seats. The support department has built and delivered your costumes according to your specifications, so you will be wearing them for your first heroics class. As if in cue, 20 hidden compartments in the wall just beside the blackboard came out, bearing the numbers 1 to the compartment with your costume corresponds with your seating arrangement. Meet me in the control room once you're changed. The class went into a chorus in response. Yes, All Might Sensei. Izuku quickly got changed into his hero costume. Outwardly, he looked like he was going to cosplay in the latest fantasy convention. It's not like anyone suspected that he was an actual mage, He wore a simple green cloak, with a black undershirt, brown leather boots, similarly black briefs, and a pointy hat. Woe be to anyone that laughs at that. He was also one for practicality, though, so underneath that undershirt was some Kevlar body armor that could resist bullets or projectile quirks. And, of course, he wanted there to be some semblance of All Might worship on his costume, so his cloak's hood had 2 tufts of cloth that would point upward when the hood was worn. You're really going in for the mage persona, huh? Uraraka bounded towards him with a curious look. Oh, Uraraka. You are. Izuku glanced at Uraraka's form-fitting, space-themed costume. Very pink. I don't know why they made it so form-fitting, ugh, Uraraka grumbled. It's a bit hard to breathe, you know? Fumikage strode into view from his assigned changing room, bedecked in a black cloak. Other than that, there wasn't much to see, though chances are there was a whole utility belt underneath that cloak. I see that another has chosen to don a cloak. Cloak buddies for life. Izuku grinned at his friend. Fumikage simply bowed a little, his shoulders shaking. He was obviously trying his best to stifle a laugh at that. That was when Tenya walked into view with a very knight-like costume. With his sabaton and helmet, he looked even taller. Tenya. You look like Dash. Ingenium, yes. Tenya replied. My costume is a homage to that of my dear brother, for I wish to bring honor to my family name. A noble goal, Ida, Izuku beamed at his taller classmate. He couldn't see it, but he just knew Tenya was smiling too. Since we're all changed, we should go, like, now. Oh, of course. Uraraka started towards the door. Let's not keep All Might waiting. 16, 17, 20, all right, you are all here. All Might boomed over the assembled Class 1A. Now, for your first heroics class, you will be partaking in a battle trial. You will be divided into teams of 2, further divided into villain and hero teams. For this scenario, the villain team will be tasked with protecting a fake bomb within this building. The control room's main screen then showed said building, a 6-story apartment complex. The heroes will attempt to infiltrate the villain's stronghold and neutralize the bomb. You may accomplish this by touching the bomb. As for your opponents, the heroes will also be provided with restraints that, when placed on a member of the opposing villain team's hands, will mark said villain team member as taken out of the exercise. Any questions? Immediately, the class burst into a cacophony of questions. How much damage can we do the building? How long do the villains have to prepare? Can we destroy everything instead? Can I break my opponent's bones? Can we pick our teammates? All Might was immediately overwhelmed. Izuku resisted a snicker. As much as he idolized All Might, something about seeing him be a beginner at teaching was endearing, somehow? Like it was comforting to know that the symbol of peace was a person like anyone else, getting overwhelmed by crowds? Please, one at a time. And yes, the villains have 5 minutes to prepare their traps. You may move the bomb and all the assorted furniture in the building. No, you may not destroy the building. For villains, that's like destroying your own base, and for heroes, that would be too much collateral damage. And no, you cannot break anyone's bones. Try not to harm each other too much. I do not want Recovery Girl to bash our heads in. Oh my. Even All Might was afraid of Recovery Girl. And no, your teammates will be decided at random. And the teams for the first match will be decided, now. The screen began to spin a roulette of names. Please not Bakugo, please not him, please not him, not him, F dash. Ah, so it is, then. For our first battle trial, the villain team will be Midoriya Izuku and Ida Tenya. The hero team will be Tokoyami Fumikage and Bakugo Katsuki. Now, proceed to the testing area with your teammates, and begin planning. This will be an interesting fight. I'm sorry, Izuku, that I will have to fight you, Fumikage said apologetically. And alongside your bully of all people. Don't worry, Fumi, Izuku smiled at the bird-headed teen. It's all good. Hey Birdbrain. You coming or what? And that's my cue, Fumikage sighed. As tempting it may be to sabotage Bakugo's chances of victory over you, I will not be holding back should we meet in combat. Oh, I'm sure he won't let you. Fumikage looked to the side. That is, not comforting to hear. A few minutes later, Tenya and Izuku were holed up in the building with the bomb in the center of the room. So, Izuku began, I have a plan. Bakugo will surely immediately go hunting for me dash. Why is that? Ida asked. That is simply not logical. Why the pettiness? We have a history. Izuku looked away. He really doesn't like me, for some reason. Ida's raised eyebrow wasn't visible from within his helmet, but he did let out an audible sigh. If it is not comfortable for you to discuss now, then don't. It can be for later. Now, what is your strategy? Bakugo wants to chase me around. Even if the bomb was in front of him, he'll gun for me first. My quirk will be most useful here, guarding the bomb. My energy barriers and tendrils will make it difficult for either of them to actually touch the bomb, or me, for that matter. As for you, Ida, I need you to go out there and harass them with your speed. PSS off Bakugo enough and he might just decide to chase you instead. As for Tokoyami, his quirk gets stronger in darkness, so avoid dark areas where dark shadow might get the drop on you. Push all the light switches so that he has to waste time breaking them. My quirk produces a lot of light, so it wouldn't be hard for me to fight him off. Alright, Ida nodded. Your language is not becoming of a UA student, but I can understand where you are coming from. Just try not to pursue him too, alright? Izuku shrugged. If he were in mortal danger I'd save him too. He recalled the sludge incident, where Frieren used a powerful wind spell to blow the sludge villain off of Bakugo. Izuku was so ready to jump in through the cordon and risk himself. Anyway, if you're good, let's split up and prepare to defend. We should dash. Shut up, birdbrain. I'll go get Deku and teach him a lesson, you go for the bomb and maybe glasses if you catch him. Otherwise, stay out of my way. Fumikage could only facepalm as Bakugo stormed off by himself into the building. Why does he even try? Dark Shadow. Start scouting. Why should we even do this when our ally is a griefer? Just do it. If he doesn't want us to get in his way, then we won't. But if you see any of them. Yeah, whatever. Poor Tokoyami, Uraraka commented as she and the rest of the class watched the mock battle through the control room screens. Bakugo had rushed into the building, alone, while Fumikage instructed Dark Shadow to extend himself upward and start peering into the windows. I can feel the second-hand disappointment in here, Yaoyorozu quietly muttered. Bakugo is obviously not a team player. Midoriya and Ida, meanwhile, are coordinating rather well and playing to their individual strengths. I bet he plays Yasuo mid in League, Kaminari added. Then flames his team when he dies 10 times while trying to go 1v5. Karo, what? League isn't manly at all, my man. It's like the unmanliest of all games. That would actually explain a lot, Jiro commented. Several heads turned at her at once. What? It's not like I play. Good, Kirishima chuckled. Otherwise you would be so unmanly. I'm a girl, how am I supposed to be dash? Shush. Mina silenced them both. This is where the fun begins. Look. Glasses, Katsuki growled as he narrowly dodged a kick from Tenya's armored boot and retaliated with an explosion, which Tenya also dodged. Where is Deku? Who? Ida asked. Your loser of a teammate, DMNU. I'm sorry, but his name is Midoriya Izuku, not Deku, or whatever. Tenya accelerated again and aimed for yet another kick, this time actually hitting Katsuki at the back and making him shriek in rage. What is it between you two, anyway? None of your business. Katsuki ignited sparks in his hands and threw an explosion forward and collapsed an entire wall. Tenya dodged before the explosion could hit him, but even beneath his armored costume he could feel the heat of the blast. His sweater, parts of which jutted out of the joints and open areas of his costume, was partially singed. As for his hair, it was covered with soot and dust, a testament to Katsuki's powerful explosion quirk. Midoriya, he called through the comms provided for each team. I've encountered Bakugo, but I am unable to delay him. He is filling the floor with debris and impeding my mobility. Ugh. I guess I can blast him myself, then. You go look for Fumi. Tokoyami and disrupt whatever he's doing. Knowing him, he's probably using Dark Shadow to scout for me and the bomb. On it. Tenya sped away, searching for the shadowy bird. He would quickly find Dark Shadow, his tether leading towards one of the windows. The sentient quirk quickly saw him and charged at the speedster with a shriek. He's on the ground outside, then, Tenya thought, and ran away from Dark Shadow, who then started cursing as he found he could no longer follow Tenya. Finally, Izuku lazily looked at the doorway, where Bakugo appeared. His old classmate wasn't even remotely interested in the fake bomb. So, it's you. Can we let go of this childish, whatever this is? No. You've always looked down on me, Deku. Bakugo screeched. And now you've got a quirk? You've been hiding it all this time, huh? You've been laughing at me, you useless Deku? Well, I'm about to teach you a lesson. You see, my quirk detonates my sweat. My gauntlets store those, and look at that. I have quite a lot stored. Let's just get this over with, Izuku sighed. Frieren often told him about not engaging the enemy in unnecessary verbal spats. That is, unless they're demons. Then do them dirty, in front of their mothers if possible. You, Bakugo quivered in rage. How dare you be so casual with me? I am the best. You and everyone in this school will know that fact here and now. With that, he began pulling the pin on the grenade-like gauntlet on his right hand. Stop, young Bakugo. That kind of attack in such close range will severely injure or kill him. It won't matter if he dodges. Bakugo laughed maniacally. Now Deku, face your reckoning. Boom. An enormous explosion tore through the room. Those in the control room watched with bated breath, while Ida and Tokoyami, who had been fighting in the road outside the building, looked upwards in mixed alarm and awe. Ida used that moment of confusion to tie the restraints around Fumikage's hands. He was faster than Fumikage could command dark shadow. As the smoke cleared, a glowing barrier of blue hexagons became visible to the cameras. Izuku was behind it, looking at Bakugo with a slightly rattled expression. CRP, I wasn't sure if Skeldus could have blocked that huge explosion. That took out half of my mana. Your fancy barriers aren't going to stop me a second time, Deku. Bakugo blasted off, aiming for Izuku from above. Izuku immediately summoned Skeldus again, blocking the attack before pointing the staff upward, aiming at a flying Bakugo. Zoltraak. The beam that came out of Izuku's staff streamed towards Bakugo faster than he could react, slamming him against the ceiling. Blau Kraken, Izuku muttered. Tentacles made of mana erupted from at least a dozen different magic circles, all encircling and restraining Bakugo. Bakugo, I think you need to see a therapist about your anger issues and your weird obsession with me, Izuku deadpanned. Seeing Bakugo try to make sparks on his hands, he cast Skeldus around them, creating miniature magic barriers around the blonde's hands. You will rue this day, Deku. I'll put you in your place, you'll see. On the contrary. I really wish that you'd grow up, Bakugo, Izuku shook his head. You see, I am no longer the scared little Deku that you used to bully. I am not the quirkless loser anymore. I am not your stepping stone, or an extra in your origin story. Izuku invoked Blau Kraken again, this time using it to tie the restraints around Bakugo's hands. I wish that things never changed between us, Bakugo, Izuku continued despite Bakugo's iridescent red eyes staring death into him. I really wish that we were still friends. You were a brother to me, Bakugo. I never met my dad either, so your dad was the closest thing I had to that. But you changed things between us ever since I was misdiagnosed as quirkless. And so I had to change as well. And so it concludes. Victory goes to Ida Tenya and Midoriya Izuku. All participants, please proceed to the exit now. Winning against Bakugo sure tastes good. Poor Fumikage, though. They didn't even get to fight. With the events of the battle trial fresh in his mind, Izuku woke up. It was Saturday, so there were no classes. As he exited his room to prepare breakfast, he found his mother quietly kneeling in front of his father's shrine. It was a simple thing, bearing a picture depicting a happy and smiling Hisashi during his wedding day with Inko. Izuku looked a lot like his father, from the curly hair and the freckles. Do you remember what day it is, Izuku? Inko asked. Izuku juggled his memory. It was Dad's death anniversary, Izuku replied. It was a strange feeling indeed. On one hand, Midoriya Hisashi was certainly his father and his mother's husband. But he never met Hisashi. He sometimes thought about what his life could have been like had Hisashi remained alive and well to this day. Maybe they'd be close. Hisashi died when Inko was still PRGNNT with Izuku. He was an operator in the JSDF, with a special license that allowed him to use his fire-breathing quirk in combat. Izuku was too busy being in his mother's womb to see what happened when Inko received the news, but Mitsuki, Bakugo's mom, said that she was utterly devastated. The only reason she even slept or ate was that she knew it wouldn't be good for the infant within her if she started fasting and skipping on sleep, so she forced herself to eat and sleep. The hows and whys of his death were rather vague. His commanding officer, who conveyed the news to Inko, said that he was killed in combat while deployed in a UN peacekeeping mission in Mongolia, where an especially powerful quirked warlord named Ganzarig Khan, leading at the head of the creatively named Ganzarig's Horde, constantly threatened the status quo between the East Siberian Commonwealth, one of the 6 successor states to the Russian Federation that arose after the dawn of quirks. Of the other 5, only the new Novgorod Republic and Imperium of Muscovy were of any real interest, and the Empire of the Northern Han, one of 3 successors to the People's Republic of China, along with the Republic of China and Greater Turkestan. Any other details were omitted, and Hisashi was buried with a covered casket. They said that Ganzarig tore him into several pieces just as he finished regenerating from a full blast of Hisashi's emerald flame. How could Izuku mourn for someone that he never met, he wondered. That's right, Inko looked longingly at her late husband's picture. I miss him so much, Izuku, even after all this time. But we'll keep going. He'd want us to. Izuku glanced downward. I wish I'd met Dad, too. Mom, why do all the other kids have a dad? Inko looked down at her 3-year-old son. Izuku had been observing the other kids in the park, who were usually accompanied by both parents. Sometimes a pet, too. Well, Izuku, your dad is far away. He went away when I was still PRGNNT with you. Can I meet him one day? Inko tried not to cry. No. Not in front of Izuku, not in front of everyone here. I like to think that we will meet him again, Izuku. Okay. It would be about 3 years later when Izuku fully understood just how far away his father was. Frieren-san, Mom and I will be going out for a little bit. Izuku stepped into view of the ancient elf mage. She had been busy reading yet another book about relatively minor medical issues and the ways to resolve them. She'd probably be reading it all day. Frieren looked up from the couch. She was wearing a white t-shirt that Inko let her borrow and breathes, also from Inko. Had Izuku not been the one that summoned her to this world and became privy to her actual origins, he would have thought that she was just someone with a pointy-ear quirk. "Keep yourselves safe, Izuku," she said with that same stoic, but still obviously caring tone. For both of them, it probably felt like it had just been a day since they first met. "Thanks, Frieren-san," Izuku nodded. "What's the occasion, then?" Izuku let that question stew for a few seconds. "It's my dad's death anniversary. It's been 14 years since it happened." "Oh. You will be visiting his resting place?" Frieren asked. Frieren was well accustomed to resting places. After all, when she visited Aizen, he was praying in front of his parents' gravestones. As for Himmel's tomb, she had been one of those that were present when he was buried. She'd also seen Hisashi's shrine a few times while passing by Inko's room, but she had never asked her what it was. "We are, but we'll be going to the mall tonight too," Izuku replied. "To celebrate life on his behalf, you know. He may not be here, but he's still in our hearts. Though I never really met him." Inko stepped into the room, dressed in mostly white attire. "Frieren," she began, adjusting her shoulder bag. "You should accompany us." Frieren looked back at the books around her. On the one hand, she had been very invested in reading them, but on the other hand, she had all the time in the world. "All right, then. But why? I'm not Dash." "Oh, nonsense, you're basically one of us now," Inko waved her away. "If we meet anyone we know and asks about you, we'll just say you're a family friend that's visiting from Germany." "She's not exactly visiting, Mom," Izuku said. "Right, but she's stuck here with us, so we may as well." "Actually, I can go back any time I want," Frieren butted in. Every bit of sound died in that moment. Izuku would be the one to break the silence, speaking slowly. "What did you just say?" "I can reverse the summoning spell and go back to my world whenever I wish," Frieren shrugged. "But this world is very interesting. So much to know and learn. And, well, you are very interesting." To be quite honest, Frieren had decided that any time not spent learning the scientific knowledge of this world should be used in getting to know the people around her. Like the Midoriyas, and Izuku's friends, she supposed. Inko stared at her. Her shoulder bag was just about to fall off her shoulder as she gawked. "You're going to watch us grow old before you go back, aren't you?" Frieren simply nodded. "Maybe. There is a lot to learn here." "That is so kind of you." Inko sounded like she was going to cry. "My son just yanked you through dimensions and you're just staying because you want to?" "Why, yes. Is that unusual?" "Mom, she's 1,000 years old, she's seen entire civilizations rise and fall," Izuku reminded. "But, thank you, Frieren-san. That's actually comforting to hear." Well, Izuku fidgeted. "A small part of me is wondering if you're staying with us and bothering to train me at all with magic merely because you're stuck with us. That you don't have a choice. But hearing that you can go back anytime you want and you still want to stick around. Come on, then." Inko took Frieren's hand and pulled her off the couch. "You need to be properly introduced to Hisashi." "But, how Dash?" "Oh shush. Izuku, you told me yesterday that you gained some new friends in UA, right?" Yeah," Izuku recalled that Ida and Uraraka might as well be friends. "Now, what about them?" "Tell them to meet us in the mall later, as well as Fumikage." "Mom, I got a bonus at work. Hisashi would have liked us to share our blessings with others, and I also want to get to know your friends more," Inko smiled. She knew well that he never had friends. Fumikage and Dark Shadow barely counted because they rarely met and hung out in the first place until they got accepted into UA along with Izuku. Now, he had 4. Izuku pulled out his phone and looked through his contacts. He had 6. He had his mother's number, along with Fumikage, Uraraka's, Tenya's, and Aizawa-sensei's, the latter coming into his phone because the teacher was adamant that he be contacted should he encounter any issues a pro-hero might be needed for. And then there's Frieren's number. She had used some kind of transmutation spell to turn a few rocks to gold before selling them to a pawn shop, and then some more. Eventually, she got around to buying a phone. Izuku later told her not to keep selling transmuted gold to the pawn shop to avoid crashing the economy. Ida's is already rich, though. "Well, that just means we can split the bill." "Mom, his brother is Ingenium. I'm sure that if you insist, his brother's agency can dash." "Mom, no." About 20 minutes later, the Midoriyas and Frieren arrived in the military cemetery. Midoriya Hisashi's gravestone was a simple white, with an engraving that so said, a loving husband and father. Fallen in the line of duty for those he loved. The military cemetery was huge. The majority of those buried there died during the Great Quirk Wars or World War III about 200 years ago. Half of the world's nations split apart under quirked warlords and the other half either retained the loyalty of their quirked citizens or brought them to heel. The UN nearly dissolved as the US started integrating quirks into their military, followed by most other great powers. East Asia, being the epicenter of the quirk population, succeeded primarily with the second option. Then someone with a geomancy quirk went all crazy and raised an entire island off the western European coast, which would then become the nations of Atheon and Clade. A bunch of aquatic quirk users built a city called Atlantis in the middle of the Atlantic, and the French beheaded at least 3 self-proclaimed emperors within about a year. North Korea collapsed when a man with a radiation quirk vaporized the entire Kim dynasty. The Philippines had half of its senate eaten by a man that could turn into a giant crocodile. A family of dragons wrestled control of northern China from the CCP, and someone in the British Isles raised all the royals buried in Westminster Abbey into undeath just to annoy everyone else. He also put the undead Queen Elizabeth II into a walking war machine and called it the Royal Dreadnought. The dawn of quirks was not a good time to be alive. Now that they were, what followed was a solemn routine that Inko did every year. She lit several incense sticks, and prayed that her husband became a happy man in his next incarnation. She then placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the stone. Frieren watched. She was familiar with human rituals, to an extent. She had observed them again and again over the course of her long life, so at this point nothing surprised her. Incense she had seen before. Flowers was another common thing. What differed, however, was that she was actually feeling something. Inko and Izuku had basically been in her life for the last 10 months. Or rather, she arrived into their lives and settled herself in nicely and cozily. She then taught Izuku magic to be a hero, like Himmel the hero. She genuinely liked him, too. He was like a green-headed, smaller, younger Himmel. When they returned home, Izuku quickly got to inviting Ida, Fumikage, and Uraraka to the mall. And, well, they were all his friends now, weren't they? He might as well make a group chat with all 4 of them. Fumikage and Uraraka were already talking to each other. Sprinkle in Ida, who had a rather amicable relationship with Izuku, and it would be complete. As Inko went to rest for a little bit before the mall foray, and Frieren went back to reading, Izuku proceeded to create the group chat. He hovered his thumb over the create button, wondering what kind of name he should give the group. After about a minute of brainstorming with himself, he couldn't think of a name, so he went ahead with creating it. Magic Broccoli. Hi everyone. My mom wants you to come along with us to the Muzutafu in about 4 hours. Are you free? Ida Tenya, it will be a great honor to meet with your mother. Magic Broccoli, also, the person who mentored me with my quirk will be there. She's a family friend from Germany, though she's been staying here for quite a while. Uraraka Achiko, I'd love to, but I'm on a really tight budget. Magic Broccoli, who said you'll be paying? My mom wants to treat us. She wants to meet you, my friends, after all. The Prince of Shadows, greetings. I would be glad to partake in this gathering. The Prince of Shadows changed Uraraka Achiko's nickname to Sagittarius A. The Prince of Shadows changed Ida Tenya's nickname to Sonic the Hedgehog. Sagittarius A, you named me after the biggest black hole in the galaxy? Sonic the Hedgehog, what is the meaning of this Tokoyami? Why am I a hedgehog? The Prince of Shadows, apologies. Dark Shadow keeps stealing my phone and putting ridiculous nicknames on all my contacts. It can be aggravating. I can remove them if you wish. Sagittarius A, no. It's fine. I like space things, after all. And it's oddly fitting with my gravity-altering quirk. Sonic the Hedgehog, I have searched the internet and it appears that Sonic the Hedgehog is a hedgehog that's fast and blue? This is actually fitting. Izuku chuckled. Dark Shadow is an absolute genius. Magic Broccoli, alright, so we'll be meeting at the Muzutafu Mall at about 2 p.m. You'll all be there? The Prince of Shadows, I will be. Sagittarius A, yeah. Sonic the Hedgehog, I will be there on the exact time. A member of the Ida family is always punctual. Izuku smiled to himself as he got his friends over. What a joy! But now he has to tell Frieren what not to tell them. It would quickly turn out that she already had her own contingencies, though, so Izuku didn't need to tell her. Well, that just left the gathering itself. As expected, Ida was there at exactly 2 p.m. Uraraka arrived about 5 minutes later, while Fumikage took another 10 minutes. As it turned out, he got distracted in the supermarket and all the apples there. I forgot that you really liked apples, Fumi, Izuku said as the bird boy approached. Fumikage didn't even attempt to tell him off for using the same doting nickname that Dark Shadow gave to him. Whether or not he was completely alright with it or just resigned himself to that fate would remain unknown. What? Fumikage asked, his voice muffled by the fact that he was chewing at an apple. Izuku chuckled. I said that you really like apples, man. He spied his mother and Frieren approaching from the side. Inko had dragged Frieren along shopping since they had arrived at the mall about 20 minutes early. Oh, Ida, Uraraka, meet my mom, Midoriya Inko, and my mentor, Frieren. Ida bowed down with all his might. It is good to meet you, Ms. Midoriya and Ms. Frieren. I am Ida Tenya. I am honored to tell you that your son and student has so far been an exemplary classmate in UA. Hi, Ida, can't believe that I'm face to face with Ingenium's little brother. Inko laughed. Hello Ms. Midoriya, Frieren, I'm Uraraka Ochiko, Uraraka greeted in turn. He's been fun to hang around with. Heh. Frieren chuckled. So you taught Midoriya how to use his quirk? Ida asked. I must ask how you did it, for he is currently one of the most promising hero students in our class. It's just as he probably told you, Frieren replied. Unlike the first time she spoke, she was now speaking Japanese. She hadn't been idle in the language department in the last 10 months either, and had taken to studying the language of the place she found herself summoned to. To others, she'd have an odd accent, but that was it. He sees himself as a mage to make his imagination into reality. Oh. Your quirks must be similar then. You could say that, Frieren smirked knowingly. It didn't take it long for the 6 of them to get divided. Inko dragged Frieren and Uraraka into a shopping spree, while Izuku, Fumikage, and Ida waited outside of the department store on a bench. Revelry in the dark, Fumikage suddenly said broodingly. Huh? Izuku had no idea where that came from. Nothing, it's something I say at random times. I trust that you are not up to actual revelry, Tokoyami? Ida asked. His arms looked like they were ready to start chopping. No, goodness, no, Fumikage shook his head. I wouldn't. Dealing with Dark Shadow is already enough revelry as it is. That reminds me, Izuku turned towards Fumikage. Your quirk manifested at 4 years old, right? Right. What does this have to do with anything? So Dark Shadow is 11 years old. He's like a younger brother that's always around you. Ah. That made so much sense. And that explains so much. So that is why he is like a bratty child. He is a bratty child. Dark Shadow's vocabulary is unbecoming, especially at such a young age. Ida started chopping his hands. When I fled from him he started calling me names. Fumikage paused for a moment like he was in deep thought. He just said that he's not sorry and he'll say it again. You can do that without him coming out? Yes, we are in constant communication all day. However, when he comes out, that mind-to-mind communication becomes tenuous. That's when I have to verbally issue commands. I'm sorry, that must be difficult. My condolences, Tokoyami. I wouldn't have it any other way, actually, Fumikage replied. He may be a bratty child, but he is my bratty child. I take it back, Izuku shook his head. That is so nice to have. Tokoyami, please teach him good manners. What do you think I've been doing for the last 11 years? Uraraka was already tired. By the Buddha, Inko was a fast shopper. She kept stopping at every aisle and product that caught her eye, and then proceeds to not buy anything. Uraraka had, throughout her life, only bought things that she needed and then she bailed. As for Frieren, she just kept going along with. She was curious. Despite her stoic demeanor, she kept up with Inko, commenting about what Izuku's mother was currently checking out. What an odd duo. For a moment, Inko pressed on, slightly leaving Uraraka and Frieren behind. Uraraka's legs were already aching, and she wanted nothing less than to sit down. Are you well, Uraraka? Frieren was talking to her now. She was stoic and slightly monotone, but she also sounded like she genuinely had an interest in the world around her. She didn't sound bored, or uncaring. Rather, she was just that. Oh, yes. Just a bit winded. I didn't know Izuku's mother can be like that. I didn't either, Frieren idly commented as they slowly walked on, just keeping Inko within sight. So, is he doing well in class? Uraraka nodded. He's honestly just amazing. And a quirk that works with imagination, he's the strongest among us, I think. I have great confidence that he will grow to be a great hero, Frieren nodded. Just like Himmel. As for you, what kind of hero do you aspire to be? I heard from him that your quirk nullifies gravity and motion. Well, I'm aiming to be a rescue hero, Uraraka replied. With my quirk, even the heaviest of debris won't matter. Though, please don't judge me, but the reason I want to be a hero is, well, money. Frieren didn't raise an eyebrow, instead letting Uraraka continue. So, my parents run a construction company, but we don't do that well in the business. By becoming a hero, I aim to earn enough money to help my parents. Though I also want to help people. To be honest, really, I don't know where one ends and the other begins. There is no shame in wishing to help one's parents, Frieren replied. Goddess knows that she, the most powerful mage in the world besides Siri, couldn't even help her own parents when the demons attacked their village in their effort to exterminate the elven race. That has always been a sore memory for her. So, what about you, Ms. Frieren? Uraraka asked. If you taught Midoriya, then you must be really strong, but I don't think you're a pro hero. She'd looked up Frieren's name online, and nothing came up except for some pages in German. Google Translate revealed her name was Freezing? Is that an alias, or something? Sounds like a name a hero with an ice quirk would use. I was a hero once, Frieren replied. Perhaps I still am. But before that, I had been spending my time in idle contemplation and gardening, all by myself. That is, until a great hero came to me and asked for my aid. I was initially disinterested, but he managed to convince me. Our exploits are not known, not in this world, at least, but I do not mind. My greatest goal in life is knowledge and study. Learning how to do things is just as fun as actually doing them. Uraraka simply nodded along. Midoriya's teacher sounded so awesome, huh? As soon as Saturday ended, Sunday passed by in a blaze and suddenly Izuku was back at UA, and thus, back in the reality that was the hero course. So it wasn't a dream after all. Good morning, children, Aizawa stepped through the door. Several members of Class 1A rushed to their seats at his sudden, though punctual entrance. Others were already seated but took a full second to notice that he was even there. A few, like Izuku, were already in their seats and on attention, expecting him to enter the classroom at exactly the allotted time for homeroom. The teacher scanned the initially chaotic situation in front of him. I expect that by 8 a.m., all of you are already seated. He directed his eyes at Kaminari, Mineta, and Ashido, who had been the ones milling about when he came in. I also expect that you have your attention up front here or that you immediately notice that I'm here as soon as I enter. A lapse in attention can be a fatal mistake in your future careers as heroes. The response was subdued and quiet, like they were truly and thoroughly ashamed of themselves. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. Now, Aizawa began, tapping at the chalkboard. You will be doing something very important today, one that will determine your place in this school for the years to come. He let the thought linger in the uncertain air, and the students shifted uneasily. What kind of decision will they have to make today? What will they be doing that's so important? You'll be choosing your class representatives. A class president, vice president, and a treasurer. Izuku let out a sigh of relief, as did so many of his classmates. It was just normal school stuff for once. I am clearly the best choice for class representative. Mineta exclaimed. I will make every girl here happy. What about us guys? Kaminari asked. Nah, you can take care of yourselves. Yamamo can be treasurer, she can just print out money for us to use. Ashido, Yayorozu shook her head. I'm sorry, but I'll have you know that I'm legally obligated to not do that. Huh? Why? Inflation. Printing more money just makes it worth less. Izuku chuckled. He remembered how Frieren transmuted rocks into gold and sold a rather amount of those to a pawnshop. Apparently, the spell is useless for making counterfeit currency in her world, as anyone with magical talent and skill will know if a gold nugget used to be an ordinary rock. But here? There's no way for anyone other than Frieren and Izuku to know that, and she took advantage of that fact. Well, your family is rich, Ashido replied. Once again, Momo shook her head. My parents are rather adamant that I manage my own finances without too much help from their end, the Zaibatsu heiress sighed. Something about making sure I don't become too spoiled. That was when Bakugo screeched. Why are you extras wasting time? It's obvious that I should be class president. I don't care who you choose as long as you do it within the allotted time for homeroom, Aizawa grumbled as he returned to his sleeping bag and began crawling away. When you make your decision, just send the names of those you chose in the group chat. Your personality is basically a flaming pile of trash, Bakugo, Kaminari said with a joking grin. Izuku found it slightly unnerving that anyone was actually smiling at Bakugo like that, but he supposed that there is always a first time for everything. No one would vote for you. What are you gonna have us do, lick your shoes? No, you moron. You'll just acknowledge that I'm the best. I'm sorry, but didn't you lose in the battle trial? Why you dash? Ida then stood up and began chopping the air with his hands. Everyone quiet down at once. We are indeed wasting time like this. I was once class president in my class back in Somei private school, so it will be my honor to facilitate this voting process. Let us first see who wishes to be exempt from being nominated. Raise your hands if you don't want to be nominated. Several hands went up. There was Koda, Izuku was sure that he hadn't heard the rocky-looking boy speak even just once for the last week that he had been attending UA. Then Fumikage raised his hand. Of course, while one might argue that dealing with a bratty child, Dark Shadow, that lives with and in you 24/7 gives you some experience with herding cats, the cats being teenagers in this case, leading things just isn't his thing. Izuku also raised his hand. He just couldn't imagine himself being a class officer. He never was one back in middle school or in any past grades. And Todoroki Shoto raised his hand as well. My father would be pleased if I became a class officer, Shoto deadpanned. Ida tilted his head, not sure he was understanding the logic behind Shoto's decision. Therefore, I do not wish to be nominated as a class officer. Wow. One can only wonder what it's like being Endeavor's kid. He was grumpy to the public, but Izuku always thought he was the kind of person that did nothing but work and work. Also, that scar on Todoroki's face, who did that? Was it Endeavor? Izuku had been considering asking ever since he recognized Shoto's surname when they were first called up for introductions, but Shoto was rather intimidating. Izuku couldn't even find an opportunity to strike up a conversation, anyway, since he always went in and out of class so fast. Still, one thing was clear. Shoto did not like his dad. Anyone else? Ida asked. A floating glove, scratch that, Hagakure raised her hand, as well as Jiro and Aoyama. Ida went to work writing down the names on the chalkboard. Alright, so with exemptions out of the way, it's time for nominations. A nominee has to be nominated by someone else, and there should be at least 2 nominees per position. As the nominations came in, the nominees for class president were Ida himself and Yaoyorozu. Vice presidential candidates were Yaoyorozu and Kaminari. The latter was jokingly nominated by Mineta, but Ida wrote the Electric Boy's name down either way. Treasurer nominees included, yet again, Yaoyorozu and Uraraka. Izuku nominated her because she was one for being strict with budgets. Uraraka was a little shocked that anyone would nominate her for anything. Nominations are done, let us begin voting. Ida chopped the air. In the end, Ida became class president. Yaoyorozu was voted into the vice presidency, leaving Uraraka as the sole candidate for treasurer. It will be our honor to serve you, our classmates. Ida loudly proclaimed. Yaoyorozu deadpanned. She had expected people to still vote her in as treasurer simply because she came from a rich family, but things can take an unexpected turn at any time. I suppose that this is an acceptable arrangement. Ah, what they said? Uraraka followed up. I promise that I will definitely not be corrupt. Chuckles erupted at that. She wouldn't, right? No, definitely not, Izuku thought. You're done? Good. Aizawa had snuck back into the classroom in his cocoon sleeping bag. Somehow, this surprised no one. You're dismissed for homeroom. Be on time for your next class. Yes, sensei. A few classes blazed past. Literature with Cementos. Math with Ectoplasm. Art with Midnight. English with Present Mike. And then Izuku's second most favorite time of the day, lunch. Lunch Rush was an exemplary chef, that's for sure. Apparently, his family line was partially descended from a certain English chef named Gordon Ramsay from the pre-Quirk era, and he is seen as some kind of great culinary icon in many cooking schools. After all, when the dawn of quirks came about and broke the world, people from the most chaotic regions fled to more stable places. Japan was particularly stable, having been able to stave off destruction by properly integrating the quirk population. And, with his quirk, Lunch Rush could cook anything from any cuisine. Izuku, on that particular day, had a craving for Italian, and was currently munching on a bowl of baked cheese macaroni. He was hyper-focused on the food, barely listening as Fumikage and Ida discussed international news of all things. Uraraka, meanwhile, was busy eating, too. I just learned yesterday that the Empire of the Northern Han is sending a delegation to Japan in a few weeks, Ida said with an intently listening Fumikage, and Dark Shadow trying to eat an apple, just for it to pass right through his ethereal body, beside him. The algorithm ensured that I learned of that as well, Fumikage replied as he scrolled a newsfeed on his phone, having found an article detailing the event in question in just a few seconds. It appears that the Storm Dragon, Miaoing, will be visiting. How strange. The Northern Han sent the most aloof member of their ruling dynasty to do diplomacy. I heard that she is her father's favorite. How insane. No parent should favor a single child over the others. Izuku had his mind on other things. Heroics class was next. What is All Might going to teach them next? How is he going to teach them this time around? Will it be another mock battle? Oh my, he hoped that he didn't have to fight Bakugo again, or worse, be teamed up with him. A teacher or two might have the bright idea of pairing them together for the sake of learning to cooperate with people one doesn't like. That thought is rather uncomfortable. Until Bakugo gets around to not being antagonistic at every turn, then maybe? A loud, shrill ringing rudely sent Izuku back to reality. It was the school alarm. There's an intruder on the school grounds. A villain is here. Quick, run for your lives. No, everyone, please head to the evacuation corridor in an orderly fashion. Hey. Ida's words were drowned out as a tidal wave of students overtook him and his three friends. They were carried along helplessly, except for Izuku, who took off the ground with his flight magic. That was of no surprise. He used his flight during the first quirk assessment with Aizawa, and started spying the windows outside. Instead of a legion of villains, there were a bunch of reporters and journalists with cameras and microphones. A tired-looking Aizawa, really, the man was always tired, and a more bombastic present mic were warding them off from actually entering, but it looked like they were going to overwhelm the two teachers with their sheer mass of numbers. Guys, it's just a bunch of reporters. Fumikage muttered at the mention of reporters. That's worse. Really, Tokoyami? Ida frowned. Alright, we need to relay this news. Uraraka, use your quirk on me. Midoriya, pick me up and hold me in the air so that the student body can see me as I speak. Izuku's mind paused at that. Wait, did you just tell me to pick you up? Yes, Ida nodded. Alright, Uraraka touched Ida on the shoulder and made him weightless. Go for it, Midoriya. Fumikage simply looked up. This will be hilarious to see. And so Izuku floated downward and held Ida from underneath his arms, hoisting him up for everyone to see. Everyone please calm down. Ida exclaimed. The sight of a student being held up by another student in midair was surreal, to say the least, but it worked as intended. Everyone now had their attention on him, though some students kept jostling forward. There are no villains on the campus, Ida proclaimed. There is merely a crowd of reports outside. Our teachers are resolving the situation as we speak, so there is no need to panic. Please, proceed back to our classrooms in an orderly fashion. Ida's words had an immediate effect. The panic subsided and the students dispersed. Eventually, the hallway was left mostly empty save for the 4 hero students and a few others. Midoriya. Huh? What? You can put me down now. Oh. Right. Click. 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 Click 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 click. Ida and Izuku looked down just to see Dark Shadow holding up Fumikage's phone and spamming its camera. Dark Shadow, we needed only one picture, Fumikage reminded. But now we have a lot of choices. Whatever, just send them all to our group chat. No, Dark Shadow, not the 1A group chat. The one with just the 4 of us. Oops. Oh no, Uraraka said as she checked her phone, too. Ashido put a heart reaction. That was fast. DMN it, Dark Shadow. As it turned out, the teasing was relentless. Kaminari had quickly sent and edited the long cat meme and captioned it, POV, you're panicking in UA. Ashido commented that it was very adorable. Aizawa had put a laugh react on the collage of images before immediately retracting it, but not before Yaoyorozu saw it. As it turned out, the dour man did have a sense of humor after all. If anyone mentions the laugh react one more time, I'm throwing them out of this bus. You wouldn't actually do that, sensei? Kirishima asked. That would be unmanly. Aizawa stared at the back of the bus with such intensity that his eyes seemed to bury into his student souls. Great. His image as this hard-nosed, grumpy teacher was beginning to crumble, and all because he was actually amused at seeing Midoriya carrying Ida around like a cat. Try me. Okay, sensei. We won't mention it again. And then they all laughed. This is hell. This is Aizawa's personal hell. But this is a hell that he would gladly trudge through. Though, the students didn't know this, but the UA barrier had been breached. Someone turned the gate that could survive a direct hit from a bunker buster bomb to dust. The teachers and UA's robotic defenses had been on heightened alert ever since that happened, but nothing out of the ordinary had been seen within the campus so far. Still. Alright, we're here, Aizawa droned as the bus stopped in front of an enormous dome, which was still within the utterly gigantic UA campus. Change into your costumes before you enter. Yes, sensei. Welcome to the USJ. Izuku could only marvel at the sight before him. There were at least 6 different self-contained environments, a downpour zone, a fire zone, a mountain zone, a water zone, and an urban zone. Truly, UA's budget was infinite, and Principal Nizu was excellent at evading taxes. There was just 13 and Aizawa here, though. All Might was conspicuously absent despite him being 1A's supposed heroics teacher. Meanwhile, Uraraka was geeking out beside him, because Space Hero 13 just happened to be her favorite hero. Ohumai Mido. Uraraka shook him with barely contained excitement. It's 13. The best rescue hero out there. Ah yes, I see that I have a fan here. 13 said, her voice muffled by her suit's filters. Anyway, this is the unforeseen simulation joint. Here, we will be learning how to react to different situations where people need to be rescued. However, before we continue, can anyone tell me what my quirk is? Black hole, 13 sensei. Uraraka was basically jumping up and down now. You can turn any and all debris to dust. Yes, it can certainly do that, but it can also kill someone if I'm not careful, 13 replied, making the students fall into a more somber mood. The quirks we have are sometimes incredibly dangerous, and if applied incorrectly, could harm or kill the people we're supposed to be saving. It wasn't obvious from within her helmet, but 13 scanned the students Aizawa had dubbed in the teacher's group chat as the 4 problem children of the apocalypse, as well as Ashido, whose acid could melt a person just as well as it could melt debris, and Kaminari, who could electrocute everyone around him. Honestly, if anyone here used their quirks wrong, they could kill somebody by accident. Except maybe for Hagakure. Now, for our first dash. This was when Izuku felt it. Frieren had taught him to use soul sight, so when a dark circle appeared in the center of the USJ's central plaza, what he saw was painful to the eyes. The first to come out was a being of misty darkness, with glowing yellow arrows that could be reminiscent to dark shadow. However, what set this person from the sentient quirk was that looking at them with soul sight was simply agonizing. It was like amalgamation, a mixture of souls and traces of mana that simply should not be smashed together like that. And yet, there they were, their soul a multicolored kaleidoscope of strange, constantly shifting colors, as if these constituent parts were constantly fighting for dems only to be held back from total control. And then more of these people came out of what was clearly a bunch of portals. Izuku could only sense smug malevolence from them. There was hatred, there was opportunistic greed, and there was thirst all mixed between them. Then there was an even worse sight that came out, so much so that Izuku just turned off soul sight. The last person to step out of the portal was a gigantic creature with an exposed brain, bulging eyes, a monstrous musculature complemented by its enormous size, a bird-like beak with sharp teeth, and unsettling blue skin. It looked forward, staring at nothing in particular as it lacked eyelids. Is this part of the exercise? Kaminari nervously asked. He and just about everyone else already knew, though, that these were hostiles in front of them. Where's All Might? The apparent leader, a man covered all over with severed hands and possessing a very poor sense of hygiene, looked around the area. The schedule said he will be here. Oh well, I guess we'll just get some XP for the party by farming you minions. Those are villains. Everyone, get back. 13, protect the students. Aizawa commanded. Jiro, Kaminari, try to contact the other teachers. Can't, sensei. Kaminari shook his head. We're being jammed. Aizawa looked up at the USJ's roof. And the alarms aren't working, DMN it. We've been hacked. You'll have to get out through the door. Go. I'll delay them. But before the teacher could jump into the fray, Izuku ran to his side. Midoriya? DMN it, I just told you to stay back. I will, sensei. Izuku nodded, knowing full well that unless he was directly attacked, he was not allowed to use his quirk in combat. But not before I give you a buff that'll help you. What do you dash? Magish Panzer. Izuku chanted. As soon as the words left his mouth, a set of shimmering armor pieces appeared around Aizawa's body. This should keep you safe, sensei. Thank you, Midoriya, Aizawa replied as he put his goggles over his eyes. Now go and evacuate. Get the other teachers here. The Erasure then jumped, unleashing his capture cloth to bash the villains against each other. Honestly, if not for the real danger of death in the situation, it might have even been entertaining to watch the villains get flustered as soon as they discover their quirks not working anymore. As Izuku fled back with the rest of the students and 13 towards the door, the same creature of mist appeared before them with his warp quirk. He spoke in a deep, distorted voice. I am afraid that I cannot allow you to dash. 13 immediately opened one of her suit's fingers, the black hole that writhed within her beginning to SCK away at the mist villain. However, the mist villain was quick to react, opening portals in front of and behind 13, making her own quirk attack her. The rescue hero screamed in agony as her suit's rear was torn apart and vaporized, eliciting a gasp of collective horror from the students behind her. Except for one. Die! Bakugo screeched in gleeful rage as he flew towards the mist villain, sparks crackling in his hands. The ensuing explosion interrupted the villain's portal quirk, freeing 13 from her ordeal. Bakugo quickly jumped back before the mist villain could trap him with a portal. Despite the fact that his teacher had been severely injured, he had a manic grin on his face, as if battle was his very lifeblood. 13's hurt very bad. Uraraka said, inspecting the damage underneath the heroine's torn spacesuit. Yaoyorozu dash. I'm on it. The Zaibatsu heiress began creating bandages and applied it to 13's back. The mist villain looked at the students and sighed. Your efforts are in vain. You will all dash. Before he could finish speaking, about a dozen beams of light coruscated towards the mist villain. Some were redirected back at Izuku with portals, but fully expecting him to repeat the same trick he did with 13, Izuku was ready to summon Skeldus, easily blocking the redirected Zoltraaks. The Zoltraaks that didn't get intercepted, however, had hit something else entirely. The USJ's front door exploded. Bakugo unleashed another flurry of explosions at the mist villain as Kirishima hardened and tried to tackle him. Dark Shadow emerged from Fumikage, rushing towards the villain. The villain, however, used his portals to his advantage. The explosions hit Dark Shadow and Kirishima instead, sending them flying. The misty villain, though he completely lacked a mouth or anything, really chuckled. That is what Mstr Tamura would call friendly fire. You cannot escape, even dash. That was when Izuku summoned Blau Kraken, bidding the mana tentacles to come out of the ground in an attempt to ensnare the mist villain. Ida! Izuku screamed at the speedster. Get out there, class rep. You have to tell the teachers. But dash. Just run already, Ida. You're the only one that's fast enough. As the mist villain began to sever the mana tentacles by creating portals within them, Ida began to run. The villain's attention would be taken up by Bakugo screaming and throwing explosions, while Izuku unleashed nearly 36 low-powered Zoltraaks, each of which would be no more painful than a prick of a needle should they connect, but the villain wouldn't know that. Furthermore, Todoroki came about, sending in a rapidly creeping glacier that the mist villain blocked with a portal, wasting his time redirecting each of the beams, ice, and explosions until Ida was out of the door and running. How irritating! The mist villain was visibly agitated, and his mist began to expand. Die! Darkness engulfed Izuku and his classmates in an instant. He then found himself falling, only to reorient himself in midair with flight. He felt and heard the patter of a downpour around him. Oh! He's in the downpour zone, all alone, for now. The mist villain must have separated 1A at random to ensure that the horde of lackeys would kill them. He needs to find his classmates, and fast. Izuku flew over the downpour zone, feeling the cold patter of rain beginning to seep through his hero costume. He'd probably get a cold by the end of this day, but he could give a rat's butt about that. Right now, his classmates and friends were scattered all over the USJ, and they were all in abject danger. Villains, no doubt summoned to their various positions by the mist villain's portals, were lurking all over as Izuku scanned the place with his soul sight. One of the souls, then, winked out like a candle that had its flame blown out. Seeing that someone had definitely and truly died, Izuku flew with all the speed that he could muster. If it was one of the villains that just got their life cut short, well, they probably died because a hero student was forced to fight in self-defense. But if it was one of his classmates? Izuku shuddered at the thought. Heaven knows what he'd do if one of his class got killed today. He'd be very, very mad. He was honestly afraid of himself in that situation. After all, when your basic spell is a beam of concentrated mana that obliterates beings at the cellular level unless they've got defensive magic protecting them, an Izuku that goes off the rails could probably delete quite a few souls from the board. Frieren would be 1,000 times scarier, then. As he got closer to the place where that soul went out, Izuku heard a rather familiar voice. It was Dark Shadow? The sentient Quirk was roaring, drowning out a cacophony of panicked screaming with his power no doubt greatly increased by the darkness here in the downpour zone. Given that the mist villain sent Fumikage to the one place where'd he be at his strongest, the villains were either complete morons or didn't know about Class 1 as quirks. If the latter was the case, and it was by far more likely, then the hero students had the element of surprise on their side. But of greater concern right now was? Oh, hell. It just sunk into Izuku's brain. Dark Shadow, and by extension, Fumikage, have just killed a villain. Izuku was sure he couldn't blame his friend when the villains were obviously hellbent on having fun. Fun in this case being killing hero students and thus eliminating their opponents before they grow up. Or as their gamer leader said, farming the minions for XP. What were they supposed when they had proverbial knives being held against their throats? Wait for someone else to come save them? The mage hero student arrived just in time for a villain with a strength quirk, based on his grotesque musculature, to scramble out of a dark alleyway. Honestly, all the alleyways here were already dark, but this one was extra dark for some reason. The villain didn't even notice Izuku there as he quite literally set himself from the abject fear he felt at that moment. DMN it. I thought we were just going to fight a bunch of kids that don't know how to fight. Why is there a monster here? Izuku could only watch as a familiar claw of shadow shot out of the darkness and dragged the villain screaming into the shadows. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie, just without the distorted violin soundtrack. He ran toward the dark alleyway, just to see that there was half a villain lying on the ground, while others were either sprawling all around the alleyway or hanging on nearby terraces and lampposts, their bodies replete with bruises and wounds. None seemed to be life-threatening, except for the one who had been split in 2 pieces. "Calm yourself, Dark Shadow. Please." Fumikage's voice called through the darkness, both to his quirk and to Izuku. With a photomancy spell, Izuku lit up the alleyway, revealing that the muscular villain had been thrown against a nearby wall with enough force to crack the concrete. Dark Shadow screeched under the light, retreating back into Fumikage's body. The bird-headed teen shrunk to the ground, breathing in exhaustion. Izuku?" Fumikage croaked before he saw the severed body in front of him. "What did I do?" "Fumi," Izuku said, approaching his friend, taking care to step over the severed body. "Don't look at it. Look at me." "But I killed him. He had his quirk by my throat when I landed here. I think it was, his fingers could become knives. He was about to slit my throat." Izuku could see that there was the slight beginnings of a wound on Fumikage's neck, a bit of blood bleeding staining his red choker. It wasn't easy to notice, but the choker being cut open was the first clue. His ankle was also bent at a weird angle. Fumikage must not be feeling the pain because of adrenaline. I panicked and I lashed out. I didn't want to die. Then I heard something squelching. It was a sickening sound, and I couldn't bring out the light spell Frieren taught me. I couldn't imagine myself lighting a light, here, and now, when I was consumed in Dark Shadow's rampage. "Fumi," Izuku repeated, coming to a step in front of the bird-headed teen. He wasn't sure what to say. What was he supposed to say to someone that's just getting into terms with the fact that he had snuffed out the life of another human being? A despicable, murderous human being, granted, but still a human. He wrapped his hands around those of his friend. "Let's get out of here." Fumikage visibly shook. "Oh, okay, right." It hurt Izuku to see him like this. Fumi was always so calm and collected. Now, he's a nervous wreck. "Don't walk, I'll carry you. Your ankle's busted, you're just not feeling it yet because of adrenaline." Fumikage looked down at his leg. "Oh, can you, though?" Izuku just gave him a smile. Blau Kraken. A tentacle of mana came up and wrapped itself around Fumikage, allowing Izuku to carry him about. "Is Dark Shadow behaved now?" "He's apologizing constantly," Fumikage replied. "But I can manage, now that you're here." "Ah, he's calmer now, because I am here? All right, then. Let's look for any other classmates here in the downpour zone," Izuku replied. "I doubt it's just the 2 of us here." "Yeah. Kurogiri." "Yes, Mstr Tamura?" Shigaraki Tamura was livid. "These minions are completely useless. They were being beaten left and right by a bunch of hero brats and their teacher. To make it even worse, Kurogiri, in his idiocy, sent the lightning kid to the one place where there's water. The entire party of goons that were supposed to ambush and kill whoever fell into the water zone all got tossed like the morons that they are while Frog Biatch and the purple dwarf watched from the boat. And then, Kurogiri also sent the shadow brat to the one place where it's dark. All Shigaraki heard from those who had been tasked with eliminating whoever got sent there were panicked screams and a guttural roar. Idiots. Useless but griefers and feeders. If you weren't our one way out of here, I'd dust you myself." Shigaraki hissed. Kurogiri didn't seem to be concerned about Shigaraki's threat. "If you say so, Mstr Tamura." Shigaraki watched on as Eraserhead beat the hell out of the useless morons that made up this raid. How were these idiots losing against one rogue? It looks like Shigaraki has to do things himself. And, as if hell itself answered his prayers to the devil, Eraserhead had just kicked the last goon between him and Shigaraki in the crotch, making him bowl over in pain. Shigaraki decided that to be the moment he charged in. "You're so cool, Eraserhead. Too bad I gotta kill you too." "I don't care." Eraserhead activated his quirk, erasing Shigaraki's quirk before kicking him in the side, making the villain ringleader grunt in pain. "You gotta tell, you know," Shigaraki grinned maniacally. "You blink when your hair falls down. Your ability has a cooldown." Shigaraki went for Eraserhead's elbow, only to find his hand blocked by a transparent set of armor. "What is this? Cheater. Hacker." "Yeah, and as moderator, I'm booting you out of the server," Eraserhead coldly replied, wrapping Shigaraki in his capture cloth. He then pulled the villain towards himself before bashing him in the skull with his fist. Shigaraki was bodily smashed against the floor. Eraserhead probably broke something in there. "Ow, that hurt, Eraserhead. You really are cheating, huh? Well, I got a cheat code of my own." "Nomu." The giant bird-like creature turned its head towards Shigaraki at that. "Beat him up." The aforementioned Nomu moved in front of Eraserhead as though it was made of lightning. It brutally struck Eraserhead, the magical Crapium armor protecting him from the first punch. Then the Nomu punched again. With the second punch, the cheat code broke apart, and Nomu grabbed Eraserhead by the head and slammed his face against the ground. There was blood. A lot of blood. Shigaraki reveled in the sight. Oh, he's so going to enjoy this. The sounds of gasping hero students. It was like music this ears. Shigaraki grinned. Oh ho! Nomu, don't kill him yet, I want them to watch. Let them despair. The downpour zone was honestly just the worst. Izuku had blasted several villains into oblivion already. It was honestly too easy to send them flying with low-powered Zoltraaks. Except for the one that went straight for Fumi with his crocodile jaw wide open to take a chomp. The idiot got slammed into and through a wall by Blau Kraken for his troubles. It should be known at this point that no one is allowed to hurt the people Izuku cares about. Izuku had been following his soul sight. So far, every one of those had been villains prowling for hero students to kill, but is that someone screaming? Fumikage asked. The mage apprentice took a pause and listened. It's rather high-pitched, it might be one of our classmates. You don't have to carry me around to check on that one, Izuku. I'm just slowing you dash. Oh, don't. Talk such nonsense, Fumi. Izuku blasted off to the air, carrying Fumikage with him using Blau Kraken. The latter almost yelped as flying was very new to him. You could have warned me that we were going to fly. Izuku ignored that, instead looking down at the ground. A visibly wounded and distressed Koda was running while a group of villains were hounding him. They were obviously toying with him, calling with jeers and slurs while commenting on what they'd do to him once they bothered to catch up with him. Villains are chasing Koda. While he hadn't really interacted with Koda at this point, there was no way he was going to let this disgusting sight continue on any longer. Izuku fired a Zoltraak at the buildings just behind Koda, letting the debris block the villain's path. With that, he flew down himself and Fumikage, landing in front of the scared mutant. Koda, are you alright? Thank you, Midoriya, Koda breathed. Oh. Tokoyami, what happened to you? Ankle bad. Story for later, Fumikage curtly replied. It's good to see you, Koda. Ow, he grunted as Koda hugged him. I was so scared, guys. Koda gushed out. They kicked and prodded at me. Like I was just some kind of animal. You're with us now, so they won't have any more chances to do anything to you. Also, Koda, I'm the one that blocked them off, Izuku deadpanned. Why don't I get hugs? The wall of debris then exploded, revealing a group of no less than 10 villains. A cursory glance with soul sight revealed that these were the only people left in the vicinity, and indeed, the whole downpour zone. Oh, look at that. 3 hero brat. It's nice that you gathered together, saved us the trouble of finding you. Dark shadow emerged out of Fumicage's torso, snarling and hissing at the villains. Try it, you pieces of audace. Allow me to deal with them. Izuku stepped in front of his injured companions. He then gazed at the villains, his expression unreadable. You're clustered in a narrow street, Izuku said as he took aim with his staff. Good. That means I need only one shot to defeat you all. Hui? One of the villains, a man with a mosquito's head, complete with the blood-skiing part, pet his head to the side as if Izuku had just said the dumbest thing ever. What's up with you, being all so confident? There's 20 of us, and 3 of you. You'll be dead soon. Apologies, but we do need to hurry out of this dome, and we have no time to entertain your existence. That same magic circle appeared on Izuku's staff, aimed straight at the rabble of villains in front of him. Zoltraak. The street would be immediately engulfed in bright, blue light as a rather sizable beam exited out of Izuku's staff, slamming into the villains. For a moment, Koda was genuinely concerned that Izuku had actually reduced the villains to ash. Until the smoke cleared to reveal that, while they were alive, they were completely immobilized. Remind me never to PSS you off, Koda commented as he looked at the miserable heap made out of his erstwhile tormentors. Though, that was awesome. Your quirk is really strong. Oh, thank you. Izuku switched from coldness to warmth at the flick of a button as he turned to face Koda, who looked somewhat mortified. Now, let's get out of here. When Izuku finally exited the downpour zone with Fumikage and Koda in tow, he saw only chaos in the middle of the USJ. Todoroki was there, locked in a combat stance but not doing any actual combat. Bakugo was there too, screaming expletives. Kirishima stood in front of them, his body hardened. And facing them were the mist villain, the one with severed hands, and Izuku's blood froze. Aizawa-sensei was on the ground, his face the epicenter of a growing pool of blood. The gigantic creature held him down, and had doubtlessly broken through the magic armor Izuku gave to his teacher. No. This cannot stand. Ah, whatever. Nomu, crack his brain open and kill those brats next, the villain with hands said. I'm going to feed the loud one his heart, just because he's pissing me off. Izuku flew up faster than anyone could blink. Anger fueled him. How dare they? How dare they threaten to kill his teacher and his classmates? How dare they even breathe the same air as he is? The blue-skinned, the Nomu. It was obviously not human. It is a monster, an amalgamation of suffering souls and dead flesh. One enormous magic circle appeared on his staff. Zoltraak. However, instead of the normal blue beams that everyone had grown accustomed to, a black one came out in its place. The Nomu screamed as its right arm hit by Zoltraak in its pure, original form, its cells rupturing from within. Another Zoltraak shot tore through its chest, and then its other arm, and finally, through the head. The souls intermixed within screeched as they were freed from their silent torment. When the smoke cleared, there were only 2 legs and a torso left, the rest of the Nomu falling away as ash. No, you, cheating AP build user. The hand villain screamed like a manchild. How did you destroy Nomu? It was engineered to kill All Might. So that was their plan, Todoroki thought as he watched the exchange happen. But if Midoriya could kill it in a few shots, then maybe they never had any hope. Tamura Shigaraki, the mist villain said. We must retreat for now. Like hell, Kurogiri. This haxoring little dash. Blau Kraken emerged from underneath Tamura, grabbing his legs. They slammed him down to the ground faster than Kurogiri could cut them with portals. You hurt my friends and my sensei, Izuku growled as the tentacles proceeded to manhandle Tamura and throw him against the floor, again, breaking his nose. The rest of Class 1A, those present, anyway, could only watch in morbid fascination at the beatdown being conducted in the center of the USJ. Todoroki slid towards Eraserhead and began to carry the unconscious teacher away with Kirishima's help, while Bakugo watched with his jaw on the floor as Izuku, for a few moments, looked like he would actually kill another villain for what they've done. There will be consequences. You will rot in a CE-. MSTR Tamura. Kurogiri cried out, throwing open a portal just as Izuku was about to throw Tamura to the ground yet again, getting the other villain out of the USJ. Kurogiri would retreat too as soon as his MSTR was safe on the other side. The League of Villains has lost its first battle, badly. Toshinori Yagi was angry. He was angry at himself, first and foremost. If he hadn't wasted time solving every petty crime on his way to Class 1, as Heroics class, they wouldn't have needed to deal with the sudden villain attack. They wanted him, after all. They just settled for attacking the children and their present teachers when they had discovered that their target wasn't there. Toshinori Yagi was also angry at the villains, secondly. They had the gall to come into UA and proclaim themselves as wishing to kill the symbol of peace. They then chose to try to kill the members of Class 1A. They severely injured Eraserhead and 13, and Eraserhead would have certainly been killed, along with several or more of the hero students if not for young Midoriya's intervention at the opportune moment. When Ida Tenya had rushed into the faculty room screaming that villains had attacked the USJ, Toshinori immediately transformed into his muscle form, time limit beat med, and jumped towards the USJ. Nizu rallied the teachers and an entire legion of UA's military surplus robots for a counterattack against the villain incursion. When he arrived, though, the fight was already done. It was clearly a victory for the hero students, and Toshinori couldn't help but be proud that they were able to repel a villain attack, especially one that would amount to being the largest incident of terrorism that this country had experienced in decades. But at the same time, they shouldn't have needed to fight for their lives. They're still children, DMN it. 15 and 16-year-olds should never be subjected to such an experience. Toshinori knew well that they were traumatized by what they had seen, especially as a number of villains were outright killed or, in the case of the one known as Nomu, completely destroyed. They may be hero students, and they may eventually come to the decision to take a life once they were in their careers, but the key word there was eventually. It hadn't even been a month since they began here in UA. And already, some of them were forced to use lethal force to protect themselves. Or, in some cases, panicked and killed their attackers. Toshinori would never fault the latter category, though. What else were you supposed to do when someone was already in the process of running you through? This is all his fault. If he just trusted his fellow heroes to solve incidents without his assistance. If only he got there faster. If only he didn't waste his time. If only he was able to maintain his muscle form for longer. If only. Don't beat yourself about it, All Might. Nizu's voice brought Toshinori back into reality. They were standing within the USJ, the students of Class 1A in the process of giving their statements to the police. Elsewhere, robots were dragging the dead villains into rows, draping sheets of cloth over them. Other robots were carrying the legs and torso that were all that remained of the Nomu villain to be studied by the police. No one could have known. You couldn't have known. Even I, the most intelligent creature on Earth, didn't know. Damnable warp quirks are so rare but also annoying. I wish they did not exist at all. Either way, we must simply be grateful that none of our students and teachers died. What about Eraserheads and 13's injuries? Toshinori asked. Recovery Girl had just informed me that both will recover and return to duty eventually, Nizu replied. Now, our concern is the mental well-being of the students. As if on cue, a tired-looking police detective with black hair and hastily shaven facial hair approached, scratching his head. The nameplate on his jacket identified him Sakuchi Naomasa, one of the few people who knew about All Might's secret. So, update. 4 of the students of Class 1A just told me that they killed a villain, or more than one. Can't really fault them for panicking when their lives were threatened. One of them was just staring into the air while I took his statement. Which one? Toshinori asked. He dreaded the answer, no matter which one it was. Kaminari, Sakuchi replied. It made perfect sense. He fell into the ocean zone and was immediately surrounded by villains with killing intent as soon as he was in the water. He panicked and let out an electric discharge that decimated the villains. As the UA robots dragged them out of the water, most were covered with electrical burns, barely breathing. Others were outright dead, cooked by the electric currents that surged through the water. Who are the others? Toshinori asked. Tokoyami nearly had his neck slit when his quirk, a sentient quirk, that is, sliced the villain in half and began ravaging the others that were poised to attack him, Sakuchi sighed. Kirishima had a bullet bounce off him, which ricocheted and killed the villain that fired it. And Midoriya, well, the detective looked at the direction of the Nomu's remains. According to the testimony of the other students, the Nomu villain was poised to kill Eraserhead and 3 students when Midoriya intervened. I'm going to put my word in with the higher-ups to see it as self-defense. But for now, they will have to return home with their parents while we sort all this out. Poor children, Nizu shook his head. Hound Dog will be most busy in these coming days. Toshinori didn't say anything about that. As far as he was concerned, this was all his fault. All his fault. Kaminari? Are you there? Izuku sat beside Kaminari, who was staring into nothingness. A bandage covered his shoulder, right where a villain had stabbed him. The electric user was clearly disassociating, but Izuku calling out his name brought him back into reality. Midoriya. Kaminari jumped. I didn't notice you there. Just wanted to check up on you, Izuku replied. He noticed that Kaminari's hands were trembling. He placed a hand on them and applied a very subtle temperature spell, making his hand warmer than it should be. At the very least, that should help his classmate, somewhat. I can still smell it, you know, Kaminari suddenly said. I was in the USJ entrance one moment and the next, I was falling into the water. I don't know how to swim. Izuku kept quiet. He would keep listening to what Kaminari had to say. But I could hear them. They were talking about how they'd spill my guts, how they'd be glad to kill a hero brat like me. Then one of them stabbed me in the shoulder. That was when it happened. It's like fight or flight, you know, and I could only fight while underwater. I discharged half of my electricity, I think. I couldn't see what was happening, but when Azui dragged me out of the water and put me on the boat with her and Mineta, I saw the villains floating on the water. Kaminari hung his head low. I could smell it. I can still smell it now. I killed people. I know that they were hellbent on killing me. I know that we'd eventually have to do that once we're heroes, you know, when we got no other choice, but I just can't wrap it around my head. All that happening now to us. Izuku winced as Kaminari began to tightly hold on his hand, but he ignored the momentary sting of pain and patted the electric user on the back. He himself was still reeling from blasting the Nomu with the demonic version of Zoltraak, but heaven knows that he already knew its nature as a beast with 6 tortured minds within it. Hopefully, the police would rule it as acceptable self-defense, because, honestly, that was the best thing he could do to stop the Nomu from killing Aizawa-sensei and then Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kirishima thereafter in short order. Izuku barely even noticed it when Kaminari hugged him from the side and leaned his head on his shoulder for comfort. Heaven knows that every member of Class 1A needed just that when their lives were nearly on the brink of ending. Never mind that they dismantled the villains that attacked them. Izuku, Kaminari, a familiar baritone voice announced itself to the two. Izuku looked up to see Fumikage. He had been given a bandage for his neck, and Dark Shadow was just absurdly tiny on his shoulder. May I join you? Yeah, but there better not be anyone else, Izuku replied, injecting a bit of humor just to dispel the heavy atmosphere around them. Or else my shoulders are going to break. Ha, good one, Fumikage replied as he took his position beside Izuku and joined in. I didn't know you were a hugger too, Fumi, Izuku whispered. The reply was swift. I need it. Oh, yes. They needed it. They all did. Inko yawned. Being an office worker was a little monotonous. Sign these forms, fill out these forms, put up a spreadsheet, put all those things into the database, ugh. If a more exciting job offer came to her, she'd accept it in a heartbeat. Now, lunch break was just about done, and Midoriya, one of her coworkers, came running to her with Inko's phone in hand. Inko had left it in her office block. "There's a call for you." "What?" Inko frowned. "Ishi, that better not be another of your pranks dash." "No, it's from UA. Something about your kid there." Ishi all but yelled. Inko grabbed the phone and placed it next to her ear. What came next made her blood freeze. "Ishi, I need you to cover for me. Tell the boss that there was a family emergency, I have to go." Inko all but flew out of the office. As she did so, she pulled up her contacts list and searched for the only other number she'd call when it came to Izuku's well-being, Frieren's. Hopefully, she'll. "Yes?" Frieren sounded bored. "There was a villain attack in UA. "No, Izuku's fine. I'll pick you up at the house and we'll go there together." "Funny that you'd mention that," Frieren replied. "His friend's father is here. He had proposed that we proceed to UA as soon as you arrive." "No, really. Tokoyami Rado is at our house." "Yes, it is him. He was just looking for you." When was the last time Inko really spoke with Tokoyami Rado, anyway? That man was rather intimidating, thanks to the fact that his quirk, dark aura, made him exude an oppressive pressure around himself through nearby shadows. But if there was one thing he and Inko had in common, it would be the sheer protectiveness they had with their children. They'd both destroy worlds if it meant making their kids happy. "All right. I'll be there." "Is he offering a ride?" Frieren paused. "He is." Frieren looked at the man that had shown up at the doorstep of the Midoriya household. He was short, probably just around her height. He wore a long, black coat with flaps that reached all the way to his ankles. His shoes were also black, his glasses had a black frame, his breeds were black, and his hair, scratch that, his feathers were black. Like his son, he had the head of a bird, though his beak was black. When he spoke, Frieren could see the sharp, serrated teeth within. Frieren could see where Izuku's friend got his preference for wearing black. "Inko's coming, then," Rado said as Frieren put her phone away. "I am perfectly willing to wait." "Fumikage had spoken highly of you," Rado continued after a moment, observing the elf. For a moment, Frieren wondered if Dark Shadow had blabbered about her real identity and origins to him. "If I didn't know better, I would say that I am not impressed, but..." The man looked around the apartment complex. He hadn't been brazen enough to enter the Midoriya apartment without Inko there or without Frieren saying anything about whether she'd let him, but already the shadows near the doorway were extending, exerting emotional pressure on all those that they touched. And right now, the only person they were touching was Frieren. On top of apparently having a very powerful quirk, you have no reaction to my quirk. Only the most strong-willed people, like my wife, can ignore dark aura. That, and people that I genuinely like, Rado continued. I cannot turn it off, unfortunately. People are instinctively afraid of me even though I'm not really a scary person. I'm actually a very chill guy that anyone can have a sake with. Frieren could detect the slightest tinges of a lie there. Oh, he was scary all right, just not to Frieren. Or, rather, he was fully capable of being actually scary to most people. Rado had a huge paternal protectiveness that was matched only by the underlying ruthlessness that he could bring out if need be. "So, you have the shadows and the mutation," Frieren pondered. "Quirks combine in preceding generations, so what does your wife have?" Rado laughed. "Oh, asking the right questions, are we? Well, she has a sentient quirk. Though it's a small red dragon with glowing yellow eyes. She named it Wushu. But enough about us. What about you?" "I taught Izuku to use his quirk," Frieren replied simply. "And I gave your son tips. If one could call a spell that can create light a tip, then so be it." But she also had in her mind giving him a spell that could adjust light levels in general, not just light a light. Dark Shadow gets stronger in darkness, after all. He just needs to learn how to fully control his quirk. "Right, you're the one mentoring my son's friend," Rado chuckled. "I keep encouraging him to make more friends, to make connections, but he finds it difficult. He has always been lonely. A loner. Ironic that he is never alone, since he has Dark Shadow. But, well, you live here? With the Midoriyas?" Frieren thought about it for a second. "I do," Frieren replied. "For the last 11 months. Where are you from, anyway?" "Germany." "I suppose that makes sense. You have more? Caucasian features. How are you related to the Midoriyas?" "Family friend." Rado nodded. "Aha. Are we just going to wait out here?" "Yes. Is there a reason not to wait here?" Rado sighed. Does this woman not know that it's polite to invite a guest in to sit? But again, he hadn't asked. And, does he want to? He was already close to the Midoriya residence when he received the message, so he decided to see if Izuku and Frieren were present. And he supposed that getting to talk with his son's friend's mysterious mentor wouldn't hurt. I suppose not. Rado leaned his back on the railing. He looked at Frieren, who just lazily looked back at him. Rado didn't know why, but she exuded power and majesty. Such a strange feeling it was. She wearing rather normal clothes, and her white hair and pointed ears were just normal-ish mutations that wouldn't be out of place with anyone else. But being near her was, what was it, different? Fumikage told him that she was quite strong. Rado had it in his mind to try to dig up more about her, as he wondered why someone who was apparently that powerful didn't go into heroism, but he filed that for later when his son added that she was also teaching his friend how to use his quirk. Honestly, if she was teaching someone to get into hero school, then she was more or less alright in his book. But this feeling, is this what it's like when dark aura is influencing someone else? Could it be that his quirk was picking up a hidden, modest strength that she had? Rado knew that dark aura's shadows also told him things about those that they touched, but never before had he felt this, save for when he once spoke with All Might. Rado peered through the open door behind Frieren. Is that a pile of books? Yes. I spend most of my time reading. It didn't matter how messy the pile became. She could always use magic to neatly put them back to the library. Ah, a studious reader. Not a lot of those in these times. Not with actual books, at least. Everyone just reads off their phones. Honestly, there's nothing better than the scent of the book in your nose. It is crisp, like fine wine. I do not see how that analogy works, but I suppose that you are correct. Newly printed books do have a certain aroma to them. However, my primary concern is the knowledge within them. Ah, yes. I remember this quote from back then. Knowledge is power. Guard it well. Ironically, the people who coined that term were doomed by the abuse of the knowledge they had. Ah yes, the Thousand Suns and their fall. Rado used to play a game with overpriced miniature as the pieces, but these days those miniatures were simply there as a collection. Knowledge is not just a tool to be abused, looking for it and learning can be quite fun, Frieren replied. Oh my. I wish more people thought that way. Rado waved his hands around with indignation. I certainly wish I did back in the day. I hated studying, you know. I'd rather be lounging about or playing games. But here I am, learning the value of knowledge. It's never too late for a second chance, yes? Yes, Frieren nodded. Reaching Endi and talking to Himmel again, getting to know him better in death than in life, is basically her heading towards her second chance. She could come back any time to Fern and Stark and pick up on that again, but she has all the time in the world. It's never too late. And maybe she'll go there and take those two to see this world for themselves. It's not like any of the three would be missing much. What would two war orphans and an ancient elf miss, anyway? It took about 20 minutes for Inko to arrive. When she did, she rushed up the stairs, out of breath. Hey, Rado, Frieren, Inko breathed. Rado, you said that you're going to offer us a ride? Rado looked back at her. Frieren could detect sympathy coming out of the man. The shadows around them shrunk but did not entirely return to their natural state. I have drinks with me in the car. Do you still drink? I think we'll need it. Rado, you know I don't anymore. But you still do? Honestly, such a bad example to Fumikage. Heh, right, Rado chuckled as he proceeded to the stairs. I'll be waiting down there for you too. As Rado left, the shadows subsided. He is a strange man, Frieren commented. Oh, yes, he really is, Inko replied. But he's been a friend of mine for a long time. Just haven't talked for a bit. I can sense a darkness in him, and not just his quirk, Frieren dully said. He has the eyes of someone who has seen and done many things. Well, Inko opened up her bag to see if she was missing anything while they proceeded down the stairs towards awaiting Rado. I'm sure that, whatever he does, it's for what's good and just. That just comes with being in the HPSC. I suppose so, Frieren nodded. Izuku still had Fumikage still stuck to him as they sat in UA's main lobby. Most students had gone home early as the police swept through the place, searching for potential hidden cameras and sensors that the villains might have left behind. Recovery Girl, having used her quirk on the birdhead using him as a comforter, had more or less cleared them for leaving with their parents once the latter had arrived. Fumikage was feeling sleepy, but was not quite there yet. As for Kaminari, his mother had arrived a little earlier and they left, but not before Kaminari wrapped Izuku in the tightest hug he could manage. Most of their classmates had already left as well. Ingenium showed up in his hero costume to bring Ida home. Had the situation been different and more cheerful, Izuku would have asked him for an autograph, but that would just be wrong. Meanwhile, Yamamo boarded an armored car staffed by people who were no doubt military veterans that the Yayorozu family hired to be her bodyguards. Her ultra-rich parents must have been worried sick when they heard about the attack if they had brought out all that just to SCRT her back to the Yaoyorozu estate. But again, what kind of parent wouldn't be worried sick if they heard that their kid got involved in a villain attack? One where there was a very real chance of kids dying? Fumi, Izuku said, making Fumikage lift his head. I'm sorry but my shoulder is a little sore now. Can you, Fumikage sat upright, somehow still putting himself in a dignified pose. Apologies. I was very sleepy. Don't worry about it, Fumi, Izuku reached out and patted his head. It was something Frieren did sometimes, especially when he showed visible improvement in magic. Honestly, it just felt right. You don't have to stay awake. I'm not leaving you alone. Izuku. The door to UA's lobby burst open as Izuku's mother entered and scooped him into a tight hug. Frieren followed by, is that Fumikage's dad? Hi Mom, Izuku said as Inko finally released him. Don't worry, we're fine. Mostly. Hi, Frieren, Mr. Tokoyami. It is good to see that you are well, Izuku, Frieren said, patting him on the head. It appears that my teachings have made you strong enough to fight in a true battle. Yes, Frieren, really, thank you for all you've taught me. I don't know what would have happened back there if not for our lessons. It was only through the combination of flight and Zoltraak that Izuku blasted away the Nomu that was about to splatter Aizawa's head into the pavement. Without one or the other. Izuku, good to see you again, Rado acknowledged him before setting his eyes on Fumikage. Father, Fumikage said, his eyes drooping from the side effects of Recovery Girl's quirk. You're here? Why, my little magpie, I was going to visit you and see how you were doing, Rado put his hands on his son's shoulders. Then I heard that this happened. I'm not a magpie. One more thing, Rado turned towards Izuku. I had heard from the police the testimony of your classmates, as well as your statements. No, do not ask how I did that. Thank you for what you did, for being there for my son in a difficult time. The more the death of that villain was left unsaid, the better. You also saved your teacher and your classmates from dying. In gratitude, I will make sure that no idiot bureaucrat tries to charge you for murder, or whatever. Though I doubt any of them will to begin with. But that's just in case. Oh, Izuku nodded. Thank you, Mr. Tokoyami. Don't worry about it, Rado bared the sharp teeth in his beak as he smiled. It wasn't like Dark Aura was scary enough, the people in this room were lucky he liked all of them. But this? It was like staring into a pterodactyl. I will take care of everything. Stay still, Mstr Tamura. We do not want your wounds to become infected. Ga. You're not my mother, Kurogiri. Shigaraki Tamura grumbled as Kurogiri's misty hands brushed his bruised and gashed face with cotton buds dipped in antiseptic fluid. The first of the high-end Nomu had previously applied an ice pack to the Air to All for One's Legacy's broken nose, which Tamura still held up with visible discomfort with his left hand. On his right, he held a bottle of tequila, which was doing very little to calm his iridescent fury. But the very purpose of my existence is to take care of and protect you, Mstr Tamura, Kurogiri replied with his characteristic calm. So, going by that logic? I might as well be. That cheater, Tamura shivered in barely contained rage. It was bad enough that the magic-looking hero brat made him lose father, and would thus never know Shimura Kotoru's ever-present grip on his face ever again. The mere thought made him want to scream. That DMN wizard wannabe ruined everything. He killed our Nomu, Kurogiri. Then he proceeded to manhandle you, bash your face against the floor, and threw you at one of our tables when I portaled you out. Kurogiri's gaze lay over the destroyed wooden table that Tamura landed on when the two of them escaped from the USJ. Yes, we have been over that several times in the last hour, Mstr Tamura, Kurogiri replied. The League of Villains has failed to kill All Might, nay, to even engage him to begin with, yes, but we have done something else of substance. Oh? Tamura growled. Pray tell, Kurogiri, what did we do other than fail miserably? We showed them that we may strike anywhere, anytime, Kurogiri answered. The symbol of peace will begin to erode. There will be fear of another attack. They may never rest easy again. This may not be a practical victory, Mstr Tamura, but it is symbolic. It is not like those thugs we hired were any good for anything other than being cannon fodder. If they weren't so useless minions, maybe they wouldn't have lost so easily against a bunch of brats with no XP, Tamura spat, literally. Kurogiri's yellow eyes slightly flared as Tamura then closed all 5 of his fingers on his bottle of tequila, turning it to ash. Sighing, Kurogiri opened a portal, pulled out an extra bottle from it, and set it on the counter. That was their whole purpose, remember? To be our, as you called it, meat shields. I'm going to kill them all, every last one of them. Tamura dusted the bottle that Kurogiri had just procured. That cheating AP build user. That birdbrain brat. The electric idiot. I will kill them all. I doubt that you can accomplish that all by yourself, Mstr Tamura, Kurogiri replied. Or with just the two of us, for that matter. Yes, yes. That's it. To kill these hero brats, I'm going to need a party. A party that isn't just a bunch of useless morons and thugs. I need an elite group with high stats and XP. Call Jiren. I need the best of the best villains to join our guild. Very well, Mstr Tamura. We will build your party. About 3 days had passed since the USJ attack. As expected, it had gone all over the news, though thankfully, UA did not release any information about the students involved in the attack, nor did the police. All that was said was that villains attacked the unforeseen simulation joint with the use of a warp quirk, but were easily and quickly repelled. The fact that about 10 villains were killed in the process was omitted from the news story, instead going with the story that all villains involved were swiftly captured by teachers and UA's robotic sentinels once they responded. However, it was also easy for the media to put 2 and 2 together and conclude that the students did have to fight to defend themselves. As Izuku watched the latest discussion about the attack, a certain blue-skinned journalist, one by the name of Chitose Kazuki, had some interesting things to say. It is clear that if ordinary citizens can use their quirks to defeat villains in their general vicinity, then villains wouldn't even dare step into the open, Chitose said in response to a question from the TV show's host. Perhaps freer quirk use would also mean that the hero students would have had greater practice and experience. A knock on the door took Izuku's attention. Izuku opened the door, just to see a thin, skeletal man with gaunt, black eyes, blue irises, and blonde hair. He would have thought that this person was a beggar if he weren't wearing a formal suit. But he'd seen this person before roaming UA's grounds. When he had asked Present Mike about him, the hero radio talk show host teacher said that this guy, who looked like he was just one cough away from the grave, was actually All Might's secretary. That made sense. All Might was a very busy man, and he'd probably delegate a lot of mundane duties to other people. And, well, Izuku would never really expect the big man himself to show up at his doorstep. Mr. Yagi, All Might's secretary? Izuku asked. The man nodded. I'm making rounds through your whole class, Yagi replied. Checking up on you, seeing if you're fine, and relaying what legal decisions were reached concerning what you and some of your classmates, did. Right. Izuku, along with Fumikage, Kirishima, and Kaminari had killed villains in the USJ. Not that they wanted to. Is your mother here? Yagi continued. Or any adult that you trust? I'd trust anyone that All Might trusts, Izuku muttered. He hadn't realized he said that out loud. Oh ho, but really, is there anyone there? Or are you just alone now? Well, Izuku peered through the door to the guest room, where Frieren was still busy reading a book, this time about Chinese zodiac signs. I do have an adult here, but it will be hard pulling her from her, reading. I'll just tell her what you tell me. Come in. All right, Yagi nodded. He removed his shoes and stepped into the Midoriya apartment. He glanced at the guest room, where Frieren was still busy reading. As he and his student walked, not that he knows, they also passed by Inko's room, where there was a shrine to the late Midoriya Hisashi. Yagi squinted at the sight of the picture as if remembering something when he saw it. I should probably tell my mom that All Might's secretary is here, Izuku muttered, again. The hero student and the secretary sat opposite one another on the dining table. So, where do I begin? Yagi let out a tired sigh. First things first, you and your classmates will not be in trouble for what you did. Izuku's shoulders relaxed at that. Tokoyami Rado really carried through. The higher-ups declared that all 4 of your cases were that of self-defense against lethal harm. Or, in your case, preventing a massacre. Izuku gulped. He still couldn't remove the memory of the Nomu with its fists raised. Well, I suppose that my body moved before I could think. That's how many great heroes start out, Yagi replied before coughing out a little bit of blood. Mr. Yagi. Are you alright? Yes, I am. Don't worry about me. I'll just continue. Right. The autopsy report of the villain you defeated just came back as well. But before I say it, remember that you are not to tell anyone outside your class. All right? Izuku nodded. Okay. My mouth will be shut, All Might's honor. Yagi tried not to choke at the fact that Izuku swore on his name. That's a real fanboy if he's ever seen one. All right. So, when the police tested the Nomu's DNA, it was apparent that there were 6 DNA strands in it. From 6 different people. That explains why it had multiple quirks. Regeneration and super strength were 2, but we didn't know the rest since. You know, it didn't get to use them. It had multiple quirks? Izuku thought. He didn't notice that at all, but he probably didn't have it in mind to really analyze it when he killed it with Zoltraak, nor did he see it in action much when he was busy going around with Fumikage and Koda in the downpour zone. He also knew that there were 6 souls in there, 6 tortured minds being forcefully mended together. He knew that it was an undead creature. This revelation merely reinforced that knowledge. Yagi visibly shuddered. The Nomu was a twisted science experiment, not really human anymore. You might remember the Yao Guai, from the time around the dawn of Quirks? History class in middle school should have covered it. Izuku nodded. A few years after the dawn of Quirks, the People's Republic of China used strange and cutting-edge genetic sciences to merge multiple quirked individuals into creatures that lacked a will of their own in their losing war against the combined forces of the Pacific Treaty Organization and the newly born secessionist empire of the Northern Han, called the Yao Guai. The last of the Yao Guai would be wiped out by PTO forces in the Battle of Shenzhen, and the knowledge and equipment used to create them were supposedly destroyed as well. But it seems that someone somehow rediscovered the lost, disgusting science behind the Yao Guai. Or perhaps it was never lost to begin with. If the people that were mixed into the Nomu were still conscious, somehow, then their existence would have been one of constant agony. The Yao Guai were said to be constantly screaming. The Nomu was mute, and probably intentionally so. The name probably suggested that already, too. No brain, that is what its name meant. Testimonies from your classmates also confirmed that the Nomu did not move an inch until it was commanded to do so by the one named Shigaraki Tamura. In conclusion, you did not commit murder, or anything close to it, Midoriya Izuku. It was an act of mercy to the trapped souls in the Nomu. I just saved Aizawa-sensei and my classmates, Izuku replied. Of course he didn't commit murder. Murder is when you kill a person. A zombie isn't a person. Neither is a demon. That was all I had in mind. And they're alive, thanks to you, Yagi nodded at him. You better come to classes this Monday, alright? Yes, Yagi-san. I'll be going then. Yagi got up from his chair. I have to visit 3 more of your classmates. Keep safe, Yagi-san. As the scrawny man left, Izuku rushed to Frieren's side. For no rhyme or reason, he just got an idea. What is it, Izuku? Frieren asked. She had just turned the page on. What is that, the Year of the Dragon? I just met All Might's secretary, Izuku said. I heard. I thought you would be more excited. Ahaha. Anyway, remember when I said that I got sent through a portal? And since magic is about visualization. Frieren closed the book and turned to face him. I'm listening. When Izuku stepped into the classroom, several heads turned to him all at once. The first was Achiko, who sprung out from her seat with a concerned look on her face. Mido. Good morning. Are you good? Yeah, Uraraka, Izuku replied. Did Mr. Yagi visit you too, by the way? We were just talking about what he told us, actually, Uraraka replied. I'm just so relieved. I really thought that you guys might get into trouble when you know, Uraraka glanced at the members of 1A who were already there. Fumikage was already here, though he had a book over his face, suggesting that he was napping, though Dark Shadow was drawing doodles on his notebook. Ida was sitting on his desk, as stiff as ever, but disturbingly quiet. Yaoyorozu was busy chatting with Ishido, while Bakugo, well, that was a surprise. Bakugo had a more neutral expression when he saw Izuku. He didn't look like he was going to shoot his face off, but he wasn't looking friendly either. Kirishima was babbling to Bakugo about something, and Bakugo looked like he was just barely tolerating the redhead's constant talking. Not that Kirishima seemed to care that Bakugo looked like he was just an inch away from shoving his face off. Azui and Mineta were talking, too. Strangely enough. Mineta wasn't looking at her chest but at her eyes. Given that Azui was even entertaining a conversation with the purple dwarf with a notoriety for perversion, maybe being stuck on that boat did something to his head. Shoji and Koda, wow, Koda really was snug in those 6 arms. Kaminari and Jiro were speaking to one another, their voices a little hushed, but Kaminari was smiling, much unlike the worrying quiet he had back at the aftermath of the USJ. What did Mr. Yagi tell him to make him feel so much better? Or was Kami just putting on a happy facade? It was, still worrying. After all, he did electrocute 7 people to death and put 13 others in the hospital. But if Jiro's expression was any indication, she wasn't worried about that. She looked happy to talk with him. Maybe she told him some comforting words, too? It's not your fault and all that? Todoroki was sitting quietly, alone and quiet, but he looked at Izuku with an inquisitive gaze that made the magic hero student a little worried. What was Endeavor's son thinking? As for the others? Aoyama was on the phone. He was speaking and cursing in French. Izuku had been on the internet long enough to know a few curse words that the French use. Sato was eating a croissant beside him, which was probably granted unto him by Aoyama. Hagakure had somehow appeared beside Yaoyorozu and Ishido. Ashido and Hagakure were gossiping while Yaoyorozu was mostly just looking between the two of them, shaking her head in disappointment. Shiro soon joined in the gossip. Oh hell, is Shiro part of the girl squad now? Oh no. I was the last to arrive, wasn't I? Izuku said, and found himself yawning. DMN it, he shouldn't have been trying to make a new spell up until midnight. Come on, Mito. Uraraka grabbed him by the wrist and dragged him to his seat. He barely resisted, mostly because he was still feeling a little sleepy, a little side effect of a sleep spell. Homeroom is going to be starting soon. Izuku glanced at the others, who slowly began to order themselves in preparation. Of particular note was Dark Shadow, who poked Fumikage and woke him up. I wonder who's going to substitute Aizawa-sensei? Ashido asked no one in particular. I mean, he was still in the hospital. This was when a robot entered the classroom with a monitor in its hands. Oh, a robot is going to substitute for homeroom? Uraraka asked. The robot held up the monitor, which then flickered to life to show Aizawa wrapped in bandages, and judging by the sheets and the pillow he was lying on, he was still in medical care. Good morning, class. Aizawa-sensei. You mustn't exert yourself whilst you recover. Ida chopped the air with his arms. It is sweet that you're concerned, but as you can see, I am not exerting anything, Aizawa lazily replied. Recovery girl said that she would kill me herself if I got out of this bed. So, ugh. Anyway, I know that you're probably still reeling from what happened back at the USJ. But we have persevered, and I know that each of you is strong in your own ways. We will keep moving forward. And so is UA. The sports festival will be held in approximately 2 weeks. Wouldn't that be dangerous when we just got attacked? Yaoyorozu asked. I did bring that up, Aizawa replied. But they said that this is how UA proves that it is not cowed by terrorists and villains. Either way, security will be quadrupled this time around. The military is helping with securing the perimeter, along with quite a few heroes. Security gets even tighter because apparently Her Excellency Miao-ing will be watching the sports festival as part of her diplomatic visit, so we got a lightning dragon in there too. Something about the Northern Han showing solidarity with Japan in the wake of this terrorist attack. And General Winter and Stars and Stripes will be watching too. I don't know why Novgorod's number 3 and the Reunited States number 2 are going to be watching, but them being there will make it even harder for any villains to attack. Consider their presence as potential connections for your future careers. Hell, you might even end up going with them for internships, because we got a program for that, too. Murmuring erupted at that. All hail UA's infinite budget and Nizu's creative accounting skills, Aizawa continued. Anyway, that's it for homeroom. You're free to spend the remaining time however you wish. Just be on time for your next class. Yes, sensei. With that, the monitor with Aizawa's mummified face turned off and the robot drove away from the classroom. Sports festival. It's got 3 parts, right? Shiro punched the air. I asked our senpais about it once, they said that there are going to be. I'll beat you all, easy, Bakugo interrupted with a grin. I remember you losing dash. Shut it, see-through girl. Izuku sighed. At least they were back to being bombastic and all. Izuku was hungry. Literature class was just about done. Cementos hadn't actually been present to teach, something about an emergency meeting between the faculty members. He had instead given the class an asynchronous lesson, instructing them to write a long essay on the book entitled Animal Farm. As for the meeting that Cementos and likely the rest of the faculty went to, Izuku could put 2 and 2 together to conclude that they were discussing the USJ incident. It had been exceedingly relieving when All Might's secretary personally visited each and every member of Class 1A in their homes to tell them that they were not going to be in trouble when it came to the legal sphere or that UA will be doing its best to keep them safe as time goes forward. But ever since that attack, there had been a tiny, little, itty-bitty sense of safety being an illusion in the back of his mind. Well, it was time for lunch. Hey, why are there so many people blocking our door? That was Shiro, as he had been the first to get up and try to leave the classroom only to find that the hallway was absolutely filled with other students, primarily the other first years. Izuku peered at the mass of students, which included a haughty-looking blonde from Class 1B that he recognized from passing. I would have thought that they would be going to lunchtime already, Fumikage grumbled. Dark Shadow whispered something about simply bowling their way through, but most of it was beyond Izuku's earshot. The sentient Quirk would be scolded by his host with a light tap on his face. It's obvious. Bakugo made his way to the front, pushing aside Shiro in the process. These extras are trying to scope out the competition before the big event. Oh ho! It's Class 1A. You think you're big shots just because you fought some villains last week? The blonde was the first to speak, talking in a haughty, arrogant tone that would probably make most targets of his speech become encapsulated in an all-consuming rage. Izuku also remembered his name at long last, as he'd seen it on the list of people who passed the entrance exam to the hero course. Monoma Nito, that was his name. The wielder of a quirk called Copy. It is rather self-explanatory. Oh yeah? Bakugo squared up with Monoma, his red eyes staring into the other's blue. I'll beat each and every one of you extras in the sports festival. Aha! Monoma laughed at Bakugo. The dog finally barks. As Bakugo and Monoma traded insults, Izuku let out a tired sigh and moved towards Ochako. Everyone here had spirit, yes, but they were all a bit confused on how to do it. Some rivalry is good and all, since it could spur competition and accelerate growth, but this? Only bad things can come out of something like this. Bakugo looked like he was about to finally insult Monoma's entire family tree when Kirishima stepped in, grabbing him by the shoulders and slowly pulling him away from the door. Surprisingly, Bakugo let him do it, if only because he was so hyper-focused at Monoma that he didn't seem to register that Kirishima was taking him away at all. Okay, bros. I think we all need to take a chill pill and be chill, huh? Chill pill? I need no chill pill. Bakugo hissed. Neither of you are being manly right now, yeah? Oh, by the way, Class 1A, some of the general education students want to get in the hero course, Monoma continued, as though he was the mouthpiece of a grand movement. Through performing in a most excellent manner in the sports festival, they may take your SPO. Slam. The door was shut, and dark shadow had closed it. The muffled sounds of disgruntled students filtered through, though the loudest voice was Monoma, who was loudly telling them to gaze upon one as arrogance, that they won't even deign to speak with us, before promptly being hit by what sounded like an enormous fist and dragged away on the floor. What the hell, bird brain? Bakugo angrily complained. I was going to dash. Fumikage, instead of answering, pointed to the window where Ochako had just lowered a shivering Ashido, who knew she was scared of heights. Then a blue tentacle wrapped around her and began pulling her to the ground. Kaminari and Koda were already lined up. Get in line, Fumikage simply said as he too proceeded to the window. Bakugo growled, but Kirishima would drag him along anyway. The only people who were still on their seats were Todoroki, who seemed to be looking at the whole with a mix of disbelief and awe, and Ida, who was conflicted between scolding his classmates for not proceeding out of the door in an orderly fashion and congratulating Izuku and Ochako for their unorthodox method of avoiding any more engagement with the students outside while getting out of the classroom. Before long, Class 1A had landed on the ground and were on their way to Lunch Rush's cafeteria. Izuku didn't seem to care that Bakugo somehow safely landed on the ground without either using explosions to propel himself or accepting a Blau-Kraken tentacle. Maybe it was pure spite and will. When was the last time they'd spoken to each other, anyway? You'll be watching the sports festival, right, Frieren? Izuku and Frieren were on the same forest clearing that they had used to practice magic for, what, a year? Izuku, for the last 2 hours, had been casting progressively stronger Zoltraaks as quickly as he could while Frieren, sitting with her back leaning on a tree, watched with her phone in her hand. For someone so old, she had adapted well to technology, but again, that technology was just so filled with knowledge to look for. Izuku had given the different levels of Zoltraak differing names, helping himself better visualize and remember them. Now, though, he was beginning something new. A new, revolutionary spell. Maybe, Frieren dully replied as Izuku fell with his back on the ground in front of her. Gladiatorial matches are not something I particularly enjoy seeing. Izuku got up from the ground, bits of grass and soil stuck on the back of his shirt, which was labeled, breathes. But you'll see me compete. And that will be a competition that everyone will be watching. All the pro heroes will be watching us. It's like the Olympic Games but way, way better and more exciting. Right? And Mom will probably force you to, anyway. That is true. Frieren looked up from her phone, where she had a pirated PDF of a book named A Comprehensive History of Fantasy Tropes open. I don't see the appeal of revealing one's own capabilities to everyone else. It is foolish if you ask me. No one knew about me, the second most powerful mage in the world, until Himmel made me join his party and we blazed our way through all the demons. Demons didn't know what to do when they fought me. And I've been deceiving them all of my life, constantly suppressing my mana to do so. They call it dirty tricks, but I call it strategy. But, if partaking in this festival makes you happy, then you do as you wish. The part where she says that she'll still watch it with Inko no matter how much or little it appeals to her went unsaid. If Inko asks then she'll do it. Just because. It's like how Fern dragged Frieren from bed to watch that sunrise. The ancient elf still didn't see the appeal with that particular sunrise, but seeing Fern be mesmerized by it was sufficient to make waking up early worth it. Oh please Izuku's voice trailed off as he fell, feet first, into a portal of his own making, which appeared close to the depiction of portals in a certain pre-Quirk movie franchise. Or rather it was a nigh-perfect replication of it. It's just that when Izuku created his portal spell, it always appeared under him and sent him flying downward. On his back. Luckily, that wouldn't be an issue from a great height as he had flight. But it was still annoying. And a bit impractical. You're finding it difficult to visualize yourself simply walking through a portal? Frieren asked. Well, I suppose reliving what I experienced is taking precedence over what I'm trying to imagine myself doing. Izuku shook his head. I can't really get over what Kurogiri did to me back in the USJ. To all of us, really. We all fell on our butts. Izuku shuddered as he remembered that Fumikage had broken his ankle and Denki fell into deep water whilst not knowing how to swim. Huh, he's calling him Denki now? Well, it just sounded right. I'm sure you'll get it eventually, Frieren quietly replied. Are you sure you don't want to assist me directly? I can do it later. By later, you mean? Frieren didn't answer. She simply gave him a wry smile and looked back at what she was reading. Oh, my, later wouldn't mean a few years, right? Right? As Izuku kept honing his portal spell, Frieren would return to her reading, only to be interrupted when a rather familiar presence that she knew was already approaching for the last 2 minutes made itself known to her. Ms. Frieren, Fumikage greeted. Fumikage, Frieren lazily replied as she threw her head back to look up at him. What brings you here? I was going to return this notebook to Izuku, Fumikage said as he sat on the floor beside Frieren. She didn't seem to mind at all, simply looking at him with mild interest as the two of them were now watching Izuku practicing his new portal magic. But he appears to be busy. This is embarrassing to admit, but I am terrible at keeping notes. I usually end up drawing doodles on my notebook instead of taking notes, the bird-headed boy answered. I have, grown accustomed to Dark Shadow simply reciting things to me. He somehow remembers almost everything that we ever see and hear. Almost. For some reason he stops thinking when it's, Fumikage shivered in fright. Math. Izuku fell out of a portal in front of them, just to be taken in by a portal that opened under him. A part of Fumikage feared that it was about to become an infinite loop of falling. Hi, Fumi. What's up dash? I was going to return your, oh, he's gone. He keeps falling, why? Frieren looked up as Izuku fell out of a portal again, with Zoltraak at the ready. A small part of the forest clearing exploded, kicking up dust and soil. Frieren shielded herself and Fumikage with a basic defensive spell, barely sparing the explosion a glance. He can only visualize himself falling when it comes to portals, Frieren replied. Fumikage was visibly uncomfortable with the mention of falling, and portals. Did I say something wrong? Well, if you were watching the news lately, I saw. Right. When we got scattered, we all fell through portals. Most of us landed close to the ground, but a few fell from a rather substantial height. As for me, I broke my ankle. And then a villain snuck up behind me and tried to cut me open. It was dark in there, so. Your Quirk went into a rage. Frieren was already familiar with how Dark Shadow worked, as it was something that went up in conversation during the 10 months Izuku had first begun learning magic. I taught you a simple orb of light spell, but you were not able to use it. Things happened, very fast. By the time I could think clearly, I was covered by Dark Shadow. It felt like an overwhelming darkness was consuming me from the inside. It had never happened before. I could not imagine myself getting out of that situation by myself. But you had help. Frieren glanced over to where Izuku was practicing combining portals and Zoltraak to enact a sort of bombing run, though she could tell that it consumed a significant amount of mana. She then turned her attention back to Fumikage, who still wasn't done talking. Had he even talked this much before? The villain attempting to end my life was cut in two. It is just, how do I get over it? How can I? It was something that I have been afraid that I'd eventually end up doing one day. Fumikage shivered. I was just lucky that it was just a criminal that I ended up killing, not an innocent bystander. But what if one of my classmates had fallen in with me? What if I ended up hurting them too? Quirks are so inconvenient. Frieren created another shield to block yet another shockwave of dust. When they're strong they're hard to control, when they're weak, they're easy to use. Meanwhile, magic is fun to do. Well, except for Aura's Scales of Obedience. That spell can go straight to hell along with the beach that made it. Most demon spells, really. They have their whole lives to make spells and they make, what, mind control? Disgusting. Copying other people's moves? How unoriginal. Blood magic? Unsanitary. You're not great at comforting people, are you? No. Fumikage simply shrugged. When you're talking with a 1,000-year-old elf that spent the majority of her life alone, that was to be expected. Well, I suppose I must learn to wield dark shadow more than ever, even in the dark. If I am to be a hero, then we must become one in purpose. Especially now that the sports festival is coming. Ah, the gladiatorial match? I don't see what's so great about it. It's not, Fumikage sighed. He decided to change the subject as Izuku fell on his butt, again. He is very persistent, isn't he? He is a good mage, but he is simply beginning, Frieren replied. Our class thinks he's the strongest out of all of them. Well, except for Bakugo. And who knows what Todoroki is thinking? No one does. Frieren lazily moved up her hand and summoned a shield to block yet another dust wave. Fumikage didn't even look at the incoming shockwave. It is easy to be perceived as the strongest when no one can counter you. When your foe does not know what you're doing until it's too late. It applied both to herself and Izuku, really. Demons cannot even comprehend the concept of deception by suppressing mana, ironic that they remake their appearances to be close to humans as an act of deception. This world does not know that magic is real. Both are not ready. It's not like people will know that Izuku is using actual magic, though? Fumikage tilted his head. They'll probably know enough, but as you humans might say, life is too short to hide. I would not recommend such a brazen lifestyle, but I understand where it's coming from. By the way, what if I use a spell to? You have very little mana. It will have to be the most basic of all basics. Yes, I know. It's just that. Later that night, Izuku plopped down on his bed, exhausted. Most of his mana was already gone by them, spiraling into the drain as he practiced his new portal spell. Either way, just as he was about to go to sleep, Izuku decided to check the group chat with him, Achiko, Ida, and Fumikage, plus Dark Shadow, just to see that there was already a conversation going on. That and Kaminari was already in it. When did he add? Oh, wait, it wasn't him. It was Fumikage who added the electric user, and changed his nickname to Pikachu. Kaminari had been sending memes. A lot of memes. He had also reposted the picture where Izuku was carrying a weightless Ida like a cat while he compelled the crowd of students to remain calm. Good to know that he's still being his funny self. That, and he'd changed Ida's nickname too. Sonic the class rep. Sagittarius A. So, guys, how has your preparation for the sports festival gone? Sonic the class rep, I have been working on increasing my speed and my ability to make tight turns. I crashed on a wall earlier. Pikachu, that must have hurt lol. Sonic the class rep, my pain is not funny. The Prince of Shadows, I will not divulge any information. Pikachu, well, as for me, I've been practicing a lot. FYI. Sagittarius A. Oh. Do tell. Pikachu, well, I'm putting myself through jump scares, constantly. I try my best not to let out too much of my wattage when that happens. Izuku squinted. Well, that was a little heavy when you think of it. But that event was better off unsaid. Sonic the class rep, I see, Kaminari. I wish you luck in your endeavors. Pikachu, love. Before he could say anything, though, Izuku had fallen asleep. 2 weeks had passed, and the sports festival had come at last. Class 1A gathered in one of the many locker rooms within UA's Grand Coliseum. Outside, a perimeter made out of heroes accompanied by military personnel and police surrounded the festival grounds. There were probably hundreds of robots patrolling outside of that perimeter as well, making any infiltration and attack by villains a suicide mission at best. That wasn't even mentioning the foreign delegation, and General Winter and Star and Stripes. Star and Stripes wasn't a surprise at all, after all, she was perhaps the most famous fan of All Might in all the world, and she finally had a chance to attend an event with her mentor in it. As for General Winter, no one knows why the world's most powerful cryomancer was present, but he did fight alongside All Might once. I'm so excited. Ashido pumped her fist upward, followed by some of the other members of Class 1A. None of you better hold back, huh? Yes. I won't. Uraraka looked utterly terrifying as her eyes seemed to glow, or were they actually glowing, with barely disguised primal instinct. Let's do our best. As Izuku simply began counting down the minutes and seconds until they would be called out into the open, Todoroki out of all people approached him. Wait, what? What does he want? Why is he approaching? Midoriya. Todoroki began. His eyes had a dangerous glint in them. You are very powerful. Perhaps the strongest of our class. Bakugo snorted somewhere in the background, but barely anyone, bar maybe Kirishima, paid that any notice. Therefore, I must defeat you. How manly. Kirishima remarked. A declaration of war. With his piece said and done, Todoroki stared at Izuku eye to eye. The entire class waited with bated breath for a response. Perhaps there would be some epic speech. Perhaps that declaration would be returned. Perhaps. All right then, Izuku replied. He didn't sound much of anything. That was slightly disappointing, but nothing new. Either way, the sports festival is here. Do I really have to be here? Of course, Frieren. Our kid's competing and I am not going to miss it. Neither are you. Fine. Inko had basically dragged Frieren out of the house just before the sports festival began in earnest. Oh no, she wasn't going to let Frieren just sit around and read while her apprentice and Inko's son was in here, competing along with the best of the best hero students this whole country has to offer. They were going, both of them. That, and Inko had essentially threatened to not make food for Frieren should she refuse. How could she not acquiesce to that? Frieren lazily looked around. The only contestants she was really interested in were Izuku and Fumikage, and the first round hadn't even started yet, as all the classes were still moving into position in one of the arena's entrances. In her endless surfing of the internet, however, there were still some personalities she could recognize amongst the great crowds. Tokoyami Reito was nearby, surprisingly, alongside his wife. He was cheering and screaming very loudly, maniacally waving a banner with the words, "Go Fumi," written on it in kanji. His wife was doing the same, but she was even louder than him. The little red dragon named Wushu was sleeping on top of her black hair, curled up like a cat. It went without saying that the Tokoyamis were wearing black. All black. What were they, a family of goths? Towering over all the people around her was America's #2 pro hero, Star and Stripes or Kathleen Bates. She was an absurdly huge woman, with enormous muscles. She had a height that was maybe 7 or so feet, and her costume just screamed America. Her cape was a stylized American flag, her shoulders adorned with pauldrons that took the form of golden eagle heads. Her luscious blonde hair had 8 tufts that stiffly stood upward, indicating her admiration for All Might. She was being her usual self, accepting one autograph request after another with a gleeful smile. There was even an entire family posing for a picture along with her. By contrast, General Winter, otherwise known as Artem Suchkov, sat beside Star and Stripes with a neutral expression and arms crossed over his chest. He okayed a little more dour than the American beside him. He was shorter. Much shorter. He was maybe about 5 feet 7 inches, with chestnut-colored hair hidden underneath a ashanka save for some braided locks that dangled on the back of his head. His ashanka had the symbol of the New Novgorod Republic, a stylized creature that looked like it had the head of a unicorn and the body of a lion. Unlike many other heroes, he had no cape, instead wearing a set of scaled armor with fur trimmings that emulated the look of an elite soldier of the ancient Rus principalities. He looked stern and almost intimidating despite his shorter and smaller frame, though that strict visage would break whenever Star turned around and started talking to him. He looked up to her with a pleasant glint in his eyes, like he was happy to be in conversation with the American pro-hero. Occasionally, though, a brave fan of his would come forward and ask for an autograph or even a picture. He at least entertained those, but only a few approached him. He never smiled unless it was Star that was talking to him. In an exclusive but still visible area of the stands, Miao Ying, envoy of the Empire of the Northern Han, sat with an inscrutable expression. The tall, white-haired, white-eyed woman wore a formal suit and tie, the only thing that indicated that she might be related to the long dynasty that ruled the empire being the fact that her right arm was covered in glimmering silver scales. She was surrounded by her bodyguards, suited agents with shades. It was par for the course as far as diplomatic guards went. There was also Endeavor, the flame hero. Unlike literally every other member of the audience, he was standing in the back, looking down at the arena with a stern look. No one even got near him. Even General Winter got the occasional fan who asked for autographs or pictures with him, though he did not smile in those photos, he at least still allowed it to happen. Endeavor, though, he was scary. Not to Frieren, though. Endeavor barely even interested her. What caught her interest was one of the third-year UA students in the audience. The blonde, blue-eyed student had an enormous, muscular body, a testament to consistent training over the years, but that wasn't the reason Frieren found him ever so slightly interesting. Rather, it was the fact that he had 9 souls in him, and the flickers of a 10th just beginning to coalesce. She had never seen a creature with multiple souls. Like this. They were like stars, arranged in an orderly pattern. They were distinctly separate, unlike the Nomu creature that Izuku had described when the villains attacked the USJ, where the souls were constantly churning and mixing together like ingredients in a witch's cauldron. But these souls were also connected by some strange connection, like they were part of a greater whole that acted in concert. What a mystery! Someone with 9.5 souls would surely be an interesting subject to study. She needs to know how it happened. Hey, Frieren. It's starting. Right. There was that. Okay. Of course, Midnight was the host. Good morning all of you naughty people. This is the moment that you have all been waiting for an entire year. Our sports festival will be starting in 5 minutes. Now, sit back, and relax, and enjoy the glorious spectacle that you all lay witness to in this day. Midnight whipped her WHP around as she spoke, but unlike when Present Mike tried to rile up the crowd during the General Assembly in the day of the exams, the people actually responded to Midnight and cheered. Izuku couldn't tell whether it was because she was genuinely good at being an MC or because a large enough subset of the population was finding her DMNTRX-themed outfit. What is it, good to look at? Izuku just realized this, but she has HNDCFFS on her wrists. Is this what the world has come to? An adult-themed MC in an event that's filled with 15 to 16-year-olds? Is her outfit even appropriate for an event like this? What Fumikage just said echoed Izuku's thoughts. Shush, you! Midnight retorted. Oh well. Now, before we get into the main event, we will be listening to an opening speech by the first placer of our entrance exams, Midoriya Izuku. 3 days ago. Do I really have to do this, Mr. Aizawa? Izuku asked. No one else is going to do it, Midoriya. Fine. The present. Izuku cleared his throat as he leaned on the mic. Is this thing on? Oh, right, alright. Good morning, everyone. As you all know, I'm Midoriya Izuku, of Class 1A. I have been granted the privilege of giving the opening speech of today's event. Izuku visibly fumbled the piece of paper he was holding. He could hear the sighs from the crowd, but he didn't care at all. Part of him just wanted to get this speech over with. Another part wanted to say something that could be seen as inspiring. But should he disclose that he was quirkless for most of his life? That would be a little complicated, wouldn't it? Well, brevity is the wit. He doesn't need to say too much, right? I have only one thing to say, everyone. Let us do our best in everything we do. Above and beyond. Plus ultra. At first, there was silence. Izuku wondered whether keeping it that short had a negative impact. Then one person started to clap. It was, of course, his mother. Then there was Frieren, who took one look at Inko and started clapping as well. And then Tokoyami Rado started clapping too, even going far as shouting, "That's my kid's friend." Soon, the clapping spread like wildfire, turning the stadium into a deafening cacophony. This is fine. Alright, now we will be entering our first round, an obstacle race. Midnight posed dramatically, pointing her WHP at the absolutely enormous 4-screen jumbotron that floated in the middle of the arena. All the students will be running a 4-kilometer-long track around the arena, but beware. There will be many obstacles along the way, the details of which will be revealed as we go. Also, only 32 of our contestants will be entering the second round, so you all better go, say it with me. The crowd began to roar and cheer even louder. It was absolutely deafening. Plus, ultra. Ready, set, go. As the flare went off, two things happened at once. First, the entrance to the stadium was immediately filled by a glacier, trapping at least half of the students before they could even begin to move. And second, a barrier made of blue hexagons appeared, blocking more students from starting at least for a little. Some slammed into it, shattering the barrier where they impacted it, but it delayed them nonetheless. Present Mike screamed into the arena as the race began. And the race is off to an interesting start. Todoroki and Midoriya have frozen and blocked off many of the other students, preventing them from starting to run. We got Todoroki at the lead, followed closely by Midoriya, Bakugo, and Tokoyami, all from Class 1A. I can only wonder what kind of devilish plans these four have. What say you, Aizawa? Those are your kids after all. Why am I even here? Aizawa could be heard grumbling. Because you're the most qualified to commentate here, other than me, of course. Please end my suffering. Hee hee. Anyway, looks like most of the other hero course students have either avoided or broken through the ice. Here comes Yaoyorozu with a scooter. And Ida is racing in, too. Man, I wish she'd made a cool motorcycle instead. It would waste too much time and energy to make one, Aizawa dourly pointed out. Yeah, I get that, but wouldn't it be cooler? As Izuku ran just a little distance behind Todoroki, thanks to the Skeldas he cast and the fact that he was able to react quickly when Todoroki froze the ground, he began to hear a familiar voice calling out a familiar nickname. Deku. Hello, Bakugo, Izuku lazily said, pointing a hand at the incoming blonde, thinking of a spell to use should he try to attack him and throw him out of the track. After all, that was definitely in the cards. He and Todoroki did destroy quite a few people's dreams with what they did. Why did he even do that, anyway? You get back here, Deku! Bakugo yelled. How dare you be ahead of me? There is only one thing I can tell you, Bakugo, Izuku replied as he used a short burst of flight magic to send himself blasting forward. Get good. Reiya. Oh, dear, look at them go. Yaoyorozu watched the exchange as she rode on her scooter, only to be immediately overtaken by Ida. They should be focusing on the race instead of each other. That would be when the ground began to burst, with robots. Mineta was immediately taken out as a robot swat him off the track, followed by several general education students. Oh, right. We said that there would be obstacles. Midnight called out and laughed. Well, this is your first obstacle, Robot Gauntlet. As robots began to emerge both from the ground and the nearby trees, Izuku immediately blasted several in quick succession with Zoltraak. A hefty 10-pointer got sent flying as Todoroki summoned a glacier underneath the thinking machine, only for it to land on Kirishima and a silver-haired student from 1B. The two of them burst about the robot's corpse. Kirishima was in his hardened state. The other student, Tetsu, was now made of metal. I'm alive. They announced at the same time. Oh. You're just like me. Again, they spoke the same words at the same time. You are so manly. No, you are. Kirishima and Tetsu have burst out of a robot's chest like an alien from Predator. Present Mike howled. He then quieted down as he whispered to Aizawa, though he could still be heard through the stadium. Are we sure that they're not brothers, Shota? They're not related. You can't convince me otherwise. You are free to remain in your delusions. Huh. Anyway, well, look at that. That's our second obstacle. The abyssal depths. Fall off and you are banished to the void. The crowd quieted a bit at that. Just kidding, of course. Should anyone fall down, nets have been placed to catch them. Now, students, let's see how good are you at not falling. Oh, look. Midoriya and Bakugo just flew over. Power to them, I guess. Look at that, Todoroki made his own bridges. And Tokoyami is using his quirk to grapple across the pillars. Truly, our students are so talented. As he tuned out Bakugo's screaming, Izuku heard something scarier. The laughter of a deranged inventor. Ha 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 ha. Gaze upon my babies, all of you. A pink-haired student cackled as she went flying over the obstacle with what looked like hoverboots and grappling hooks. Let's go. Well, folks, that crazy girl is Mei Hatsum of the support course. She's the only student of the support course that's participating in the sports festival, and as we can see, she's very capable. Mei fell to the ground just after the abyssal depths as one of her boots exploded. She didn't seem to care that she fell, only that her hoverboot literally blew up. Well, that's one prototype down. This calls for notes for improvement. Is she taking notes in the middle of the race? Ah, well oof. Present Mike was interrupted as Power Loader's voice would then be heard across the stadium. Mei, get moving. You're in a race. Oh, right, sir. I'm going. What was that for? Present Mike complained. Aizawa nearly chuckled. Power Loader didn't answer. Present Mike wouldn't have the opportunity to say anything either, as Bakugo began to overtake Midoriya just as they reached the third and final obstacle of the race. Who puts a minefield in a running track? Ida yelped as he was sent flying backward by a pink explosion. The other students began to tread carefully, trying not to get themselves blasted into oblivion. Ah yes. The minefield is completely non-lethal. It produces a lot of noise and sends you flying, but that's it. Now tread carefully, contestants. Ayan, Bakugo and Midoriya are ignoring the mines completely. Hey, is this allowed? It is. Midnight replied with maybe too much enthusiasm. They can use their quirks however they wish in order to win the race. Todoroki glanced upward as Bakugo finally overtook Midoriya. Huh. Take that, Deku. Bakugo gloated. I will be first place, just as I've always been and should always be. Yeah, whatever, I guess. Whatever. Yeah. Zoltraak. Two beams of light careened toward Bakugo faster than he could react. They slammed into him, making him stagger just enough for Izuku to reach the finish line before he did. And we got our first place, everyone, Midoriya Izuku. Everyone give him a round of applause. Now, a short intermission before the second round. Izuku and Fumikage approached the stands together, and were immediately accosted by their parents. And Frieren was there, too, but she just watched as their respective parents congratulated them. You did so good, Izuku. Inko squeezed her son so tight he feared that he may not be able to breathe. In my eyes, you will always be my champion, but now, you really are one. She then turned towards Frieren. Frieren. Come here and congratulate Izuku for his wondrous achievement. Congrats. Ugh. You do you, then. Inko scoffed and turned to face Izuku again. You go out there again and beat them all up, okay? Mom, please don't say it like that. Oh, but I thought the third round would be 1v1 fights. You won't get too hurt, right? You got your barriers that Frieren taught you to use. Mom. Not too loud. Right, haha. Well, I suppose you need to rest and eat. Come, I've got snacks just for you. Oh, gimme. Meanwhile, my son. You have done the darkness a great service this day. Yes, mother. You two shouldn't talk like this in public. Rado protested at his wife and son as he waved his banner around as though it was the flag of the greatest nation on earth. With that done, he put his hands on Fumikage's shoulders. His son and his sort of son, what can Dark Shadow be classified as, anyway, looked back at him. Ehem, anyway, little magpie, your mother and I are proud of you. You have taken 5th place in a race in the greatest hero school in our nation. Win or lose in the upcoming rounds, you will always be the greatest treasure that we have. Dark Shadow had appeared on Fumikage's shoulder, staring at him impetuously. And Dark Shadow too, I guess. The sentient Quirk pumped a claw up in triumph. Fumikage glanced at the banner that his father had been waving around so brazenly. Father, why do you have this banner? I am embarrassed. Oh please. Fumikage's mother laughed. We're your parents. We're always going to cheer you on. Thank you. And I love you both too. The second round was here, so fast. After the short break, the 32 students who had not been eliminated in the first round returned to the arena, where Midnight waited for them. Alright, you naughty ones. We're going right into the second round of this buffet of strength. We're going to have, the Jumbotron screens showed 3 rolling reels that, when stopped, would choose a random game by chance. And now we have, looks like we have a cavalry battle. You'll be going into teams of 4, and each team will have headbands with different scores. You will be attempting to steal the headbands off other players until the time ends, and the first 4 teams with the highest scores will go into the next round, so that's 16 contestants in all. The highest starting score goes to the team with the person that won first place in the first round, which is 1 million points. Izuku sighed. He has the 1 million points. He could use his flight spell to just stay aloft and wait everyone else out, but flight magic can't keep someone aloft for more than 15 minutes. He could do it if he were alone, but there were 3 other people to consider. Unless, 3 of them were weightless. Alright, then. Start forming your teams. You have 5 minutes. In the end, Izuku joined up with Uraraka, Fumikage, and the deranged inventor from the support course, Mei Hatsum. Uraraka and Fumikage were easy to convince. As for Mei, no one else seemed to want to approach her, and she was the last person left, but those jet boots seemed great. Izuku initially wanted Ida, but Todoroki already stole him away. DMN him for stealing Ida away from me. Izuku had a plan, a great and foolproof plan. 10 minutes. Midnight announced. Your timer starts, now. Uraraka, Mei, now. Uraraka tapped the other members of her group, applying her quirk to them. And then Mei blasted off with her jet boots, laughing maniacally as she did so, whilst Izuku applied flight magic. Soon enough, Izuku's group was up in the sky, out of reach for just about everyone. I must admit, this plan of attritional warfare seems to be effective, Fumikage commented. Dark Shadow looked back at him despondently. The sentient Quirk clearly wanted to break things. We just have to be on guard for any attacks that could reach us up here, Izuku replied as he looked down. Todoroki's and Bakugo's teams were fighting. Present Mike screamed. Team Midoriya has gone to the skies and, they're not going back down, are they? I don't see why they should, Aizawa replied. They have the 1 million points. No matter how many headbands are stolen amongst the other teams, they will take first place. Zero tried to fire tape at them, only for the tape to fall short and stick to his face. Uraraka laughed at the sight. Another student from 1B, Hiryu Rin, fire his spikes only for the same thing to happen. It was a rather interesting sight as Izuku's team waited out the chaos that happened below them. I'm so glad that I teamed up with you guys. Mei began shaking with excitement. I'll get to show off my babies to all the support companies later. Oh, right, you're allowed to use whatever support items you want, right? Izuku remembered how it went with the support course in the sports festival, though they rarely, if ever, joined it. Yes. The world will know my genius. Ha 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 ha. Sure. Revelry in the dark. Tokoyami, Uraraka looked at him with a puzzled look. What does that even mean? I don't know either. My mother kept saying it at random and now I am too. That is so cute, Tokoyami. I suppose it is. Uraraka would let out a sigh of relief when the timer went off and Present Mike began to speak again. And there we have it folks, the second round of the sports festival. Our winners are Team Midoriya, Team Bakugo, Team Todoroki, and Team Shinso. We'll have a 30-minute break, because the next event is what's everyone's really waiting for. The one-on-one battles. Please help yourselves to the food booths for drinks and snacks if you're so inclined. Present Mike, signing off. As Izuku's team landed and began to head back to the stadium, he saw Todoroki approaching, again. Great. What is it, Todoroki? May we speak in private? Sure, but what is it about? I will simply explain some things to you. Come, now. Okay. Once they were out of everyone's sight in one of the hallways inside the stadium, Todoroki and Izuku turned to face each other. All right, Izuku said. What is this about? Todoroki was quick to answer. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Oh, of course. Izuku's calm expression began to fall as he could sense where Todoroki was going. This guy. The Long Dynasty are all just one big quirk marriage of draconic transformers and elemental quirks fused together, he replied, thinking back to Meowing being part of the audience of the sports festival. Her mother was just one member of the so-called Celestial Dragon Emperor's HRM, and her family was given an enormous sum of money in exchange for her services. It's been considered unethical in most places for more than a century now, including Japan. The Empire, meanwhile, only stopped the practice about 10 years ago, when the Celestial Dragon Emperor was finally failed by the myriad of genetic treatments and machines to keep him alive, and was replaced by his eldest son, Yuan Bo the Jade Dragon, as Emperor. Only then would Japan again associate with the Empire since their cooperation during the Quirk Wars. Where are you going with this? Me, Todoroki pointed at himself. My father, Endeavor, bought out my mother's family so that the two of them could produce a child that combines ice and fire. Such a child would, at least in Endeavor's eyes, be capable of surpassing even All Might. Todoroki's glare was intense. He wants me to accomplish what he could not. So he trained me for 10 years. That training included beating if he thought I wasn't doing good enough. Which was quite often. He did not allow me to interact with my siblings. My eldest brother, Tuya, was driven to kill himself because my father neglected him. My other brother, Natsuo, despises him. My sister, Fuyumi, wants us to go back together, no matter how delusional that may be. What about your mom, then? Todoroki pointed his finger at his scar. See this? My mother did that. Endeavor had broken her, and when she saw me, she only saw him. She threw boiling water at my face then. Now, she's in a mental facility. Oh, I don't know what to say. Izuku was genuinely shocked. Endeavor probably being a problematic dad was no surprise to him, given that Todoroki had openly expressed his disdain of him in class, but, this? An arranged marriage? Something that only despotic emperors and warlords still did? All Might had always been Izuku's favorite hero, so the revelation of Endeavor being a flaming pile of trash, at least as a person, didn't shake his worldview very much. There is no need to. You now know why I must gain victory in this sports festival. I will use only my mother's ice to defeat everyone. Especially you. Thus I will prove to be a powerful hero, even without my father's abominable fire. Well, Izuku looked around, trying to see if there was anyone listening. In that case, you should ask General Winter to adopt you. Replace your dad with another dad. What? Izuku sighed. It was a joke, Todoroki. But, really, I'm sorry about everything that happened to you. Still, you won't be a great hero that way. Why? Izuku motioned all over Todoroki's right side. You are only using half your power, he emphasized on your. As I said, I will not use that man's fire. Never. I will win only with my mother's ice. You certainly won't win against me, or Bakugo, for that matter, with that kind of thinking, Izuku answered. Use all your powers, Todoroki. If we're going to fight, then fight me with everything you've got. Not just your ice. It is, your fire. Never. Then you will lose, Todoroki Shoto. We'll see. After about 30 minutes of intermission, Present Mike screamed into everyone's ears, again. And we are back, folks. The time has come for the part that you've all been waiting. The apex of this sports festival. The one-on-one tournament. Now hedge your bets, put on your popcorn, and keep your eyes peeled, because the arena is about to get messy. Let's see who's fighting who. Izuku looked up at the tournament pairings that were totally not chosen at random. The first person he'll be fighting against was someone named Shinso, Now that was a name he'd never heard before. And his quirk is something he had no idea about. Now we begin with our first match. First off is the first placer of this year's entrance exam. Some may know him as Mean Green Bean of Class 1A. He brings with him an endless imagination and a quirk that's as magical as it gets. Let's welcome Midoriya Izuku. Mean Green Bean. Izuku was shocked, but not surprised. That's a strange nickname, but it was oddly fitting. Meanwhile, Inko chuckled. Mean Green Bean. Ahahaha. Frieren, get a load of this, ahahaha. Right, Frieren rolled her eyes. She found no logic in the nickname. Facing him is the 21st student of Class 1B. He is as mysterious as it gets. Hitoshi Shinsu. Izuku looked at his first opponent. He was tall, maybe 5 feet 9 inches, with messy purple hair and dark circles under his eyes that spoke of a chronic lack of sleep. "Get ready, contestants," Midnight announced, whipping her WHP around. "Ready, set, go. Your mother is aware and your father abandoned you for a hoe in the streets." Izuku's blood vessels twitched just before he could put his mind to firing a Zoltraak at Shinso. 1 second into the match and Shinso was already insulting his parents? What's up with this guy? What gives him the right? Izuku should send him to the afterlife at this very moment. Not going to say anything? I guess they can't count on you to defend th. Shinso quickly found himself flying out of bounds as a beam of blue light impacted right on his chest. He was knocked against the stadium wall, the air slammed out of his lungs. "Ugh, that hurt," Shinso groaned. That was the first time someone who didn't know about his quirk didn't even bother to respond to his provocative words. That trick usually worked. Midnight whipped her WHP as the smoke cleared, showing Shinso leaning on a slightly dented stadium wall. Shinso Hitoshi is out of bounds. Victory goes to Midoriya Izuku. The crowd cheered, unaware that Shinso had just said something Izuku might consider unforgivable. "Hey!" Shinso looked up to see a rather unemotive Izuku looking down at him, though it was scary. Yeah, I get it, I insulted your family, but I didn't mean it." The greenette raised an eyebrow at him. "You didn't? My quirk, brainwashing, needs someone to respond to me before I can use it on them." Shinso painfully got up from the ground. As he rose to his full height, Izuku lazily looked at him in the eyes, making the purple-haired teen shiver under the sheer weight of his erstwhile opponent's gaze. "So, yeah, I usually say something provocative to make them respond to me." Izuku's eyebrows sucked in their raised positions. "You should try a different provoking phrase." But it always worked. Until now, that is. "Well, my father did die before I was born," Izuku shrugged. "He was a JSDF operator. He was murdered by a villain during a joint operation with heroes." Shinso's eyes widened at the revelation. "Oh CRP, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean any of it, alright?" "You already said that." Izuku glanced up at the Jumbotron, where the next match was displayed as being between Aoyama and Mina. "You're forgiven." He then hurried up to the stands, putting the whole situation with Shinso to the back of his mind, and began waiting for the next fight to begin. That match ended fast too, with Aoyama quickly getting a stomachache while trying to hit Mina with his naval laser. Mina simply slid around him with acid beneath her feet, waiting until his stomachache began unbearable. She made it even worse, as she knocked out Aoyama of the match by kicking him in the stomach, pushing the support item that focused his laser into beams, and making him bowl over in pain. Fumikage then defeated Zero. The latter didn't have a lot of things to latch his tap on to within the arena, so he just sent his tape straight at Fumikage, just for Dark Shadow to shred them as they came before sending Zero skidding out of bounds. The matches after that were interesting. Kirishima and Tetsu simply punched each other's hardened bodies for 10 minutes straight, dealing very little damage to each other. In the end, Midnight decided that they should simply determine the winner with arm wrestling. Tetsu won, though it was just as plausible that Kirishima could have won it. After Tetsu's victory was concluded, the two gave each other what they called a manly handshake. They then proclaimed themselves as the manliest people of this sports festival before marching out of sight as though they've known each other since time began. When Mei and Ida fought, Mei turned their fight into a shameless advertisement for the support companies that were watching before promptly bowing out and letting Ida get the win, even if he barely did anything. Then Todoroki froze Yaoyorozu in a glacier after that, not even giving her the chance to create anything. It was spectacular. It's like he said, "I'll win with my mother's ice." Poor Momo, though. She looked very disappointed with herself when Todoroki thawed her out. "I like him," General Winter said with a grin as he took in the sheer size of the glacier that Todoroki created. "Can I take him home?" "Art, you know you can't do that," Star and Stripes reprimanded. She then set her oversized arm on General Winter's head, making him puff in annoyance. "And it's weird when you say it that way. I'll teach him cryomancy better than Endeavor ever could. That tryhard, still trying to overtake All Might out of all people like he's got a DMN chance. He wouldn't be Endeavor if he wasn't always endeavoring for something, yeah? Ugh. You're lucky that I like you, Star, or I'd freeze you right now. When are you going to propose to me, anyway?" Star and Stripes' eyelashes fluttered at General Winter, who looked away to hide the flush in his face. "We're not there yet." Then, Bakugo blew up Tetsu, sending him flying from the arena despite Kirishima's cheering. Speaking of, Kirishima's cheering was rather contradictory. He would scream for Tetsu when he had the upper hand, and then for Bakugo when he was the one winning. When Bakugo took the win, Kirishima excitedly jumped up and down before abruptly switching to a somber mood as he realized Tetsu lost. After that was Uraraka and Sato. She made the big boy float upwards helplessly the moment the two of them connected, though Uraraka sported a bruise on her face when Sato punched her. Someone in the audience said something about hitting a girl, but then someone else threw a shoe at them. And thus, Uraraka won in a rather comical fashion as Sato flailed around in midair for about 20 seconds when he realized that he was basically immobilized. The next thing Uraraka did afterwards was get him a cupcake from the stands. This next match, though? From Class 1B, here to take the jobs of every mangaka out there. Just kidding. Let's all welcome Manga Fukudashi. Now this guy was a strange one. His entire head was a manga page, with speech bubbles and all. He looked rather skinny, and he was carrying, what's that, a bunch of mints in his right hand? And are those lozenges on his left? Those wouldn't count as support items, wouldn't they? And out of Class 1A, the most electrifying student that we have. Denki Kaminari. Izuku blinked. Is Denki, why is he holding a chain made out of copper? Or is that rusted? Oh yes, you might be wondering why our two contestants for this match are carrying certain, items. Don't worry, those count as minor support items and were approved by Power Loader. Now, we'll let you do the honors, Midnight. Of course, Mike. Midnight laughed. Now, my dear contestants. Shall we begin? Ready, set, go. Izuku, and Fumikage too, as Izuku noticed him get up to the stands to stand up beside him, watched intently as Kaminari immediately threw the chain forward. Manga wasn't the most nimble person, and his leg was quickly wrapped up in the chains. Kaminari pulled, making Manga fall on his butt with a thud. Arcs of yellow electricity began to crackle from Kaminari, traveling from him to the chain to Manga. Bzzzt. Izuku's eyes widened as Manga too began to crackle with electricity, only this time, his head had transformed into a speech bubble with a lightning bolt in it. Kaminari was surprised too, as he ceased his electrical onslaught against Manga, who had clearly become immune to electricity, and instead tried to drag him from the arena with his chain. Between the two of them, Kaminari was clearly the physically stronger one, and Manga began to get dragged along the concrete. Of course, Manga, who was crackling with electricity, wasn't just going to let himself get dragged away. He visibly struggled against Kaminari pulling him, and when that didn't work, he resorted to his quirk yet again. Bang! Kaminari ducked, his chain unraveling from Manga's leg, as the words bang left Manga's mouth, literally, and turned into what might just be a bullet bill from Mario without the eyes or the mouth or the hands, slamming against a shimmering shield and exploding. Right, our dear audience. Present Mike spoke again. Our support department had erected a barrier around the arena so that no one has to worry about stray projectiles or whatever. Also, Manga just made sure that we won't get sued by Nintendo. Thanks, Manga. Boom. The word turned into an explosion, not unlike one by Bakugo, though it wasn't as big as the Pomeranian usually liked it during training. Kaminari ran for non-existent cover and covered his head, and Izuku watched as he shouted something at Manga, who then shrugged in response. Manga popped a lozenge in his mouth, "Where is it anyway?" and shouted again. This time, he shouted loud enough that the crowds could hear as well as see what he had just shouted out. Crash! The word blasted from Manga's mouth and turned into, "Is that a flying pillar of concrete?" Kaminari dodged the incoming pillar of death, which then crashed into the shield. Kaminari threw his chain forward just to get it blasted away as Manga shouted, "Whoosh," the words turning into a jet of flame that Kaminari also very narrowly dodged. His gym uniform was visibly singed from it, but he was otherwise fine. He was breathing now. It must be very scary having to dodge bullet bill, a concrete pillar, fire, and an explosion, all one after another. And clearly, Manga knew his own weaknesses, judging from his lozenges and mints. Shouting out the words come to life must be hard on the throat. And he barely even had a throat to begin with. His neck was just a shrively end part of a speech bubble. How does he even breathe and talk? But again, what a versatile quirk. Manga visibly massaged his throat, popping a mint into his mouth. Kaminari took the opportunity to run towards him, whipping his chain like he was a cowboy about to catch a cow. Manga's fingers twitched like a villain making a devious plan. Smash! The words turned into a giant boxing glove, slamming into Kaminari hard enough that Kaminari Denki is out of bounds. Victory goes to Manga Fukudashi. As he lay on the ground, Kaminari heaved and breathed. He looked up to see Manga holding out his hand to him. Manga's speech bubble head was now in the form of a grinning smiley face. He took Manga's hand and painfully got off the ground. That didn't go as I would like. Well, Manga croaked, his throat clearly strained by the use of his quirk. That last hit I gave you was probably going to be my last. I just got lucky. Oh? Don't feel too bad. You did good. Don't listen to Monoma when he calls 1A trash, by the way. He's, complicated. Right? By the way, you really didn't feel it when I tried to tase you. Well, if I hadn't used my quirk then, you'd have knocked me out cold. Manga scratched the back of his head. Again, I'm just lucky, I guess. I wish I got some luck, too. Say what? Manga glanced over at the medical tent just outside the stadium's gate. Once Recovery Girl lets you out, I'll get you something from the snack booths? You do that for me? Well, I shot you, and then threw a giant bullet, a fireball, a concrete pillar, and a tree trunk at you. And I chained you up and tried to electrocute you. Well, yes, but you're the one with a singed uniform. And it's all just part of this, event. No biggie. Okay then. Kaminari grinned and gave Manga a thumbs up. See you later. Look at and applaud the sportsmanship that Manga Fukudashi has displayed to his opponent. Present Mike howled. Now, see yourselves to Recovery Girl on the medical tent. We'll have a short intermission as we clean up the arena. But prepare yourselves for the first match of our semifinals between Todoroki Shoto and Tokoyami Fumikage. It appears that I must face Prince Zuko of the Fire Nation, Fumikage said as he rose from his seat beside Izuku. The latter barely held back a chuckle at that. What? You've never heard me joke before? It just sounds so wrong when you say it in your normal voice, Izuku snickered. Speaking of Todoroki, you mentioned some time ago that he wouldn't embrace his genetics? He doesn't want to bring honor back to the Fire Nation, Izuku giggled. Then he coughed and put on a straight face. No, he wasn't going to make fun of Todoroki. Not here of all places. That guy was just straight up abused for the last 10 years. He refuses to use his fire side because of his dad, so, yeah. If he refuses to use his fire then it would be easier for me to defeat him. Wait, Izuku held onto Fumikage's wrist just as he was about to go to the locker room to prepare. Can you force a situation where he's forced to use his fire? And jeopardize my own chances of advancing in this tournament? If Fumikage had eyebrows, then he would have raised them. I don't know if I can do that. Alright, it would be unfair of me to ask you of that. Izuku nodded and let Fumikage's arm go. He then raised his hand for a fist bump. I'll cheer you on from here, man. And I hope we get to fight too. Perhaps if I sufficiently overwhelm him, I might force him to use his flames. Fumikage bumped his fist with Izuku's. We shall see. Can you, though? It's not night or dark. You'll see. And so it begins. First up we have the dark and mysterious bird of Class 1A. He is never alone, for he always has a shadowy friend by his side. Let's all welcome Tokoyami Fumikage. The crowd's cheering was deafening. Fumikage didn't like it very much. Up against our shadowy contender is the wielder of ice and hot, the youngest son of our number 2 hero, Endeavor. All applaud. Todoroki Shoto. I hate that he mentions my SPRM donor, Todoroki grumbled to himself as he turned to face Tokoyami. He knew what to do. He can finish this in just 1 second. He'll just send a glacier out to trap his opponent, and he'll advance to the next round. He will defeat everyone just with his mother's ice. None of that BSTRD's fire. Get ready, fighters. Midnight announced above them. Ready, set, go. With a stomp of his foot, a glacier shot out of the ground, entrapping Tokoyami within. He was just about to turn away and accept Midnight's congratulations when the ice began to crack. It couldn't have been easier. Todoroki turned to face his bird-headed opponent. No matter. He just needed yet another glacier. If that failed, then he could send out another. And if that failed, just another one. The glacier exploded into 100 shards, the pieces of ice impacting against the shield. What came out of the glacier wasn't just Tokoyami. He now had wispy tracks of black smoke clinging to his body, and it was just darker within 3 feet around him. Oh ho! Where did that come from? Present Mike screamed. It looks like Tokoyami can make his own cloak of darkness. Truly, quirks have so many aspects these days? Right, Aizawa? Yeah, whatever. The crowd was filled with gasps and murmuring, except for Tokoyami Rado and his wife, who were screaming and cheering as if their son was the only person that mattered. Izuku too was taken aback. Just how? He detected the use of a tiny amount of mana just before the ice exploded and let Fumikage out of there. He already knew that Frieren taught his friend how to create a small sphere of light should he ever need to subdue dark shadow, but this? He had no idea. Then he remembered what Fumikage had typed in the group chat 2 weeks ago when Uraraka had asked what they were doing to prepare for the sports festival. The Prince of Shadows, I will not disclose any information. You really didn't disclose anything, huh? Izuku leaned back on his seat, barely noticing that Uraraka was sitting just behind him. A spell like this was basic. Super basic. It was just the inverse of the super basic sphere of light spell. It's going to be harder to beat you now. That's your doing, right? Inko turned to face Frieren, who had been eating a small bucket of French fries. The ancient elf simply smirked. I finally had a use for Nebelung. With this basic spell, he uses what little mana he has to his advantage. To complement his quirk. As the audience watched and Todoroki narrowed his eyes at his opponent, a voice could be heard, reciting a poem? Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling. By the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. Todoroki only had a moment before Dark Shadow was coming at him with his claws out. He blocked the enlarged and enhanced sentient quirk just in time with an ice wall, which immediately began to crack as Dark Shadow slammed into it. And, as it turned out, it was Dark Shadow reciting the poem. Fumikage could be heard groaning. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said, art sure no craven. Dark Shadow punched the ice wall to pieces, forcing Todoroki to throw a glacier at Fumikage, just for Dark Shadow to smash through it as well. Ghastly grim and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. It appears that Dark Shadow is quoting the ancient poem by Edgar Allan Poe, The Raven. Present Mike excitedly remarked. It's very fitting, don't you think? What, you didn't see that coming a mile away? Aizawa dully replied. I saw it coming and I can't even see right now. He's burned through only 10% of his mana in the past 2 minutes. It really is a basic but spell. What did Frieren ever even use it for? Izuku observed Fumikage and Dark Shadow work in concert, the darkness amping up a tiny bit, making Dark Shadow grow a little larger just to smash through yet another of Todoroki's glaciers. Izuku turned his eyes toward Todoroki, who was slowing down. He was throwing glaciers less frequently now, and, wait, is his left side literally freezing over? What did you even use that for? Inko asked. Frieren shrugged. In the past, I found it easy to be woken up when there's a bright light. So I found and used Nebelung to make sure that I will sleep in for a few more hours. Eventually, though, I became used to lights, ignoring them as I kept sleeping on and on. Why am I not surprised that's the reason? Teaching him has been a very informative experience, Frieren simply replied. How strange it is that I, someone not of this world, could do so well. You do have 1,000 years of experience. Ah, that too. It was somewhat trying, at first. I think a few trees were destroyed. Yet, his weakness is just like mine, General Winter lamented. Most ice quirk users will end up frostbiting themselves if they overuse it. Well, that's better than burning to death. Star and Stripes vaguely looked in Endeavor's direction, who in turn was a little less pleased with how things were going. You know you're going to lose our bet, Art. I really hate you, Kathleen. You hate me so much that you love me. Yeah, whatever. Cease your rebellion now, Shoto, NG Todoroki growled as he watched his masterpiece get pummeled by a DMN bird of darkness. Use my fire. It is the only way you can win, you fool. Use your fire, Shoto. Shoto could hear his father's voice echoing in his mind. He refused to listen. He never will. He will never bow down to Endeavor's demands. He will win only with his mother's ice. That was his vow. That was his promise to himself, that he would spite his father for everything he had done. He can still win. Dark Shadow smashed through the last glacier, his power still empowered by the sphere of darkness that suffused Fumikage's body. He then went for Todoroki himself. Todoroki tried to raise another glacier, only for his body to refuse his command as frostbite began to take hold of his icy side. No, why? He can't fail. How else will he prove to everyone else that he did not need the powers of his father to win? He was tired. Nothing seemed to matter anymore. Screw Endeavor. So what if he loses, then? He is still never using that man's fire. If he wins only with his mother's ice, then he spites his father. If he loses while using only his mother's ice, then he still spites his father. That in itself could be a victory. Never. Let's finish this, Dark Shadow. Yes. And so quoth the raven, Dark Shadow slammed himself at the frostbitten Todoroki, sending the tired dual-haired teen out of bounds. Nevermore. Shoto. Shoto looked up at his father. Endeavor, that flaming pile of human garbage, glared at him from his immense height, his disapproval clear from his disapproving eyes. Why he was incarnated to become this monster's child remains to be seen. Father, Shoto replied without much in the way of emotion. Recovery Girl had just let him out of the medical tent. Previously, his chest sported a rather sizable bruise where Dark Shadow had slammed into him like a battering ram. He was tired and a little sleepy, not just from the exertion of the fights he had in the fighting tournaments of the sports festival, but from the side effects of recovery girl's quirk as well. Let this be a lesson to you, boy, Endeavor growled, his arms still crossed together disapprovingly. If you refuse to use your fire, then you will lose to the first competent opponent you face. You are fully capable of defeating the bird earlier. If only you would cease this pointless rebellion and simply act as you should. As I taught you to. You are my masterpiece. The one who will surpass all might. Shoto didn't answer. Instead, he looked away, carefully hiding his hateful gaze from his father. Though there really was no point, Endeavor knew well that Shoto hated him with every fiber of his being, and would go far as to allow himself to be defeated if it meant spiting him. Come, Shoto. Perhaps if you watch your less nonchalant classmates, those who actually take their training seriously, battle, you will realize that you can never succeed in surpassing All Might without using all your power. Endeavor turned away, not even sparing a glance at Shoto. He expected his masterpiece to follow him back into the stadium. Humph. Endeavor walked on ahead, basically leaving Shoto alone in the hallway. He probably thought Shoto would catch up, eventually. At least he had the basic decency to not physically drag Shoto to the stands. Though Shoto was convinced that the reason wasn't because he was concerned about hurting him while dragging him along, rather, it's more likely because media vultures would converge around him if he was seen dragging his own kid. Yes, that's right. Everything good thing he does is for the public's eyes. Everyone thought Endeavor was oh so great, the number 2 hero. Little did the people know that the BSTRD was a monster to his own family, and just happened to have a lot of money to throw at problems. Just as Shoto was about to enter the stands and once again lay his eyes upon the spectacle of his classmates fighting, he bumped into someone. That someone happened to be Ida, who wasn't looking where he was going. Well, neither of them were. Todoroki. Apologies, I wasn't looking, Ida hurriedly apologized. You're leaving already? Shoto asked, looking up at his taller classmate. You still have at least 2 fights ahead of you. Sorry. Family emergency. What kind of emergency? Nothing to worry about? It's an emergency but it's nothing to worry about? Shoto raised an eyebrow at Ida, who was looking more and more uncomfortable with every passing second. He wanted to get out, now. It's about my brother, Ida replied only to placate Shoto's questioning. But Shoto could see that his eyes were red, likely from crying. He knew the signs of crying, heaven knows he used to cry so much when Endeavor, that piece of trash, trained him without mercy. And his mother wept for hours. I have to go to him, sorry, Todoroki. The usually bombastic class rep hurried along, leaving Shoto to hear the concerned whispers from his nearby classmates. Shoto frowned as Endeavor looked at him from the far end of the stands, his gaze burning him even from a distance. Todoroki, you good? Shoto blinked as Midoriya somehow appeared beside him. Yes. I am. Well, just remember what I told you, Midoriya patted him on the shoulders. What is this? What is this feeling? That has never happened before. Why did he, like that? Why would he like that? Well. Present Mike announced as Cementos finished repairing the arena. Dark Shadow had made quite the gashes on the concrete. Our students are bursting with surprises, aren't they? Well, I'm sure that our next contestants will be absolutely full of them. First off, we have the floaty girl herself. Woe be to all those that invoke her wrath, for she will send them to heaven, literally. All welcome. Uraraka Achiko. And facing her is the one that makes words come into reality. Welcome back, Manga Fukudashi. Uraraka simply laughed at Present Mike's interesting and rather ominous introduction of her as she strode into the arena. Present Mike Sensei, really? She's not in the business of sending people to the sky. Well, she'd have to send her opponents a few meters off the ground, at least. She may be headed to a career of being a rescue hero, but she'd have to fight sooner or later. It's just as Aizawa-sensei said. As for fighting manga, let's see, she could keep dodging whatever he throws at her. If he throws one of those big pillars, she could use zero gravity on it and swing it like a baseball bat. If it's Bullet Bill again, well, she could do the same, though she wondered if she could catch the thing before it sped off and slammed into the shield. Meanwhile, I'll attend your funeral, buddy. Kaminari gave Manga a cheeky smile as the latter made his way to the arena. Manga simply let out a dejected sigh and popped a mint into his mouth. One might think that Uraraka's quirk wasn't that strong at first glance, but if she got her hands on enough debris, well, Manga would have some difficulty with that. So he won't send out anything that could give her anything to use. That's right. She was also scary, kind of. She looked like she was, as some might say, locked in. Were her eyes glowing? Manga could swear they were. Get ready, fighters. Midnight flipped her WHP with a resounding crack. Ready, set, go. Manga was ready with his fighting words. Whoosh! The letters morphed into a jet of flame, which Uraraka dodged, though it did singe her gym uniform. Why is she so fast? When did she start running like this? Was she training under Ida Tenya to run around? That could be the only reasonable explanation. Swoosh! Manga then sent a blast of wind coming towards Uraraka, which sent her flying as you can't see air. Recognizing that this was something he could use against her without too much risk, Manga repeated the same wind-based onomatopoeia 3 times, keeping Uraraka just far enough from himself to prevent her from using her quirk on him. He hadn't used his mints yet. Uraraka prowled around like a predatory cat, her eyes still locked on Manga. She was scary. FWO, ack. Manga suddenly coughed as a sore throat caught up to him. He fished his pockets for mints and lozenges, and, what, he was out of them. He tried to use his quirk again, only for half the onomatopoeia to come out as he coughed again, resulting in a small gust of wind that did absolutely nothing but stir up some dust. Uraraka laughed maniacally as she ran straight towards Manga. This felt good. She had been dodging those annoying words of wind at least 5 times already, with 2 actually hitting her and nearly throwing her out of bounds. But Manga had just started coughing, and she took the chance. Rah! Uraraka shrieked as she ran at him with arms stretched out wide. She didn't expect Manga to actually take a wrong step back and fall at his but when he saw her closing the distance, but, oh well. He was only forming half words right now, as he couldn't shout out his onomatopoeia without breaking into a coughing fit. Uraraka jumped on Manga, literally, as the other hero student found himself floating off the ground, his weight completely nullified. Not letting him get the chance to speak out another word, Uraraka grabbed him by the legs, whispering a quiet sorry as she did so, and then threw him out of bounds. Midnight swept her WHP towards Uraraka, who was breathing from all the running and dodging she did. Manga Fukudashi is out of bounds. Uraraka Ochiko wins. My, I swear I saw this move in Call of Duty once. Oh no, Uraraka frowned as she heard Midnight. Please don't. Aha! This was an execution move. Well done, Uraraka. Now, Present Mike, if you will. Gonna take it from here, folks. Present Mike barged into the audio, though, for some strange reason, his mic made a terrible feedback noise that destroyed everyone's ears. Now, our next match was supposed to be between Ida Tenya and Tokoyami Fumikage, but for personal reasons, Ida has forfeited the match. Tokoyami Fumikage has won by default. A disappointed, "Oh come on," could be heard from within the crowd at that. However, our next battle is one that will surely be recorded in the history books for ages to come, Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku. Ha! Frieren suddenly let out a chuckle as she heard Present Mike mention that Izuku was going to fight in the next match. What's so funny, Frieren? Inko asked. She knew nothing about Bakugo's bullying in the past. As far as she knew, the two were still acquainted with each other. I just know that this fight will be a good one to watch. Frieren put down her phone and placed her arms on her chin. Izuku's been working on something. Frieren, I don't like it when you're being vague. Inko frowned. Heh. Oh ho ho ho. Here's the one I'm waiting for. Star and Stripes practically vibrated on her seat, which annoyed General Winter. The mean green bean. Imagine being called that. Duh, how terrifying. General Winter shook his head. This is a dream. Ever since the battle trial, Izuku could very well imagine himself defeating Bakugo. Basic defensive magic had a bit of a problem defending against physical mass, which meant that Manga could have given him some trouble if he threw out crack and smash. His basic defensive magic could resist some flying pillars of concrete, yes, but there was a reason why elemental magics had become the norm in Frieren's world. As for the portal magic that he created with some, inspiration from a certain villainous cloud? Ho, ho, ho. This is making so excited. Midnight posed dramatically, as though she was a damsel in distress. Somewhere in the stands, Fumikage had his fingers in his ears while he trilled la 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 to himself, while Uraraka was simply pretending to be shocked. I wonder who will emerge victorious after all this time. Now. Get ready. Heh. Frieren smirked knowingly as her student and his former bully and now present classmate squared with each other. Izuku looked at Bakugo with a deadpan expression, as if seeing him wasn't bringing up memories of them playing together and then turning to a downward spiral as the explosive child bullied the child with no quirk for wanting to become a hero. Frieren, is there something you're not telling me? Inko looked at her worryingly. She was more worried about Bakugo at this point, because who knows what strange spells Frieren had been teaching her son, but again, she was the reason he could fulfill his dream again. What have you been teaching him lately? Oh no, it's mostly his friend I've been teaching, Frieren replied. Despite her quiet voice, she still sounded excited. Somehow, Izuku created this spell on his own. Oh? So that's why his breathes are always so dirty when he comes back home. Indeed. Ready? Katsuki flexed his fingers. Finally. This is the day that he will make Deku pay for humiliating him in the battle trial. That nerd just got lucky for sure. No matter what his quirk does, explosion is still better. Stronger. Faster. Set. Izuku looked back at Bakugo with expressionless eyes. Truth be told, he had so many things he wanted to tell his erstwhile friend. But Bakugo wouldn't care for any of it. Their relationship has been such a disaster. Half of him just wanted this over with. The other half wanted a demonstration of the heights he'd reached. Both sides won. Go! Deku! Katsuki screeched as he blasted forward. Why is the nerd not moving? Why isn't he doing anything? No matter. He's probably surprised and is just pretending to be all calm and collected. As Katsuki hurtled towards Izuku, the fabric of space began to bend and churn. Star and Stripes leaned forward, the edge of her seat threatening to break under her weight as she focused on what was happening. Meowing stood up, her interest piqued. General Winter let out a surprised gasp. Aizawa sighed, while Present Mike, normally one to always talk, was speechless. All Might, who was watching from within an enclosed area, had his jaw drop to the ground. Endeavor seethed even more. Frieren smiled. A portal had appeared in front of Bakugo just as he was throwing himself forward at Izuku, with its exit being outside the arena. To his credit, he immediately reversed gear, throwing his arms forward and creating explosions to propel him away from the portal before he could send himself out of bounds. The explosions, however, traveled through the portal, causing the exit point to belch out fire and smoke. When the hell did he have that? Katsuki questioned himself as he, for the first time in his life, did not want to charge at Deku. When did you get that, Deku? Bakugo asked, twitching and flexing his fingers as he looked for an opening. This nerd was just completely out of control. He had barriers, laser beams, tentacles, armor CRP, and now this portal stuff. My quirk allows me to replicate the effects of quirks that I see in action, as long as I can imagine myself performing said effects, Deku replied. 3 of those accursed magic circles appeared around him and began to glow with blue light. What an unexpected development. Present Mike finally pulled himself together, because by the heavens, he did not expect that. Especially when the last person he knew of that had a warp quirk, besides a 78-year-old retired pro hero from Malta, was a villain directly responsible for getting his students into dangerous situations. It looks like that Midoriya has replicated a warp quirk using his quirk. Truly, his quirk is only limited by his imagination. League of Villains hideout, Kamino Ward. Kurogiri hissed. The wine bottle that he had been polishing shattered in his hands as he watched one of the hero brats demonstrate his own warp gate in live TV. He copied it. A girl with cat-like eyes jumped up the counter and sat on it, not caring that Kurogiri and Shigaraki were now glowering at her for her sheer audacity. She happily moved her legs up and down as she watched the TV with them and all the other members of the league. And the guy he's fighting is so cute. I want him. Toga, do you actually think you have a chance with the hero brat? A man with burnt skin being barely held together with metal rings chimed in. He had been suspiciously smiling when Endeavor's kid lost, but other than that, he didn't seem to care all that much about the UA Sports Festival. I'll make him love me. But what about me? Now a man with a theater mask and a formal get-up hit the counter with his fist. I'm supposed to be the magician. Now he's stealing my thing. Why do you care? You should beat him up for it. Now, an extremely muscular man in a black and gray tightsuit replied without any prompting. I'm gonna get that explosive butt. Toga, stop simping for the hero brat or so help me dash. Well, then, Katsuki hissed. If you really want to fight me, fight me. Don't you dare just send me away with your portal CRP. Izuku considered it for one moment. Yeah, fine, if you want. Don't run away from me, Deku. Bakugo blasted off, getting above Izuku to pepper him with an explosion. A blood vessel in his head twitched as he saw Izuku simply looking at him with a bored expression, and then he noticed that the blue hexagons that made up the nerd's barriers were moving around Izuku, tracking exactly where Katsuki was aiming. Izuku looked up at Bakugo, conserving his mana by only putting up Skeldus where Bakugo was aiming his hand at. Once, he looked up to him, metaphorically speaking. Now, all he had going was sheer drive and a strong quirk. Everything else about him? Izuku had no respect for the attitude. Katsuki fired off an explosion, which was blocked by a partially constructed energy barrier. The barrier immediately shattered, but it was quickly replaced by another one when Katsuki unleashed another, bigger explosion. That barrier shattered too, and Deku jumped backward, calmly and serenely landing on his feet. He looked at Katsuki with that same bored, deadpan expression, as if he were just looking through thin air. The sight made Katsuki's blood boil. It is bad enough that he hid his quirk from him, mocking him as he did so. No way in hell did he believe that he was this strong and only manifested it a year ago. You can't get strong in just a year. No way. Katsuki has been honing his quirk for half of his life. Look at me, Deku. Katsuki rushed forward, unleashing explosion after explosion in rapid succession as he approached. Each explosion was blocked and parried by those barriers, and Deku still looked bored. How dare he? He's fighting the future #1. How dare he look like that? As he threw another explosion, there was a particularly large amount of smoke. He looked around, seeking for his cowardly opponent. Twack! Katsuki found himself suddenly grabbed by one of those icky energy tentacles from behind, and was violently pushed forward, toward a portal that just appeared. He tried to make an explosion, but then his hands were encased in shimmering armor made out of energy. He couldn't make an explosion without ripping his own hands apart. Deku was behind him. When did he get there? No, don't tell me, he used the smoke from my explosions to step into a portal and get behind me. Trickster. Katsuki still couldn't believe it as he found himself thrown out of bounds by the DMN portal. Deku lied to him. Again. While Uraraka did her best in the next round, she lost pretty quickly. As it turns out, trying to make something that's already accustomed to the sensation of floating, that being dark shadow, float, didn't really do all that much. She rapidly found herself being literally carried out of the arena by the sentient Quirk, who then unceremoniously dropped her to the ground. Overall, it had been a quick but expected fight. At least neither of the contestants got hurt? At least Uraraka will be top 3 in the whole sports festival. That was one truly mean feat, especially for someone that many may believe lacked a powerful quirk. But when you could turn a boulder into a projectile with the touch of your hand, can you really be called weak? So, all that was left for the fighting tournament and thus the sports festival was? And so the final battle begins. Present Mike announced after a short intermission. Who will win between our last 2 contenders? Who will gain the title of champion? Well, we'll see in a few minutes. May the best son win, Inko confidently smirked as Reito and his wife, Kagaya, cheered Fumikage on with their banner. Reito turned around and patted her shoulder, but he failed to look at her directly as he was laughing uncontrollably. Oh please, Inko, we both, ha 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 ha, know our sons are both the best. Reito struggled to form coherent words as he chuckled, while Kagaya simply looked on at her husband like he was the biggest idiot in the planet. Win or lose, we'll cheer them on. Right? Of course. Inko laughed back at him. Meanwhile, Frieren had become more attentive than ever, focusing on the upcoming match between Izuku and Fumikage. They were the ones that summoned her to this world, and now, they were both technically students of hers. Oh yes, she mostly definitely focused on Izuku, as he was the one with a mana pool that could grow to rival a mage from her world, but since she already taught Fumikage 2 spells, he already counted. It is lamentable, really, that she could foresee that his mana would eventually have a hard limit. There was only so much inventory space that his body and mind could support when he already wielded such a strong, complex quirk and a bit of mana alongside. Well, either way, mages aren't everything. There's a reason warriors and priests are a requirement in any adventure party. Ready, contestants? Midnight scanned Izuku and Fumikage as they faced each other. She had a good feeling about this one. As for why, she wasn't sure. Izuku, Fumikage began, readying a combative stance, arms stretched out wide and his right foot placed forward. Let it be known that I have looked forward to this moment when our abilities will be matched against one another. Same, Fumi. Izuku gave him a wry smile. Let's both do our best and become great heroes someday. Indeed we shall. Alright. Midnight swiped her WHP at the arena. Get ready. Ready, set, and go. 3 things happened immediately. First, the 3-foot radius around Fumikage darkened as he activated Nebelung, or as the onlookers might say, the secondary function of his quirk. Dark shadow became larger, his claws elongated and sharpened. But contrary to all expectations, Dark Shadow didn't charge, not yet, at least. Instead, he stayed beside his host, floating in anticipation of what was to come next. Izuku had been quick to the draw as well when Midnight gave them the go. He expected Dark Shadow to immediately come at him, and so he immediately opened a portal that would lead just above Fumikage and fired a Zoltraak into it. His eyes widened in surprise, however, as instead of charging in and leaving Fumikage open to attack, Dark Shadow moved to intercept the beam with his shadowy form as the portal opened above his host. Dark Shadow took the hit, screeching as the beam struck. His size reduced slightly, only for his lost strength to quickly return as the darkness around Fumikage fed his power. Izuku sort of expected something like this to happen. Fumikage had watched his fight with Bakugo, after all, and getting shot at the back through a portal seemed to be a strategy that would be used more than once. But then, his fight with Bakugo had also used up quite a lot of mana. He needed to be careful from now on with defensive magic. Dark Shadow technically counted as physical mass, so if he slammed into a Skeldus barrier at a high speed and whilst enlarged, he could very well smash right through. Skeldus was a good spell, but it had its limits. Very well. A lot of Zoltraak's it is. He could simply overwhelm Dark Shadow's ability to regenerate from damage with the darkness around Fumikage. Between the two of them, he was the one with more mana, so, if he tried to charge Dark Shadow to compensate, then, it would become a fight of attrition. Oh, he had a suggestion for Fumi to make up for his weakness in close-range combat, but that was neither here nor now. 6 magic circles appeared around Izuku and began to fire like a battleship in a broadside. It was a sort of gambit, but Zoltraak does not take a lot of mana to cast. Maybe a lot of it would. A dozen beams of Zoltraak slammed into Dark Shadow every few seconds, who was now unable to leave his host's presence lest he be targeted and knocked out instead. Dark Shadow spread his shadowy form in front of Fumikage like a shield, and they moved forward? Wait, that isn't his style, isn't it? Dark Shadow has always attacked for Fumikage from a distance, not from up close. Well, it's not like he'll get close enough before he runs out of mana charging Nebulung to keep Dark Shadow remain functional. Probably. He's down by 40% mana now, and he's getting closer. Is he trying to get into hand-in-hand? Does he even know hand-in-hand? The boys will love him so much. Star and Stripes chuckled as she watched the mean green bean fire a constant barrage of what appeared to be energy beams. He's throwing out so much ordnance down there. Of course, that's the part that gets you excited, General Winter said with a disappointed tone, though he was still thoroughly interested in the match in front of them. Typical American obsession with heavy weaponry. Hey, it's not like you don't like those either, Winty. The Novgorodian pro-hero looked up at the American number 2 and sighed. She did have a point there. Fair. Izuku was a bit surprised when Dark Shadow stopped shielding Fumikage and charged forward with blinding speed. He had attacked right as, oh, that made sense. Fumikage was keeping track of how many Zoltraaks he was blasting out, and how often he did them. So of course he sent Dark Shadow just as he was still reloading another barrage. Granted, reloading took all of 2 seconds, but that was enough for Dark Shadow to nearly get to his face before he summoned Skeldus to block the impact. Dark Shadow slammed his face at the barrier. If he had actual skull with a brain inside, then it would have given him a severe concussion. But he was quite literally built different, and took only a second to recover before returning to his host to block yet another barrage of Zoltraak. Fumikage repeated the process twice. On the third attack from Dark Shadow, Izuku's Skeldus shattered under the sentient Quirk's onslaught, and pushed Izuku to the concrete. Magish Panzer was a second too slow to be casted and Izuku found himself pinned to the ground by Dark Shadow's claws. The trap is sprung. Dark Shadow. Red dash. He was a second too late as a portal appeared under Fumikage and sent him out of bounds. He had been so focused on coordinating Dark Shadow's rapid movements that he failed to notice the sparks appearing under him. When he did, the portal had already formed and he was in the process of falling through. Dark Shadow was immediately pulled through as well, screaming in terror as he fell into the portal. Like water through a flush. Tokoyami Fumikage is out of bounds. Victory goes to Midoriya Izuku. Izuku sighed as the portal disappeared and Midnight gave her congratulations, while Present Mike screamed something about the mean green bean. He had very little mana left between fighting Bakugo, who exploded his way through mana-extensive barriers like they were made of paper. Seriously, there was a possibility he could have lost if Bakugo was much more mindful of his surroundings, and Fumikage. Izuku likely would have been declared immobilized had he not possessed that portal spell. Or maybe he could have shot Fumikage with a Zoltraak while Dark Shadow had pinned, but that was more noticeable. But of course, everyone would think that he was utterly confident because of his deadpan expression for most of the fight. What a great way to end the sports festival. Our contestants are virtually untouched. But still go to Recovery Girl's tent, please and thank you. Now, we'll have our awarding of our top 4 winners in 15 minutes. All Might himself will be giving out the medals. The crowd screamed, but Izuku paid it no mind as he left the arena. As he approached Fumikage, the latter got up from the grass and dusted off his gym uniform. I should have anticipated that you'd do that, Fumikage remarked as Dark Shadow appeared on his shoulder. Well done. You knew I'd keep my distance even when I got closer. You exploited that fact. If I was more skilled in close combat. Well, I did have a thought about that, Izuku said. Dark Shadow doesn't really have a set form, right? Right. He could wrap around you, like armor, yeah? Like Venom and Eddie Dash. Ew, the tiny dark shadow glowered from Fumikage's shoulder. Venom is icky. Izuku chuckled. I don't know, you might be icky too. Maybe I'll ask Hatsum to look up your search history. Fumikage ignored Dark Shadow's protestations as he thought deeply. That would be helpful. But I would need to learn close quarters combat. Well, in the internships, you could choose someone that's good at it? I suppose so. Well, let's get out of here. They'll be setting up the stage for the awarding. 15 minutes later, and All Might had arrived to give out the medals amidst the cacophony of a screaming crowd. While Izuku didn't go absolutely insane over All Might's presence, given that the man had been his heroics class teacher for the last 2 months, it was still quite something to be presented with a medal by the person he'd looked up to for his entire life. Bakugo was the first to be presented with a medal, but he, obviously didn't want it. No, of course he didn't. He was 4th place, and the only place he wanted to be in was at number 1. All Might was able to place the medal around his neck regardless, however, and he seemed to visibly calm down when All Might stepped forward and hugged him. Once All Might moved on to Uraraka, though, it was like every grievance he had experienced in his entire life returned to the forefront and he began to shake with fury at being in 4th place again. Uraraka was, by contrast, all too glad to accept the medal from All Might. Like Bakugo, she too got a hug from All Might, and that was when it dawned on Izuku. All Might is going to hug him when he gets his turn. Somehow that thought was more tantalizing than having All Might as a faculty member in UA. Fumikage was seemingly frozen in place as All Might congratulated him, gave him the medal, and hugged him too. Izuku nearly let out a chuckle when he realized that Fumikage's beak was right where All Might's armpit would be. Did the man use Axe body spray? Young Midoriya, Izuku straightened as he realized that All Might was in front of him. You have displayed great ingenuity and strength. It is only right that on this day, you are crowned the champion of this sports festival. You have earned it? Izuku stiffened as All Might presented the medal to him. Ah yes, All Might. Then he got hugged by All Might, and he hugged All Might back. He couldn't be happier than right now. Everyone. All Might turned to the adoring masses and held up Izuku's arm. Say it with me. Plus. Ultra. Endeavor had left Shoto alone in the stadium. Actually alone. The Flame Hero had, quote, many important duties, so he took off, leaving Shoto with his classmates. Right now, though, he'd rather get out of here. This place reminded him of his failure. You. Two-haired child. Shoto turned around to see General Winter standing before him, his arms folded behind his back. Unlike Endeavor, General Winter had a more amicable atmosphere about him. While he rarely smiled, unlike All Might, the Novgorodian hero was clearly a much better person than Endeavor. Yes? Shoto asked. After throwing literal glaciers around, Shoto could somewhat see this coming. Say, UA has an internship program that allows its students to go abroad if a foreign hero takes interest in them? The man's Japanese was impeccable. It was almost terrifying hearing it spoken so fluently by a foreigner, especially from a country that didn't have particularly strong ties with Japan to begin with. It does. Where are you going with this? Shoto asked. Well, young man, General Winter held up his gloved palm, forming a miniature cat made out of ice on top of it. I happen to believe that you and I can learn quite a lot from one another. Do you feel the same? Are you offering me an internship? Shoto asked. For the first time of the day, General Winter laughed. He laughed so hard that he clutched at his armored stomach and his ashenka fell off, revealing his head of messy hair. Ahahaha. Yes, of course. Why else am I here taking up your time and attention? Well, I'll be in touch. I'll show up in your email sooner or later. General Winter turned away, waving at Shoto as he did so. Farewell for now, Todoroki Shoto. Shoto smiled. Finally, another way to spite his father. As he got back up at the stands, Izuku was met by his mother and Frieren, the former of whom wrapped him in the most crushing hug she could ever muster. Izuku! You're really the champion. Again. Meanwhile, Fumikage was getting carried up to the air by his father, who was deceptively strong for someone with such a small frame, while his mother issued her own congratulations to her son. Dark Shadow cackled. 3 times in a row, Frieren helpfully added as she finally put her phone back in her pocket. Congratulations. You have learned well and become strong. Well, I was a bit lucky in the fighting tournament, Izuku fidgeted. He was by no means invincible, and he knew it. Against my last 2 opponents, I could have been in real trouble of losing if they were either more mindful of what's around them or if they were faster. That is true, which is why you have to work with your casting time, even with powerful attacks, Frieren answered. The only reason Izuku could fire Zoltraaks as fast as he did is that none of them were capable of doing anything close to lethal damage. They can knock someone out, that was it. Anyway, yeah, I do need to work on, oh hey, Uraraka. Izuku saw Uraraka approach from the side with Kaminari close in tow. She wasn't happy? Why wouldn't she? She was in third place out of 1,000 students. As for Kaminari, he wasn't all that happy looking either. What's with the sad faces? Dark Shadow asked. You look like someone died. Midoriya, Tokoyami, Uraraka said dejectedly. Kaminari stayed quiet behind her. I found out why Ida left earlier. Right, Izuku nodded, along with Fumikage. What happened? Well, Uraraka pulled out her phone, which had a breaking news report displayed. His brother, he's dead. What? Fumikage took Uraraka's phone and started reading the article. Stain, the hero killer, killed Ingenium, and nearly killed Native as well. Inko gasped and placed her hands over her mouth. Frieren looked at the people present one by one, understanding well what was happening but not commenting on it. Rado appeared to lose his cheerful mood, instead seeming like he could descend into a murderous rage. Kagaya appeared to be stoic. But Stain was apprehended by Hawks and Gentle Hero, Fumikage said as he finished reading the article. Says here that Hawks sliced off the fingers on Stain's sword hand before he could decapitate Native and then Gentle Hero captured him. We need to be there for Ida, Izuku said, breaking the silence before it could rain. Uraraka, Kaminari, and Fumikage nodded in agreement. He's our friend. He went home, right? He didn't say, Uraraka shook her head. We can call or message him later, though. Yes, Izuku sighed. Let's just let him know that we're here for him. Frieren? Hours after the sports festival concluded and everyone had gone home, Izuku sat in the living room, where Frieren was reading books, as always. But she would always stop and listen whenever he called her name. Yes? You've seen a lot of people you cared about die, right? I've seen many perish, but if it's those I cared for, Frieren thought about that for a moment. She supposed that she liked Flam and cared for her. Almost everyone else that came through her life, though, was just that. They came through and left little to no trace on her. That changed with Himmel, though. He was the first person she cried for in 1,000 years of existence. A short-lived human, whose life was a mere blip in her eyes. Yet he was the one that changed her. There are also those. Why? Well, as you know, Ida's brother was murdered, Izuku sighed. I'm thinking of a message to send to him. You know, condolences and such. Something to make him feel better. I don't know what to say. Frieren thought about it for a moment. She remembered something about what Hyder said about when people came to him for funeral rites during the whole year she spent trying to decipher that fake immortality grimoire he gave her. And then the deaths of her whole village, even after a millennium, that still hung over her, though that manifested in a burning hatred for demons. Simply be there for him in time of mourning, she replied, echoing what Hyder said. Okay. The magic broccoli, hi Ida. Just so you know we're here for you if you need anything. Shoulders to cry on, hugs, things like that. Sonic the class rep, thanks Midoriya. I will let you know if there is something I need. Well, with Stain in prison, at least the possibility of Ida going into a vengeance crusade was out of the table. Good morning, Mom. Morning, Frieren, Izuku yawned as he stepped into the living room, where his mother was just about to go to work. Good morning, Izuku, Inko smiled as she put on a jacket and grabbed her shoulder bag. She tried on her high heels, only to grunt in pain and discard it in exchange for normal shoes. She hated high heels now. She was getting on with the years, and by hell did her feet hurt when she used heels. Breakfast is ready for the two of you. Take care when you go to UA, okay? Yes, Mom, Izuku yawned again. I think I'll need coffee. No coffee for you, young man. Inko waved her finger at his face. It's too early for you to get addicted to caffeine like us adults. Yeah, okay. Alright, I'll be going now, Inko turned to the door. See you tonight, Izuku. Yes, Mom, take care. Izuku stretched his limbs. Oh, it had been, 3 days since the sports festival? He was the champion, and then, Ingenium died. Poor Ida. As for Frieren, a short glance to the guest room told Izuku all he needed to know. She was still sprawled on the bed with no care for the world. How someone with such great knowledge and power also became the epitome of laziness in the mornings remains a complete mystery to Izuku and Inko. Well, then, she can take care of herself either way. Once she woke up, anyway. Izuku proceeded to prepare for his classes in UA, turning on the television first things first so that he knew what was happening in the world lately. He had slipped into his school uniform and began eating breakfast when the morning news changed to the topic of the murder of Ingenium. The program host was the man who cut off half of the horn on the left side of his head so that it didn't block the way. Now, in a new development in the story of the Ingenium murder, we have received exclusive footage from Gentle Hero's body camera, the host began. This footage sheds new light on the incident. Viewer discretion is advised. Izuku found his eyes glued to the screen. Their gentle hero had been greeting citizens when his hero phone began to ring, showing a distress signal nearby. The bouncing hero bade the people goodbye and bounced off with his air trampolines, only to find that Hawks, the number 3 hero in all of Japan, was also on the way. Hawks. Didn't know that you'd be here. You have received the distress signal? Yeah, I did, Gentle, Hawks replied, pulling up his own hero phone. I was just passing by. Izuku nodded as Hawks mentioned that he was simply passing by. His patrol route was a bit different. Instead of just staying in one place, his agency was nomadic, traveling from one city to another in a circular pattern. The only other hero that moved around that much was Mirko, the rabbit hero. Go on ahead, you are much faster than me. Gentle said. Whoever it is needs help now. Alright, see you there, Hawks blasted off, leaving Gentle hero behind. The bouncing hero kept, well, bouncing until he arrived at the site of the distress signal earlier. Along the way, Gentle saw Native and Ingenium held aloft a pair of larger flight feathers, swiftly carrying them towards the nearest hospital. Smaller feathers were wrapped around their wounds, stemming the bleeding somewhat. As Gentle hero arrived, he saw that a veritable storm of Hawk's feathers were lashing out against Stain, the hero killer, who was deftly parrying the incoming feathers with a sword in his left hand. Hawks was keeping his distance, likely because he knew that Stain was dangerous up close. The hero killer's right hand lacked fingers, and the stumps were spurting out blood. Gentle hero, Stain spat, literally, even as he still parried feathers with his sword. Another fake hero that revels in fame. You have caused enough damage, hero killer. Gentle hero bounced forward with an outstretched fist. Hawks directed his feathers to limit Stain's movements, forcing him to the defensive. Stain attempted to stab Gentle hero, only for his sword to get blocked and parried by a feather. Gentle hero then delivered a brutal punch to his solar plexus, causing the hero killer to grunt in pain. Feathers flew forward, pinning him to the concrete by his clothes. My crusade cannot end like this. Stain howled. Taken down by 2 fakes like you. Please be silent, Gentle hero said as he pulled out a muffler and roughly applied it to Stain's mouth. With Stain's rage now silenced, Gentle hero turned his attention back toward Hawks. Are they safe? Are they alright? Hawks gave him a look and shook his head. His feathers gave him sensory input even. From afar, so even now, he was listening to the doctors and nurses attending to Native and Ingenium. Native will recover. Ingenium just got declared dead on arrival. No, it can't be. Gentle hero's normally flamboyant tone faltered at the news. Truly, it is. I've called the police. They'll be here soon. If only we were faster. As he entered UA's hallowed gates, Izuku found his mind drifting back to Tenya. He hadn't replied at the group chat yet, with Kaminari and Achiko chatting back and forth for the most part. Today was the day after the Idas buried their eldest son. He could only imagine what it was like for them. He had never lost anyone, his father didn't count, because how could you lose someone if you never had them to begin with? Still. Just be there for him, Izuku repeated what Frieren told him. Just be there for him. Good morning, kids, Aizawa, who no longer looked like a mummy, stepped into the classroom. Though he still had a scar below his left eye. The unkempt teacher scanned the class, and let out a satisfied grunt. Now, before we begin, you might notice that Ida's seat is empty. He has requested that he be allowed an absence for today, for reasons that you all know. Aizawa let that part remain unsaid. They all knew that Ingenium had been murdered. Now, we will discuss your performance in the sports festival. Todoroki, he put his gaze onto Shoto, who didn't appear to react it that much. You're using only half of your quirk. I don't know what issues you have with your right side, or if that has something to do with endeavor, but you have to use it if you want to become a hero. When you feel confident about disclosing what exactly is bothering you, go to Hound Dog. How the big dog mutant became the counselor was anyone's guess. Yes, sensei, Shoto nodded. Good, I expect you to do that. Now, Bakugo, he turned his attention to the blonde. Be more mindful of your surroundings. Always expect trickery and deception from your enemies. Don't be arrogant. Bakugo all but growled. Yeah, I'll do that. Aizawa sighed. Midoriya, Tokoyami. The two stiffened as their names were called. When you unlock new aspects of your quirks, I expect you to tell me, as your homeroom teacher. We have to see if they're not dangerous or do not possess strange side effects. Especially you, mean green bean. Do this again and you will be very screwed. Yes, sensei, the two replied. Alright, Aizawa continued. This coming week, you will have your internships, where a pro hero will take you under their tutelage. It will last for the whole week. A robot then plodded into the classroom, placing folders on each student's desk. These are the internship offers that you've received. Some of you haven't received any offers, so in lieu of that, there are 40 agencies that have agreed to take UA students whether or not they got any offers. I expect you to come to a decision of who you'll intern under tomorrow. Aizawa scanned the class. Midoriya's eyes were wide open, as he received more than 1,000 offers. Fumikage, Uraraka, Bakugo, and Shoto followed in terms of number of offers, though as Uraraka checked her folder, most of her offers came from rescue hero agencies. Those happened to include the Wild PP Cats and Selkie. Now, for our final announcement, you also have to think of your hero names. Think carefully. We will not accept Skibidi Sigma or Phantom Taxer as a hero name, no matter how much you think it's cool to use such archaic terms. They'll also stick with you for your whole careers, so if you decided to call yourself a name like Small Might, he looked at Izuku for that, which made the greenette shrink in his desk. Or Lord of the Ball, he turned his eyes towards Mineta. People will call you that forever. Aizawa let out another sigh and dunked half of his mug of coffee. I'm no good with names, so Midnight will facilitate that. DMN it, why is she late? After about 5 minutes, Midnight finally arrived with her usual flair. Good morning, students. Midnight proclaimed. We will be making your hero names today. Now, I'll be giving you 15 minutes to think about your hero names. Think carefully, because they'll define you for your whole career. The class immediately went into thinking, and think they did. After the 15 minutes had passed, Midnight tapped the board and called up the first person. Shining hero, I cannot stop twinkling. Aoyama posed flamboyantly as he presented his hero name. Because I will always shine. Too long, think of something else, Midnight said with a smile. It really was a mouthful to say. Can I suggest Magnifique? Izuku raised his hand. I mean, it fits, you're, magnificent, and aggressively French. Oh, mon Dieu. That sounds good. Aoyama posed dramatically. I will thus be called Magnifique. Midnight laughed. That is a good name. Good, next. Ridley Hero, Alien Queen. Mina was up, and her love for the Alien franchise showed. Midnight, however, shook her head. It's copyrighted. I don't want Paramount to sue us. May I suggest Acid Trip? Kaminari raised his hand. That's even worse. Midnight put her hands over her eyes. Now you're making her sound like a drag user. Ashido, just think of something else while we go over the others. Mina pouted and walked back to her seat. Okay, next. Explosion Hero, Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite. Bakugo proclaimed with fire in his eyes. Izuku facebombed while Midnight lost her enthusiasm for the activity for a moment. Sounds like a terrorist codename. Hagakure gasped in pretend shock. Too violent, Midnight shook her head. Rethink it. Ha! But it's good. May I suggest Dash? No, Kaminari, your suggestion is surely worse. Ah? Midnight sighed. Honestly, this class was just a pain in the butt. She now understood why Aizawa gets so grumpy. Next. After a few more of his classmates, some of whom honestly had questionable creativity, Invisible Girl, really, Kirishima came up next with Red Riot. Honestly, it made all the sense. After that, Izuku watched with interest as Fumikage finally got his turn. He put up his whiteboard. Nevermore Heroes, Tsukuyami. The god of the night. But, heroes, not just hero? Fumikage tilted his head at Midnight as though it was a stupid question. There are 2 of us. WHO, right, Midnight nodded, realizing that Fumikage was very particular about people identifying Dark Shadow as his own entity. Right, approved. Next. Shoto walked up to the front. Cold Hero, Sub-Zero. Are you sure, Todoroki? Midnight looked at his whiteboard curiously. I mean, your quirk is more than just cold and ice, and a certain character already has that name. Though the copyright has expired already. I am sure. Well, you should consider changing it one day, Midnight replied. Izuku wondered about how that might come about when Shoto is seemingly dead set on never using his flames due to his unrelenting hatred for Endeavor. Shoto really was just doubling down on only using his mother's ice. Alright, next. Bakugo came up again. Lord Explosion Murder. Midnight let out an all-suffering sigh. No. May I suggest just going with Dynamite? It sounds good and pays homage to All Might. Bakugo thought about it for a moment. He could see Kirishima waving and giving him a thumbs up when it came to that hero name. Alright, Dynamite it is. Good. Midnight clapped her hands, pleased that Bakugo finally had a hero name that didn't sound like a terrorist codename. Next. Momo walked up and presented her hero name. Genesis. Creative and very fitting. Approved. Midnight smiled. Next. Kaminari came up next. Electric Hero, Chain Lightning. You're really doubling down on having a conductive chain as your support item, huh? Midnight remembered how Kaminari used a copper chain back in the sports festival. What if you start using something like wired harpoons? Are you still going to call yourself Chain Lightning? Oh, may I suggest Susanoo? Fumikage raised his hand. That made sense. He and Dark Shadow named themselves after the god of the night. Or Raijin. Izuku suggested as well. I don't know, man, naming myself after a god is a bit too grand and pretentious when I'm not as good as you. Kaminari scratched his head. Don't sell yourself short, man, Izuku replied. Kaminari then thought about it for a moment. Screw it. I'm going with Chain Lightning. But when I get a lot stronger, I'll change it to Raijin. Well, it does fit at the moment, Midnight shrugged. Approved. Next. Somehow, Ashido returned. Acid Hero, Acido. Simple and fitting, also the Spanish word for acid and flows well with your own name. I like it. Midnight nodded. Next. Shoji was next. The tall, multi-limbed boy put up his whiteboard. The Tentacle Hero, Kraken. Very fitting. Next. It was Jiro's turn now. The purple-haired girl fidgeted a little bit as she put up her whiteboard. The Sound Hero, Symphony. Sounds great. Midnight winked at her own pun, which made Jiro cringe. Approved. Next. It was Izuku's turn now. His hands shook as he held the whiteboard containing his hero name. Oh, man, why is he so nervous? It's just a name. He looked at each of his classmates, gauging how they were looking at him. Well, most of them. Ida was absent. My hero name will be, Izuku placed his whiteboard upright for the class to see. The Magic Hero, All Mana. As the hero naming session ended and Aizawa let them do whatever for the rest of homeroom, the students began to form into circles of chairs as they discussed amongst themselves. Somehow, Shoto found it in himself to be in the same circle as Izuku and his friends. So, Izuku began as he looked at the list of agencies and heroes that send him internship offers. Who are you going with for internships? I'm trying to improve my hand-to-hand skills, Uraraka pored over her paper. I might go with Gunhead. Sadly Her Excellency Meowing didn't send me one, Kaminari groaned. I mean, she's a very good lightning user, right? She's a diplomat, not a pro-hero, Fumikage reminded. I don't even think the Northern Han have pro-heroes. Yeah, I'm really going with the Lurkers. Edshot's team up with Kamui Woods and MT Lady, Kaminari replied, his hair slightly standing up from a small static discharge. They can teach me teamwork. What about you, Fumi? Izuku asked. It appears that Hawks wants to take me in, Fumikage held up his list. As well as Edshot. I will have to ask my father who he recommends between the two of them. Well, with Hawks, you're both birds, Kaminari commented. Dark Shadow popped out and gave him a glare, and Kaminari looked back, getting into a staring contest with the sentient Quirk. So, Shoto, what about you? Izuku asked. Since when did Shoto start socializing, anyway? Is this because he was the one person Shoto trauma dumped at? I'm going to take General Winter's offer, Shoto replied. Oh. But then you're going to dash. I will have to go to General Winter's agency in Veliki Novgorod, yes, Shoto nodded. I will be flying there accompanied by a UA staff member tomorrow. Izuku looked at his paper again. That's one hell of a coincidence because I kid you not, Star and Stripes wants me. Weren't the two of them sitting beside each other in the sports festival? Kaminari butted in, his eyes now watering from his staring contest with Dark Shadow. Uraraka gasped. Don't you think they're? Well, General Winter was friendly only to her, Izuku shrugged. Shoto didn't seem to know what was being talked about now, but he did pick up that Star and Stripes was gunning to get Izuku as an intern. So, you're going to take Star and Stripes' offer? Well, Izuku fidgeted. Truthfully, going to the person that All Might himself trained was as close as he could to being under All Might. Her quirk, despite the secrecy around it, is probably the closest to mine in terms of versatility, so it would probably be a good idea. Her agency will cover all costs, so I don't have to worry about money. That and she's basically All Might's daughter, Fumikage added. Izuku blinked. Huh? Of course not. Don't make me laugh. Your room is basically a shrine to All Might. Well, that's fair, I guess, Izuku shrugged. Alright, so Shoto and I will be going overseas. I'll bring souvenirs for you guys, heh. Shoto, you've probably got a gold credit card under Endeavor's name, so could also be an opportunity to dip into his coffers. You better get stuff from Novgorod, alright? Shoto's eyebrows raised. That is an excellent idea. Yagi coughed up blood as he finished reading the list of hero names that Class 1A chose. All Mana. That's what young Midoriya called himself? Obviously, he was quite a fan of his. All Might? Ah, young Togata. Yagi greeted as the blonde third-year student entered the faculty room. Have you unlocked a new aspect of One for All yet? Yeah. Mirio looked like he was going to jump in joy. Look! Tendrils of dark, bluish light appeared on his palms. I met a bald guy in the mindscape last night. He said that it's his quirk, Black Whip. So Banjo showed up now, Yagi nodded. So far, it had just been Nana that had been speaking to Mirio within the mindscape. With Banjo showing up, that made 2 more quirks within One for All unlocked. That's good. Maybe Aizawa can help you with that. He's good with that scarf of his, maybe that could translate to dash. A call is here. A call is here. Yagi froze as his phone rang. His ringtone was, himself. Ahahaha. Mirio laughed, clutching at his stomach at the hilarity of All Might's ringtone. Do you always listen to your own voice every morning, too? Shush. Yagi said with a chuckle as he took the call. Hello, Sakuchi? Tashinori, Sakuchi greeted from the other side. Can you get Aizawa and yourself in a meeting with me? I just got a report with a concerning description. Sure, but why rope him into this? You'll see. Alright, I'll see you at the cafe, usual place. Yagi turned off the call and turned to look at Mirio, who had picked up at the seriousness of the call and quieted down. Young Togata, I have to go. Take care, All Might. Mirio stood up and bowed. You as well, Yagi replied as he hurried out of the room. Aizawa is going to hate him for calling him. About 30 minutes later, Sakuchi, All Might, and Aizawa were seated, in a cat cafe. Aizawa didn't mind the fact that a cat was perched on his shoulder. Hell, it was obvious that he was far more benevolent to cats than people. As for Sakuchi, he was obviously not a cat person, and awkwardly let down a cat that tried to lie on his lap. All Might, he was in between. All right, detective, Aizawa grumbled. What is this about? Sakuchi leaned in closer. A robbery got thwarted a few hours ago. All Might raised an eyebrow. Well, that's good dash. The suspects said that someone kicked them in the heads in quick succession. All they could hear before they got knocked out with severe concussions was, get this, the roar of an engine. Sound familiar? No, you're not saying. Aizawa put his hand on his face and let out an all-suffering sigh. Are you saying that my student is going into a vigilante crusade? It tracks. Hero killer kills his brother, who, let's remember, he looked up to for his whole life, and now he's taking out his grief on random criminals. Sakuchi shook his head. Look, this is all circumstantial evidence, and there is no definitive proof that your student is the person who did this, but I recommend that you keep an eye on him. If I get a similar report while your student is still in school, then it's probably someone else. We will, All Might said. We will keep an eye on him. We'll also ask his friends to do so. Right, Aizawa? Right. Ida. Please remain. I need to speak with you. It was the end of homeroom on the following day, and the other students were standing up to leave the classroom. While Aizawa hadn't received word from Sakuchi about a certain vigilante kicking criminals' heads and giving them concussions that, while not fatal, would certainly kill their bank accounts with medical fees, he still needed to close up more loose ends. Namely, counseling. Aizawa dourly looked on as Midoriya and Uraraka gave Ida one last look before they hurried to their next class. He then placed his gaze straight at Ida. He wasn't going to confront him directly about Sakuchi's suspicions, of course. If it was indeed him, then he'd probably try to hide it better. If it wasn't him, then he'd made Ida feel 1,000 times worse. It was bad enough that he had to watch his brother's ashes be lowered into a pit 6 feet into the ground. If he, a student that was all about following rules, was suddenly accused of going vigilante as a grief-laden coping mechanism, then, that would just be a bad move. There was also the fact that Ida was burying himself in work. He stayed in the school library longer than everyone else, even Yaoyorozu, though the latter probably had her own library at home. When All Might had quietly asked his parents about how he was doing, they said that Ida stays up all night studying. But they didn't mention anything him going out at suspicious times, though the incident that Sakuchi reported to Aizawa and All Might had been in midday. It was simply too early to know anything for sure. Aizawa could see that he was tired. He knew very well what tired was. That was his perpetual state as he tried to juggle 2 jobs at once, one in the day and one in the night. Ida was getting, 4 hours of sleep? Aizawa usually gets 3, and somehow stays alive. Yes, sensei? Ida asked. He was acting all strong and boisterous, like his usual self, but Aizawa was a MSTR of observation. This was a person that was constantly on the edge. Tiny inflections in his voice, the fact that a small eye bag was beginning underneath his eyes, it was easy to know that he was still not all right. I just want to tell you that if you're in need of a conversation, then Hound Dog is available. He can help you sort your mind through this. I'm fine, sensei. No, you are not, Aizawa replied. No one is capable of being alright after what happened. I would be infinitely more concerned if you were actually alright. If you need to take more days off, or whatever else you feel you might need, tell me. Ida appeared to shake as he lowered his gaze to the ground. Yes, sensei. Can I go now? Yeah, you may, Aizawa nodded. Again, if you need help with going through all this, don't hesitate to ask. I will. Good. Later that night, Aizawa would receive a message from Sakuchi, and so did All Might. Someone got kicked in the head again. This time, the robbers saw that someone was indeed kicking them in the head. Engine spat out fire from within the Vigilante's legs, and the Vigilante was wearing black armor. A Black Knight. A Black Knight was going around kicking criminals' heads. What is this, Batman? The following day was a haze. While it had been relieving that he didn't apply for any more absences, Ida had been worryingly quiet and elusive. Whenever Izuku or Uraraka tried to speak with him after class, he would apologize and say that he had important matters to attend to. He similarly brushed Fumikage and Kaminari off whenever they attempted to talk with the class rep. The general situation in the class had deteriorated to the point that Ida barely fulfilled his duties as the class president. Yaoyorozu, at the meantime, fulfilled her role as vice president rather admirably, almost to the point that she may as well have been the president either way. Monoma had at least been a little more courteous, refraining from mentioning Ida at all whenever he made jabbing remarks towards Class 1A. Izuku and the others were more than used to Monoma saying such things, but Bakugo had nearly strangled him more than once before Kendo knocked out Monoma and dragged him away. Manga would apologize most profusely whenever Monoma said something that might be deemed offensive, whilst Ibara Shiozaki, the local Catholic girl in Class 1B, usually chalked Monoma's speech patterns to a lack of virtue in his part. Now, though, Izuku and his friends were a little concerned now that Aizawa and All Might had called them to the faculty office. What could possibly make their homeroom teacher call for them? He'd never done this, not for anyone, ever. As for All Might, he was only around during heroics class. For the rest of the time, it seemed like he wasn't even in the school. When they entered the faculty room, it was just Aizawa and All Might waiting for them there. The former was sitting on one of the couches, while All Might was standing up. Honestly, if All Might did sit down, he'd probably destroy whatever he was sitting on. Meanwhile, on a few cubicles, several of Ectoplasm's clones were busy grading several stacks of test papers while the original Ectoplasm hummed with knee while grading essays on his own cubicle. Good afternoon, children, Aizawa yawned and dunked an entire cup of coffee straight into his gullet. You're probably wondering why we sent for you. We are. Uraraka exclaimed. I'm wondering if we did something wrong, or dash. Calm down, young Uraraka, you have done nothing wrong, All Might assured her. However, we have something to ask of you. It concerns your friend and class representative, Ida Tenya. He barely sleeps now, doesn't he? Izuku said, remembering that Ida, for the first time, had a less than perfect head of hair. There were stray tufts wafting out of his otherwise smooth hair now. Do we need to make sure he goes to sleep at a proper time? That's probably helpful, but no, that is not what we were going to ask you to do, Aizawa shook his head. He threw down a police case file on the center table, which Kaminari then picked up. What's this about, sensei? The blonde asked. This is a police report. Oh my god, did Ida commit a crime? 2 days ago, a contact of All Might's in the police department came to us and said that a robbery was thwarted by someone that kicked the robbers in the head, Aizawa replied. He stirred the coffee on his cup and took another sip. They heard an engine roaring just before they were knocked out. Same thing happened again, only it was last night. And last night, it was a knight wearing black armor bashing their skulls in. You're not implying, Izuku frowned. No, that's not possible. Ida's all about the rules. He'd literally jump into a pit of spikes before breaking rules, especially vigilantism. Fumikage butted in. I concur, he said just as he and Dark Shadow nodded at each other. It is not within Ida's character to break the law. Well, this is just circumstantial evidence, and we don't know for sure if it is him. All Might placed a hand on his forehead. But please, watch over him. Talk to him. Both of these incidents happened while he was absent in the school. The worst part would be if a bystander identifies that it is indeed him. His identity is certainly not a secret, not after the sports festival. The whole country was watching that. I don't know how we can do that, sensei, Izuku sighed. He doesn't want to talk with us. He always says he's in a hurry. And we're going into the internships next week, which is 2 days from now. Todoroki and I will be at the airport later. Oh, did Ida tell you who he's interning with? He's going with his brother's old sidekick, Manuel. Or so he said, All Might answered. In Hosu? In the same place his brother was murdered. Izuku pondered. That made no sense, now that he was thinking about it. Stain was already in prison, deep within the bowels of Tartarus. There was no way he was getting out of that place. Why would he want to go there? It's up to the heir, but let's just Manuel takes care of him. Tokoyami, you're going with Hawks, right? Yes. My father recommended him on the grounds that we are both avian in nature. His reasoning is perplexing. Hawk's agency is still in Hosu, though they're supposed to head to Muzurafu next. It wouldn't be too hard for Nizu to persuade him to stay there until the week ends, right, All Might? All Might thought about it for a few moments. I've worked with Hawks a few times. He is a very amicable fellow, if only a little too casual in conversation. It wouldn't be too difficult to have his agency collaborate with Manuel's while they're there. That is, if you're alright with it, Tokoyami, Dark Shadow? Aizawa asked. This arrangement is acceptable to us, Fumikage nodded. We will simply not mention that strings were pulled. Yeah, last thing he needs is feeling betrayed, Izuku added. Uraraka and Kaminari nodded along in agreement. You're going out to a journey? Izuku looked up as Frieren watched him pack up a suitcase, which was, of course, All Might themed. There was also the All Might themed umbrella, the All Might themed jacket, the All Might backpack, and the All Might themed phone. Well, I'm going to the United States for a bit. My internship is with Star and Stripes. One of her, boys is going to meet me in the airport, then we'll fly from there. Frieren thought about Izuku's words for a moment. She has children? No, she's unmarried and childless, as far as we know. Well, maybe she does have a spouse and a kid or two, but she probably kept them secret. She's a high-profile hero after all. I see. You will return almost immediately, then. It's a whole week, Frieren, Izuku almost said, but he remembered that she saw time very differently. For her, her time here might as well be a blink of the eye. His time with him and his mother, blink of an eye, too. At least she appeared to like it here. Well, I guess you could say that. You got any plans while I'm away? I intend to gather the ingredients to make a potion that dissolves clothes. Izuku blinked. What? The ingredients are also in this world. It is a useful tool, Frieren deadpanned. It was like, losing clothes wasn't a big deal to her, DMN it, Mineta should never be allowed to get his hands on this potion. I wish you all the luck on your, endeavors, Izuku shook his head. He swore that he should never forget that in the end of the day, Frieren was just built different, literally. Is there anything else you intend to do? Oh, wait, I can't believe I never asked you this, but what's your favorite spell? The spell that creates a field of flowers, Frieren replied. It is the one my MSTR taught me. That's surprising, Izuku slowly nodded at the thought. I would have thought that it would be the black hole spell. 6 months ago. Frieren, why do you have this spell? Izuku screamed as a singularity had appeared in the forest clearing, churning up the air and dust into a hot accretion disk around it. No one in Muzurafu would be the wiser about the black hole in the nearby forest because of the illusionary barrier field spell that Frieren cast in the place. Practice, Frieren dully replied while Izuku held on for dear life on a nearby tree. She didn't seem to mind that he was screaming. She then shattered the black hole by fracturing spacetime before stretching her limbs like she was warming up for exercise. She never did. I can't believe you haven't taught me your favorite yet. Izuku closed up the suitcase. I mean, it's just a really nice spell, yeah? Frieren smiled to herself as she recalled all those times she used that spell. And the fact that it was brought her and Himmel together, even if she couldn't have realized it at the time. She saw a boy crying, all alone in the woods, and she made a field of flowers that made him gape in awe. She couldn't have known that this boy would come back a decade later as a man to offer her a place in his adventuring party. It simply felt like the right thing to do at the time. You only asked for useful spells, Frieren then reminded Izuku, who gaped at that. But sure. I will teach it to you when you return. Yeah, it's just that, you know, my friend's brother died, and maybe I can put up a field of his brother's favorite flower around his grave. Sounds like a good plan. Izuku sighed. Man. He just wanted to go and give Ida the tightest hug ever. Well, he checked his phone for the time. I gotta go to the airport now. Say hi to Mom for me. See you. Frieren waved him goodbye as he exited the apartment, leaving her alone for the next few hours. Hey, a kid. Izuku looked up as an American woman greeted him as he and one of Ectoplasm's clones stepped out of the taxi. Her brown hair was in a neat ponytail, while her purple eyes seemed to glow slightly. Under her white jacket, she wore a black shirt with the stylized shield of Captain America printed on it, as well as brown trousers and casual red and blue sneakers. She spoke in English, but Izuku spoke English well enough to understand and hold a conversation with him. You're Izuku Midoriya? That's me. Izuku beamed at the woman. You're Sergeant Wesson, right? Yeah. Come on, let me carry that for you. Oh, thank you so much. Izuku then turned toward Ectoplasm's clone, who was looking on with an unchanging expression, but that was just Ectoplasm's hero costume having a permanent grin. It's her, right? It is her. Okay. I will be accompanying you until you board the plane. Thank you, Sensei. The plane ride was rather comfy. True to UA's prestigious standards, Izuku and Wesson were in first class, though Izuku spent most of that time sleeping. Wesson, meanwhile, spent her watching a Filipino telenovela that she had saved in her laptop. When Izuku woke up, he saw her crying, a pile of tissues on the cup holder in front of her. Wesson? Are you okay? Izuku asked. His eyes then went toward her computer screen, where it had just been revealed that the female protagonist was adopted by her supposed parents when she was merely an infant. She was left on their doorstep in a basket. Why did this plot point feel so familiar? I'm fine, Wesson replied, wiping her eyes. It's just the story, man. Oh. I see. When Izuku had heard that a member of the U.S. Air Force was going to accompany him to Stars and Stripes base, he expected a stern, strict person. Not someone that bawls her eyes out to a soap opera. Well, expectations could get destroyed at times. About 5 hours later, Izuku and Wesson finally touched down on San Francisco. They left the airport on a taxi, where Izuku marveled at the sights of America. It was familiar in some ways, there were costumed heroes patrolling the streets, and hero merchandise was everywhere. However, people, ordinary people at that, were also using their quirks on the street. Izuku had nearly gasped when several people dressed in office clothes flew overhead, while a man that looked like a rat, or is that a rat that looked like a man, was teaching martial arts to 4 teenagers who looked like turtle mutants in a dojo. Right, remember that quirk use is much more liberal here than back at Japan, Wesson said as Izuku gaped at the sights around him. So, what do you know about the heroic system here in the US? I know that some heroes either work closely with the military or are part of it, Izuku recounted. Stars and Stripes herself is part of the Air Force. Uncle Sam worked under NORAD, Grand Admiral, whose quirk summons ghost ships that he literally throws at his opponents, worked alongside the Navy, and Legion is within the Army. There are independent heroes like Captain Celebrity that go after villains like their bounties. City heroes work closely with the police, like back at home, except that they can do their own arrests as well. Then you've got local heroes or vigilantes in the countryside. You guys are loose with vigilantes as long as they don't cause trouble, and the large, empty spaces mean there are lots of spaces for villains to hide in and train. Villains are either low-level thugs or really strong supervillains because those in the middle tend to get shot. But you're also looser with quirks, so there are a lot more people trained with their quirks, a lot more heroes too. Yep, that's about right. Somebody like the guy that led the terrorist attack on the USJ back in year would have died in short order here, with a bullet in the head. Here, you gotta be bulletproof to be a real threat. I see. After about 30 minutes, they finally arrived at the base where Stars and Stripes was, well, based from. The enormous woman looked down on him as he arrived, and both of them were wearing All Might-themed shirts. Hello, green child. You are smaller than I thought. Or you're just very tall, Izuku deadpanned. Ahahaha. Star and Stripes laughed. You are very clever, aren't you? Now, get your things in order. We got the guest room ready for you. Wesson will get you there. After that, we'll get to the first order of business. This is not what I imagined when you said that we were going on a patrol. Izuku screamed while Star and Stripes laughed. Both of them were standing on top of a moving fighter jet. Something about the fighters, gravitational locking and inertial dampening technology, prevented either of them from just falling off at the sheer speed they were going. I usually take down drag smuggling rings, which are always guarded by cartel members with quirks. Most of the time, they try to bypass border patrols by traveling by sea or air, Star began, pacing on top of the jet while Izuku found himself shaking. This wasn't like flight magic. Not at all. This jet was going at, what, Mach 2? And it could go up to Mach 8, apparently. Anyway, you like to shoot at things with your, what do you call it? Zoltraak, Izuku replied, using his staff to support himself on the fighter's hull. Yeah, that. And you do it while floating, but say you get rushed by a strong melee fighter, like the Rabbit Girl Dash. Mirko, Izuku corrected. Yeah, whatever. Say they get at your face faster than you can put up your defenses? Your classmate's shadow monster nearly got you, after all. I'm screwed. That's basically what happens when a warrior rushes a mage before the latter could put up a barrier. See? You gotta shoot faster and harder at the same time, Midoriya. Your Zoltraak and all the other forms your quirk takes. You need to be faster and hit harder all the same. And also, later, I'm gonna start toughening you up, and you better stick to the routine I'll give you when you get back home. You look like a small gust of wind can blow you over. Right. Just like Frieren's other apprentice. Understood, ma'am. Izuku saluted. He began to take aim at the water below and cast Zoltraak as fast as he could while being rattled by the fact that he was standing on top of a jet moving at double the speed of sound. Todoroki Shoto. Is there any way I can convince you to use your pyromancy as well? Shoto stared at General Winter as though he had asked a stupid question. No. General Winter simply shrugged at that as he and Shoto entered his agency, located in downtown Veliki Novgorod. It was a rather simple-looking place, almost like an ordinary office space. The fact that the outside of General Winter's agency was a literal ice castle did nothing to diminish the ordinariness of the inside. It may as well be a call center or an insurance company if not for the costumed heroes and sidekicks milling about inside. Well, it was worth a try, but may I suggest that you use your steam instead? General Winter continued as he led Shoto to a wide training area. There was a rack with all sorts of weapons. There was an axe, a sword, a pair of spears, a pike, a musket, a warhammer, and a dagger. These weapons were all for training, obviously, so they were all made of wood. My steam? You thaw out your glaciers with your right side by turning them to steam, General Winter pointed out. It would not be as efficient as simply burning out accumulated frost with actual flames, but by applying that principle to yourself, you can avoid the same pitfall that led to your defeat in the sports festival. Well, not as much, but you refuse to use your flames, and I understand why. Shoto simply nodded. I understand. I will try that when we begin training. That didn't count as fire, so he wasn't going back on his oath with that. Besides, he'd always done it that way. He's just changing where the thawing was aimed at. Good. Stay here, we will begin shortly. General Winter walked to the other side of the training room, and suddenly turned around, nearly instantly forming a spear made of ice and throwing it at Shoto's direction. Shoto threw up an ice wall on instinct, blocking the spear. General Winter, what is the meaning of this? Heh, got you, General Winter chuckled as the spear returned to him with a flick of his finger, before it then faded into cold vapor. Now, these are the issues I see with the utilization of your ice. You rely too much on excessive force to win. Even now, I threw a single spear at you and yet you made a wall that could have blocked a tank shell. You will accumulate frostbite so much faster that way. Shoto nodded. That made sense. Second, this is something I have observed not just with you, but with you hero students in general. It is an understandable weakness, given that you are merely 15, but you need to learn close combat. How precise is your ability to make ice? Can you make anything more complicated or do you simply generate it in waves? As far as I know, I can only generate it like this, Shoto replied. I can't make it into a shape. Or, I suppose I was never given the incentive to do so. How Endeavor manages to have very low collateral damage with his fire quirk while training you with just brute forcing your way out of everything is such a mystery. General Winter shook his head. This cannot do. Let us find out if you can indeed shape and control your ice as opposed to merely generating it. Yes, General Winter. Excellent. Let us begin that process now. General Winter then threw a hammer made out of ice. Shigaraki Tamura was shaking. It's been too long since we made our mark in this society, Kurogiri, the young villain hissed as he downed a shot of brandy. What is a league of villains good for if we don't do any villainy? You will be pleased then, my dear Tamura. The television that had been sitting cold and dark in the corner of the bar lit up to life, showing a blurry static. The voice that came through, however, was unmistakable. Sensei. Shigaraki howled. Is there something we can finally do? It would please you to know that the students that you so despise are out in their internships, all for one spoke with a calculating malevolence in his voice. I know that you are tired of doing nothing, so I am giving you some of my Nomu and minions. Do with them as you wish, Tamura. Though our little spy tells me that 2 of the UA students have gone overseas for theirs. The cheater and Endeavor's brat. Yes, yes. Shigaraki jumped. If that cheating AP build user is away, then I can do things without him interfering. First, did the little spy also tell you where they live? He has. We know where they live. Ahahaha, looks like some kidnapping is in order. Shigaraki started laughing maniacally. He then turned to the assembled members of the League of Villains, who had been sitting quietly, not daring to speak as long as the bogeyman of the underworld spoke. It is time, League. We'll hit these brats where it hurts. Welcome, Senior Agent Stormshadow. Tokoyami Rado dismissively waved at the guard as he proceeded into the depths of Tartarus, where the worst villains and criminals within superhuman society were imprisoned. He barely gave the bleak, white-painted metal walls or the quiet musings of the prisoners any heed. He had been in here more times than he could count. He had interrogated many villains over the years, directly leading to the acquisition of intelligence that would then go towards operations that degrade the capabilities of groups like the Creature Rejection Clan and the Meta Liberation Army. Rado held a special hatred for the Creature Rejection Clan, of course, being a heteromorph himself, and had personally participated in many fights against them. Unfortunately, he could feel his back aching nowadays, so he didn't go to the field anymore. Not after that day. Not after he got Hisashi killed. "How is the latest prisoner doing?" Rado asked as two guards scruted him inside. The walls were all extremely white and bland, lacking any kind of variety that might spark any activity in one's neurons. Classic white room torture, reserved for murderers like Stain. After all, the place that's named after one form of hell should act the part. "Surprisingly well," came the reply. "But that's just Stain for you. MHM. Right this way." Rado was led to what might just be another cell in Tartarus, a steel door, reinforced with regenerative nanotechnology and electronic locks. Sitting in there, however, was the erstwhile hero killer, Stain. Or, if one were to go with his real name, Kaizo Makaguro. Rado hated Stain. Dark aura was already stirring within him, wishing to come out and engulf the interrogation room with shadows to chew at the hero killer's mind. The HPSC agent entered the cell. A partition made out of electromagnetic shielding was already in place inside, ensuring that Stain wouldn't be able to try to attack him. The hero killer, who had been reading a book on his boring bed with boring white sheets, turned to look at Rado with undisguised disgust. "Ah, an interrogator. No doubt the false hero sent you," Stain said with no small measure of disdain. "I am the one that will ask the questions here." Rado looked at Stain with equal amounts of animosity, though his voice was unemotional and cold. He grabbed the nearby chair and dragged it along the metal floor with a horrible screeching, though Stain didn't appear to be disturbed by it. "I must say, you're one deranged lunatic, and that's saying something when the cannibal moonfish is in the cell next to yours. What exactly drove you to kill all those heroes?" "None of them were heroes," Stain spat, literally. "They were all selfish fakes, only claiming to be heroes for the recognition and the fulfillment of their greed." "Aha," Rado nodded, scribbling on his notebook as he recorded what Stain just said. "Care to elaborate? A real hero must be truly selfless, never working for money, protecting the innocent. Why are you laughing?" "Ahahaha," Rado rubbed at his eyes as dark aura began to crawl its way out of his body. The nearby shadows in the corners of the room began to extend like tendrils, exerting a small but increasing pressure on Stain's mind. "I'm sorry, that is just, ahahaha, are you serious?" "I am serious. You dare think that I'm not?" Stain warily eyed the shadows in the room as they began to writhe and churn. "The heroes of this day and age are greedy. Oh yes, I'll give you that, some of them can be real BSTRDS. Yoroi Musha for one is obviously just in it for the fame, but he at least still does work that benefits people." Rado threw up his hands. "But really? Heroes aren't allowed to get financially compensated for heroism. If they're real heroes they'll turn money down. If they take money, they are corrupt fakes." "Ahahaha. You're actually serious?" Rado nearly choked as he laughed at Stain, who was getting more and more annoyed at him with every second. "You're saying that heroes should just volunteer their services full-time? Pray tell, how are heroes supposed to pay their rent without getting paid? How will they eat? This is not a DMN charity. Heroes aren't the Dominican monks, or whatever, and monasteries still get donations and business income." He pulled out a sandwich from within his coat and began eating it. "Did you know that the purple root jam that's in this sandwich is made and sold by nuns in the Philippines so that they can maintain their convent?" Rado took another bite, as if to taunt Stain with the fact that he had food and the latter did not. "I got a whole box of jars a month back when my wife went there as a tourist for a bit. Said the people were hospitable and nice. Though their senate has to guard against getting eaten by a crocodile again." Rado narrowed his eyes at Stain as he took another bite. No response. "People in UNICEF and the Red Cross also get paid. People in the JDSF and emergency services get paid. The police get paid. But heroes shouldn't get paid, because, what, they have costumes. Strip away the quirk use and the costumes and the marketing, and what you have is basically a police officer, except that they let the actual police do the arrests." Stain didn't seem to have an answer to that. He remained silent. Perhaps he didn't think about that one. "You murdered 33 people that just did their jobs," Rado continued. "Because you think heroes shouldn't get paid. You killed Ingenium, one of the nicest people I've ever had the pleasure of knowing from afar, and the brother of my son's classmate. Did you know he donated half his total income to charity? You don't, because he never bragged about it, it's just something that you find out when you track where his bank assets go." The HPSC agent let out a tired sigh like he was disappointed that he even went to this place to begin with. But then, that is to be expected. A serial killer like you is either bats hit insane or just a total moron. Now. Rado swallowed the last pieces of the sandwich and stood up from the chair, which made a terrible screeching noise as it pushed backward on the metal floor. Dark aura intensified tenfold, making Stain visibly stressed by the tendrils of darkness now touching his body. Did you ever have contact with any villainous organizations like the Meta Liberation Army, the League of Villains, the Salem 7, or the Creature Rejection Clan? Stain grunted under the pressure. He spat at the floor, resisting Rado's quirk. I will never tell you anything. Wrong answer. One of the shadow tendrils shot downward, pinning Stain against the floor. The hero killer only grunted, but that combined with the mental pressure that dark aura exerted was painful. Again. Did you ever have contact with any villainous organizations like the Meta Liberation Army, the League of Villains, the Salem 7, or the Creature Rejection Clan? You will never get anything out of me, sycophant of false heroes. Oh, I have time to spare, Rado growled. Several more tendrils of inky darkness wormed their way out of the corners of Stain's cell and pinned him down. A pair of them wrapped around his hands, slowly, inexorably adding pressure. After what felt like an hour, Stain finally croaked, the League of Villains. Oh? Please do continue. The shadow tendrils lifted from Stain's back, allowing him to breathe normally again. Rado let out a tired sigh, too. He had been well trained in his quirk, but it was still exhausting to use it in such an intense manner. They proposed an alliance. Our goals were fundamentally opposed. They wished to kill All Might. All Might is the only hero that is allowed to kill me. Oh, now you admire a hero? Rado narrowed his eyes at Stain. What's different about All Might? He is a true selfless hero. But all his merchandise, the best-selling merchandise not just in Japan, but in America and the entire collective West would make him one of the richest people on the planet through royalties, yes? Whatever. Do tell about this meeting with the League of Villains, Rado continued. I was met by a recruiter on their behalf. One who called himself Jiren. I immediately rejected it upon hearing of their goals. In my mind, they are fools. They have no real purpose. I, however, do. Alright, Rado pocketed his notebook while dark aura continued to exert its oppressive pressure on Stain, not letting up for even a second. Where did you meet this recruiter? I had just slain the fake hero Germinator when he suddenly appeared behind me, Stain replied. If he had proper eyebrows, then Rado would have twitched them. Must have been Kurogiri warping Jiren there. I see, Rado nodded. He then withdrew dark aura, letting the shadows in the room's corners recede to their normal state. As Stain breathed from his quirk's effects, Rado bent down on one knee, looking at Stain in the eyes. But, anyway, you'll rot here in Tartarus for what you have done, Stain. Enjoy your 426 cumulative years of life sentences. As he exited Tartarus, Rado would fish out his phone as it began to ring. There was a cellular dead zone around Tartarus, so anyone trying to call him would only reach him once he had crossed the bridge that separated Tartarus from the mainland. Oh, hi, Kigo. Rado greeted in a happy tone. I trust that Fumikage is doing well under your tutelage? He's trying his best to keep up. Hawks looked behind him, where Fumikage was running with Dark Shadow's help. The sentient quirk had wrapped around Fumikage's body like a suit of powered armor, allowing the two of them to work together as one. He didn't get tired as fast as before while trying to keep up with Hawks, since Dark Shadow was doing half of the movement. Well, emphasis on his best. Hey, Tokoyami. Hawks called out to Fumikage, who was beginning to get winded by all the running. It's lunchtime, let's take a break. A distant and tired voice replied with a yes, Hawks. See? He's doing his best. He'll be fine with me, Pops. Please don't call me that. Rado shook his head as he got in his car and started the engine. I know that I basically watched you grow up since you were 10, but it's just weird. Sure, but you were my nicest handler ever. All the others though, so harsh. Out of all the handlers he had in the HPSC, Tokoyami Rado was easily the one that he liked the most, probably the only one he liked, really. While everyone else told him to forget his old name, Rado still called him Kigo when they were speaking in private. Even now, that habit never broke. He didn't call him Kigo Takami, though. Hawks would rather forget that he was ever connected to his abusive biological father. Yes, as I've been saying for years, I don't like aliases when it comes to addressing people I know. Whatever you say, Pops. For heaven's sake, ugh, fine, I know I can't stop you, Mr. Number 3 Hero. Take good care of him, alright? Yeah, you can count on me. I'll be going now. Pops. Stop call dash. Rado looked down at his phone and saw that the call had been put down. Rado groaned as he put the phone back in his pocket. Pops, seriously Kigo, you never change. Hawks is a strange man. That is what Fumikage could glean from the past 3 days that he had spent under Hawk's tutelage. He was a fun guy, for sure, happily bantering and joking with his sidekicks and Fumikage, though he found most of the jokes not really funny, but Dark Shadow laughed at them, but keeping up with him was impossible. While the interns were not really supposed to get into any action against villains just yet, as they were just shadowing the pro-heroes, Fumikage would infinitely prefer actually seeing how takedowns happened as opposed to just seeing the aftermath. Hawk's sidekicks were usually relegated to tying up villains and petty criminals while Hawks blasted off to stop yet another crime. There was also the previous day when Fumikage came face to face with the reality of bureaucracy. Because of the nomadic nature of Hawk's agency, all their records were digital, with paper copies only being produced whenever they settled into a place for more than a week. So, Fumikage and Dark Shadow were, much to their collective chagrin, stuck copying incident reports from the digital records to Microsoft Word 2250 so that they could be printed out to be later kept in a file cabinet in the HPSC HQ. The accursed Microsoft tool, however, kept messing up the format of the reports once they were copied and pasted. The problem got even worse when pictures were included, which were in most of them. Fumikage now understood why Aizawa-sensei railed against bureaucracy and paperwork during the day of the Quirk assessment test. If this is what heroes have to deal with every day, he wonders why no one has gone insane yet. To compound that sordid affair even further, there had been a long backlog of records that hadn't been turned to paper yet, so there was just a lot to copy and sort and fix. Today, however, was going to be a little different. Today, we'll be going through close combat, Hawks idly said as he led Fumikage to a closed-off section of the covered court that the Hawks agency, also known as the Flock, had co-opted for the week. You could have one back at the sports festival, you know, if you just knew how to beat people up at close range. That is, a concerning choice of words, Fumikage said, though Dark Shadow was all for it. Huh. Lighten up. Unfortunately, I don't like using my delicate fists. I'm a sword kind of guy. Hawks pulled out one of his larger flight feathers, which sharpened itself to a crimson blade as he held it in his hand. And you? I do like swords as well, Fumikage replied, remembering how he received a Buster sword for a birthday present last year. He paused for a few seconds. Dark Shadow says he also likes swords. Great. Hawks handed the feather sword and pulled out another one. Ever gone into martial arts classes? Anything? No. Well, there's a first time for everything. Hawks squatted and prepared a combat stance. Now, copy what I'm doing. Footwork and stance are really important before you even start swinging. Fumikage squatted too and held the astonishingly light feather sword over his head. Before he knew it, he was copying Obi-Wan Kenobi's stance, mostly, anyway. Like this? Hawks chuckled and walked over to Fumikage. You're squatting too much. Here, this is how you do it. As the day began to come to a close, Fumikage exited the covered court. He was still winded from the, 4 hours of sword training with Hawks? He had already showered and changed, rested for 30 minutes and he would be on his way home now. If not for the fact that Hawks insisted that he, along with Ida and Manuel, should get fried chicken together. Fumikage wasn't going to turn down free food, or Dark Shadow would get very upset. 30 minutes later, Hawks was chewing on a fried chicken leg. Sometimes, people call me a cannibal. Because my favorite food is fried chicken. But you're a hawk, Fumikage commented, making Hawks turn around to face him. Manuel watched with interest at where this conversation was going, while Ida was visibly trying his best to participate in all the talking. Hawks do eat chickens all the time. Clever one, isn't he? Hawks pointed the half-eaten chicken at him. Manuel nodded and let out a chuckle. Ida laughed too. It is just the truth, Fumikage shook his head. You're a hawk, a predatory bird. I am a crow. Oh, but crows have black beaks, don't they? Ida spoke up this time. Fumikage was encouraged that Ida was speaking and participating now. He had been afraid that Ida would stay quiet all the time, thinking about criminals to kick in the head. And Tokoyami's beak is yellow and curved, so, he's half eagle, half crow. Or half hawk, Manuel butted in. See, this is why your dad told you to go to me. Hawks waved the chicken leg at the slightly embarrassed Fumikage. We're practically the same dash. Hi, Hawks. A group of high school girls approached, giggling and laughing as they did. We're big fans. Can we have a picture with you? Yeah, sure, Hawks nodded. The girls were most delighted and grouped up behind Hawks as he held up the phone that they were going to use. Fumikage respectfully moved his chair away so as to not be in the picture in any shape or form. Say cheese. Cheese. Thank you so much. We love you. As the fans left, Fumikage moved his chair back to their table. It must be difficult being so popular, Manuel said, scratching the back of his head. I mean, they didn't even know who I was. Oh, trust me, it's a pain in the butt, Hawks shrugged. But I appreciate the love nonetheless. I just wish my fanbase expanded from beyond women aged 16 to 30. As the two pro heroes talked, Fumikage turned his attention to Ida, who was sitting opposite him. Ida. I trust that you are not up to any revelry? What? That is what you said to me before. Of course not, then. How is interning with Hawks? Fumikage shrugged. He has begun to teach me close combat. Before that, I came face to face with the greatest demon of all, bureaucracy. Microsoft Word 2250 is, as Dark Shadow is describing it right now, a pile of hot garbage. You too? I had to sort papers on my first day. At least you didn't have to repeat all your work because the accursed program decided to crash, Fumikage sighed. That is such a terrible fate, Tokoyami. Either way, it is difficult keeping up with him on patrol, but it is what it is. What about interning with Manuel? It is, all right. Anything new other than our shared hatred for paperwork? Ida seemed to hesitate. Well, that was when Hawks suddenly stood up, knocking over a glass of water. We've got company. What? Manuel stood up too, though he didn't knock his glass over. Where? Everywhere. Hawk's eyes widened as the feathers he had scattered all around the area fed information back to him. Nomu? Katsuki yawned. Best Jeanist was, quite something else to intern under. Even now, his hair was still flat and stylized, which annoyed him to no end. He changed out of his hero costume once it was time to return home. Now, he was wearing civilian clothing. I'm home, Katsuki called out. Mom? Dad? No response. The house was completely dark and quiet, the only sounds being Katsuki's shifting footsteps and the creaking of the front door. TSK, did they go to sleep already? Katsuki got up the stairs to his room. There was no one. This was unusual. His parents were usually home by this time of the day? Hey, Kachin. Kachin. Katsuki wheeled around to see a girl in a high school uniform. She had yellow, cat-like eyes, which dilated under the dim light of Katsuki's desk lamp. She was smiling creepily, bearing a pair of wicked fangs. The crazy girl also had a knife in her hand and wore some kind of support item that consisted of a strange mask and syringes with cables. Who are you? Katsuki let sparks erupt on his hands. What did you do to them? They're not here, Kachin. The girl liked her lips. But you are. You are so cute, Kachin. By the way, I'm Himiko Toga, and I want to be your girlfriend. Why are you calling me that? Katsuki hissed, all but prepared to send this beach to hell. Did that shitty nerd Deku set you up for this? I don't know who that is, Toga shrugged. But it doesn't matter. We've kidnapped all your parents, you see. Yours, your classmates, all of them. That way, no one is going to interrupt us, Kachin. Now that set Katsuki off. No one touches his old hag and old man. I'll kill you, you crazy beach, unless you tell me where you sent them. Ah, can't we have fun? Toga's syringes flew up, some of which were filled with fluid. Katsuki didn't care to find out what kind of fluid they were. I'll show you fun. Die. Who is that? Doesn't the green brat only have his mother? I don't know, let's grab her either way. Can't I just burn it all? You know what we're supposed to do. Hostages are useless if they're dead. I mean just the house. After. Dabi and Magna entered the Midoriya apartment through one of Kurogiri's portals. The objective was simple enough. Tie up Inko Midoriya, grab her, and get to Kurogiri's portal. As they checked each of the rooms, they found Inko in a deep sleep. Tying and hoisting her up was easy enough for Magna. As for the strange white-haired girl? I got the weird girl, Magna said as Dabi looked around the apartment. Dabi tilted his head as he gazed upon the pointy-eared girl. She was still sleeping peacefully. Magna didn't even need to put chloroform over her nose. All right, Dabi turned to one of the bedrooms, which was filled with All Might merchandise. Oh, look at all this. Would be a shame if it all burned to ash. Oh, I like how you think, Dabi. Dabi and Magna would leave the building on fire, not caring whether the flames spread or consumed more than just the Midoriya apartment. When Frieren woke up, it was still night. She could track the time with her magic, and she only had 3 hours of sleep so far. That was too little. That, and she was tied up. Oh, the ancient elf muttered as she realized what had happened. She had been kidnapped, tied up, and dragged to a dungeon. How annoying. This had happened 3 times already, and it was all just a complete irritation to have to deal with being in prison. She looked around, trying to get a sense of what exactly was happening. She would see that there were several other people as well, including Inko. There were also Mitsuki and Masaru, the angry blonde child's parents. Inko was awake now, and by the looks of it, had been for a while now. It took you a few minutes to wake up, Inko said as she struggled in her bindings to no avail. You have to do something. I need to know more about our predicament, and who did this, and why, Frieren replied. Inko sighed. This isn't your first time, isn't it? This is the third. I expected a lot more. I suppose we should get to know our fellow prisoners before you inevitably break us out, Inko said. She spotted Mitsuku and Masaru, who looked like they had been drugged. There was also a pair of white-haired siblings that had been tied up together by rope. Those two were awake, at least. There were about 17 people all in all, though Inko didn't know any of the others. Reito and Kagaya were noticeably absent. That is when Inko realized that these were all the parents or guardians of Class 1A DMN villains are so going to regret dragging Frieren of all people in. Here. Who are you all? The white-haired woman asked. She then looked at Inko, mostly at her green hair. Wait, are you Shoto's classmate's mother? I am, Inko replied. Are you his? I'm Fuyumi, his sister. This here is Natsuo, our brother, Fuyumi replied with a sigh. I was just having a good night's sleep then I suddenly woke up here. I suspect it is the same for all of us, Frieren said, looking up at the ceiling. Now, I just need to find out why. And I'll tell you why. A man with a theater mask and a ridiculous formal get-up announced as the heavy metal door. Greetings. Pardon for the poor accommodation, but we are the League of Villains. Yes, the very same that attacked your children in the USJ. You see, we just want some payback, to get our name in the headlines, and our leader wants us to make an example out of you. How? Well, I won't tell, but it won't be pretty, that's for sure. The heroes will come for us. You will be destroyed, one of the imprisoned parents said. They can try, said another man, this time with a severed hand covering his face. We'll just execute one of you for every hour they don't meet our demands. Which are? Frieren wasn't alarmed at all. Oh, she can destroy these morons any time she wanted, but she knew for certain that this idiot with a hand over his face isn't the highest leader. There is no way his manchild self could lead an operation capable of creating a bioengineered monstrosity supposedly able to kill the strongest person in this world. She needed to know who was behind this operation. She needed to know if there was an equivalent of the Demon King here. Simple. Your heroic brats are to hand themselves to us, or you die. Countdown starts soon. We're just going to be destroying house first, killing a bunch of people and showing all you sheep that your heroes aren't worth a DMN. With that, Shigaraki Tamura turned around, just to be interrupted when Frieren spoke. So, who's your benefactor? Shigaraki turned around. Why, my sensei, all for one, of course. The greatest villain the world has ever known. Not that you'd know about him. No one even believes he exists. He's the boogeyman, but let me tell you, he is very real. And he will help me destroy this rotten society. The door closed. Everyone stared at Frieren, who turned her gaze to the ceiling and remembered that Reito nor Kagaya were not there. I wonder how that Birdman is doing. The Tokoyami home was a rather large place. It had walls laced with barbed wire on top and a particularly enormous white-haired dog guarding the front door. However, Twice would never go as far as to kill a dog, so he had carefully avoided the canine's attention. It took a lot of convincing for the Dabi clone he brought with him not to just go burn that dog because that would set off the fire alarms. As for the Toga clone, she was constantly thinking and talking about explosive but? As far as they knew, this was going to be pretty easy, too. Tokoyami Reito was just some bureaucrat. Tokoyami Kagaya, meanwhile, was a psychologist. When the trio finally came upon someone, it was Kagaya, who had apparently been having cravings for sushi at 10 p.m. When she saw the three villains, the little red dragon on her hair immediately flew forward. Oh, you want some of this, huh? The dragon yelled, only for him to hit Twice in the chest with absolutely no effect. Game's over, lady, the Dabi clone smirked. Come with us now before I burn off some of that perfect skin of yours. I'll get some of that blood, too, the Toga clone chimed in. Kagaya smiled back as she kept her distance. Oh no, I don't think you know who you're dealing with. That was when the ceiling burst open. A shadowy, avian figure dropped on the Dabi clone, biting off his hand. The injury caused the fiery villain copy to melt into the sludge that made up Twice clones. The Toga clone turned around to try to stab the newcomer, only for her knife to be captured by the man's hand. His hand, it appeared, was made of metal beneath those gloves. He crushed the knife in his hand before punching the Toga clone in the face, making her stagger back before getting hit by a frying pan in the back of the head by Kagaya, causing her to dissolve into sludge. Twice could only run into a portal that Kurogiri summoned before he could get grabbed by what was apparently a very scary man. Just some bureaucrat, my butt. He'll be fine, Inko replied to Frieren. I hope Izuku is okay, too. Wake up sunshine. Stars and Stripes banged on Izuku's door as the latter yawned. It was 6 a.m. Come on, we'll get some chow. You like McDonald's? Coming, Izuku could barely even move. Standing on a moving jet was really tiring. Oh, he tried to make Shoto use his fire? I don't know how to feel about that. None of us have a great relationship with our father. My son wanted to help your brother but then they didn't get matched against each other, so. Nearly an hour had passed since the League of Villains had deposited most of the parents, siblings, and guardians of Class 1A in this dimly lit prison. Inko and Fuyumi had been talking about the ambitions of their son and brother for most of that hour to kill time, while Mitsuki had been loudly cursing and saying what she'd do to the villains once she's free in very graphic, violent phrases. The other parents began to understand why Katsuki talked and screeched the way he did. He obviously got it all from Mitsuki, who raged on and on while Masaru simply watched on with slight concern. Frieren, Inko turned towards Frieren with a whisper, who had been staring at the wall for the last hour. When are you making your move? I'm still thinking about what spell to use. Use any of them. That's the problem, there are so many, can't decide. Inko sighed. Frieren could very well get every person out of here, but she had been taking her sweet time. All because she couldn't decide what spell to use. Alright, why not just the ones you taught? People will wonder why we have the exact same attacks. Inko nodded at that. It would indeed seem strange if Frieren used basic magic here in front of them when Izuku was already known for it. The other parents, and Shoto's siblings, will start wondering why they had same magic circles, the same blue beams, and the same hexagonal shields, and start piecing the puzzle together, or worse, the entire world will. Too many people will start asking too many questions. So, got anything in mind? Frieren thought about that for a few moments. I'm thinking of something big. I wish I had the potion that removes clothes and a duplication spell to then use it on these unintelligent villains. Inko opened her mouth but then shut it. It took a whole 20 seconds to speak again. A potion that does, what? Fumikage had just enough of the Nomu. Fortunately, these ones were weaker than the one in the USJ, which made sense. These smaller, gray-skinned Nomu would probably be the mass-produced models, really, Fumi, it is the proper term, Dark Shadow, built mostly as cannon fodder, as far as you can use bio-engineered monsters that can squish most people they come across to a pulp as cannon fodder, anyway. These weren't like the villains that attacked the USJ. They also looked almost just like the Yao Guai. Dark Shadow mentally reminded Fumikage as he, Ida, and Manuel directed the customers of the restaurant to a safe path out of the general area of the chaos. Above them, hawks dueled a flying, winged Nomu. After holding the Nomu in place midair with several feathers, the winged hero sliced off its wings with a single fluid motion of his feather sword. The Nomu fell to the ground like a stone, cracking the concrete as it made its impact. The Nomu's eyes were looking straight at Fumikage, who couldn't help but look at them. They were blank and devoid of life. The Nomu stank of industrial chemicals and the rot of death, a fetid smell akin to vinegar mixed with decayed meat spreading as a pool of its strange purple blood began to spread underneath its dying body. Tokoyami, is that you? The Nomu said in a slow, low-pitched voice. It weakly held out a hand, almost as if a semblance of who it once used to be began to return. You know me. Fumikage looked back at the Nomu in shock. Ida and Manuel were shocked, too. Hawks, meanwhile, was too busy chopping up another Nomu with his feather swords to express his thoughts, though given the sheer chaos and mayhem happening all around them, even his feathers might not have picked up the fact that a Nomu was talking to his intern. Tell? Midoriya. I am sorry. Sorry? Fumikage asked as the Nomu finally went limp. Who? His eyes went towards the wings that Hawks had chopped off from the Nomu's back. They were leathery, red, and bat-like. He finally remembered who this might be. While he hadn't seen any of the old classmates he and Izuku had back in the ancient days, there was only person he knew that had red wings that knew both him and Izuku. He used to accompany Bakugo back then as one of his followers, along with the kid with fingers that could go longer. Tsubasa? No answer, for the Nomu had truly died. Dark Shadow, enveloped around him as he was, tugged him along. Nothing we can do, Fumi, Dark Shadow said. Right, Fumikage turned around as he heard that Manuel and Ida were calling out to him to go with them. Nothing we can do. He then mentally set that aside. At the same time, Hawks found himself interrupted in his purging of the Nomu as his phone began to ring. Sure enough, Rado was calling. The man probably saw the news already. Something like this would have become breaking within a few minutes at the very least. Yeah, Pops? I'm kind of busy dash. Where is he? He's not answering my calls. Relax, your kid's fine. Hawks glanced downward to see that Fumikage, alongside Ida and Manuel, were still going around helping civilians. He's doing very well if I can say so myself. He's been so helpful. You should be proud. If there's a single wound on him I'll pluck out your feathers myself. Understand? Oh please, Hawks stabbed a Nomu through the neck just as it was about to grab a civilian woman, who bowed in thanks and ran away. Do you doubt me? No. But also, I must inform you that there was just an attempt to abduct me and my wife, Ratio replied. I suspect that the League of Villains is targeting the families of Class 1A. Well, what do you expect me to do about? Hawks paused as evaded a gray Nomu's clumsy attack before slicing off half of its exposed brain matter with his feather blade. That? I'm busy fighting, you see. Nothing, I simply felt compelled to inform you that there was an attempt on us. Don't tell him until your fight's over. Well, consider me informed, then. Hawks then directed a dozen feathers to float some civilians to safety before sending a few more to relieve yet another Nomu of its brain. Can I go now, Pops? You're never going to stop calling me that, are you? Never. Just watch my kid, Kigo, and maybe I won't pluck you out. What's taking you so long, Frieren? Mrs. Koda is crying over there. Who? That would be when Shigaraki entered the room again with a clang. Frieren could already see the demented smirk behind the hand covering his face. He had a poor sense of hygiene, that much was obvious. Aside from the fact that the manchild covered himself with the severed hands of dead people, his skin was also parched and cracked at places, hinting at some skin condition that caused dryness. At his side was a well-built man clad in a skin-tight suit, who was constantly mumbling something about a scary birdman that tried to bite his fingers off, much to Shigaraki's thinly veiled annoyance. Ah. So this is the one that tried to abduct Tokoyami Rado and failed, because Izuku's friend's father tried to bite his fingers off, or something to that effect. Any minute now, we'll be showing you as examples of those sheep that follow this rotten society of heroes, Shigaraki said, sounding utterly confident in his victory. He turned his attention towards Inko and Frieren, for the former was the mother of the cheating AP builder user he hated so much, and the latter was just a total mystery. I think you'll be first. Your brat is probably still busy waking up into the other side of the ocean. I wonder what he'll think when he sees his precious mother turn to ash on live TV, hee. Frieren didn't seem to care that all the people around her gasping in horror. Instead, she went ahead and asked Shigaraki a question. So, all for one, this greatest villain of all, what is he like? Shigaraki slowly turned his head towards Frieren, who was looking at him with a blank expression. Why are you asking? It's not like you'll be alive for much longer. I suppose that I will be carrying whatever secret you tell me to the grave. If Frieren's shoulder were free enough, she would have shrugged. But then, she could free herself right here and now. It's just that she just wanted to know more about the sensei, and why he was so important. Maybe this manchild could monologue his whole origin story to her. Shigaraki looked at her like she was the bigger idiot in the room. Huh? Like I'll tell you anything? I'm not interested in giving you a lore walkthrough. I already told you everything you'll need to know about him. Anything more is just boring. You know what, just for annoying me, I think I'll have you turn to ash in front of all of Japan first, just like your books and that brat's All Might merch. Oh, yeah, did we mention that we burned your house down for good measure? You're not going to tell me about All for One, then? Frieren asked. She hid the fact that her longing to send this moron to the afterlife had just gone to the roof, but she knew well enough that she probably shouldn't actually kill him if he isn't a real threat. Apparently people here didn't like it when you reduced criminals to ash. Well, they're not demons, at least, so Frieren was inclined to give them a pass. Inko, meanwhile, was horrified at the mention of the house being burned. Izuku's things. Her things. Frieren's things. Hisashi's things. I really don't care if you want to know more for some reason, Shigaraki growled, annoyed. You'll be dead soon either way. Well, Frieren sighed. I suppose that means that, then. The ropes binding her exploded into flames and then into nothingness. The spectacle of someone that was supposedly helplessly captured just ripping through their restraints made Shigaraki and Twice take a step back as they tried to process what was happening. With one look from Frieren, Shigaraki would then find himself suddenly flung from the chamber, denting the wooden wall that he crashed into with an audible crack. Frieren barely paid the defeated Shigaraki any mind as she conjured her staff and summoned a flying arrow of light that sliced through the bindings that kept the imprisoned parents and guardians bound. Shigaraki! Twice called out to the now stunned leader of the League of Villains. Revisiting the terror he felt back at the Tokoyami residence, but around 10 times worse. He tried to conjure up clones, only for the 2 Dabi clones he made to be immediately destroyed as Frieren sent out cutting gusts of wind that sliced right through them. Who the hell is this woman? Twice backed up, overwhelmed by pure fear. The shadowy birdman was bad enough, but this girl? What's the mat dash? Magna rushed to the scene, only for her to be sent to the wall as Frieren made the concrete floor beneath the wooden veneer under her morph, slamming against the magnetic villain like a battering ram. Like Shigaraki, Magna was flung against the wall, but this time, she was smashed right through the wood veneers and into the next room. Twice yelped in fear. Please don't kill me. You'll never take me alive. Pick one and I'll give you that, Frieren boredly replied. Behind her, the parents and guardians of Class 1A were helping each other up, though they were a bit scared, and admittedly, annoyed that Frieren didn't do this earlier. Please don't kill me? Twice sense of self-preservation won out, at least. Frieren slowly blinked at the villain. Tell me how we can get out of here, then I'll promise to allow you to live. Then I suppose I'll turn you over to the police, but you'd be alive, so I'd still be keeping that promise. Oh, okay. As the villain cowered on the floor, Frieren turned around at Inko, and Fuyumi, and the others. Are you all right? We are, Masaru quietly answered. Yeah. How come I've never heard of a hero like you? Frieren thought about an answer. I'm an underground hero. Oh, bother. Well, she lied all the time. To demons, mostly, but people sometimes. Oh, I see. Makes sense. She then turned her attention back towards Twice. Are your friends in the building still? Yes? No. Frieren decided that the first response was the truthful one. Bring me to them. Why? Frieren's eyes twitched even as she maintained a neutral composure. Do you know what my greatest drive in life is? No. Knowledge. I seek knowledge. And your friends burn precious knowledge. Do you know what that means? Twice tried his best to think of an answer as the staff pointed straight at him. You'll be very mad? I am. Now bring me to them. The part where she would say, and I will teach them a lesson, went unsaid. They're being rough in there, huh? Dabi idly commented as he heard crashing noises from the floor below the bar. Serves them right. He then looked at Toga, who was busy feasting on one of the hero brats, both visually and on his blood, though she had the basic common to just take a small bite. You really had to bring him here, huh? What a strange girl. Mr. Compress sat in front of the counter, not sure how to react to Toga's obsession with a specific hero student, but here they were. At least he was tied up and his hands covered in metal so that he wouldn't blow up this place when he woke up and realized that Toga had drugged him. She was very infatuated with him. Mr. Compress would rather not watch what Toga was doing, to be honest. Dabi didn't seem to care, though. But that was just Dabi being Dabi. He just really hated Endeavor for some reason. Kurogiri kept polishing the glasses, ignoring the fact that Toga had dragged Katsuki Bakugo here as an unconscious, drugged-up heap and now had a vial of his blood. She was doing other things, too. The first of the Nomu felt confused. Mostly. A tiny part of him screamed that this was all wrong. That sight, oh what a repulsive, horrifying sight. He should stop it right now. Kurogiri, however, pushed that thought into the back of his mind. He is Kurogiri, and... The door to the bar flew out of its handles, flying with such force that it hit Mr. Compress and knocked him to the floor. As the faux magician groaned in pain, one of the people that the League had kidnapped, the strange white-haired girl, stepped through with a cold, dreadful aura. Behind her was a quivering Twice, his usual cheerfulness replaced by overwhelming terror. Further behind them were all the other prisoners that were supposed to be shown before all of Japan as examples. Dabi jumped up and tried to immolate her, only for the flames to be effortlessly blocked by a barrier shield that was eerily reminiscent of the one used by the Green Brat during the sports festival. Toga, who was most profoundly furious that her fun was interrupted, pulled out a knife and charged the white-haired girl. She would be sent flying to the floor beside the still recovering Mr. Compress for her troubles. Kurogiri stared at Frieren. Where is Mstr Tamura? I killed him, Frieren lazily replied. Kurogiri's programming ground to a halt at those words. Mstr Tamura. Dead? What was his purpose now, then? As Kurogiri took a precious few seconds to think about Frieren's lie, the elf then summoned. Is that a black hole? True enough, Frieren had conjured up what was essentially a black hole, which grew and grew, eventually becoming as large as a basketball, collecting gas and dust as an accretion disk in the middle of the bar. Quickly, it grew within the bar, though it didn't seem to do much other than be there and be ominous. Golden chains came out a glowing orb on Frieren's staff, tightly wrapping around Toga, Dabi, and Mr. Compress. Burned. Chains wrapped around Kurogiri. He tried to summon a portal for him and the other League members to escape through, but he found that the black hole was warping the fabric of spacetime around them. Kurogiri could only watch as his portals fritzed and sputtered out under the monstrous microgravity of the singularity. My books. A chain also wrapped around twice, making him let out a sigh of disappointment in himself as he was then unceremoniously dragged towards the other members of the league. As for the unconscious Bakugo, Masaru and Mitsuki came to him, quickly untying the restraints and pulling out his hands from the metal gloves. He's alright, Masaru pressed a finger against his son's wrist. He's just unconscious. I'm going to kill that little sheet, Mitsuki glared at Toga, who struggled as Frieren literally dragged her and the other members of the league, making their bodies hit each other along the way. I'm going to rip her to shreds, I swear. I'll strangle her and make her beg for air. Honey, Masaru put a hand on hers. Let's just worry about Katsuki for the moment. Ow. Stop hitting me. Dabi complained as Mr. Compress leg hit him in the face. She's doing this on purpose. Deserved, a woman with white hair with a black thunderbolt on it said as she watched Frieren. That was definitely Denki's mom, Inko thought as she proceeded to follow Frieren down the stairs, along with everyone else. She then wondered how she'd leave the members of the league to the police when she was carrying them around in chains. Well, in any rate, she and the other parents definitely needed to get to the police. So, Fuyumi suddenly came up beside Frieren, ignoring that the chained-up Dabi was staring very intently at her. What should we tell the police about, you? Just say you don't know me, Frieren replied as the other former prisoners started whispering among themselves. That works, right? Fuyumi turned to the others, who agreed. If Frieren said she was underground, then she's underground, even if she was freakishly strong. The Nomu had been defeated. As it turned out, knowing that the Nomu were basically mindless flesh golems that are really begging for release made it perfectly allowable for the heroes to go all out against them. Hawks cut them apart, while Mirko, who had been close by, bashed their heads in with her spinning kicks. Endeavor, who was also nearby, burned off their heads. There really wasn't much left for the likes of Fumikage and Ida to do, not that they were supposed to do much. They're just interns. They were supposed to watch and learn, not do and learn. Fumikage had also just heard an absolute earful from his father and mother. He had failed to respond to their calls, but to be fair, he and Ida had been busy fighting off Nomu, and Fumikage apparently had the vibrate turned off, so he didn't even know there were calls and messages until all the fighting was done. Needless to say, he had saved Hawks from getting turned into a plucked chicken. Though his father sounded somewhat like there was something he was omitting out of the conversation. Like something very important. So, Fumikage began as the two of them watched the corpses of Nomu get dragged away by robots while first responders began treating injured civilians. Your kicks, you're always aiming at the back of the head. And they are very forceful now. You noticed? Ida stammered. Yes, Fumikage replied, handing the visibly thirsty Ida some orange juice. He knew that the Idas fueled their quirk with orange juice of all things, but he supposed that it is better than having them drink petroleum. That stuff is made out of fossilized sea creatures. It would be like ingesting liquefied corpses. No, it is literally ingesting liquefied corpses. At least they've done well tonight. But Ida never aimed at the back of the head before. It just started when the thing happened. Ida shuddered. He was just tired. You are working very hard, Ida, Fumikage suddenly continued. But you have to know that we are concerned. You barely sleep, you fail to groom yourself. Tokoyami, where is this coming from all of a sudden? This is a conversation that was rudely interrupted by the Nomu's sudden appearance 1 hour ago, Fumikage replied. But it is true. We fear for your health, both of the mind and of the body. Since we are in the same general area for our internship, I feel obligated to check up on you. Ida looked away. I'm not fine. Of course. Who would be? It's just that, no one gets it, no one gets me. No one can understand just what I'm feeling right now, Ida shook his head. I'm sorry, but you don't get it. It is like half of my heart has been ripped out of my chest. Has anyone else in our group or our class lost a sibling as I have? Fumikage thought about it for a moment. No one came to mind. No, as far as I know. That's just it, then. No one else can truly understand the depth of my pain at this moment. But, Ida sighed. Thank you, either way, for expressing that you're here for me. It means so much. I just need time. And you'll have plenty of time during internships, I suppose, at least until Uraraka, Kaminari, or Izuku insist that we hang out, Fumikage thought as he then saw a red feather floating down to the ground in front of them. Hey kids, Hawks dropped behind them just on time. So, look, I get it if you don't want to continue our little thing after this whole dash. No, I will finish the whole week, Fumikage replied with resolution. I still have things to learn. Oh, well, then, be my guest. By the way, we have to stay for a bit to give our statements, so, yeah. Why did that Nomu call out your name, and who the hell is Tsubasa? Oh, he did hear. Apparently, that Nomu used to be a classmate back in kindergarten, Tsubasa. He somehow still recognized me, but I suppose that my appearance leaves an impression. Hawks looked saddened by the revelation. That is terrible, but it tracks with what we know about them. Poor kid, he would have just been your age, right? Yes. Hawks then looked down at his phone as it vibrated in his hand. Hey, look at that. Someone just dragged the League of Villains to the Kamino Ward police station. All for One shuddered as he witnessed the rapid dismantling of his supposed successor and his league. This wasn't supposed to happen. Who is that girl? She has multiple quirks, just like him. That can be the only explanation. Worse of all, he'd never seen her before. He hunted down many quirked warlords during the old days, stealing their quirks and adding them to his own arsenal until it had become a swollen mass. But never had he seen her. He was sure that if there was someone this powerful, he would have heard about it long ago. He would have tried to steal her quirk. But here she was, displaying power. All for One craved that power. He wanted it for himself. However, his many warning and predictive quirks all screamed at him to not take her on. He just knew that he had to avoid her. He knew that he could never take her. He just knew. And now, for the first time in the ancient villain's life, there was fear. He needs to lay low. He could deal with All Might and whoever is the ninth wielder of One for All. He had eyes and ears everywhere. He will know. He will be ready. That was your house, right? Frieren asked as she and Inko stared at the charred remains of the apartment complex where the Midoriya home used to be. Backdraft, alongside the firefighting department, had fought long and hard to contain the blue fire that ravaged the place. By the time Inko and Frieren got back from all the way in Yokohama through a train, a journey that took about 3 hours in total, the fire had been put out. Excuse me, you're Midoriya Inko, right? The owner of apartment 201. Before Inko could reply to Frieren's question, a firefighter had approached her with yet another question. She swore she recognized him from somewhere, but she couldn't place where and when exactly. We scoured the site for anything that's recoverable. We gathered them all. Where? Inko asked. Over here, the firefighter proceeded towards a bench with a pile of things from the Midoriya home. Not a lot, as you could see. The blue fire wiped out pretty much everything else. It's either ash or just straight up molten. Thank you. Inko inspected the pile of objects, along with Frieren, whose hand immediately flew to the suitcase that she had with her when she first entered this world. It contained everything she really needed. It is fortunate that she had enchanted it with all sorts of resistance magic, otherwise she would have lost very important things. As for Inko, she was far less fortunate. Aside from some utensils and some jewelry, almost nothing of hers or Izuku's had survived the fire. That is, except for the framed picture of Hisashi from the shrine she kept in her room. She looked at the image of her dead husband longingly for a few seconds before turning her attention toward Frieren. I wonder where we should stay. We could camp in the forest, Frieren suggested. I can use spells to make a viable dwelling. Really? You can do that? Yes. Maybe. At least our apartment was insured, but if we can just get kidnapped like that. The portal maker is imprisoned. He cannot use his quirk to transport his allies any longer, Frieren reminded Inko. The spectacle of seeing Kurogiri getting dragged on the street along with the rest of the League of Villains made Inko snicker in satisfaction. These people wanted to harm Class 1A so bad, and yet in the end, they were the ones that got screwed. Right, but wherever they came from, I bet there's far more. What if there's another portal? User? We could live a nomadic lifestyle. Inko thought about who even was still nomadic to begin with. Some people in Central Asia probably still were. There were maybe still some Bedouins in the Middle East that stuck to the old ways. Then there's the Roma people, but they were more or less irrelevant if it's Japan one's talking about. Not really sustainable. You can stay at our apartment if you want. Inko jumped as Dark Shadow suddenly appeared between her and Frieren. Frieren looked at the sentient quirk and gave him a pat on the head. Recently, she began to understand why Hyder liked to do it so much, making Dark Shadow purr. Fumikage came into view, putting a hand over his eyes. That is not appropriate at all, Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow, Fumikage. When did you two come in here? Inko held her chest as she recovered from his sudden appearance. You gave me a heart attack. Just now, Fumikage replied. I was going to see if you had arrived. You were not answering any calls or messages. I was very worried. I think our phones burned in the fire too, Inko said as she fished for her phone in her pockets, as if it were there. The police department had been gracious enough to give her and Frieren money to get back home, but they obviously couldn't give away phones. Do you have a place to stay? Frieren and I will be camping in the woods, Inko replied. I see, is that legal? It is when no one knows, Frieren butted in. Fumikage resisted laughing at that. Dark Shadow cackled. Ahahaha. Good one, Frieren. Fortunately, Ida isn't here to lecture you about rules and laws, Fumikage coughed. As if he could when he is possibly reveling in the dark. Well, that is good to know. The rest of the week passed by without much of a hitch, never mind that about 1,000 people were injured and 3 more were mauled to death by Nomu that appeared just out of nowhere. If not for the efforts of the heroes present in Hosu, as well as those in nearby areas that responded, the casualties would have been substantially higher. The presence of 3 of the top 10 had been extremely helpful in that regard. The crux of that event, however, was that the plans of the League of Villains had spectacularly backfired on them. Someone had unceremoniously dumped the tied-up members of the League of Villains in front of the Kamino Ward police station, while the formerly imprisoned parents and guardians of the students of UA's Class 1A appeared as well. When questioned about their experiences, they spoke of suddenly being dragged from their home through portals, kept in a dark dungeon before being saved by some heroic individual whose identity they claimed to have no knowledge of. That is what the news said, at least, so Izuku rested easy when it came to the safety of those he cared about. He had called his mother and Frieren hours after the attack, finding out only after he had finished breakfast with Stars and Stripes and her boys. While the American heroine had been rather worried for his sake, Izuku wasn't. Aren't you worried about your mother and, family friend? Stars and Stripes as soon as Izuku had put down the phone. They were still in McDonald's, and the enormous woman was still on her 3rd burger. Izuku had just finished his chicken, meanwhile. Nah, Izuku shrugged. It's more the idiots that kidnapped them that I'm more worried about? Really? Yeah. You know, the woman smirked at him. That's a good feeling to have. It's always the bad guys that have the upper hand, you know? And knowing they got smacked hard tonight, So nice. Yeah, it is, Izuku chuckled and bit into a French fry dipped in ketchup. We're always the ones holding back. As the plane landed on the tarmac, he remembered that something else, however, had stoked his ire. Those BSTRDS burned his house. And worst of all, they burned all his All Might merch to ash. He had spent years collecting all of those, scouring sketchy online markets and every mall within 10 kilometers of Muzurafu to find the rarest and most exclusive All Might merchandise. His exclusive All Might poster, gone. The 100 All Might figurines he had, all melted. And, his All Might blanket, the All Might cabinet, everything. Gone, reduced either to molten resin or ash. He had half a mind to go straight into Tartarus and fire a Zoltraak at the villain responsible, Dabi, for good measure, but he knew that there was no way in hell Tartarus security would let him in there. Well, he supposed that he could start collecting again. But again, they also burned Frieren's books. That is what probably set her off. She loved her grimoires, even when they were fake and or useless. She liked reading through the library in the house, books that Izuku himself had never bothered reading. And now, all of those had been turned to ash. At least, Frieren and his mother were staying in a treehouse in the same forest he and Frieren often practiced magic in. Though, in a few days' time, the UA dorms will be complete and apparently the parents are being invited to stay as well. When they've been targeted in such a manner, it made plenty of sense to stay in what could possibly one of the most secure places in the country, never mind if warp quirks were employed. But with Kurogiri out of the equation and all the various security measures able to respond in short order if the League's supposed benefactor had a replacement, it was a lot better than getting kidnapped all across the country. At the very least, he and his classmates could spend more time together now that UA had decided to become a dorm school. This is a sad day, General Winter, dressed in civilian clothing so that the public wouldn't recognize him, stood waiting for Shoto as the latter finished packing up his things. The internship week was finished, and though Shoto had received news that Natsuo and Fuyumi had been kidnapped, that was only after they and the rest of the prisoners were freed from the League of Villains' grasp. Shoto's heart pounded when he first read, "Natsuo and I got kidnapped," from Fuyumi. Truly, his sister texted in such a disjointed manner that it was sometimes anxiety-inducing. It took her about 5 seconds to add that, "but we got saved so everything's fine now." By then, he had already barged into General Winter's office and blurted out the news. That incident 4 days ago was rather embarrassing. Why would it be? Shoto asked. He didn't understand why General Winter would feel sad about the end of the internship. He was a good teacher and cryokinetic, and had taught Shoto many things that Endeavor would have never even thought about. If anything, General Winter should be happy. "It was very nice, teaching you new tricks on the ice," General Winter replied. Speaking of new tricks, Shoto had learned how to judge the amount of ice that he needed to use to block attacks or to attack, as well as shape it, well, in a rather rudimentary way, but a sharp, jagged piece of ice could be used in close combat either way. There was no way he'd learn how to make the swords and spears and axes that General Winter often created with his ice in just a week, but he'll get there, eventually. Rather unfortunately, though, trying to control the ice like General Winter did was a futile exercise, and it was ruled that it seems that Shoto can only make ice rather than control it. Well, small steps. I have learned well under your tutelage, General Winter, Shoto bowed. I will work tirelessly to use what you taught me to become a great hero. I will hold you to that, two-haired child, General Winter replied and motioned for Shoto to follow him out of the agency. As they left, the icy palace that was General Winter's agency glistened under the sun, though it refused to even melt a little. While Veliki Novgorod was located in a colder part of the world, even it would receive rather substantial heat during the summer. That ice should be melting? Say, Todoroki, General Winter continued as they walked out of the building. Did you know that there is a planet with burning ice? I think I remember something about that. Gliese 436b, located 33 light-years from Earth, General Winter recounted. The high pressure in its atmosphere creates ice, but not just any kind of ice. It is what we call Ice 7. This ice can withstand high temperatures, allowing a world with burning ice to exist. Shoto nodded at that. Interesting. The Novgorodian hero held out his palm and began forming ice, wisps of white flowing from his fingertips to create a floating crystal. Shoto could see that the atmospheric pressure around the crystal was immense, even though General Winter didn't seem to have much of a problem making it. Or perhaps he just hides hardship very well. I can create Ice 7. My ice quirk, cryomancy, has a telekinetic component in it. You may have noticed how I'm able to control my ice as well as shape and generate it. That is my father's genetics manifesting in my quirk. Combine that with my mother's ice quirk, and here I am, the strongest ice user in the world. Shoto simply nodded, again. He wondered if he could create something like what General Winter was making. Ice 7 becomes ordinary ice when the pressure lowers, though, so I do not use it very often. Call it my ultimate move, if you will. General Winter relaxed his palm, letting the ice melt in his hand into a cascade of dripping water. However, with it, I can make a wall that can withstand even the most powerful of flames. If I were to stand on Mercury's sun-facing side and create this ice there, it would not melt. This is the best that my quirk can do. I wonder, however, what is the best that your quirk can do? Shoto paused. What is the best he could do, anyway? Heaven-piercing ice wall? I don't know when or if you'll ever use those flames of yours. General Winter spotted an incoming taxi and waved at it to come. But you must always remember. Eventually, you will have to use every power you have at your disposal, no matter the kind of person you inherited it from. After all, both of my parents were drag addicts and were basically neglecting me until I got saved by heroes. But I use the quirk I got from their genetics, because, well, it's my quirk, not theirs. I hate them, until now. I refused to use my quirk for a long time, even wished that I was born quirkless instead. But then I wanted to be a hero after seeing heroes on TV, so, yeah, that's my origin story. I bet you were waiting to hear it, no? Shoto nodded. Somehow General Winter was making a good point. It's your quirk, not his. That is what the man was saying. Still, he didn't want to. He didn't want to. Thank you, General Winter. Shoto then stepped into the taxi. For the fruitful internship. And same to you, kid. Oh, and before you go, a parting gift. General Winter pulled out a red and white paper box. There's pierogi and solianka in there, as well as the recipe and instructions to make them if you are ever so inclined. And bread. Ah yes, my agency also runs a bakery, so, there's that. Thank you. Shoto wasn't used to generosity or to people giving him things, like at all. He couldn't remember the last time anyone gave him a birthday present. Don't sweat it, two-haired child. General Winter peered through the window at the taxi driver. International Airport. Here's the fare. The hero handed out a wad of cash. All right, he looked over to Shoto. Farewell for now. Farewell. It's your quirk, not his. It's crazy how fast things went in the world now. It hadn't even been a day after the combined Hosu incident and the mass kidnapping when Nizu and the UA school board decided to convert the high school into a dorm school to ensure the protection of the students and their families. After all, villains were starting to get more active everywhere. While none of the kidnapped were harmed, such a thing might happen again. Some of them had their homes burned down by Dabi, others had their houses turned to dust by Shigaraki, so half of Class 1A had been rendered homeless. UA endeavored to prevent that from happening ever again. Within 3 days, the dorms were completed, alongside the residences that would serve as the dwellings for their families. Some of the parents, like the Tokoyamis and the Idas, politely refused. For some, they were either pro-heroes, skilled in combat, had advanced home defense systems, or were a mix of two of the three, or even all three. Others were fairly confident that they'd be safe now that Kurogiri was deep in Tartarus. For the Todorokis, only the elder brother, Natsuo, came to live in UA, though he would leave every day for his college. The sister, Fuyumi, didn't seem to want to leave the house where she and Enji Todoroki, also known as Endeavor, were the only people left. Endeavor didn't seem to have too much to say. Then there was Izuku's mom and Frieren. The four of them convened in Fumikage's place, because of course, he was the only other person that knew of the big secret. "What do I tell them about you?" Izuku asked as he paced back and forth. "Just say that you found me in the streets one day and decided to take me in," Frieren dully said. Fumikage blinked. "That sounds suspicious, don't you think? Can't you have your dad forge documents for us?" Izuku turned towards him. "Illegal. He won't do it." Inko sighed. "I guess we'll just say that we picked her up from the streets and never bothered to get papers. That complicates things. According to our upperclassman, Principal Nizu is probably clinically insane, so he may not care at all," Fumikage added. As it would turn out later that day, Nizu took one look at Frieren and at the reasoning the Midoriyas made up and said yes to her staying in UA. He would then enter a nearby air vent and return 2 minutes later, saying that he could forge papers for a strange woman that his student apparently found wandering around, and eventually, somehow, they started living under one roof. It seems Nizu had connections of his own. The setup was simple enough. The students would live together in the dorms, while their families would be close by. Speaking of which, now that everyone is here, Aizawa sipped at his cup of coffee early in the morning as Class 1A gathered in front of the dorms. "This will be your new home, Heights Alliance. Follow me inside." As they entered, the students took in the sight of the dorm. It was spacious and clean, with warm, bright lights providing illumination. The ground floor functioned as the common area, with several couches, several dining tables for breakfast and dinner, a kitchen, and a study area. The second and third floors would be where the bedrooms would be. Aizawa would go on to explain the ground rules: a curfew of 10 p.m., lights out at 11 p.m., a rotating schedule of students that would clean every morning, and strictly no duels inside the dorm. And if they were bringing any pets, they had to clear it out with Aizawa first. "I am not having anyone bring a bear to the dorm," Aizawa looked at Koda's direction. "Only reasonable animals will be allowed. Cats, dogs, rabbits. No venomous snakes or spiders. And I better not see a quirked animal." "So Principal Nizu isn't allowed in here?" That was Kirishima. "No, but only because he would crawl in the vents and have a one-rat tea party in there," Aizawa replied. The student snickered at the thought. Was Aizawa-sensei making a joke? No, he actually does that. We teachers have given up stopping him long ago. Even more snickering ensued. And so did Class 1A move into the dorms. Ashido quickly proposed a room inspection as soon as everyone was done moving their things in. Bakugo didn't seem to care at all for that, or for talking to anyone, not even Kirishima, who was admittedly beginning to rub his good nature at the usually high-blooded blonde. He was quiet, uncharacteristically so. He hadn't insulted anyone for a whole day, which, for Izuku, felt like a different spirit had possessed Bakugo. But again, Himiko Toga had kidnapped and drugged him. Whatever happened must have been terrible, especially when a crazy girl like that was concerned. Good thing she's now in prison for multiple murders? Either way, the class, save for Bakugo, who had gone asleep, began to go to one from room to another. Hagakure's room was first, which was very girly. Uraraka's room was on a budget, just like everything she had. Half of the things were made in China. The only thing that might be a little bit expensive were models of the USS Enterprise, as well as a globe lamp that had a stylized galaxy in it. As for Ashido, it was very pink, save for the figurines of xenomorphs and aliens that decorated the tops of her cabinets. Yaoyorozu's room was very cramped, with a king-sized bed, a glittering chandelier that probably had diamonds on it, expensive carpets, and larger cabinets than everyone else. Ajui's room had a pool in it, complete with lilypads. Hell, one of the lilypads was her bed. She said she would sleep curled up on it, which the other girls found to be very cute and adorable. As for Jiro's room, it had a keyboard, an electric guitar, an acoustic guitar, a sound mixer, and a set of speakers. It had a very rock vibe to it. She looked a little embarrassed, though Kaminari was all for it as he proclaimed that he too had an electric guitar. That was when Ashido started muttering something about they would be good together, but the other girls didn't seem to pay that much heed, except for Hagakure, who was very much into the shipping Ashido did. After that, the guys' rooms were next. Aoyama's room was very glittery, and French, with a large French flag draped in the back. It rivaled Yaoyorozu's in terms of shining bling, what with the strobe light on the ceiling. And then, Koda's had 3 cats in it. Koda would have a shocked expression when the cats meowed as the girls entered and looked at the room. What did they say? Ashido asked. She asked, Koda gulped. Do you have catnip? I gotta get high. That was shocking, but expected. The next room was Kirishima's, which was extremely manly, with its punching bag at the center. Ojiro's room was normal. They outright refused to enter Minetta's, and they spent a lot of time in Sato's bakery room because he had baked cupcakes and they busied themselves with eating. Shoji's room was minimalist at its extreme because there was just a mattress and a table. Where does he even store his clothes? Izuku thought as he looked inside. Then he saw that one of the floor planks was misaligned. Oh, floor compartment? Ida's room was clean and tidy, as one might expect of the class rep, though Izuku still couldn't help but worry about him. Perhaps they could speak later when this was done and done. Next was Siro's room, which had a stylistic Southeast Asian aesthetic. As for Kaminari's, his room did indeed have an electric guitar, and while Jiro's room was rock, his was funk. Once again, Ashido whispered that they were perfect for each other, but only Hagakure really cared. And Jiro, who blushed and looked away as the others marveled at the room. Todoroki's room was in a traditional Japanese style, though there were souvenirs from his internship in Veliki Novgorod. Several Matryoshka dolls, a carven wooden bear, and a Model T-34 tank, all of which he bought with a golden credit card under Endeavor's name. As the girls marveled at the place, he opened the paper box that General Winter gave to him as a parting gift. I have food, Shoto said, causing the girls to bound over to his table immediately. Please help yourselves. Needless to say, Sato now had competition. Fumikage tried to stop the girls from entering his room, but he failed, utterly. They would enter a dark realm filled with goth imagery, which made them uneasy, at best. One might have thought that the room belonged to a vampire. The last room would be Izuku's, which was surprisingly undecorated, though his blanket and pillow were All Might themed. It made little sense until the realization dawned in most of his All Might merch was now ashes. At any rate, Sato's room still won, because he actually made those cupcakes. About an hour after the room competition, there was a knock in the door. Most of Class 1A were hanging around the common area, talking about their experiences during the internships. I'll go get it. Kirishima opened the door, just to see All Might carrying a rather large box. Or 2 of them, really. All Might. We welcome. Kirishima slightly bowed as he stepped aside to make way for All Might to enter. The enormous man stepped inside, carrying the 2 boxes with virtually no effort. Even after months of All Might being their teacher, Class 1A couldn't help but stare in awe. All Might, however, would turn his attention primarily toward Izuku, who had been helping Fumikage and Kaminari with English when All Might came in. Young Midoriya, All Might began, it has come to my attention that you have lost a great amount of possessions to the fire, specifically, merchandise with my image on it. All Might hefted the boxes above his head. I have been informed of the composition of your collection, by young Tokoyami, to be exact, so I have gathered replacements. You really did that? Izuku turned to Fumikage, who shrugged in response. I have multiple pictures of your room from when I visited, Fumikage replied. And you tell us every time you get a new piece of merchandise, Ak? The bird boy squawked as Izuku hugged him in gratitude. Thank you so much, Fumi. You're welcome, Fumikage croaked. But I need to breathe. Ah, sorry. Izuku apologized and let him go. He then stood up and walked towards All Might, and bowed. Thank you so much, All Might. This means so much to me. I am glad to know that I have inspired you so much, young Midoriya. All Might set the boxes on the floor. But while I wish that I could rebuild your collection with you, I have many things to attend to. He then turned his attention at Izuku's classmates, or just the guys, really. I trust that you will help him bring these up? These are quite heavy. You can count on us, All Might. Kaminari bounded over and tried to pull one of the boxes out of the floor. Oh, these are heavy. Dark Shadow, go help him, Fumikage commanded the sentient Quirk, who then moved over and hefted one of the boxes over his shadowy head with his shadowy claws. Farewell, and see you next week. All Might turned away and left, leaving a still mortified Izuku at the door. All Might just gave him merch for free. Midoriya. It was 10 p.m. already. Most of the others were still downstairs, talking. Others had gone to sleep. Izuku, meanwhile, had just finished his last touches on the All Might merch that now filled his entire room when Bakugo, of all people, knocked on the door and called out his name. Not Deku. Not Quirkless loser. Not useless nerd. He called him by his name. Izuku turned to face Bakugo. His eyes were red. Not just his pupils, they had always been red. No. His eyes were red. Like if you were crying. Bakugo and crying in the same sentence. That was impossible. But here he was, with clear signs of it. Can we talk? His voice was low and weak. None of the shouting or thinly veiled rage. Yeah, Izuku sat down on the bed and tapped at the spot beside him. I think I get it now. Bakugo hung his head low. What it feels to be powerless and helpless. Izuku gulped. He is in for a long night. What did Toga do to him? I suppose I should start in the beginning, Bakugo began as he sat beside Izuku. Best Jeanist had dismissed us early, or me, really. I came home just to see my parents weren't there. But, she was. Himiko Toga, Izuku nodded. Why did she target you? That psycho beach was obsessed with me since the sports festival, apparently. Something about seeing me get hurt turned her on, Bakugo replied. He shuddered at the memory of what followed next. She bragged about kidnapping our parents and said that no one would interrupt our fun. The blonde visibly wretched at the thought. She attacked me. I didn't know what was in those syringes of hers, but when they hit me, I wasn't able to use my quirk anymore, nor could I move, or speak, everything just started to hurt. Quirk suppressant drags, Izuku sighed. That stuff is illegal. It was so illegal, in fact, that merely possessing it in some countries had the death penalty as punishment. Those drags were first made during the Quirk Wars by the Russian Federation. Now, the only country that still openly uses it is the Volga Soviet, an authoritarian, dictatorial regime with a long list of human rights abuses that have led to its fellow Russian successor states threatening to invade it and liberate its population. Such threats would have materialized long ago if not for the Volga Soviet's nuclear arsenal. Not even Tartarus uses those. Yeah, she drugged me. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't do anything, and every nerve I had was on fire. She then dragged me to a portal to this hideout place. The other members of the League of Villains were there. I wanted nothing less than to blow all of them up. But then she started doing things. That was when Izuku noticed that there were scars on Bakugo's neck and arms. He had been wearing a turtleneck sweater earlier, so those were covered up, but now that he had ditched that for a red shirt, Izuku could see the traces of Toga's madness on Bakugo's skin. Those on the neck were probably bite marks. On his arms, those were wounds that knives would do. Bakugo then recounted all the horrific things that Himiko Toga did to Bakugo in that time. He sounded like he was constantly on the edge of breaking down in front of the kid he used to bully. Izuku's eyes only displayed an increasing state of horror, to the point that he decided that, if he were given free rein to shoot at two of the Tartarus inmates, he'd shoot Toga first, and then Dabi. He may have had a neutral, bordering on "why do I have to deal with you" attitude towards Bakugo for the most lately, but he'd never wish for it to happen to Bakugo. Not to anyone. After all, for a long time, he still wished that the two of them would be friends again. Perhaps that could no longer happen, not after everything that happened. Perhaps it could. But even if Bakugo was still his usual, high-blooded self, he'd still kick that psychotic vampiress in the face. It lasted for 2 hours, Bakugo rubbed at his reddened eyes. I was put there earlier than any of our parents. It only stopped when this white-haired lady came in and started beating the shit out of them. I think I saw your mom behind her. But anyway, my parents came in and removed the restraints on me. Izuku remembered what his mom and Frieren told him about their rather one-sided breakout. Frieren annihilated and captured the League of Villains within 30 seconds, while Bakugo was liberated. But neither of them mentioned or likely knew that Bakugo was still conscious back then, a prisoner in his own body. Bakugo sniffed and wiped at his eyes with his shirt. His shirt had become quite wet over the last few minutes. The drags were still in me. Even now, they hadn't completely left my system, making it painful for me to use my quirk. The worst part of all that was? I couldn't do anything. My powerful, strong quirk was useless. I was useless. Bakugo sniffed again and hung his head low. It was the worst day of my life. The most painful 2 hours I've ever had. Is that you felt? When I bullied you for being quirkless? Because I thought that you were useless and a burden? For the last 10 years? It's close, Izuku replied. You were terrible to me. But things have changed. Obviously, the situation was not the same, but the point was still there. Bakugo now knew what it felt like to be useless and helpless. A tiny, stray thought in his head let out a smug, good, but Izuku knew that that was just wrong, so he pushed it away. Frieren taught him magic and allowed him to be free of that feeling of constant uselessness, but it is something no person should ever feel. I'm sorry, Bakugo started sobbing. This is something that Izuku had never seen nor heard in the 13 years they'd known each other. It was strange as it was, heart-wrenching. I'm so sorry for pushing you around. I'm so sorry for calling you useless. I'm so sorry for calling you a burden. I'm so sorry for, Bakugo could barely move his jaw. For, telling you to take a swan dive off the school roof at Aldra? I don't know if you could ever forgive me. I have forgiven you a long time ago, Izuku replied, making Bakugo look up in surprise. I hold no longing for revenge. I don't hate you. I had just hoped that we could interact civilly, be in the same class without exchanging pissy looks. I just didn't care that much anymore. But I haven't forgotten all the things you said and did. We haven't been friends for 10 years. Maybe we won't be ever again. I don't know. Yeah, you really have a big heart, huh? Bakugo chuckled. Thanks for listening to me. I finally understood what it might have been like for you. And I realized how much of an a-hole I was. You were, Izuku replied. But if you're going to be less of one from now on, then I'll be less snarky to you when we fight during training. I don't think I can be much of one anymore. Bakugo stood up and wiped his eyes. Anyways, I'll be going to Kirishima's in the morning. Gonna tell him everything. Izuku nodded. That made sense. Before today, Kirishima was the only person Bakugo seemed to allow to be within his personal space. Have you told anyone else? Aside from my parents. No one. Bakugo looked away. Wait, Bakugo paused as Izuku called to him. By telling Kirishima everything, you mean, as in, everything? Yeah. Izuku counted with his fingers. Even the part where you bullied me in the past? Yeah. Well, good night then, Bakugo. Good night. It was just 6:30 a.m. when a knock woke up Izuku from his otherwise unbroken sleep. Hey! It's Kiri. Open up, Midoriya. Oh. A groggy Izuku opened the door. Kirishima was there, his usually red hair still undyed and unhardened. It was surreal seeing him with black and flat hair that cascaded in waves around his head. Yeah, Kirish, ow, why'd you push me? Kirishima closed the door behind himself as if there had been a horde of zombies chasing him. Midoriya, is it true that Bakubro used to bully you? He did say everything. He did, but dash. Oh no. No. It's all in the past, Kirishima, Izuku said with sigh. But he told you to take a swan dive off a roof. Young people say stupid things all the time, Kirishima, Izuku echoed Frieren's words when she read about some incidents online. He didn't mean it, not really. Did you never tell a particularly annoying enemy in an online game to go kill himself? Kirishima looked through his memories. I did, once. What game was it? League of Legends. I was 12. Of course, it's that game. People grow up, Kirishima, though Bakugo just took longer than us, Izuku replied. Look. You're like his only friend here, aside from maybe Mina, I don't know, I don't pay that much attention. He told you what happened to him in the villain hideout, right? Yeah, Kirishima rubbed his arms. He still physically recoiled at the thought of what Himiko Toga, that blood-obsessed psychotic murderer, did to Bakugo. I don't know how to feel about him now. On one hand, he's gone through something terrible, but he did terrible things too. As the one who got bullied in the past, I'm telling you, I got better now. Ask Fumikage or my mom, they can tell you too. Don't worry about me. As you can see, I'm doing pretty well for myself. I didn't let what happened between us control me going forward. Oh, okay, what do I do? Don't stop being his friend, Kirishima. Izuku picked up a towel in preparation for showering. If he wants to change for the better, let him. If he needs you around, then let him. If he wants to, I don't know, snuggle with you for warmth and emotional support, let him. You don't have to worry about our shared past, because that is all it is, the past. Wow, you're really manly and wise, bro, Kirishima scratched his head. I had a good teacher with lots of experiences. Izuku then thought about the time Frieren somehow found her way into a dumpster because someone painted it to look like a treasure chest as if to say that another man's trash is another man's treasure. Yeah, wisdom. Thank you, Midoriya, I now know what to do. Kirishima opened the door, peering into the hallways as if he were expecting an assassin to come out of nowhere. The manly manboy then gave Izuku a toothy grin and thumbs up before leaving. It was a Sunday, so most of the students had essentially nothing to do. Izuku was still yawning when he exited his room, freshly showered and dressed, just to see Dark Shadow holding a Bluetooth speaker. His host was nowhere to be seen, though Dark Shadow's tether led right into Fumikage's room, suggesting that he was doing this all by himself. Izuku watched curiously as the sentient Quirk carefully opened the door to Aoyama's room and slid the speaker in before returning to Fumikage's room. Then it started playing. It was playing Britannia Rules the Waves, blaring right into the one French person's room. Izuku chuckled even as a drowsy Ida came out of his room at the rather loud commotion. What is the meaning of this dash? Good morning, Ida, Izuku greeted Ida, who turned around to behold him. Have you been sleeping well? I've been sleeping, Ida paused. He looked better now, too, even when newly awakened. Better. But why is this British song playing in Aoyama's room? Don't you mean it's colonizing Aoyama's room? The song continued playing for a whole stanza and chorus, and Aoyama still hadn't been woken up by it. Zero poked his head out of his door, rubbing his eyes. When Britain first, at heaven's command, arose from out the azure main. Arose from out the azure main. This was the charter of the land, and guardian angels sang this strain. Rule, Britannia. Britannia, rule the waves. Britons never, never, never will be slaves. Aoyama finally woke up, cursing in French as he came out of the room. My appealing and magnificent sleep has been interrupted, Aoyama said, but even as he complained, he still posed dramatically, eliciting yet another snicker from Izuku. Does this guy ever do anything without dramatic poses? That was when Fumikage finally showed up from his room. Dark Shadow was out, sadly hanging his head low as if he was a child that just got scolded. In some ways he is a child that just got scolded. Apologies, Aoyama, Fumikage said as he took the Bluetooth speaker and switched it off. Someone thought it would be funny to prank you. Hey, it was funny. Yeah, I thought it was funny too, Zero added. Fumikage facepalmed at that. His feathers hadn't been brushed, preened, properly, so they were a bit messy and worn. They weren't spiky. Is Aoyama actually French though? Ida wondered out loud. I am half. My mother is French. I suppose that makes sense. Ida, Izuku yawned again. You were supposed to make the schedule of the people that'll cook, right? Ida's eyes widened. Oh no. I forgot. Izuku looked at Ida as if he were an imposter. Who are you and what did you do to Ida? Identify yourself. What? Oh, you're joking? Ida appeared to be horrified before then slightly relaxing. No, I'll just make it now. I'll just cook this morning, Izuku shrugged, tapping Ida at the shoulder. Just relax, you can do it later. He then turned toward Fumikage, who was still talking to Aoyama about his bratty child's behavior. Fumi, we need to cook. Right. Class 1A would mostly relax for that day, except for Uraraka who apparently went to a church with Ibara Shiozaki from Class 1B. How or when that first happened, Izuku had absolutely no clue. Since when did you become a Catholic, Uraraka? Izuku asked as Uraraka finished explaining where she and Ibara were going. Oh, I'm not really one yet, Uraraka shook her head. I don't know. I'm trying to find myself, you know? Finding God. When did you and Ibara even start talking? We fought a Nomu together. We started talking after that. Interesting T-dash. Izuku blinked. You what? Oh yeah, we happened to be on the same train that was passing through Hosu and coincidentally the train got attacked. Crazy how small the world is, right? As for the others, their activities were varied. Izuku saw Kaminari and Jiro busy on their instruments as he passed by the latter's room. Kaminari had somehow convinced Jiro to teach him how to play the bass, which had been going rather well judging from the rather harmonic instrumental music coming out of Jiro's room. Hey, Midoriya. Kaminari waved at him, making him wave back. You gonna teach me English later again? Yeah, of course, man, Izuku replied, making the blonde beam in excitement. Kaminari was bad at English. Very bad. He needed help with it, which was just right on time as the final exams were in just 2 weeks. Yes, please do so, Midoriya, Jiro added. I can hear him constantly mutter in terror when we're in English class with present Mike. It drives me crazy. Oh, that's just rude. Kaminari looked up at her in mock indignation. You always poke me with your ears. It's because you're distracting. You also laugh at me when I'm weighing. Now Jiro laughed. You're so funny and cute when you turn stupid, Kaminari. What? Izuku hurried on, unwilling to bear that conversation any longer. He then passed by Fumikage and Dark Shadow, who were on the hallway, clashing plastic swords with each other. Why are we doing this again? Dark Shadow asked as their swords clashed while Izuku moved past, somewhat afraid that he'd somehow get hit in the duel between Host and Quirk. Hawks has taught us the way of the blade. We must practice it. But it's a Sunday. Hi, Izuku. Oh no. Dark Shadow has noticed him. Now he'll demand headpats and force Izuku to stay for 5 minutes. Hi, Dark Shadow, Fumi, Izuku turned around. You're doing well? Also, does this count as a duel because I remember Aizawa-sensei saying duels aren't allowed. Duels between students, yes, Fumikage replied. But Dark Shadow is not a student, but a Quirk. Therefore, that rule does not apply. I contacted Aizawa-sensei and he could not compete with the logic of this reasoning. Frieren has been telling you to lawyer rules, hasn't she? Yes, she has, Fumikage replied before readying his plastic blade. Now let us continue. Dark Shadow. Ugh, fine. But know that I'm cheating by reading your mind. Good, an even greater challenge. The rest of the day blazed past. Not much else happened. Izuku went by to the house where his mom and Frieren would be staying, and as expected, his mom was out at work while Frieren busied herself with reading, again. "Hi, Frieren," Izuku greeted as he entered the house with the code that Power Loader gave him. Apparently, entering the wrong code would cause robots to come out and start beating the snot out of you with their fists until you recited or enter the right code. He did not wish to test whether that was true or not, if not because he didn't want to destroy perfectly usable robots. "You're doing well? The internet here is very fast," Frieren replied. "That was it? Well, so, remember when you destroyed the League of Villains?" Frieren looked up at the ceiling as if the members of the League were up there. "Yes. They deserve it, did they not? So, Bakugo saw you in there too. He wasn't as unconscious as you or my mom thought. He'd probably, recognize you if you saw around here. Maybe he'll even thank you." What do we tell him?" "You come and go as you please." So, Frieren did leave the premises yesterday, apparently, going to the woods to gather ingredients. Never mind that UA had its own forest, but Frieren probably didn't like that forest. "He'll probably see you around sooner or later." "The same thing we told the school?" Izuku nodded. Well, he supposed that made sense. "I guess, that works." Evening studies. Much of Class 1A were now milling about in the common area. They had a pop quiz on Monday, so they were studying hard on English. Izuku had been busy teaching Kaminari and Fumikage English sentence structures when Kirishima crashed in between them, making Kaminari yelp in pain. "Sorry." "Hey, Midoriya." Kirishima leaned close to the greenette while Fumikage looked on for a second before turning his attention back to the material. Kaminari did the same. "Remember what you told me this morning?" Which part?" "He, knocked on my door during the afternoon siesta, said he couldn't sleep. This was after I told him that we're cool despite your history." Izuku nodded. "He wanted to be held." Kirishima looked over toward Bakugo, who was quietly reading the material for the quiz tomorrow on one of the dining tables. "To be protected." Those are his exact words. Ah yes, finding comfort with someone he feels comfortable with. Izuku didn't expect his words about snuggling to become prophecy, though. Maybe he accidentally learned and used a reality-altering spell somewhere? "Well, what do you feel about that?" Protecting people and making them feel safe is why I became a hero to begin with." Kirishima stood up straight and proud. "That counts, doesn't it?" "Yeah, that's right." Mondays. The worst day of the week. "Good morning, children," Aizawa yawned as he entered the classroom, where Class 1A sat in attention. They had learned to be utterly silent and attentive once the clock struck 8 a.m. He scanned the students, some of whom still looked worse for wear. "They really took their time studying last night, huh? As you know, the final exams are next week. I advise you to study for your general education subjects ahead of time, as well as finish any and all additional requirements they may have. I better not see anyone procrastinating at 3 a.m. in Heights Alliance, because you will be in for a world of hell." "Understood." "Yes, sensei," came the collective reply. "Good. They understood." "All right." Aizawa sipped into his coffee cup. Some of the students were eyeing the coffee. When he wasn't in his sleeping bag, he always had it. Or at least he had it whenever they saw him. Now, for some motivation. He pulled out a ticket from one of the pouches on his utility belt. "Do you know what this is?" "Oh." Midoriya raised his hand. "That's a ticket to iExpo. I've always wanted to get there one day." "Good, because if you do well enough, you'll get the chance to," Aizawa replied, making the students murmur amongst themselves. "Everyone that gets an overall average of 90% or above across all subjects will be granted a ticket to iExpo, courtesy of All Might. Because of course, he's the richest person in all the faculty, maybe the 5th richest person in all the world, so he could afford to buy all these in bulk." Aizawa sighed and pocketed the ticket as the students now erupted into a full-blown cacophony. Yeah, iExpo is cool," he supposed. "However, if you get 89% and below, you won't get a ticket. The ticket that was supposed to go to you will be given to, well, we faculty members do want to get in I-Island once in a while, and have an honest-to-heaven vacation in a luxurious hotel out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe I'll have one. Who knows? Maybe only one of you gets it or none at all. Maybe all of you do." The man scanned the class. "Oh, yes. They will certainly be trying their best now. And that's what they needed to do, because he and his fellow teachers have prepared exceedingly devious plans for the heroics exams. Knowing these mischievous kids, they had probably been asking around with their upperclassmen about the heroics final exams. As far as they knew, they'll be fighting robots, but, aren't they in for a rude surprise this coming Friday? All right, Aizawa dunked his coffee mug. That is it for homeroom. Do whatever or ask whatever. With that, the students split into their little cliques and groups, just as students do. Aizawa sat there in his sleeping bag, thinking. There was the matter of an old classmate of Midoriya, Bakugo, and Tokoyami apparently getting turned into a Nomu. That little tidbit of information that Tokoyami provided to him in the immediate aftermath of the Hosu incident, while asking him not to tell Midoriya or Bakugo until the exams were done so that they wouldn't be distracted, had coincided with Sakuchi informing him and All Might that many of the Nomu that were dispatched had DNA markers of known criminals, but others were juvenile delinquents or just straight-up normal-ish kids, as normal as you can have with a superhuman society, anyway, that suddenly disappeared within the last 2 years. Others were complete unknowns, probably homeless, undocumented people that whoever was making the Nomu picked up or kidnapped. Then there was Kurogiri, whose DNA results were taking longer than usual to come his way. There was no way to clear out his mist and see his face, even with the most powerful fans known to man, so his DNA was tested instead. What a headache. He had to deal with. How many problems does he have now? Half of Class 1A are on regular therapy sessions with Hound Dog because of the attacks targeting them and their families, from the USJ and the mass kidnapping. Ida was probably quietly doing vigilante work. The fact that there had been no more Black Knight incidents from Sakuchi since the dorms were instituted 3 days ago meant that Ida either no longer had the chance to continue that while under heavy surveillance, or it was a mere coincidence, somehow. He still doesn't know why he can't pick up Midoriya's quirk factor and recovery girl, in all her medical expertise, had no idea why, either. Bakugo and Kirishima had apparently been cuddling whenever possible since yesterday. That in itself was fine, but the incident that led to the sequence of events that in turn led to that happening most certainly isn't. Aizawa had half a mind to go to Tartarus and slap Himiko Toga at the face for what she did. Not even to mention that people are getting picked off the streets to be turned into monsters reminiscent of the Yao Guai that had once been relegated to the history books. At the very least, someone beat up the League of Villains and introduced themselves as an underground hero while doing so. But as far as he knew, no underground hero had a black hole quirk that was so powerful that it could warp the fabric of spacetime and prevent Kurogiri from using his warp portals. He asked around and searched the secret database, which was a big collection of file cabinets with files that were mostly redacted, rendering them nearly unreadable. The hell is this, the SCP Wiki? None. Nada. If there was some kind of underground or undercover branch that went even deeper than the underground heroes, then he didn't know if it existed, but there was probably one. What? A headache. However, this same mysterious person also got Shigaraki Tamura to blabber out who he really worked for, all for one. A name that said in the underworld in the same breath as the Boogeyman or the Slenderman, but it made All Might go white as a sheet when the faculty were informed of the investigation findings, as well as the testimonies of those that were captured. Aizawa would give everything to not live in interesting times. I do not like living in interesting times, Fumikage grumbled as he picked at his ramen noodles while Dark Shadow, again, tried to eat an apple just to utterly fail. Interesting times are dangerous times. Yeah, Izuku replied as he chewed at his fried chicken. Interesting times indeed. Villains are on the rise and Frieren discovered that there was a big bad behind the smaller bads. Would rather live in a time of peace. Ow, Ida, what the hell? Don't talk while chewing, Midoriya. You will choke. Ida reprimanded while chopping his hands in the air. Izuku snorted. Hee, okay, Dad. What? I'd like to live in interesting times. Achiko ignored Ida's confusion as the bespectacled teen stared at Izuku, who did not clarify what he meant. I mean, interesting doesn't mean bad. Like, back in 2030, we were sending ships and people to Mars. Then that stopped when Quirk showed up. You know, it would be so much easier to terraform Mars today, Kaminari mused. Uraraka looked at him with piqued interest. I mean, soil quirks. People who can manipulate rock and stone. And I guess air and water quirks too? The problem with Mars is that the atmosphere is too thin, so we just gotta drag down a bunch of comets and asteroids for more water and elements that make up breathable air. Then people with plant quirks could make all the plants we'd ever need. We have the technology and resources, we just need the motivation. We could also have villains with suitable do community service by sending them to Mars. The others looked at him incredulously. Since when did he talk this way? I didn't think you'd ever talk that way, Uraraka stared at him. I mean. Oh, what? I'm not dumb, I got into UA after all, Kaminari shrugged. It's just unexpected, your quirk does make you dumb. Well, Kaminari scratched his head. It goes both ways. So you're saying that if you keep yourself in full charge, you'd be a genius? Izuku raised an eyebrow. You'd be the one tutoring us instead? I keep myself at a middling charge, Kaminari replied. I only charged higher in the written entrance exams, but I discharged half of it as soon as I was done. Izuku looked at him, aghast. But why? Teaching you English is a difficult process. I spent, Izuku counted with his fingers. 0.3 hours with just you yesterday. Not that I don't want to do it, teaching you is fun, after all, but it could be easier for both of us. It's not all good, my guy, Kaminari let out a sigh. Listen, when I'm at a high charge and all smart and all that, I also, kind of become, cold. I hate the feeling. The others around the table nodded in understanding. Uraraka covered her mouth with a gasp. Ida didn't seem to know how to react. Fumikage was looking intently, but when you had a bird face, it's nearly impossible to really make facial expressions. Izuku was surprised, but he didn't gasp, but instead asked. So right now, you're at? 60%. Makes me a little smarter, but by tonight I'll get much lower from transferring static. You could charge back up, though? Kaminari chuckled. I recharge when I sleep, but unless you want Heights Alliance to go dark and the food in the refrigerators to spoil, I wouldn't use our electricity supply. Understood, Izuku nodded. Well, it's not like he hated teaching others. It was fun, though it could be frustrating if they were stuck in the same topic for hours. Otherwise, it was almost as fun as the process of acquiring it. Oh my, he is turning into an old elf, isn't he? So, Fumikage finally spoke again. Perhaps we can arrange a study group. In a more private and quieter setting, perhaps, because Heights Alliance can be quite, loud. When we study in the common area it can be difficult to concentrate. And in the rooms, they are not soundproofed. Aoyama keeps playing French pop music and I can hear it in my room. Mineta also plays boyband music. Constantly. I do not like it at all. Well, the lack of soundproofing made sense. Everyone is supposed to be asleep and making no noise by 11 p.m., so there is no need to soundproof it. Besides, if someone was getting night terrors or other similar malaises, others could hear it and come in to assist. Well, between us, we could have a group study at the house built for my mom and what was Frieren in the context of the Midoriya family, anyway? Was she basically his very old aunt? My old aunt. You mean Frieren? She's living with you, right? Uraraka asked. Who? Kaminari asked, also. Izuku sighed. Sooner or later, everyone is going to know about Frieren's existence, much to the old elf's annoyance and to Izuku and Inko's worry. At least, everyone in his class, as well as the faculty. They were lucky that Frieren is a very low-key person that doesn't show off her many abilities. The person that helped me with my quirk. She's from Germany but she's now here full-time. Oh, if she can train someone like you, I bet she's scary too, Kaminari chuckled. Are you calling me scary? No, not at all. Kaminari shook his hands in denial. Well, to villains, you are, anyway. No, I mean, when somebody looks at you, you're not scary at all. You're like a walking broccoli. Izuku scoffed. Broccoli. As if he hadn't given himself that nickname in their group chat, which was just filled with cat pictures and memes at this point. And you're a walking lightning bolt. That doesn't work as well. Well, it's my hair you're describing, Izuku replied. Your hair has an actual lightning bolt in it. Oh, that's fair. Izuku. Who is this walking lightning bolt? Fumikage's shoulders started shaking as he tried to stifle his laughter. Ida adjusted his glasses and hid his mouth from view while Uraraka just laughed right then and there. Hi, Frieren, this is Denki Kaminari, Izuku introduced the electric blonde. Kaminari, this is Frieren. Such an honor to meet the one that trained the best person in our class, Kaminari greeted with a bow. I've heard how great and mighty you are. Is that so? Frieren smirked at them. Oh no. She's getting drunk with power. Well, come on in. It has been a short while since we had interacted, Ida, Uraraka. A short while? Uraraka narrowed her eyes. She recalled when she and Frieren were basically following Izuku's mother in the department store, always checking every item but not actually buying anything. But it's been 4 months. Ah, right, that is an intermediate amount of time, Frieren said as the five entered the house. It was a far cry from the apartment the Midoriyas used to have. It was spacious and well-maintained, the latter thanks to robots that regularly cleaned the surfaces until they were squeaky clean. Izuku knew that they would have been disturbing Frieren whenever she slept until the afternoon because they're programmed to clean the bedsheets, too, though he hadn't seen that precious sight for himself. Your mother is yet to return home. I think she would have liked to have met your new friend. Oh, there will always be other times, no worries. Besides, we're just going to have a study group tonight. Izuku motioned at the others to go to the living room with him. Frieren simply nodded at that. They looked all right. Though, the blonde one had an electric quirk, didn't he? Perhaps, he could be of assistance. If she ever ran out of power on her phone, he could recharge it, could he? Could he put a charger in his mouth and send electricity through it? They began reviewing the material for tomorrow's exams. It was ectoplasm's math class, which was, one can just say that it was a little difficult. It certainly didn't help that ectoplasm's clones will be watching every single student. Izuku could already feel the anxiety spike as he imagined ectoplasm's clone just staring at him as he worked at the test paper. Cheating wasn't allowed at UA, of course, but ectoplasm just made it completely impossible instead of extremely difficult. Not that he would cheat, though. Frieren was watching them study, glancing every now and then from the book she was reading, which, now that Izuku was looking at the book cover, was a trashy romance novel. Now that was new. As they got to some of the more difficult questions, Kaminari would suddenly have a totally unrelated question. So, your quirk is turning your imagination into reality, right? It is, Izuku replied as he was just about to celebrate in victory after seeing that the latest answer he put on the mock test was correct. What about it? Well, if she trained you, what's her quirk like? Ida and Uraraka never asked that 4 months ago. Now that Kaminari did, though, they might be curious too. Well, they got their story straight, so he better get to sort of saying the truth but not really. It's similar to mine. Imagination to reality. Hers is stronger though. Wow, even stronger than you? Kaminari looked amazed. After all, he had borne witness to the power of Zoltraak and the other spells Izuku used many times in training and in actual fights. Is she a hero too? She's retired, Izuku replied. Well, that was true, and that is what Frieren told Uraraka back then, and what he and Fumikage told Ida. She was a hero like, decades ago. Not too popular, very low-key, so you wouldn't find her in any of the polls or lists, unless you know German. That tracks. But she doesn't look old. Sure. She gets offended when you call her old, Izuku jokingly scolded Kaminari for that. But, what if she did get offended if people called her old? She's like the elven equivalent of early 20s, or so she did some time in the past. She's just got really good, skincare, and stuff like that. It's not like it will matter now. They could answer the question of why she doesn't age decades later. For now, this sufficed. Besides, Frieren does make her own lotion using magic. Wait, does she? She makes potions, but that's it? She sounds cool, my man, Kaminari nodded. You know, I bet you could have defeated the League of Villains by yourself, hypothetically, of course, if you had a license. If what you say is true, though, then she'd wipe them out. Oh, you have no idea, Izuku simply chuckled. Don't praise me too much, Kami. I might actually go out there and beat up some villains myself. He could hear Fumikage sighing as he gave yet another person a nickname in the same format as his. He also heard Ida gulped at the beating villains part. Maybe Aizawa and All Might's request to keep an eye on him did have some merit, after all. He then pointed at one of the questions in the mock test. Alright, so, can you find X? I don't have an X, but, here, I can find it. Izuku blinked at the paper. You just drew a circle on the X. That's not dash. I'm kidding. I know math, of course. What's the formula again? Let's just write the formulas down. Ectoplasm Sensei said that we could use formula cards. Fumikage butted in from behind. Oh yes, how could they forget? And just like that, next week had come, and with it, the heroics exam. Good morning, you. All Might greeted as Class 1A gathered in the control room. You might have asked your upperclassmen about what happens in heroics exam, yes? Murmuring erupted at that. Robots this, robots that. Well, for this year, we are changing things around. All Might proclaimed with a mischievous smile. You will be facing us, the teachers. 2 students against 1 teacher. You might say that you are no match for us, but do not worry. We will be slowed down by these weights. All Might held out what looked like to be, well, weights. Courtesy to the support course, young Hatsum, specifically. Izuku looked around to see Ida practically vibrating in place. No one had forgotten how Hatsum turned Ida into a living advertisement during the sports festival. Now, for our matchups, the main screen of the control room flashed to life, showing who was fighting who. These matchups are designed to take advantage of our flaws, Fumikage darkly observed. They're really going to test us hard, aren't they? Well, we should be prepared when a villain that disadvantages us comes our way. Izuku thought about how some villains with strength and speed could break past Skeldus and beat him to a pulp. He was what some may call a glass cannon. He could annihilate most foes in a few hits, but he can't take more than a few, either. There was also the fact that he and Bakugo were together matched against All Might. All Might, the world is lucky that the strongest man ever is also a good man. As for the other matchups? Izuku could already make sense of how the students would be disadvantaged in their fights. One he could understand easily was that Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, who were going up against Aizawa, relied wholly on their quirks in battle. Todoroki hadn't really told him about his internship with General Winter yet, so Izuku had no idea what the Novgorodian hero taught him. Not that he had asked. As for Fumikage and Azui against ectoplasm, while wrapping dark shadow around himself made up for his lack of CQC skill, as for now, it wasn't by much. It mostly helped with endurance running, really. Hawks taught him the way of the blade 2 weeks ago. Ectoplasm had decades of experience. It would still be hard to deal with his clones constantly showing up. There are 2 ways with which you can pass, All Might continued. You either have to put these cuffs on us, somehow, which will designate us as captured and make you pass, or at least one of your pair escapes through the gate. Understood? Yes, All Might Sensei. All right. All Might clapped his hands. Let us all proceed to our testing areas, and may you all do your best. Plus Ultra. So, got a plan? Izuku and Bakugo walked to the testing site together. It was surreal having Bakugo close by without being insulted. Looks like he really meant that apology, which was good. Very good. I do. You're going to listen, yeah? Of course. I'm not stupid. Is it just you opening up a portal and escaping through the gate? If that's the plan, I will not go along with it. I don't like just running away. Izuku almost laughed. Goodness, no. I don't have that kind of range. I'd probably fall over frothing in the mouth if I tried it. Bakugo stared at him like he was insane. Really? Heh, just kidding. But All Might won't let us just go into a portal and out of the gate, even if I'm within range of it. He'd get to us faster than I can form one and then get us out, so, the plan is this. Are they arguing? Recovery Girl narrowed her eyes as she and Hound Dog observed the exams all going on at once. Robots were doing most of the observation, really, ready to sound the alarm if anything bad happened. Bakugo is less high-blooded than usual, woof, Hound Dog observed. Or, not at all? They're just talking, instead of arguing, aren't they? Woof. That's good, isn't it? Oh, believe me. Trying to figure out how the PR for that kid will work in the future has been killing me for a long time, woof. Well, looks like getting the 2 students that never seemed to get along before to work together has worked together. I told them that this might backfire, but it seems they got their heads screwed on, after all. I wonder when he'll make his entrance. Izuku pondered as he and Bakugo stalked the false ruins of the fake city, looking for any and all signs of All Might. Knowing the man, he'd announce his presence first, probably with a smile and a booming laugh, but this time, he would be going in character as a faux villain. Bakugo's gloved hands crackled with tiny explosions as he looked to the sky, trying to see if All Might had decided to come in flying, or jumping. I hope he shows up soon. Everyone will see how good how good we are. Yes, comrade, Izuku replied with a salute. I bet he'll be pretty close to the entrance. As the pair proceeded toward the gate, they would begin to hear All Might's signature booming laughter. The number 1 hero, now pretending to be a villain, was standing in the middle of the street just 300 or so meters away from the gate. To further drive the point that he was pretending to be a villain for the purposes of this test, he wore this utterly ridiculously evil outfit. Instead of his usual blue, red, and white suit, he wore black spiky armor, a red cape that looked like it was made of dragon scales, and an evil-looking helmet with a pair of horns on either side and glowing red eye slits. His fists were covered by metal gauntlets, though the weights that would make him move only half as fast as he usually did were quite visible on his wrists and ankles. His blonde hair had been dyed red, his tufts also dyed, but with a bony white color instead, making them look like horns, too. Ha 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 ha. All Might laughed, the dragon skin cape fluttering in the wind. Start worrying, for I am here. I am Archeon, the ever-chosen of chaos. You cannot stop my evil plans to destroy the world, all mana, dynamite. My victory will be inevitable. All Might posed, his absolutely gigantic muscles somehow bulging through the armor he coated himself with. Izuku resisted chuckling. Start worrying, for I am here, ah ha ha ha. That is so bad. Pull yourself together and stop laughing, DMN it. Bakugo hissed. I want to pass and win. Yeah, of course, Izuku took hold of his staff. With a quick casting of Magish Panzer, Bakugo became covered with shimmering armor made out of mana, which should resist, maybe 2 or 3 hits from All Might. Execute the plan. You go close, I cover from afar. Aiming his staff like a sniper rifle, Izuku opened fire with Zoltraak, which All Might easily and quickly dodged. On it. Bakugo blasted forward, ready to pepper All Might with explosions. Hey, Archeon! Bakugo shouted. We're going to beat you up. Don't make me laugh. All Might laughed anyway as he punched forward, the ensuing shockwave sending Bakugo flying away. That was when All Might noticed the 3 beams of blue energy surging toward him. Laughing, All Might crossed his arms in front of himself and tanked the hits, but then the beams actually knocked him back. The outburst of energy caused the street behind him to be completely destroyed, reduced to rubble. Young Midoriya, your power is incredible. You are strong, all mana. All Might braced to jump. But it will take far more than that to defeat me. All Might jumped forward. He saw that the green-haired student conjured one of those shields of his, and it shattered like glass underneath his fist. He was about to make another punch to send the sorceress child flying when said child fell away as if the ground had swallowed him. It wasn't the ground, however, it was a portal that Midoriya had summoned underneath himself. All Might made the mistake of looking at the other side when a beam of light came streaming out of the portal, making the blonde hero pull himself backward before he could receive a faceful of that energy. Archaean. Dozens of smaller explosions peppered All Might as Bakugo fired his AP shot, making the hero stagger, but not fall over. The cape, however, was destroyed, and All Might allowed it to fall to the ground as tattered heap. His costumer designer would kill him if he actually used a cape in work again. Explosive bullets? All Might laughed and readied another punch. That will not be enough. Earl Grey smash. Bakugo was not able to react fast enough, and the magic armor coating him took the damage. It cracked, but it was not destroyed. I guess this is good. Bakugo looked back at All Might, and at Izuku, who was a few meters behind All Might. When did he get there, anyway? Is that all you can do, ever chosen? Ahahaha. It is not. All Might jumped towards Bakugo, who braced for impact. Instead, it was All Might that felt impact. Many of them, in fact, as blue, spectral tentacles shot toward him as though a ghastly kraken had emerged from the deep to enact vengeance upon the mortal, surface world. They were larger than Bakugo remembered back during the battle trial and the sports festival. They moved to restrain All Might, who then snapped each of the tentacles that got to him, but they kept coming for his limbs repeatedly, one by one, replacing those that were lost. Bakugo then did his part, flying around and firing explosions toward the hero's face to keep him even more distracted. You cannot contain me in this disturbing cauldron of tentacles forever, heroes. All Might laughed and broke all the incoming tentacles all at once with a smash toward them. He then turned around and broke into a run toward Izuku. In the tactical scheme, it made sense. Between the two of them, he posed more threat to All Might. All Might got to the greenette and sent out a smash with his left fist, breaking through the shield he hastily constructed with sheer physical force. With his right fist, he punched Izuku at the solar plexus and sent him flying instead. Instead of smashing into a nearby building, though, he recovered quickly and floated in midair. He wasn't dazed at all? Surprising. All Might observed the concentrated blue hexagons around Midoriya's chest. He concentrated the barrier on the impact area to protect himself. Smart. If it was spread out I would broken through it like paper. If I take you down, then the other will fall like a domino, won't he? All Might asked. No answer. How rude. Am I guessing it right? Again, no answer. That, unless you counted the 3 magic circles that appeared around him that immediately began firing those beams of light toward All Might, which he attempted to dodge. As he moved a few meters in the blink of an eye, he noticed that they weren't just streaming at him like a normal laser, the beams of light were curving to follow him, like guided missiles. He never did that before. Did he just not tell anyone that he could do this in preparation for this exact scenario? To add further to that, more of those tentacles shot out, aiming to restrain All Might once again. To be chased by beams and tentacles at the same time, how terrifying. All Might swatted the tentacles away and continued on his evasive course, preparing to turn around and jump up. And then a pair of magic circles vomited out chains that acted more like snakes than anything else, which chased and snapped after the hero's heels. Stay still, Archaeon. Bakugo was quick to remind him that he was there, sending out a series of gigantic explosions that made All Might stop to block the incoming attack from 2 directions with his arms. The hero stood his ground, weathering the assault for a full 3 seconds. The ground around him was absolutely destroyed. The concrete and asphalt even began to melt from all the beams and explosions. They are truly amazing. All Might grinned in pride as he witnessed the spectacle before him, even if half of it was obscured by the smoke from Bakugo's explosions and the beams that connected. Truly, they will be great heroes. Then the buzzer rang. The examination is over. Midoriya, Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki have passed. Huh? All Might looked down, just to see a hand waving back at him through a small portal that appeared beside his foot. His leg had one of those cuffs wrapped around it. Oh, of course. They were trying to get me to stay in one place for a little while. You have done exemplary work today, both of you. All Might congratulated as he ditched the evil-looking armor with a clang to the ground. Now, let us return to the control room, unless you are injured? Bakugo tapped the cracked but still shimmering armor on him. He was actually smiling in a way that wasn't manic. Heaven knows that he needed to smile more in a normal way. Nah, no injuries here. How excellent. None of us have been hurt. I expected more, actually. Tired, Midoriya showed up seemingly out of no, he used a portal, out of which he walked out of while rubbing his eyes. Bakugo looked at Midoriya from head to toe as the portal disappeared behind him. Didn't you tell me that using one of those consumes a lot of energy? But I don't want to walk all the way from there to here, Midoriya complained. I have tools in my disposal, so I'll use all of them, including this, if it makes things more convenient. But now you're sleepy and tired. That is not convenient at all. No, just get me some coffee and I'll be fine. Are you even allowed to have coffee? No, but I don't care. Izuku yawned. Ah, yes, it did take a lot of his mana to use those portals. He considered it a miracle that he could make a small portal from a pretty hefty distance that was still well within sight. Bakugo just stormed off, complaining something about a lazy fat butt. I never thought this would happen, woof, Hound Dog remarked as he witnessed the end of the fight between what he had dubbed the Opposites and All Might. They actually beat him. It was supposed to be a lesson on how escaping an impossible fight and getting support is a better way to win a fight, but a win is a win, I suppose, woof. Some of the students had already finished their exams, too. Most of them had passed, though Kirishima and Sato utterly failed against Cementos, who kept sending walls at them until Sato's brain dried out from sugar and Kirishima stopped hardening. Kaminari and Ishido managed to pass when the former suddenly became highly intelligent after pulling electricity from an active power line, which had the unintended side effect of temporarily powering down the crane Nizu had been using to knock buildings down. They then escaped to the gate through the one entrance Nizu didn't block. Mineta and Zero against Midnight went swimmingly, but Mineta managed to pass. Zero got himself knocked out, though, so he failed. Uraraka and Aoyama when the latter told the former something that caused her to get distracted and nearly fall into 13's black hole Quirk. She did, however, manage to turn around and make the space hero float away, effectively immobilizing her. What did Aoyama tell her anyway? Then there was Azui and Tokoyami. They passed as Tokoyami reserved his trump card for last. With that aura of darkness, Dark Shadow grew larger than ever before and slammed his dark form at Ectoplasm's giant clone with such force that it fell backwards, destroying half of the building they were in. That attack nearly flattened Ectoplasm himself underneath his own clone, too. As a result, Azui was able to get into the gate while her partner distracted the cloning hero. Tokoyami did, however, take quite a few peg-leg kicks for his troubles, as Dark Shadow taking on the giant clone left him open to direct confrontation. As for Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, the two recommendation students narrowly succeeded against Aizawa, but only because the Zaibatsu heiress cobbled a plan together that the two of them executed. It involved flashbangs, matryoshka dolls, an iceberg, a catapult, and strangely enough, copious amounts of sand. Needless to say, Aizawa really hates sand now. I lied. You're all going iExpo. Ha! But what about those who didn't get 90 and above? Aizawa sighed at Kirishima's question. Even a day after the heroics exam, his eyes still itched from all the sand that Yaoyorozu threw, catapulted at his face so that Todoroki could freeze him. I only said that to make sure you do your best. And did your best you did. But, Aizawa grinned heavily. Those who failed are going to take remedial classes. It will be hell, I can assure you that. And also, he tapped at the blackboard and started writing, there will be a training camp after the iExpo. When and where? Not telling, not yet. You'll know when we get there. For now, summer vacation begins, huh? What is it, Aizawa-sensei? Ishido asked. Aizawa looked down at his phone. The DNA results for Kurogiri were out and he was supposed to go there, along with Present Mike and Tokoyami? Tokoyami, I'm going to need you to stay after classes, Aizawa called out. No, it is not trouble. Just something important. Ah, alright, Aizawa-sensei. A few hours later, Fumikage found himself in the faculty room. A detective by the name of Tsakuchi was there, along with Eraserhead and Present Mike. He has never been in this office. What is it about Kurogiri that warrants our attention, detective? Aizawa was the first to ask. I swear if they just want me to erase his quirk so that the mist would come off dash. That's not it, Tsakuchi shook his head. This information will, probably freak you out. Brace yourselves, can you? I've been bracing since forever, Aizawa grumbled. Yamada yelled. Yeah. Get on with it already. Kurogiri is a Nomu, Tsakuchi said, throwing down a file at the table between the two teachers and the student. Given his age and intelligence, he is probably the first or one of the first, perhaps a prototype. The DNA comprising him are from 3 people, 2 of which might be of special interest to you. The first one, and the person whose body was primarily used to make Kurogiri, is Oboro Shirakumo. Yama immediately stood up. No, that's not true. I saw him get buried. We lowered the casket. We saw him die. Then they dug up his grave, Sakuchi replied. Aizawa's knuckles became white as he clenched his fists. The detective then turned his attention to Fumikage, who gulped. He knew where this was going. Someone he knew became a Nomu. But who? Meanwhile, deep within Tartarus, Rado circled around Shigaraki Tamura, the electromagnetic barrier protecting him, or both of them, rather, from each other. It had been a lengthy interrogation. Do you know why I hate you people so much? Why I hate villains so much? You thugs and murderers with only disorder and anarchy as an endgame? Huh? Because people like you are the reason my son is an only child. I despise each and every one of you, irredeemable, unchanging, creatures of actual darkness, deserving of the depths of Tartarus. So I must sully my mind in these fetid conversations with you, so that I may understand and destroy my enemy. The other DNA marker of interest to you is one Tokoyami Kawami. Your brother. No, that can't be, my parents had him cremated. It's impossible. Fumikage shook his head. Kawami died when he was 6. He hadn't been born yet, so he never met him. His parents barely mentioned him to begin with, perhaps to ensure that Fumikage didn't feel like a mere replacement. But again, the lack of a sibling made him lonely. Perhaps Dark Shadow's very existence is a reaction to that loneliness. Kawami had a shadow quirk, one that allowed him to morph himself into different dark shapes. He was kind. He died in a villain attack. That was all Fumikage knew about Kawami. Kurogiri looked a little similar to Dark Shadow, with the dark, shadowy mist and glowing yellow eyes. Fumikage thought that was just a coincidence. It turns out that it wasn't, at all. Well, someone swapped out the body in the crematorium, then, Sakuchi answered. Those 2 had the quirk's cloud and tenebrous form. The other quirk in Kurogiri is Guide, a direction-giving quirk. It is apparent that they were mixed together to create Warp Gate. Does Oboro's family know? Yamada asked. Yes, and so does Tokoyami's. Silence reigned after that. Learning about Kawami's unfortunate demise was the reason Fumikage first wanted to become a hero. Nevermore will someone else get turned to an only child as long as he had a say in it. That is what he said to his parents when he first expressed his dream. He may have never met Kawami, but he had his mark on his life, one way or another. Izuku. Yeah, Fumi? May we speak? Sure, man. Izuku slowly blinked as Fumikage made himself comfortable on his desk chair. Izuku, meanwhile, sat on his bed. So, what's troubling my birdie friend? I have just found out that my dead brother, who died before I was born, had become part of Kurogiri 16 years ago. Also, Kurogiri is a Nomu. Izuku opened his mouth. That is not what he expected. He thought it would be about a crush, or something mundane. Not this kind of stuff. Frankly, he was just sick of bad things happening and being revealed. That is, bad, isn't it? Isn't he the reason you wanted to be a hero? He was, and now part of him stares back at me every time I see Kurogiri, the warper of the League of Villains. Do you think he could be brought back, somehow? Based on what happened to Tsubasa? Wait, back up, Tsubasa? Izuku frowned. Our old classmate with wings? He is one of the Nomu that attacked during the Hosu incident, Fumikage sighed. Was, rather. Hawks cut off his wings and he cracked his head as he fell with terminal velocity. But, before he truly died, he called out to me. Told me that he's sorry to you. It was like his old self returned in the moment he was dying. The Hosu incident was 3 weeks ago, why didn't you tell me? Fumikage sighed. Exams were coming. There were so many things in our minds, I thought it would better to keep quiet about it until after the exams. Then there would be less for you to worry about. Fumi, Izuku reached out and patted his feathered head. Don't worry about me. I've got my head screwed on tight. I can take news like that and still focus. But, is this why you were having trouble studying, asking me to help you? Because it's been bothering you. It bothered me that I was keeping the death of an old friend of yours secret. Fumikage didn't bother telling Izuku off for patting him in the head. Frieren often did that to either of them, and he was just used to it at this point. Well, if it makes you feel better, I'm not mad at you for it, like at all, Izuku replied. But Bakugo probably would be. I will inform him afterwards. Speaking of Bakugo, how did you two actually defeat All Might of all people? Izuku shrugged. It turns out make a great team if we do work together. He's so much nicer now. That is a relief indeed. Well, anything else you're holding out on me? Izuku asked. Fumikage thought about it for a moment. He wasn't allowed to mention Oboro Shirakumo, just his own brother. No, nothing. He then stood up. No, let's tell him together. Izuku stood up as well as placed an arm on Fumikage's shoulders. By the way, he continued, I think I don't thank you enough. For always looking out for me when you can. Especially when I didn't know Mag was still diagnosed as quirkless. You're always worried about other people. You're the only one that bothered talking to me ever again. That is just how it is.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.